Hey guys, I hope you never find partner. It's very hard for to try to understand you feelings, so like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. The 46th year of Konoha. In the land of fire, on the road leading to the Hidden Leaf village. On an ox cart. A handsome young man with black hair covered his head and struggled to sit up. Hiss. My head hurts. Where is this? Chen opened his eyes and saw a white-haired child in front of him, holding the reins of the ox cart. The white-haired child turned around, as if sensing that his companion behind him had woken up. He said to Yuma expressionlessly. Finally you woke up. I thought you might not make it to the village. You are Kakashi. Yuma pointed at the white-haired child. Seeing the familiar mask, he opened his eyes wide and wanted to say something. However, a headache came over him and made him lie down again. Hey! Why are you lying down again? Kakashi saw this and hurriedly stopped the ox cart. With a leap, he came to Yuzhen's side. At this moment, a voice sounded in Yuzhen's mind. Ding, detection host has awakened wisdom, the entry extraction system has been charged, welcome to use. System and Suhway? Have I traveled through time? Suddenly, a sense of information came over Yuzhen's heart. After a moment, he digested this information and understood everything. He, Uchiha Yuma, lived like a cow or a horse in his previous life and died after a mudslide. Being cheated by a system called term extraction system. He was reincarnated into the Hokage world and was blessed with a new life, becoming an Uchiha. I am 12 years old this year and an orphan. However, before he awakened his innate wisdom, his talent was the same as that of cattle and horses in his previous life. It's mediocre to the extreme. Uchiha is a ninja clan, and most ninjas are trained within the clan. There are only two situations where you will be arranged to go to the ninja school. One is a true genius, and the other is an extremely mediocre guy. Unfortunately, he is just like Obito, who was an extremely mediocre Uchiha before he got the Sharingan. He was mediocre and joined a mediocre class team after graduation. Then, after a teammate died heroically, the village arranged it. Nowadays, Kakashi is not sociable at all. Entered their class. Then came this tragic mission. All teammates died. All that was left was myself, who was seriously injured and dying, and the genius Kakashi. It's actually the Hokage world. Am I lucky or unlucky? Fortunately, it is now the 45th year of Konoha, and there are still 2 years until the Third Ninja War, which is enough time for me to grow. After this mission, since all of our teammates are dead, we should have some time to recover. We have to survive in the future. Uchiha Yuma is in my heart. After understanding this time point, the brain starts calculating. The information that flooded into his mind made him understand the general function of the entry extraction system. This system. As long as you come into contact with the other party, you can extract other people's entries. At the same time, it can also improve the entry level by absorbing combat value. At this moment, Yuzhen turned his gaze. Look at the panel given by the system. Host, Uchiha. Gender male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Genin. Entries, Uchiha, white, fire style, white, wind style, white, Uchiha style, white, yin style, white. Tisk, what a miserable panel. What is this called? Wubai Jushi. Uchiha Yuma is really helpless. The system has already told me. The entries are divided into 6 levels. White, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. White is the lowest and red is the highest. By this calculation, I was lucky enough to live to the age of 12 in the cruel ninja world before I awakened my memories of my past life. The system says that as long as you touch it, you can extract an entry, although each person can only do it once. But, this function is already very powerful. Battle points are the energy used to upgrade items. In my current state, I cannot obtain them. Ignore them for now. One thing that can be tested at the moment is. Thinking of this, he decided to take action. The above thoughts last a long time in the sea of thinking, but in the real world it lasts only a moment. Come back to your senses. He pretended to cover his head and slowly straightened up. Kakashi, give me some water. Hearing this, Kakashi hurriedly squatted down and took out a water bottle from the ninja bag on his waist. The moment Yuzhen took the water bottle and touched Kakashi's hand, I felt a rainbow of light appear before my eyes. Gold, purple, blue, green, and white entries all popped up. As expected of Kakashi. Except for the top red. Entries for other levels are available. That moment, he wanted to extract and copy all the entries. Unfortunately, the system is under judgment. Each person can only withdraw one. There's nothing to say, the golden entry must be taken. After thinking about it, his mind moved, system, extract. That moment, the golden light on Kakashi was copied and absorbed by the system on the spot. Uchiha Yuma is pretending to drink water. The mood ticket has arrived. In a panel that only you can see. In the panel, there is an additional genius, gold, in the entry. Genius, gold, comprehension, creativity, and coping ability increase beyond the domain. At this moment, Yuchen was extremely excited. Comprehension should be about learning, creativity corresponds to Kakashi's creativity, not to mention coping ability. That's the key to him, Kakashi, getting the top spot in the 50th five-year plan. These abilities, at this stage where I have nothing to offer, are definitely a powerful entry. Hotake Kakashi is indeed a monster, worthy of being a ninja who can fight Kaguya in the later stage. Thinking of how this entry would be of great help to herself, Yuzhen thought deeply. System, install entries. Buzz. A sudden realization came to Yuzhen's heart. Is this the world of genius? Uchiha Yuzhen felt a little weird. At this moment, he control over chakra. Also, from my dead parents. Learned Uchiha style. In Shuriken, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, throwing technique, clone technique, and wire pulling technique all have different understandings. What was incomprehensible before can now be understood. Including attribute escape. Also, my control over my body's mental and reflex nerves has increased significantly. It was as if I had been freed from the shackles, and even my mind and thinking became much clearer. I used to be mediocre, but now I am a genius. So, can we obtain ninjutsu resources from the clan during this reorganization period? Now he has to survive the Third Ninja War 2 years later. Get ready. Everything is to become stronger. No need to think about Konoha's resources. I am different from Obito, even if I have not awakened Suhei. Instinctively, he ignored the brainwashing of the will of fire. The upper floors of the village. He will not invest resources in himself. Then I can only think about how to obtain the corresponding resources from the Uchiha clan. And when Uchiha Yuzhen was thinking about the way out in the future, Kakashi, who thought his partner was fine, went to drive the bullock cart early. When he saw the high wall of Konoha in the distance, turning his head, with that lifeless look in his eyes, said to Uchiha, Yuzhen, we are almost reaching the village. After this repair is completed. Chapter 2. Have you ever thought about continuing to team up with me? Hearing Kaka's question, Yuma raised his eyes and looked towards the gate of Konoha. Needless to say, please take care of me in the future. Kakashi. He responded in a decisive tone. Just kidding, his cheat is to extract the entry by touching it. The Kakashi line must never be let go. The value of his circle of friends is absolutely unique. I really thought that Konoha was a place called a village but was actually a city. The famous supporting characters in the original novel. Can it be encountered randomly? In my previous life, in my small county town, it was not easy to run into my relatives. Not to mention the famous supporting characters here. So, how did Kakashi, as a teammate, fail during this period? I can't give up either. Well, please take care of me in the future. Kakashi responded to Yuma indifferently. At this moment, even when his heart is closed, you can still respond to teammates who can help you complete the task. However, the priority of teammates comes after the mission. Not long. We arranged a meeting place for tomorrow. The two of them separated at the main gate of Konoha. The details of the mission will naturally be the responsibility of Kakashi, the team leader. He just had to go back and obey orders. Dragging my tired body, I returned to my home. Yuma fell asleep immediately. The next day, he got up early in the morning and set off for the security team. Last night, he thought of where he broke through. The Uchiha are a clan that values eyes and strength. Only if you have strength and Sharingan can you make these arrogant cat lovers look up to you. Even if they are your own people. Then, the next step was very simple, he directly locked onto a target. I hope Patriarch Fugaku is in the security department. I am looking forward to his entry. This is Yuma's idea, to extract the entry for the strongest Uchiha at this stage. Evolve the Sharingan and join his faction to gain access to ninjutsu resources. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, the pressure on Uchiha Fugaku is extremely great. The indifference and rejection of the top leaders and the various factions within the clan. All of these made the young man feel extremely overwhelmed. After finishing his shift this morning, he walked out of the security department's gate. Thinking about meeting my gentle wife soon. His face also became warmer. At this moment, a young voice called him. Chief Fugaku, I want to talk to you. Hearing this, Fugaku stopped. Looked over. It's Yuzhen, you're back from the mission? What's going on? He knew this tribe member. A very ordinary Uchiha, but he is the clan leader. To every clan member who is on a mission in Konoha, I remember them all very clearly. There is no other way, except for these few. Most of the Uchiha were confined to the security department. There is no need, and the top leaders will not let you out of the village. These tribesmen are very special. Even though most of these people are mediocre. He has to remember that too. Nothing, I just want to talk to Patriarch Fugaku. Can you come with me? It won't take too much time, just 2 or 3 minutes. After saying this, Uchiha Yuma extended his hand schemingly. This is a courtesy for Fugaku, who has only been the clan leader for a short time. I will not reject myself. This is an essential quality of leadership. Okay, then please lead the way, Master Yuzhen. When Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he shook hands with Yuma politely. When everything was as he expected, he faced Fugaku's colorful entry. Uchiha Yuma calmed down. There is no gold or red in the brilliance of Fugaku, but there is quite a bit of purple. Seizing the right moment, Yuzhen looked at the entry floating out of his eyes. Thought in mind. System, extract terms. Yuzhen turned around and led the way. When you see Uchiha, purple, displayed among the entries that have been absorbed. My heart was extremely excited. It's impossible not to be excited. The description of Uchiha, purple, is very simple. Uchiha's pure bloodline, purple represents this level of bloodline, which will transcend the ordinary. As expected of Itachi and Sasuke's father, he is directly of purple blood. Even holding the white one by yourself is not on the same level at all. He thought about what he wanted to say to Fugaku for a while. He hurriedly asked the system to install the entry. Something amazing happened. When Uchiha, purple, replaces Uchiha, white. A mysterious factor emerging from his own bloodline caused a chemical change with the entry genius, gold. As Yuzhen walked on the road, her eyes felt clear and clear. In an instant, Everything in the world seems to have slowed down in his eyes. Everything is reflected in his own eyes. That's great, it's definitely Sharingan. Yuzhen realized that she had changed. Turn around and take Fugaku with you. Arriving at a pavilion in the clan, he turned around with Sharingan and said to Uchiha Fugaku, Master Patriarch, all my teammates died during the mission, and then I awakened these eyes. I think the first person who needs to report when I come back is you. Seeing the two Megatama spinning in Yuzhen's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku's expression perked up. He knew why the boy in front of him said this to him. This is after awakening his eyes, he immediately stood on his side. In this case, I can't be too stingy. Fugaku said in a deep voice. I understand what you mean, Yuzhen-kun, come to my house tomorrow. To celebrate your Sharingan awakening, I will prepare a nice gift. Uchiha Yuzhen heard this and nodded fiercely in response. Okay, Patriarch. After talking to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yuzhen came to a training ground and he calmed down. Understand the changes in the panel. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Chunin. Entries, Genius, Gold, Uchiha, Purple, Fire Style, White, Wind Release, White, Uchiha Flow, White, Yin Style, Green, Sharingan, Green. Sure enough, when I awakened Sharingan because of Uchiha, Purple. Yin Style just white with green edges. An entry for Sharingan also appeared. As soon as it appears, it is green. It seems that one Megatama is white. And Sharingan, the original book explains that it is the change of Yin style. Manjiki, or Eternal Manjiki, is the ultimate in Yin style. It seems. The two are linked in the system's judgment. And it's not just Sharingan that's changing. His own chakra, evolved by his bloodline. Growth has already begun. Uchiha's chakra amount is not comparable to Senju and Whirlpool. However, for ordinary people, it is definitely a big chakra user. When Yuzhen was carefully comprehending the changes, Kakashi also came here. Okay, here's the reward for this mission. He took the money bag. Uchiha Yuzhen raised his eyebrows and looked at Kakashi seriously. Kakashi, I am the only one in the current team. Have you considered what to do next? Chapter 3. Hearing this, Kakashi raised his eyes. He said calmly to Yuzhen. I didn't think much about it. You are the first person who agreed to continue the mission with me after forming a team with me. Uchiha Yuzhen also reacted at this time. The guy Kakashi in front of me is because of his father's suicide. Before entering the Minato class, he was extremely unsociable. I'm constantly changing teammates. When he thought of the Minato class, he thought of the entry. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito. The gold content of these two people. It must be exaggerated. Needless to say, Namikaze Minato, this period can be regarded as complete. Uchiha Obito is even more exaggerated. When you open your eyes, you will see a double Megatama. This performance is even more exaggerated than the reincarnation of Indra. Suzuki. Thinking of the Minato class, a flash of inspiration flashed in Uchiha Yuma's mind. If he remembered correctly, Kakashi graduated early. He entered the Water Gate class. As soon as Obito and Lin graduated, Minato's class was missing one person. It wasn't until Kakashi came in that it became a normal team. Uchiha Fugaku didn't mean to say, give yourself any gifts? At that time, ask him to speak up and see if he can help. Think about it. Uchiha Yuma faces Kakashi. He said farewell words. Then, Kakashi, call me when you have a mission. If there is something else in the clan, I will take the first step. No problem. Kakashi responded to Yuzhen calmly. Immediately afterwards, there was a whoosh sound. He used the instant body technique to disappear here. Yuzhen probably doesn't know yet at this moment. When he and Kakashi met here. In the Hokage building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is looking at this place using the telescope technique. Nanxiang, who is still in his prime, thought for a moment. 2 scrolls were written on the desk. He waved to Anbu who was waiting at the side. He handed over the scroll. Give one of the scrolls to Minato Jainin and one to Class Jainin. Hi. Anbu, who was kneeling on one knee, solemnly took the scroll and left the Hokage office in a flash. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and walked to the window. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said to himself with a heavy expression. It's not easy to find a team member who can accept Kakashi. He still cares about Kakashi. He didn't want this genius who had broken a series of records to continue to sink like this. It just so happened that Minato had just become the leader Jainin, and there were only 2 people in his class. A mediocre Uchiha. And a lovely medical genin, the 3-person team is still missing one. I thought that after this mission, Kakashi wanted to change teammates again, so I just pushed him over. Unexpectedly, he actually looked at this Uchiha in a different light. Then let's all go to the Watergate class together. I already have an Uchiha with me, so this one is not missing. Besides, Minato's power is indispensable in the village at this stage. He can't always lead genin. Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6. 4 years have passed and he is now 10 years old. He is very powerful and experienced. Being the squad leader when Minato is not in the class is more than enough. As for the 2 Uchiha, they became their own disciples. Will there be any problem? As a forbearance hero, he will lack this kind of ability. Anyway, these 2 Uchiha boys, looking at each other from side to side, have always been mediocre from the ninja school. It won't become a serious problem. The next day, at noon, Uchiha Yuma walked happily towards Uchiha Fugaku's mansion. He was looking forward to the gift. If I guessed correctly, it should be the secret ninjutsu given to me after I joined the team. This is just right for him as an orphan. Judging from the memory before awakening Sui, his dead parents were ninjas of the ninjutsu type. Uchiharu ninjutsu is very special. It's not the kind of Union village. Brutal chakra mode. It is a genre that combines the nature of collective jutsu, genjutsu, throwing jutsu, and fire style into one. Uchiha Shisui, who is still a 3-year-old child, is a grandmaster. Therefore, my current self lacks fire style ninjutsu above B level. And my own thoughts on the Minato class. All I can say is that Fugaku is the best thing he can do to help. If you can't help, you can only find a way to conquer Kakashi. It's best to form a so-called bond with him. Not long after. With thoughts in his head, Uchiha Yuzhen came to Fugaku's mansion. Something unexpected happened. At the entrance of the mansion, 7 or 8 Uchiha gathered. There are old and young, among them there is Fugaku. There was also a boy with goggles who looked familiar to him. Goggles, could it be Obito? What's going on? Before he could figure it out, Uchiha Fugaku saw Yuma arriving. He raised his brows, and he, who was originally serious, was actually smiling at this moment. Yuzhen-kun, here you go. After greeting Yuzhen, he pulled the boy with goggles over. He continued with a smile. This is Uchiha Obito, you all need to get along well in the future. Chief Fugaku? This is... Yuzhen was a little confused. Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden, and? Brother Tuzi? Why do you want to get along well with him in the future? Yuzhen-kun, let's talk in detail inside. Fugaku held Yuzhen with one hand and Obito with the other, and was about to take them to his home. At this time, those few Uchiha is also at the entrance to Fugaku's mansion. One of the hedgehog-headed old men lowered his eyes. He said in a deep voice. Fugaku-kun, are you really going to do this? He pointed at Yuzhen and Obito, who had circled eyes and was completely confused. Everyone knows what level of ninja these two are. Do we really expect them to fulfill our long-cherished wish? Hearing the words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression also darkened. He turned his head and faced the old man. Said word for word. That is the village's arrangement, and it is not something we can arbitrarily interfere with. Besides, I don't think Yuzhen-kun is that bad. Master Fugaku, what's going on? Uchiha Yuzhen heard this and asked Fugaku hurriedly. He had to ask, could this posture be? Seeing Yuzhen asked. Uchiha Fugaku said with some emotion. Things were said about him. What? I was arranged by the village to become Obito's teammate. Something unexpected happened. He automatically became Minato's student before he told Fugaku about it. So do you understand? Boy, you should give up that spot. The village can agree that the two Uchiha will become disciples of the Hokage lineage. What this opportunity represents, you Uchiha bottom, don't need to know. You guys, all you need to do is obey orders. At the moment Uchiha saw Yuzhen and Obito, they both heard Fugaku's explanation. Immediately spout these words. Who do you look down on, you guy? Obito's mind was not spinning fast, but he had no idea who was on his side. Still very clear. Seeing that the other person had no good intentions, he impulsively rolled up his sleeves and took a step forward. How brave! A brown-haired boy next to Uchiha set off. Saw this scene. After giving a shout, he leaned forward at a speed that Obito couldn't react to. Raise your hand and hit him in the face. Snap! The sound of fists clashing was heard, and Yuzhen opened the scarlet Sharingan, blocking the brown-haired young man's attack on Obito. Yuzhen exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a cold voice, what a rude person. You know, this is the doorstep of Lord Fugaku's house. Then, he held Obito's shoulder with one hand and protected him behind him. That moment, the red light that only he can see lights up from Obito's body. Red entry. Chapter 4. Boy, you're the one who wants to show off, right? The brown-haired boy snorted coldly. His eyes trembled slightly, and Sharingan, who was the same Megatama as Yuzhen, unfolded his eyes. However, you picked the wrong opponent. I am a genius in my family. Uchiha Rice Fire. The charming eyes meet each other. Let Yuzhen at this moment. No time to pay attention. Top entry obtained from Obito. Whoosh! The two figures disappeared instantly. All of a sudden, the two of them had more than 10 physical collisions in this small venue. What? Was this guy really a mediocre person who was assigned to study in a ninja school? Uchiha was shocked inexplicably. The young man opposite, the use of Sharingan and the connection of physical skills. It can be said to be impeccable. Wrong. He should be stronger than himself. To distance yourself, use ninjutsu. Or so he thought. Yuzhen will not do what he wants. He knows very well what his weak points are. The system awakened too late, my own foundation is too weak. At this moment, he can compete with this person. There are some well-known fighting geniuses in the clan. That is the power of the genius. Gold, entry. That sentence on the entry, coping ability increases beyond domain. Let your brain be activated, it doesn't matter if Uchiha Flow, white, is white. It doesn't matter if the other entries are all white. With this golden entry and his own tactics, he can defeat this guy in front of him. With his left hand, he took out the smoke bomb from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it forward. Bang! The venue was instantly filled with smoke. The collision between Yuzhen and Uchiha happened within 10 seconds. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku reacted and his face darkened. Raise your hands and speak to stop this farce. That's enough. You. Fugaku-kun, don't be anxious, now is the time to see each other clearly. At this moment, Uchiha hurriedly blocked Fugaku's mouth. Everything went as planned, the fight started. The boy named Yuzhen did surprise him for a moment. A talent that was previously judged to be mediocre actually had the day to open his eyes. However, it can be seen from the fight just now. Dao Huo's basic skills are far superior to that kid's. Let Dao Huo defeat this boy and let him retreat. It's also a good thing. He thought so, but Fugaku looked angry. A moment lasts. He hadn't finished his words yet. Changes in the field. Let everyone open their eyes. Another Uchiha Yuma appeared behind Inabi. There is a special steel wire wrapped around the hand. The end of the wire. It is Uchiha Inari's neck. This is not over yet. Yuzhen's hand also has the fire style's ending seal yin. Senior Dao Huo, it seems I have won. Seeing Yuzhen's raised corners of his mouth, he felt ridiculed. His face twisted for a moment. Transfiguration and shadow clone. You kid, you actually cheated. If you have the ability, try it again. I was careless just now and didn't dodge it. Senior, we are ninjas, what's wrong with cheating? Saying. Yuchen smiled proudly. Also, stop making such outrageous remarks. This will only show your weakness. You're so awesome, Yuma-kun. Obito on the side cheered excitedly at this moment. He saw this battle most clearly. At the moment when the smoke filled the air, Yuma threw out a kunao. After being flashed by Dao Huo, another Yuchen appeared behind him. Next, it's very simple. Wire traction, this Uchiha's specialty. At that moment, it wrapped around Dao Huo's neck. Well, Elder Satsuna has nothing to say now. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He had a gloomy expression just now, but now he was smiling. Humph! Useless trash! Let's go! Uchiha Satsuna called out with a sullen face. He turned around and left with a few of his men. When passing by Yuzhen, he stared at him with cold eyes. It seems that this boy is not on the same side as me. Did he choose Fugaku or Konoha? After awakening the Sharingan, his talent has increased too much. If he continues to oppose me, I don't know. He didn't say what he was thinking, but grabbed Dao Huo, who had been released by Yuzhen but was lowering his head in depression. He walked out of Fugaku's residence. After awakening the Sharingan, Yuma-kun really became a genius. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He couldn't help but sigh. Awaken the Sharingan with double Megatama after completing a quest. Next, the talent is driven by Sharingan. Achieved substantial growth. And use it for yourself. This person will eventually become a legitimate Hokage. Cool. Super cool. This is what Fugaku is thinking at this moment. Yuma-kun, are you really that powerful after awakening the Sharingan? Uchiha Obito asked Yuma excitedly. Uchiha Yuma, judging from the taunting of that hateful elder just now. Like me before, he hadn't awakened Sharingan. Compared with ordinary ninjas, they may be pretty good. But they are always the last in the clan. This awakening of Sharingan, Kamui was born. Obito, who uses eye drops every day, can't help but care. Yes, Obito-san. After you awaken the Sharingan, you will definitely be stronger than me. This is true. Yuma has now seen what the red light that just came out of Obito is. As expected of the owner of Kamui. As expected, he is a genius who has no cheats and has double Megatama Sharingan upon awakening. Throw away wisdom. Obito's specialness is even more special than the reincarnation of Indra. Check out this entry. Eyes of the Divine Realm, red. This is proof that Uchiha is connected to the essence of the sacred tree, transcending cause and effect and dimension. When Uchiha activates the power of God, he will gain powerful divine arts. Good job! What is the essence of the sacred tree? What does it mean that if you activate the power of God you will gain divine arts? I just want to know why you have Obito's Manjiki technique. It is stronger than the ordinary Samsara Eye technique. After a long time, you were ahead of the curve early on, in the Eye era and the Tattoo era. Playing with Satsuki's divine arts. No wonder Kamui is so unsolvable. The system's information was churning in my mind. That information told me that this entry is only available after opening Manjiki. Only then will the entry blossom and bear fruit. Eyes of the Divine Realm, Red, will grant oneself the Eye technique to reach the realm of divine magic. Uchiha Fugaku saw the two boys getting along well. He shook his head and laughed. Follow me inside, since you are all under Minato Janin's command. I have given you a gift that will be helpful. Everything is ready inside. Chapter 5. Yuma and Obito, followed Fugaku. Entered his house. In the living room, there is a gentle and beautiful black-haired wife. He served the tea with a warm expression. At this moment, Fugaku's serious face was melted by this gentle man. He faced everyone present, especially Yuma and Obito. He smiled gently and said, I almost forgot to introduce you, this is my wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto bowed slightly politely, Yuzhen-kun, Obito-kun, thank you for your support to Fugaku. After saying this, he pushed the gate of opening and exited the reception room. Uchiha Yuma, watching all this, I was filled with emotion. This is called Yamato Nadeshiko. When you are successful, they will be your good helpers. No further talk, this is the gift I am going to give you. Uchiha Fugaku was talking about business. The efficiency is still very efficient. He is indeed very resourceful in important matters. But he can execute such small things very efficiently. Hearing Fugaku's words, Yuzhen and Obito both looked towards the table pointed at by Fugaku. There was a very thick scroll placed there. In Yuzhen's eyes, this scroll is a little smaller than the sealed book that Naruto stole from the Hokage office. It seems that this is part of Uchiha, with no hidden background. Other senju can give a sealed book as big as Konoha village. As an old enemy for thousands of years, they have a copying weapon like Sharingan. Uchiha's ninjutsu collection, compared to the Senju clan. There will only be more, not less. Patriarch, is this? While Yuzhen was still thinking, Obito asked Fugaku directly. Glancing at Obito who was full of doubts, Fugaku smiled slightly and explained. This is part of the ninjutsu that our Uchiha clan has collected for thousands of years. Here, if you want to learn anything, just pick it out, but it's limited to 2 techniques. No, I don't want to give you more, but that will require you to make meritorious deeds in the future. Awesome, Patriarch! Uchiha Obito cheered, and then took Yuzhen's hand. Yuzhen-kun, let's take a look together. Uchiha Yuma didn't say any modest nonsense. After nodding solemnly, he also started to read the scroll. It is different from the Great Fireball, Phoenix Sage Fire, and Fire Dragon series taught by the Uchiha clan. In this scroll, it can be said that there are 5 flowers and 8 gates. After a quick glance, Yuchen decided in her mind what to study. In the case of fire style, just specialize in Uchiha's traditional ninjutsu. The fire style favored by the millennium-old ninja world's wealthy families is basically impossible to be weak. Great fireball technique, mercy, etc. After I traveled through time, living in this reality was just a joke. Wind escape, white, entry on the panel. It has been explained that my chakra attribute is wind. Lord Fugaku, I want to learn this and this ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows. He looked a little surprised. Yuzhen-kun, I can still understand the wind release and pressure technique. It is another chakra attribute of yours. But Uchiha fire formation, this barrier's technique is very difficult. It requires a certain knowledge of sealing techniques. Uchiha Yuzhen also nodded in agreement. The corners of his mouth curved slightly and he said in a pleasant tone. Lord Fugaku, you are right. But, I and Obito-san's leader Jainin Namikaze Minato. His new wife is from the Uzumaki clan, right? Oh, Uchiha Fugaku understood this kid's plan and shook his head with a smile. Sly boy, so be it. You guys should come to my house often these days and memorize the knowledge about ninjutsu. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 days later. Konoha village, a training ground far away from the village. Uchiha Yuma, the fire style is formed in her hand. It ends with the last yin seal. He gathered the chakra in his mouth. Spit forward. Fire style Touku. A small fireball spit out from Yuzhen's mouth and hit the lake next to the training ground at an extremely fast speed. The moment it landed on the surface of the lake, the fireball instantly spread into a sea of fire. This is not over yet. Uchiha Yuzhen had been holding seals in his hands as early as when the small fireball flew away. Wind escape press damage. The high-pressure wind ball, which was like a natural disaster, met the sea of fire at that moment. Flames and hurricanes danced together at this moment. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the small lake set off a shocking wave, with a terrifying heat wave carrying scorching steam. The place is covered in ninjutsu with overwhelming destruction. So awesome. Yuzhen-kun, you are really too strong. Obito, who was practicing tree climbing on the side, opened his mouth wide when he saw this destructive power. He has always rarely convinced others, but at this moment he was facing the little friend of the clan whom he had just met. It is true recognition. His talent is above his own. I learned this technique at the same time as Yuzhen-kun. Now look at the damage caused by people using ninjutsu. Looking at myself. I am still learning the tree climbing and water treading skills taught by Yujen because of chakra control issues. Now I can barely finish climbing the tree. Hey, don't worry, Obito-san. When you awaken Sharingan, this will be easy. Yuzhen took a deep breath and adjusted his body after consuming a lot of chakra. He responded to Obito's exclamation with a smile. Before Obito turned black, he was still a very easy to get along with. It is different from choosing to suppress and fire the formation. Obito chose head hard work, the art of Great Dragon Fire. The Great Fire extinguishes the arrow, and the Great Fire extinguishes the arrow. Didn't see it on that scroll. It's normal, after all, it already belongs to Uchiha's fire style secret technique. You definitely can't simply teach the two of you. That lunatic attacked, even though he said. The power of fire style depends on the user's ability rather than its level. However, Great Fireball and Great Fire are extinguished, and you use the same chakra to contribute. The effect obtained is definitely different. This kind of ninjutsu, which is considered a sure kill move in regular battles, seems to have to be learned in the future. However, he has grown so quickly these days. It all depends on. That day after defeating Uchiha Inari. Combat value gained. As a well-known genius in the clan, Inoho is considered a special Jainin in terms of combat power. If I hadn't used Naruto's tactics that day, let him react, and he will probably lose. Special Jainin is different from Chunin. It belongs to, and in some aspects has reached the level of Jainin. And the honorary title given. But in the system, the judgment is directly Jainin. The combat value given is calculated according to Jainin. Combat value is a reward given by the system according to the level of defeated enemies. Use it to upgrade the entry. In the system's judgment, Genin 1 point, Chunin 10 points, Jainin 100 points, Shadow 1000 points, Super Shadow 10,000 points, 6 Paths level 100,000 points. Upgrading the entries is also very simple. White rises to green for 10 points, green rises to blue for 100 points. And so on. White is the lowest equals Genin, red is the highest equals 6 paths. 100 points obtained by defeating Dao Huo. Put fire style, white, wind release, white, and Uchiha style, white, respectively. All upgraded to green. Then, something magical happened. When your own foundation is raised to this level, the combination of genius, gold, and Uchiha, purple, gave me greater help. 5 days. From the power of these 2 entries. Those green level entries. After my own hard practice. From green to blue again. That's all. Own panel. It has become what it is now. Chapter 6. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, special Jonin. Entries, genius, gold, Uchiha, purple, fire style, blue, wind release, blue, yin style, blue, Sharingan, green, Uchiha flow, blue, eye of God's realm, red. Combat value, 80. Looking at this panel, Uchiha Yuzhen felt excited. I spent 20 points on myself to upgrade the entry. Genius and Uchiha interact to make green rise to blue. Use your strength to become a Jonin. Although this Jonin's strength is in the system's judgment, belongs to the level of ordinary Jonin. But it's strong enough. You must know that Jonin in the 5 great ninja villages and Jonin in other villages are different concepts. In the same way, the Jonin in Konoha is stronger than the Jonin in the other 4 major ninja villages. A little bit stronger in terms of strength. When Uchiha Yuzhen was thinking about this, Uchiha Obito looked at the sky and felt it was a little late, so he paced back. Yuzhen, what are you thinking about? It's nothing. I'm just wondering if Minato Jonin, who I'm going to meet tomorrow, will be easy to get along with. About this, Yuzhen, you don't have to worry. Minato-sensei and I have been in contact with Lin. He is a gentle and powerful ninja. Really? Then I'm relieved. I still believe Obito's words. Hearing this, Obito wiped his nose sheepishly. He hurriedly pointed to the sky and said to Yuzhen. It's getting very late, let's go back. Uchiha stood up and dusted himself off. Okay, then Obito, let's meet tomorrow. Okay, Yuma. Early the next morning, Uchiha Yuzhen arrived early and notified the Minato class meeting place written on the scroll. It was a training ground located next to the Death Forest. Entering the center of the venue, Yuzhen saw the white-haired boy. Yuzhen raised his hand, smiled and said hello. Hey Kakashi, you're still so early. Kakashi, still the same, nodded and responded with an expressionless expression. Punctuality is a ninja's code and must be followed. You're still the same. Yuchen shook his head helplessly and sighed, scanning the surroundings with his eyes, and continued with some surprise, just the 2 of us. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Well, it's just the 2 of us. There are still a few minutes. If they don't come, we'll change teams. At this time, he was dealing with ninjas who did not abide by the ninja rules and were not punctual. There is no good impression. Fortunately, when it is almost time to arrive, the meeting time on the notification is coming. A cute girl trotted over. Seeing that there were already people waiting in the field, she hurriedly quickened her pace. When he came to the field, he didn't even see anyone clearly. Just bow at 90 degrees. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin. Kakashi looked at the familiar face in front of him and shouted in surprise. Lin bowed and heard a familiar voice. He quickly raised his body and exclaimed. Kakashi. You are one of the 2 people arranged to get involved. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something. She held her blushing face and smiled. It's great, we can become teammates with Kakashi. I saw these 2 people on the side ready to chat. Uchiha Yuma also spoke. It's time to celebrate when you 2 old classmates meet, but don't forget me. As he said that, he stretched out his hand, let me meet you. My name is Uchiha Yuma, and I am also a ninja who will join your class. Returning to God, the gentle Nohara Lin's face turned even redder. She was so excited to see Kakashi that she ignored the people next to her. She was so gentle that she felt embarrassed. Sorry, my name is Nohara Lin, please give me your advice in the future. At this moment, a hissing sound. A golden light flashed, and a handsome young man with yellow hair appeared on the field. He looked at everything in front of him with a smile. He spoke gently. Very good, everyone knows each other. But why haven't you seen Obito-kun? Hearing this, Nohara Lin helplessly explained for Obito. Teacher, we have met twice before. Obito, he should be helping the old lady cross the road right now, that's why he's late. Thinking of the enthusiastic Uchiha, Namikaze Minato didn't care that he was late. Yet, Obito is a good boy. Let's wait for him. He should be here soon. When everyone is gone, let's introduce him together. At this moment, Kakashi no longer cares about what his leader Janin said. Late, and seriously late. Even Obito, his old classmate from ninja school. At this moment, he also felt very impatient. When his leader Janin finished speaking, his throat moved. When I was about to say something. Uchiha Obito, outside the training ground. Wearing his goggles, he ran all the way over. When he came in front of several people, he took a few breaths. Hey! Finally we're here. I saw him clasping his hands together with an apology on his face. Sorry, I was just helping the old lady go home, so I got here a little late. Humph. I hope it won't be like this next time. The words Kakashi was about to utter before turned into this cold snort. Hey? Kakashi. It's you. Obito spotted Kakashi at this moment and jumped up. When he was in school, he was very unhappy with this guy. Nothing else, just because Lin's eyes were always on him. I feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, I saw the ninja who wanted to join his class. With Kakashi, the sense of urgency in his heart was immediately filled. Is there any problem, Obito-san? Kakashi responded to Obito lightly. Obito, don't be so prejudiced against Kakashi. Let's get along well in the future. Nohara Lin answered with a smile. Hearing this, Obito felt as if he had been shot in the heart by an arrow. Damn, the school moment feeling is coming. Bang bang bang. Seeing that everyone was ready, Minato Namikaze clapped his hands. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, he said slowly. Then let's introduce each other. Obito, Lin, and Kakashi are all first-year students, so they are already familiar with each other. Then, he looked at Uchiha, just introduce yourself. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuma turned to the people present. He solemnly introduced himself. I, Uchiha Yuma, Konoha Genin. My favorite food is meat, there is no food I particularly dislike. The dream is, to live in a peaceful world and be free. A very simple vision. After hearing this, Minato Namikaze stretched out his hand, then please introduce myself. Namikaze Minato, currently a Konoha Genin, dreams of becoming a Hokage while protecting the one he loves most. Yuzhen-kun, please give me your advice in the future. He held Namikaze Minato's extended hand tightly. Uchiha Yuzhen responded excitedly. Okay, Minato-sensei. With the touch of hands, a rainbow of light emerged from Namikaze Minato's body. Yuzhen stared at the brightest golden light among them. A thought came to my mind. System, extract this brightest golden entry. Chapter 7. There was a flash of fluctuation that only Yuzhen could see. The golden light of the entry was extracted from Namikaze Minato's body by the system. The golden entry was displayed on the panel and materialized in his mind. Son of time and space, gold. This is proof that you can fly freely in time and space. You are the unique descendant of time and space. Ultra-high amplitude enhancement of spatial perception. Significantly improve reflex nerves. He finally knew. Why is the Flying Thunder God developed by second generation in his hands, Senju Tobirama? You can only teleport yourself. But the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was able to take this a step further. Expand the Flying Thunder God technique style. Become universal. It's no worse than those Tsutsuki magic arts. It seems that everything is because of Namikaze Minato's extremely powerful time and space talent. However, now is not the time to get lost in installing entries. Yujan quickly put down the hand he was holding. He turned around and walked to where he was with his three friends. When I saw several subordinates, they all seemed to be waiting for his orders. Namikaze Minato smiled and took out 3 bells from the ninja bag on his waist. Next, I will use these bells to test you. Only those who pass the test will become real ninjas. When seeing this familiar famous scene, Uchiha Yuzhen said in his heart, what a good guy. The traditional fixed routine of the Hokage line? Being familiar with this routine, he took a step forward. Said directly to Namikaze Minato. Teacher, it's better to state the rules directly so that we can make a response plan. He said that on purpose. The core of this exam routine is to see teamwork. If I ask this question now, Minato Namikaze will agree to listen to the test content. We make targeted disagreements. So with this argument of unity, we are qualified from the very beginning. If you don't agree? Hey. Kakashi is already considered a mission veteran. Will definitely react. When the time comes, cooperate with yourself to guide Obito and Lin. Fight together. No matter we win or lose, we will pass the assessment. And, what a smart person Namikaze Minato is, when he heard Yuma's question. See his eager look. Just know the purpose of your own assessment. The Uchiha boy in front of me had already touched him clearly. He was filled with admiration for this intelligence. The routine has been figured out. He is smart and knows that no matter how he answers next. Yuma and Kakashi are 2 ninjas who already have a lot of mission experience. Everyone will understand the core of this exam. He wants to understand. He immediately followed the trend. Tell the bell about the test requirements. After listening to Namikaze Minato's explanation, the 4 of Uchiha Yuzhen huddled in a corner of the training ground. What are they discussing? Everyone should be very clear. We need to work together to snatch those 3 bells. As for the future, Minato-sensei said that one person will eventually be eliminated. Uchiha Yuzhen said this and glanced at everyone. He continued. You should all know that it is a lie. Hearing this, Kakashi and Lin's expressions were both calm. Yuzhen was very pleased, needless to say, Kakashi. No Harurin is a girl who can sense the core of the exam and does not waver. Deserving of the status of a genius medical ninja. Only. Minato-sensei's words threatening us were false. Kenji's Obito, I wouldn't have thought of it. This thought ended in Yuzhen's heart along with Obito's question. He faced Obito helplessly. Detailed explanation. Yes, Obito, just listen to our combat arrangements. Tisk. I feel like I'm being underestimated. No, Obito's power is indispensable. Then don't turn your head when you say this. As the slapstick ends. After a brainstorming session, Uchiha Yuma walked out of this venue first. He smiled slightly at Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei, let's start now. At this moment, Yuzhen is very confident. Ask why. While discussing tactics with Kakashi and the other 3, he has already asked the system to install the entry Sun of Time and Space, Gold. That moment, Kakashi's Genius, Gold, entry lit up slightly on the panel. Yuma hasn't learned time-space ninjutsu yet, and her spatial perception has been strengthened to a very high degree, so she doesn't feel any changes. The so-called significantly improve reflex nerves. But with the help of the Genius entry, Master it instantly. That moment, he could feel that his reflexes had experienced an exaggerated increase. This is an even more exaggerated response than Sharingan. No wonder Namikaze Minato was able to kill dozens of Genin in an instant. This level of reflex nerves cooperates with Flying Thunder God. It's simply a magical skill at cooking. At this moment, even if you don't have time and space ninjutsu, you will become stronger. When Yuzhen is carrying you. With the confidence of this talent, he spoke to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded slightly. Then let's get started. Your battle plan should be that you take the lead. Yes. After Uchiha responded, chakra quickly surged into his eyes. Buzz. His eyes trembled slightly. Sharingan with double Megatama appears. Make quick seals in your hands. Fire style great fireball technique. Fireballs with super impact were spit out from his mouth, accompanied by hot air waves. Attacked towards Namikaze Minato. Several people outside the court saw Uchiha Yuzhen and took action. They also began to take action. In an instant, this training ground began to shatter in the collision of ninjutsu, and taijutsu. Obito was shocked. It's different from the fight with rice fire. At this moment, Yu is really moving at an unparalleled speed. And the ability to cope. To compete with a real Konoha Genin to such an extent? Is it because of Sharingan? Obito bit his lip unwillingly, the desire for Sharingan in his heart was at this moment. Reach the top. Obito, don't be distracted, Yuzhen-kun is trying hard to involve the teacher. Lin stood aside and took out the shuriken from the ninja bag. Seeing that Obito was distracted, she hurriedly reminded him. Okay. Linear. In response to Lin, Obito raised his head and began to form seals in his hands. Seeing this, Nohara Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As someone who is often courted by Obito, she also had a rough idea of why Obito was distracted. This senior Yuzhen is indeed very strong. As a medical ninja, her eyesight is not that great. However, a ninja who can switch smoothly between taijutsu and ninjutsu. Its maturity speaks for itself. More importantly, this Genin opposite. For someone who was born as a commoner, she was like a thunderbolt. A young civilian hero, he became a powerful ninja with the title of Yellow Flash. Unlike Obito and Lin, Kakashi, who was speeding aside, was the one who was really shocked. When I was a teammate with him before. This guy's strength is that of Genin who is about to reach the Chunin realm. Who will tell him now? How did Yuzhen become so strong? The yellow-haired Genin opposite, judging from his movements. Replace Yuzhen with yourself at this moment. I don't necessarily act stronger than him. Glancing at the red eyes in Yuzhen's eyes. Is it because of Sharingan? A guy who was a Genin before would be so strong after awakening Sharingan? The thoughts in my heart are rolling, and the movements in my hands are not slow. An exhibition of Indian style. There was a crackling arc of electricity all over the body. Officially launched lightning style activation. Kakashi's speed suddenly increased. Added to the battle scene. Besieging Namikaze Minato with Yuma. Namikaze Minato easily dodged Kakashi's attack. With a relaxed look on his face, he calmly dealt with Yuzhen and Kakashi's attacks on him. But in my heart, I was surprised by Uchiha Yuzhen, this young man. I didn't use the Flying Thunder God just now. In other aspects, real effort has been put into it. That reaction nerve. If he feels right, it's almost the same as him, right? Otherwise, this kid would have been in his hands long ago. He thought deeply in his heart. Such reflex nerves, if you have the talent of time and space. His own improved Flying Thunder God. It seems that there is a successor. Chapter 8. At this time, Obito had just completed the seal. The throat gathers chakra that changes in the nature of fire. He spat at Namikaze Minato. Fire style great fireball technique. A huge impact fireball, under the output of Obito's chakra. Become extremely huge. With heat that could burn people to ashes, he flew to Namikaze Minato in an instant. Namikaze Minato was about to dodge. Boo-hoo-hoo. Dozens of shurikens struck from the left and right directions. It was no Harurin's ninja tool throw. And the only way out of this great fireball. Uchiha Yuma and Hokage Kakashi, two people. He was holding a ninja sword there, waiting eagerly. At this moment, Namikaze Minato seemed to have no way out. You guys are pretty good. Although your cooperation is a bit unfamiliar due to the unfamiliar relationship. However, based on the key points of this assessment, you have passed. Tier. There was a flash of golden light. Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared in an instant. All of a sudden, he appears in Yuma and Kakashi. And behind Obito and Lin. Bang 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 bang. What's going on? Minato-sensei took us. Is this the Flying Thunder God? So powerful. Damn it, you lost like this. What's going on? As a medical ninja, I can't control chakra. The four people fell to the ground instantly, and black runes appeared on their bodies. The chakra system under its interference has been considered paralyzed. Let several of them collapse directly to the ground. I'm very satisfied that you passed the exam. Namikaze Minato looked at the disciples who fell on the ground with a smile. These few can reflect the core content of the exam in a timely manner. This is also used to start the first cooperation. Regardless of whether the bell is grabbed or not, in terms of team unity, it is already considered qualified. Yujan, who fell to the ground, stretched out his hands to push himself up. Facing Namikaze Minato, he smiled slightly. Sure enough, Minato-sensei's goal is to see if we can achieve preliminary unity. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato didn't refute. He patiently explained. Yuzhen-kun is right, that is indeed my purpose. You and Kakashi are a little special, so this test is to see if the team can work together. After all, I'm worried about you who have been on missions, especially Chen-'s Kakashi. There will be discrimination against fresh graduates like Obito and Linear. After hearing Namikaze Minato's patient explanation, several people in the venue felt that it made sense. Only Kakashi, as if he was right, turned his head awkwardly. Namikaze Minato observed everything with a smile. I didn't even miss Kakashi's little expression. He felt a little funny in his heart. Anyway, to celebrate the founding of the Watergate class, let's go have barbecue. Really? Minato-sensei. Real. Long live Minato-sensei. Mo Obito, please be more reserved. Kakashi and Yuma are not as excited as you. Lin, don't say that to me. In this joyful atmosphere, they walked towards the barbecue restaurant. Time flies. A month has passed since the establishment of the Minato class. This morning, Uchiha Yuma, pack your ninja tools. Facing the early morning sun, we walked out of the Uchiha clan land that is still located in the center of Konoha. He strode towards a training ground. Not long after, when he arrived at the venue, he first sat cross-legged under the shade of a tree. During this time, he and Kakashi, working with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, they are doing basic D-rank missions. The main purpose is to allow the two fresh graduates to quickly become familiar with the task process. Accumulate a certain amount of experience and practice for a period of time. Speaking of practice, Uchiha Yuzhen is very satisfied with the gains during this period. Genius, Gold, and Uchiha, Purple, both begin to shine as time goes by. During this period of time, the level of pupil power of my own Sharingan has reached the level of 3 Megatama. The Sharingan, blue, displayed on the panel is proof. Blue is the 3 Megatama, then purple is the Manjiki, not to mention gold, definitely the eyes of eternity. The top level of the Samsara Eye is red, as for the upward Samsara Sharingan. We'll see how the system determines it then. He didn't say what he was thinking. Thinking of what he had to do next, Yuzhen cut off his thoughts. Standing up, his eyes trembled, scarlet and voluptuous Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and 3 megatamas slowly rotated in them. Chiang! He drew out his ninja sword with a cold glow. A thought came to my mind. The blazing flames wrapped around the ninja sword. Yuzhen gently turned the handle of the knife and swung it forward. Uchiha-style sword leaping fire. The crescent-shaped flames flew and slashed, flying forward into the distance. Tear! In an instant, this ferocious fire slash crossed dozens of meters in front before dissipating in the void. Then he stepped a little further. Boom! His afterimage appeared in the training ground within a 50-meter radius. After a while, he stopped and calmed down the chakra surging in his body. Sure enough, Uchiha's nintaijutsu is the most suitable for me at the moment. The Uchiha-style nintaijutsu is the one Shisui often uses in the original work. This is a ninjutsu that combines swordsmanship, fire style, genjutsu, and teleportation. Before I had awakened to Suhui's parents, I had this part of the secret passed on to me. After the clan leader established the Fugaku faction, the knowledge of the Uchiha Ryu had long been opened to him. Blessed by the entries of genius and children of time and space. During this period, he discovered that this style of play suited him best. Instead, ninjutsu turret-type combat method. It will also waste him because of the entry children of time and space. Obtain super reflex nerves. Yuma stops practicing the Uchiha style every day. He took out a scroll from his arms. He slowly opened it, looking a little excited. This is the scroll of the Flying Thunder God. As early as some time ago, Namikaze Minato was shocked because of his nervous reaction speed. Find him and give this scroll to him. Let him go back and study. As expected of little Sun Wave Feng Shuman, as long as the conditions are right. Even if his disciple is Uchiha, he will teach him his trump card without any scruples. The energy, the infectious energy, the friendly attitude toward Uchiha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuzhen felt aroused by the awakening of Sui. Because I was an Uchiha, the uneasiness that had always existed dissipated a little. He made a decision in his mind. That sad future must be turned around with the utmost efforts. To do this, you need strength. Extremely powerful. It just so happens that Fei Lei Shen has been studying it for a while. This technique is neither an escape technique nor a bloodline technique. My panel is very straightforward. The moment I knew how to do it, I judged this technique as an entry. Thinking of this, his mind moved. The entry for Flying Thunder God is displayed on the panel. Flying Thunder God technique style, white, a space-time ninjutsu capable of general coordinate movement. If I remember correctly, the complete form of Flying Thunder God is not as simple as coordinate movement. It seems that I still need to work hard. Yesterday. After fully understanding the contents of the scroll, this entry appears in the panel. He experimented excitedly last night, and he could only use the Flying Thunder God with the white entry. There will be a lingering feeling after it appears. In short, it is not smooth. However, my current self. I need to upgrade this technique. See what changes can happen when you see green. Thinking of this, he had a thought in his mind. The 80 combat points in the system shook. The interpretation of Flying Thunder God has changed. Chapter 9. Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Green, a space-time ninjutsu capable of precise coordinate movement. Interpretations changed. The coordinates of what I said before are moved. What we are talking about now is precise coordinate movement. Wrong. Flying Thunder God is marked according to runes. To perform teleportation techniques. What is the difference between normal and precise? Aren't they all moving at marked points? Uchiha has what he can't understand, and he doesn't worry about it. On the spot, he raised his hand and slapped it on the ground. Wow! On the yellow land, a mark belonging to Yuzhen's flying thunder god appeared. That mark is Sharingan's 3 Megatama. Then, he jumped back and jumped to the top of a big tree about 50 meters away. Let me see what's the difference. Yuzhen lowered his eyes, and chakra gathered instantly. The black Uchiha traditional clothes on his body were blown by the air waves of chakra. Tear. There was a flash of black light. Uchiha Yuma appeared at the place where he had just marked it. He stood up immediately and closed his eyes for a moment. I see, the so-called precision is not the precision of position. But at the moment of moving in space, it makes the practitioner, that is, my perception of space more accurate. In this way, the flying thunder god I cast will not feel stuck. This allows the technique that is still in the experimental stage to be put into use immediately, from now on. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuzhen's mood became even better. Flying thunder god with green entry level. I want to jump into actual combat right away, like second Hokage and Namikaze Minato. Still somewhat unrealistic. He guessed that second Hokage was a flying thunder god that could only teleport. The level should be, flying thunder god with blue entry. The kind of Namikaze Minato that can expand to a large range of barriers. It should be purple or gold above purple. However, even if it cannot be put into actual combat. But it can be put into use immediately. He was also very happy. Being able to use it means that even if he encounters an enemy that he cannot defeat in the future, it can also save your life. After looking at the sky, Yuma realized that her friends should be arriving soon. He patted the dust on his body and put away his ninja sword and ninja tools. He came under the big tree and closed his eyes to rest. He is very satisfied with the growth during this period. Determining his fighting style and laying a solid foundation will make his fighting rhythm extremely smooth. Thus getting yourself on the panel. 10 points of strength can produce 12 points of effect. Avoid being like those Tsutsuki, who obviously played the king number, but ended up playing bronze. The progress of Flying Thunder God means that his life-saving ability has been greatly enhanced. My sense of security skyrocketed. The next step for me is to find ways to increase the amount of chakra. It is also best to add genjutsus so that you have no shortcomings in the 3 aspects of ninja, physical, and illusion. Didn't have to wait long. Kakashi and Obito and Lin. He slowly came to the training ground. Oh, you really worked hard, Yuma. Kakashi glanced at the traces of the training ground. I knew Yuzhen came to practice early. Uchiha Obito on the side also reacted at this time. He raised his hand, somewhat surprised. Yuzhen, you actually came to practice so early? How can you practice? I will work so hard starting tomorrow. Obito is really a little anxious at this moment. Yuzhen, a fellow member of the same race, before awakening the Sharingan. But in Elder Satsuna's judgment, it was the same as his evaluation of Crane Tail. Now that I have awakened my eyes, my talent has greatly increased. Still working so hard. With the goal of being Hokage, I must not continue to be lazy. Looking at the impassioned Obito, Nohara Lin gently smiled and encouraged. Come on Obito, becoming a Hokage has always been your dream. Now we have 2 geniuses in our team, Kakashi and Yuma-kun. You have to work harder. Oh don't worry, I will definitely do it. Lin. At this time, Namikaze Minato quietly came to the side of the training ground. As the pinnacle of ninja, this skill is to read on-site intelligence. He's also top-notch. He observed the field and suddenly saw a piece of land. The pupil shrank. Is that the mark of the Flying Thunder God? Yuzhen is indeed an Uchiha, and it looks exactly like a 3 Magatama. You actually learned this technique? And you can put it to use directly in just 1 month. Namikaze Minato was inexplicably shocked. Only he, who had learned Flying Thunder God from scratch, knew how difficult this technique was. Otherwise, this convenient technique. Nor in the decades after Lord Second Hokage passed away, He alone learned it. What he learned was learned, but it took time to start putting it to use. It also took 2 months that year. Although Yuzhen, as his disciple, has his own experience. Learn faster to understand. But after learning from his own sublimated flying thunder god, he can catch up with his 2-month self in 1 month. Doesn't it mean Uchiha Yuzhen's time and space talent is not inferior to him? What a shameless technique Flying Thunder God is, as the sublimator of this technique. He couldn't be more clear. It seems that I will really get along with you in the future. You should also take a look yourself. What is his inner vision? I hope that as an Uchiha, he will not deviate too far from the will of fire. However, he thought that this talented young man was his disciple. His heart became inexplicably happy again. Being a disciple means getting along for a long time. Then you can definitely have an impact on it. After thinking about it, he set off directly. A hissing sound. My lovely disciples, good morning. Namikaze Minato appeared on the scene and gave them a relieved smile. Starting today, we will take on sea-level missions. Several people in the field didn't have time to react to Minato's appearance. Who would have thought that they would suddenly hear these words, which were like sounds of nature to them? Uchiha Obito, jump right up. Oh, that's great, Minato-sensei, I didn't want to take on D-level missions for a long time. Obito, don't be too excited. No Harurin said this, but the corners of her mouth that couldn't be suppressed also represented her mood at the moment. But Uchiha Yuma and Hokage Kakashi are different. The two of them had just returned from a major mission a month ago. This month's D-level mission, in their opinion, is to cultivate and precipitate oneself. Upon hearing the good news at this moment, both parties just looked at each other and smiled. Bang bang bang! Seeing how excited Obito was, Namikaze Minato clapped his hands several times. After seeing everyone's attention, they all gathered around. He took out the scroll. This time we are going to escort a caravan to the country of tea. The client of the caravan has competitors in its country. So you have to brace yourself for this mission, because the competitor may. No. It's an absolute possibility. Please invite the hostile ninja village to come and obstruct it. Hearing this, several people didn't care. Don't worry, Uncle Obito will lead us and we will definitely complete the mission. Yes, there is Minato-sensei, Kakashi and Yuma-kun, there is absolutely no problem. Obito and Lin, who were in high spirits, both nodded in response to Minato Namikaze. Needless to say, Yuma and Kakashi. One person's eyes revealed determination and confidence. The look in one person's eyes revealed that mission is everything. And at the high cliff in the distance, a hero with long white hair, pointing at Yuma and the others, he said with some pride. See no, Tsunade, Orochimaru, my proud disciple Minato. It will also begin to lead the young shoots. Chapter 10. Orochimaru glanced at Minato-ban with his snake-like eyes. He didn't pay too much attention to Kakashi. As the son of White Fang, he was barely considered a high-level official and knew his information very well. But, what's going on with that Uchiha? As we all know, chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. At this moment, in his extremely keen perception system after transforming himself, the spiritual energy of this Uchiha imp, powerful and active to a fault, completely inconsistent with body energy. You know, it's not like he has never seen the Uchiha of the 3 Megatama and the Uchiha of the Sharingan who awakened on the spot. But there has never been a phenomenon like this kid. He licked his lips, that Uchiha brat, interesting. Someone can actually look into your eyes. Jiraiya was shocked and looked over. Hey? Which Uchiha is it? The more handsome one, right? Orochimaru. Tsunade's voice came, and she raised her eyebrows. Orochimaru didn't tell her that she didn't know that as a senju of the forest, her perception ability was even inferior to that of Master Second Hokage. It definitely shouldn't be underestimated. At this moment, she also noticed that the kid's yin-style energy seemed to be too active. She continued interestingly. Let's go over and take a look and you'll know what's going on. As a qualified ninja, even genin, the basic literacy is still there. Even though Obito and Lin cheered for a moment, they began to fall silent. Focus on the task. At this moment, they are carefully checking the condition of their own tools and materials one by one. Are you all ready? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile. Everything is ready. No problem. Everything is fine, Minato-sensei. Hearing the lively responses from the disciples, Namikaze Minato was also heartened. As a team teacher, he led the disciples on a mission out of the village. For him, it is also the first time in his life. Then everyone, let's go. Oh. Afterwards, several people followed Namikaze Minato and planned to walk out of the training ground. At this time, 3 squeaks. 3 figures appeared here. Hey Minato, today is your first time as a teacher in a group. We are here to give you our blessings. You won't blame us for coming without telling you. Namikaze Minato looked at the person who spoke, his brows filled with surprise. Wherever, it would be perfect for teacher Jiraiya to come and give blessings. After all, this is the blessing of an immortal. Hearing this, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth curled up. Ha 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 ha, yes. This immortal's blessing is so good. As he spoke, Jiraiya turned his head with a vulgar expression. He said to the beautiful Tsunade. Look, such a handsome disciple needs my blessing. Tsunade, do you need it? This sounds like there is no problem and anyone can give blessings. However, seeing the wretched look on Jiraiya's face, I understood that his blessing was definitely not that simple. Veins popped out in Tsunade's temples. She raised her fists and lowered her eyes. He comforted Jiraiya in a deep voice. Do you really want to give me a blessing, Jiraiya? Ah! Ha ha ha, you're kidding. At this moment, Jiraiya had a cold sweat on his face. He remembered the fear of being dominated by Tsunade's violent fists since he was a child. After hurriedly shouting, he turned to the people in the Minato class and said. You must be Minato's disciples. Yes, you are all energetic. Yuzhen and others didn't dare to trust him. The 3 people in front of me are all thunderous existences in Konoha, no. It should be said that in the ninja world. Several people responded at the same time. I've met Jiraiya-sama. Then he continued to the 2 people next to Jiraiya. And Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama. Seeing the greetings from several people, Orochimaru nodded calmly in response. Tsunade nodded boredly. No need to be so formal. Jiraiya shouted hurriedly, I am Minato's teacher, you are Minato's disciples, we are kissing. As these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Then Jiraiya continued. As Minato's disciples, this is your first mission out of the village as a group. I, Jiraiya, wish you once again that you will successfully complete your mission and return to Konoha safely. After hearing this blessing, several people bowed and responded. Thank you Jiraiya-sama for your blessing. At this time, Orochimaru asked Yuma. May I have your name? Hearing this, Yujan pointed at himself in surprise. Seeing Orochimaru's unmoved gaze, he realized that he was really asking himself. My name is Uchiha Yuma, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru stared at Yuma with interest. Slowly he opened his mouth to persuade. Yes, if you are promoted to Chunin or Jainin in the future, you can come and work in my department. Orochimaru. At this time, Jiraiya shouted in a deep voice, he is Minato's disciple, and he will make arrangements for himself in the future. And the department you're in isn't a good place either. Orochimaru laughed twice, took a step back, and said no more. Then Jiraiya stepped forward and patted Yuzhen on the shoulder. Reassuringly. Don't pay too much attention to what he said, kid. If anything happens to you in the future, as Minato's disciple and my disciple, you can come to me. Seeing this, Uchiha remained calm. Then Jiraiya patted himself on the shoulder. Brush it. Waves of rainbow light appeared in front of my eyes. There are no gold or red ones. But the blue-purple entry. So many. Much more than Namikaze Minato's purple entries. He had some guesses about this. Jiraiya is a genius, there is no doubt about it. However, there is also a gap between genius and genius. In the original work, he thought he had poor qualifications and mediocre talents. In contrast, Orochimaru, the super genius who can use mortal power to create a cursed seal for immortality and reincarnation. The immortal curse seal is simply a low-end version of Wedge. Use mortal wisdom to find out the secret of God. What a brilliant person he is! Just because he compares himself to Orochimaru, he is a bit arrogant. At this moment, when I look at it, Jiraiya red and gold entries are not available. But there are so many purples, which proves that Toad Sage, who is so powerful in later generations, is not in vain. An idea flashed in Yuzhen's mind. A thought came to my mind, system. Extract for me the entries that can best make up for the shortcomings. For a while there was only Uchiha Yuma. The visible extraction light flashed. Natural energy affinity, blue. This is proof of a person who is in harmony with nature. With this entry, you can absorb the power of nature. Effect, chakra lift is slightly enhanced, natural energy affinity is slightly enhanced. At this moment, Uchiha Yuzhen was a little confused. Why did the system extract a blue entry instead of a powerful purple entry? Etc. Just now, I was calling for system extraction. The entry that can best make up for the shortcomings. Which system is most suitable for you? Yes. In the Uchiha clan for thousands of years, there have been no ninjas practicing Sage mode. Even for a protagonist like Sasuke. Neither. Is it Uchiha, who doesn't have Sage mode qualifications? Did the system extract this entry just to make up for its shortcomings? Well, definitely so. At this time, Minato came over and started chatting with his three elders. After a while, Namikaze Minato turned around and walked in front of his disciple. Passionate words. Let's set off and bring our employer safely to the country of tea. Yes, Minato-sensei. Chapter 11. On the way to the country of tea, several people from the Shuman squad had been escorting the caravan for 3 days. The owner of the caravan was dissatisfied when he saw that there were only so many guards. However, when Namikaze Minato's name came out, he showed his ability to change his face on the spot. For all this, Uchiha Obito is envious. He and Yuzhen were in the other corner, conducting security patrols. Obito used an envious tone and expressed his emotions to Uchiha Yuzhen. Minato-sensei's name has begun to spread in the ninja world. When will my name, Uchiha Obito, be resounding throughout the ninja world? If I become famous. At this point, Obito glanced ahead. Lin forms a corner formation with Kakashi. Seeing Obito's current state, Uchiha Yu was really angry and funny. Brother Tuzi is indeed the #1 love brain in the ninja world. This goal in life is really inseparable from Nohara Rin at every step. Shaking his head, he said angrily to Obito. Don't think so much, do everything in front of you first. Hi. Hearing this, Obito responded weakly. Yuzhen ignored him and continued to monitor the surroundings. He was looking forward to an enemy attack, and Namikaze Minato was here. To put it harshly, it means that the boss is flying with him. This mission is secured. So, for him, this mission. The core is verification. In a real fighting environment, what level is he at? The entry I obtained from Jiraiya not long ago. Natural energy affinity, blue, is slowly showing its power. Regarding the affinity with natural energy, he does not have the Sage Mode cultivation method at the moment, and does not notice any changes in him. However, the amount of chakra increased slightly. It really gave him a surprise. Chakra is different from other energy systems. Isn't this an energy system that can be accumulated through inner strength, spiritual power, or magic power through daily practice? Chakra is rooted in constitution and bloodline. Want to continuously increase the amount of chakra by insisting on extracting chakra every day? Impossible. The so-called extraction of chakra means cash withdrawal for immediate use. You can extract as much as your physical limit. Physique and bloodline are what matter. He, Uchiha Yuma, is a member of the Uchiha clan. When the entries began to change his heaven-defying destiny, Uchiha's deep bloodline began to show its power. Don't really think that Uchiha's chakra is small. Then it depends on who you compare with, right? Compared with Senju and Whirlpool, it is indeed inferior. But compared to other people in the ninja world, Uchiha is a serious descendant of 6 paths. Really thought the amount of chakra would be less. During this time, the amount of chakra has been increasing rapidly. The amount of chakra not long ago was no less than that of Kakashi. Now, the so-called small enhancement of chakra directly caused his chakra amount to skyrocket. At least it is 1.5 times that of Kakashi. As the chakra increases, so does the physique. The increase in the amount of chakra makes Uchiha Yuzhen at this moment. I really need a fight to verify myself, what level I am in Jonin. The past few years since the end of the Second Ninja War, the contradictions in Ninja Village have not eased, and they are forced by the economic situation. The major ninja villages are fighting overtly and covertly for the employer's mission, and they are using all possible means. Because the Kingdom of Water is the Kingdom of Fire across the sea, Konoha and Kirigakura are on the coastline mission. Conflicts often occur. When the Minato squad was escorting the caravan and preparing to enter the country of tea on a beach, Jonin was hired as the leader to attack the caravan. Loquat Juzo, the leader of Kirigakura village, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He also obtained certain information. The leader of the opposing team is Minato Namikaze, a rising star in the ninja world who has recently gained fame and is beginning to be known as the Yellow Flash. Lord Juzo, should we be more cautious? Their attacking team consisted of neither too many nor too few people, about 10 in total. This sentence. It was said by a beautiful brown girl. Regarding his subordinate's advice, Biwaju did not comment. He's a ninja who has just started to gain a reputation. Judging from his so-called flashing title, he should be a speed-type ninja. It just so happens that speed-type ninjas are very dependent on sight. Our mist hidden technique just happens to restrain this type of ninja. Don't worry too much, Ming. Terumi Mei thought about it and agreed. The enemy has fewer people than ours, and we also have a famous ninja, such as Juzo-sama. The mist hidden technique is just right to cause trouble for speed-type ninjas. Many people versus few, famous ninja versus famous ninja, restraint in techniques. Winning is a sure thing. Qing, who was standing by, as a resourceful and perceptive ninja, heard the conversation between the two. I can't find any flaws. I just asked one more question out of some doubt. But according to the intelligence, that team seems to have 2 Uchiha. The department does not know the specific and detailed information. But, we have to guard against Sharingan. After listening to Qing's advice, Biwaju touched his chin. After thinking for a moment, he said solemnly. Indeed, the mist hidden technique can deceive the Sharingan. But they are not fools. Everyone knows there is something wrong when the impenetrable fog suddenly appears. In that case, the essence of the mist hidden technique is gone. After thinking about it for a while, he lowered his eyes. Everyone, it looks like we need to find a way to deal with those 2 Uchiha first. If anyone has confidence, please come forward. I won't force you. After all, this mission is risky. Among the people present, Only Terumi Mei opened her lips and said, "Let me do it, I promise he will die happily. In my hot kiss." Minato Namikaze walked ahead and saw fog in the jungle ahead. And the two sides of this aisle. There are too many water stains. As an experienced person, he immediately felt that there was something wrong. However, when he was about to send a secret signal to his disciples. But he wanted to test whether his disciples could still unite when facing real danger. After all, this is different from an exam, it is a real fight. This is the time when you can see people most clearly. In particular, he wants to see Uchiha Yuma's performance and choice. It doesn't matter whether he has the will of fire, it only matters whether he wants to protect his companions. After thinking about it, he held back. However, Minato's plan was a miscalculation. This is the first time that Yuzhen has faced such a situation since awakening his wisdom. Based on his original body's previous experience, he just felt like he was watching a movie. I felt uneasy when I saw the water stains on both sides of the road and the fog ahead. Another glance at Kakashi. He thought about the situation of Kakashi Bamba's mission. Unable to stop thinking about him, he immediately gathered chakra towards his eye sockets. Scarlet 3 Magadama Sharingan turns. Good job. The hidden water stain in the grass on the road ahead actually had a violent chakra reaction. And the fog ahead can actually block Sharingan's vision? Uchiha Yuma immediately reminded. Everyone be careful, there is an ambush at 10 and 14 o'clock ahead. And my Sharingan couldn't see through the thick fog in that forest. It must be the mist hiding technique. It's an enemy attack. Crash. As soon as Yuzhen finished speaking, 6 ambushing mist ninjas jumped out from both sides. The slender brown-haired girl said to her subordinates, "Go help Ching and get rid of those 3 little devils. As for this Uchiha who saw through our actions, just let me make out with him." Chapter 12. Seeing the familiar long brown hair, as well as the beautiful and delicate face, and the slim figure, Uchiha Yuzhen knew that he had met an acquaintance Terumi Mei. But, who will tell him? Why can these people be so relaxed? Cross the Namikaze Minato ahead. Is it a test? Absolutely. Yuzhen couldn't complain in her heart, this was indeed a consistent routine. Kakashi tested Naruto, and Sasuke seemed to have learned from Minato. "Brother, how dare you get distracted while fighting with me?" Terumi Mei jumped into the air and saw Yuzhen in a trance, not knowing what she was thinking. He sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. "Suhai Yinjoziu. Then let my hot kiss cheer you up." As she finished speaking, her lips bulged. Lava style, the art of melting monsters. All she saw was a stream of highly corrosive viscous liquid spitting out of her mouth. The solution turned into a terrifying torrent, rushing towards Yuzhen. This blood inheritance boundary that combines water style and earth style chakra can be said to be able to dissolve all things. Ben and Sasuke's Susanoo were both dissolved by it. How dare Uchiha Yuzhen be careless? Little sparks began to ignite in his body, and then some illusory flames began to ignite. Tear. Yuzhen dodged this move lava style with incredible speed. Clang. The ninja sword was unsheathed, glowing with hot fire. Uchiha style 4-direction slash. The cold light filled with powerful fire thrust forward like an arrow. What's going on? Terumi Mei opened her eyes wide, feeling very incredible about the thrust that was about to burst out of her face. How could it be so fast? However, as one of Kirigaku's top geniuses, she is not an energy-saving lamp. Even if there was nowhere to borrow strength in the air, she could forcefully twist her waist and dodge this fatal thrust. His hands were not idle either, and he quickly formed seals. She understood that if she didn't hurry up, let alone victory, she would have no hope of surviving. Boil style, the art of skillful mist. The strong acidic gas that can dissolve all things was sprayed out by her. The acidic gas spread rapidly, as if it wanted to wrap up Yuzhen completely. Tisk. Troublesome woman. Seeing this, Yuzhen gave up the original 4-way slash and the subsequent 3 consecutive slashes. That boil style is also a powerful blood stain that can dissolve Susanoo. It's still gaseous and must be guarded against. However, I won't make it easy for her. Uchiha ninjutsu is a gorgeous technique that combines instant body technique, ninjutsu, genjutsu, clone technique, and swordsmanship. Now that I have used all the techniques except the clone technique, where is the clone technique? The answer is below Terumi Mei. There were 2 whistling sounds. A speeding clone of Yuzhen rushed toward the opponent. Since boil style makes you untouchable, the role of the clone is clear. Yuma's shadow clone raised his ninja sword and slashed at Terumi Mei. Unexpectedly, the flaming ninja sword melted away as soon as it came into contact with the mist of boil style. Yuzhen's clone frowned and immediately hit him with his own life. Damn it! You can still do this. Terumi Mei reluctantly protected her vitals. With a bang sound, he was knocked away and flew far away. Something unexpected happened to Uchiha Yuzhen, the moment Shadow Clone bumped into Terumi Mei. The light of the entry appears, purple and green colors pop up. There was nothing to think about, so Yuzhen thought, the system extracts the darkest purple entry. Lava style, purple, composed of earth-style chakra and water-style chakra, it has a highly corrosive viscous liquid nature that can be manipulated by ninjutsu. Lava style? Not bad either. While it is highly maneuverable, it is also extremely destructive. That destructive power was in the 4th Ninja War in the original work. Reflected incisively and vividly. However, I don't have the changes in the properties of soil and water. I hope the entries installed in the system can be used directly. The thought ended in the blink of an eye. Faced with Terumi Mei's defeat within a few rounds, Kirigakuer was a bit unacceptable. Qing Mingming was still fighting with the white-haired boy in front of him. I saw this scene out of the corner of my eye and was immediately shocked. This is impossible. Ming is the owner of the double blood succession realm, a true genius. He actually knocked Terumi Mei away in just a few rounds. That Uchiha is no ordinary person. Obito's pupils on the side shrank. If others didn't know, how could he know? That is their Uchiha-style ninjutsu, a move that only the elite among the elite can use freely. Why do you feel that the gap between you and Yuzhen is getting wider and wider? Obito bit his lip and looked at the enemy in front of him unwillingly. Damn it! If I can't even cross you, when will my Hokage dream come true? In an instant, Obito became aware and increased the power of chakra. A more intense confrontation began with the enemy. In the assessment that day, Kakashi almost determined that Yuzhen's strength had increased to almost the same as him due to the awakening of Sharingan. Therefore, he took Yuzhen's victory as a matter of course. He calmly smiled mockingly at Qing in front of him. I don't know where you got the courage to let one person face the Sharingan of 3 Megatama alone. Yeah, escape 1-on-1, fight 2-on-1, and 3-on-1 can be stable. Qing's face turned ugly. Damn it! We have all forgotten this iron rule. After thinking about it, he directly issued orders to several subordinates. You pester the 3 brats, and I will rescue Senior Ming. Yes. Master Qing. Someone immediately took over and fought with Kakashi. Seeing this, Qing Yuan ran towards Terumi Mei's silhouette. But Loquat Juzo and others are still ambushing ahead. For Terumi Mei, at this young age she is already a Jainin and the owner of a double blood successor. They don't look down upon it at all. After all, Kirigakuer is now a village of blood mist. Every graduated ninja climbed out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Not to mention such a famous genius. Loquat Zhuzang said directly in a deep voice, let's do it. Water style the art of Kirigakuer. Thick dense fog shrouded all directions, and from the fog came Loquat Juzo's cruel voice. Whether it's the yellow flash or that Uchiha brat, you will all be affected today. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I am here. Eradicate all of you. The voice coming from the mist is extremely confident. It's as if they have been caught before the fight even begins. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato frowned slightly. His original plan was to test a few disciples. Who knew that the fog ninja who transformed into an ambush next to the water stains on the road could be so useless? Defeated in a few rounds. As a result, they even divided their forces to rescue the female ninja. This directly made Kakashi become more comfortable. After all, Obito and Lin are not to be underestimated. Trouble. Or should I continue to let the water go and let them test Yuzhen? Minato just had this idea. Uchiha Yuzhen's contemptuous words were transmitted through the mist. It's so annoying. It's really troublesome. Why don't we just start fighting and it's over? You're talking nonsense. After Yuzhen shouted loudly, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Chakra's arrogance. It began to rise on his body. Chapter 13. Uchiha Yuma completed the seal and released this ninjutsu. Wind style, suppress harm. Boom. Huge, massive, high-density tornadoes spit out from Yuma's mouth. The extremely high wind pressure, with the momentum of sweeping everything away, directly enveloped the fog in front of us, and the entire forest cleared instantly. Biwajuzo recognized the ninjutsu. He hurriedly gave his subordinates a warning. Damn it! It's actually oppression. Everyone, run away! After saying that, he also turned and fled from the ninjutsu's coverage. Thinking of that Uchiha kid, he felt something was wrong. That outfit, those eyes, that age. Uchiha's genius. He led his subordinates to escape from this wind-style ninjutsu that could both clear the area and be used for other purposes. He steadied his position and lowered his eyes. The cold eyes stared at Uchiha Yuma. A cold voice. This kid must not be allowed to stay. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He instructed his subordinates. You are all reliable Jainin, so you should have no problem entangled the so-called yellow flash dot. The three ordinary Jainin looked at each other and felt that Namikaze Minato's reputation was just beginning. Himself and others as Jainin of the Hidden Mist Village. 3 against 1, there was no way they could lose to this newly famous Konoha Jainin. It's no problem, Master Juzu. Hearing his subordinates' promises, Biwajuzang nodded in approval. Very good, then I will go kill that Uchiha boy first. It's not just Kirigakure that is troubled by Uchiha Yuma's wind-style ninjutsu. The members of Minato's squad were also somewhat shocked. Especially Obito. That day at Chief Fugaku's place, he knew clearly that Yuma had chosen this ninjutsu. But, he really didn't expect that Uchiha Yuma. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique style taught by Minato-sensei from his own Uchiha style. It can also take into account wind escape. That's too much. Is this really possible just by awakening the Sharingan? Can't blame Obito for being suspicious. It is true that examples like Uchiha Yuma are too rare in the history of the Uchiha clan. The awakening of the Sharingan will indeed lead to an improvement in the ninja's qualifications. This is a fact that Uchiha has been able to confirm for thousands of years. But, like Uchiha Yuma, in just over a month, he practiced the family's secret technique, space-time ninjutsu, and wind-style ninjutsu. The practice is going well. It's rare. Don't be distracted, idiot. Kakashi on the side used the white fang blade to force back the opponent, and saw Obito seem to be in a trance out of the corner of his eye. But Obito's opponent would not let go of such an opportunity and raised his kunao to stab Obito. Kakashi gave a quick warning and moved forward. Ping! He raised the white fang blade and helped Obito block the fatal attack. Kakashi. Seeing this situation, Obito gritted his teeth and quickly formed seals with his hands. Chakra gathers in the mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The powerful fireball instantly burned the enemy restrained by Kakashi into ashes. Things are getting better. Who? Kakashi let out a breath. He also had some guesses as to why Obito was distracted. Uchiha Yuma. What an incredible ninja! After awakening Sharingan, in just over a month, his strength soared from genin to a level similar to his. To be honest, Kakashi is still very confident in his own abilities. He asked himself that he could defeat any ordinary genin. This is not the end. Judging from that wind-style ninjutsu, his foundation has become extremely solid. Will all of you Uchiha become so strong after awakening the Sharingan? Kakashi, who felt that reality was a bit magical, asked Obito this question without thinking. Hearing this, Obito looked at Kakashi and thought of Lin. There is a feeling of unwillingness to admit defeat in my heart. Let him say without thinking. Yes, after I awaken Sharingan, I will become stronger quickly like Yuzhen. Then I'll wait and see. Now let's go help Linear. That's right. Go help Lin quickly. Namikaze Minato felt that Uchiha Yu's growth was too extraordinary. Even when Loquat Jozo bypassed him and went straight to Uchiha Yuma, he didn't care. He immediately got entangled with those ordinary genin. Now, there is no point in testing Uchiha Yuma's mentality. There is no crisis over Kakashi and Obito. Then just take a look and see what kind of growth curve Uchiha Yu really has. After all, he knew all the files of his disciples by heart. Does he still know what level Uchiha Yuzhen was before? As for the awakening of Sharingan, it became like this. If this was really the case, Uchiha would have unified the ninja world long ago. So there is only one truth. Yu Uchiha is truly a super genius. However, it was a late bloomer. So in the early days, his talent was not revealed. Namikaze Minato, who had thought clearly, already knew what he should do next. Let yourself go and let Kirigaku's signature, Loquat Jozo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, try it out. As for whether something will happen, his special kunao made by the Flying Thunder God have already filled the venue. He is confident that no matter what happens, he can come back to the rescue. Let me see, Yujan. How far can you go? Loquat Jozo was secretly proud that Namikaze Minato was exactly what he had guessed. Being entangled by his own subordinates, he jumped up and attacked the kid below from high in the air. Kid, your death has come. Loquat Jozang raised his beheading sword with a ferocious smile, and a fierce murderous aura and malice enveloped the scene. Uchiha Yuma only felt. The malice and murderous intent are so terrifying. Facing this momentum directly made his skin tingle. In his eyes, Loquat Jozang's aura was like that of an evil Shura ghost. But, don't know how. It is obviously the first time to face the aura of the elite of the ninja world. It was obviously the first time I experienced the murderous intent. Logically speaking, he should be trembling. However, somehow, Uchiha Yuzhen is getting excited at this moment. Ha 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 ha, is this the spirit of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Marvelous! The flame of chakras suddenly ignited in Yuma's body. Little sparks spread out, and the flames flowed on the blade. Step forward, bend down, and gently turn the handle of the knife, the edge of the flame is even between the eyebrows. The scarlet Sharingan trembled slightly. Uchiharu Sword Jump Flame Kai Sanhua. The original Sword Leap Flame uses fire style to form a flame blade attack. It is a fire-attributed nintaijutsu and has some wind attribute characteristics. However, Uchiha Yuma modified this trick. He increased the change in nature of the wind release chakra, making this move a faster thrusting sword. Phew! The fierce fire thrust collided with the bloody sword. The two sides looked at each other, and murderous intent filled the air in this field. Kill you! 2 voices full of murderous intent sounded at the same time. Clang! The ninja swords of both sides were blocked at the same time, and each took a step back. Then, Yuzhen and Jozo both took a step forward at the same time. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided with each other more than 10 times. The corners of Uchiha Yuzhen's mouth were slightly raised, and the arc was like a flower of malice blooming. Idiot, you've been fooled. Wang's sound. Yuma activates Uchiha-style ninjutsu at full power. In an instant, the whole place was filled with his figure. Those illusory and inexplicable afterimages completed the seal with their hands quickly, and then puffed up their lips. Something is coming. This is Loquat Jozo's sixth sense. Warning him frantically. Chapter 14. The hot and boiling death solution spewed out from the mouths of Yuzhen's shadow clones. That's right, it's the bloodline limit of lava style. As early as when Biwajozang rushed over, Uchiha Yuma extracted the term lava style, purple, from Terumi Mei. Install it directly for yourself. The system did not disappoint Yuchen's expectations. Even if he has not exercised the earth and water chakra nature changes. However, as long as the entry is on the system panel, he will possess this bloodline limit. The related seal-making method and chakra output frequency. He copied his Sharingan back when he fought Terumi Mei. Then, after deliberately luring Biwajozang, the wielder of the beheading sword fought him in swordsmanship. Seduction is unexpectedly easy. After all, the beheading sword only has the special ability to absorb blood and restore the blade. As the owner, Biwajozang must also like sword fighting. Idiot, we are ninjas, not samurai. Uchiha Yuma's trash talk was like the breath of lion majesty. It reached Biwajozang's heart, and he looked around at the overwhelming situation. The solution blocked all escape routes and was about to give up the fight and use ninjutsu to defend. But Uchiha Yuma would never let him do that, and he just stood there and accepted the slashing with his ninja sword. Damn boy! Are you going to die with me? Biwajozang's eyes were red with anger. Hee. Who gave you the illusion that I was my real self? How is that possible? You were right in front of me the whole time. Hearing this, Yuchen's shadow clone sneered. When you're one-on-one with the 3 Megatama Sharingan, it's best not to trust your senses too much. As soon as he said this, an overwhelming amount of unsolvable solution was poured over his head. The scene suddenly became noisy. When he saw Uchiha Yuma's victory in the battle, Minato Namikaze suppressed the shock in his heart and lowered his eyes. He was determined to end the battle quickly and went to ask. Why can this little guy Yuma copy the bloodline limit? The decision was made, and with a thought, a yellow golden light flashed. Bang bang bang! There were several sounds of falling, and the enemies around him fell to the ground. At the same time, Qing helped Terumi Mei up and saw the scene outside the battlefield. His hands trembled and his lips moved. As if he was disappointed, he looked at Terumi Mei with shadows in her eyes. In a bitter voice. That Uchiha was able to kill Jozo-sama, and the strength of that yellow flash, it was beyond expectation. Let's retreat, Ming. Terumi Mei's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Yuma, and her eyes only revealed one message. Unbelievable. Her bloodline limit, lava style was copied. Isn't it said that Uchiha's Sharingan can only copy regular ninjutsu? What is going on? Besides, he could actually kill Lord Biwajozang. It's incredible. But thinking about the current situation, Terumi Mei can only face reality. She also lowered her proud head and responded to Qing's words, Qing, thank you for your help. Hearing this, Qing directly carried Terumi Mei, who had difficulty moving, on his back. While Minato's squad was still cleaning out their Kirigaku companions, they fled from here at high speed. When the last mist ninja was killed by Minato Namikaze, Obito and Lin arrived a long time ago. They all looked at Uchiha Yuma with disbelief. Uchiha Obito was really shocked. The fame he most desired was easily achieved by Uchiha Yuma. That's amazing, Yuma. You killed Biwajozo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the star of the Mist Ninja. After today, at least your name will become known in the Mist Ninja and Konoha. Nohara Lin also exclaimed at Yuma. Senior Yuma, Did you really not hide your incompetence in the past? You are still a genin, but you actually killed the elite genin of the Mist Ninja. Unbelievable. At this stage, Kakashi is a man of few words. He didn't say anything else. However, his eyes were always staring at Yuzhen. He is more powerful. It is very clear that the death of Lo Kuat Juzo just now was not due to lack of strength. But I suffered the loss of information. That's what ninja fighting is like. If you lack information, even if you are the shadow of a village, it's also possible to be killed by genin who possesses ninjutsu against him. However, being able to kill a strong man whose name is spread in the ninja world also means that Yuzhen's fighting talent is also incredibly strong. He came directly to Yuzhen, lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. After we return to Konoha, let's have a good discussion. I want to truly experience it. Is it really Sharingan that can transform you in a short period of time? At this moment, Yuzhen looked at several friends with a speechless expression. He sighed helplessly. Hey, I was able to kill Biwajuzo just now because of Lava Style's sudden attack. I lured him into a sword fight with me and used my clone to set a trap. You can't think that this is my real strength. Calculation with intention but no intention. That's a good summary. Namikaze Minato came here with a smile. Don't belittle yourself, Yuma. As the 7 ninja swordsman, you can defeat and kill him. You are already a mature ninja. After all, strategy is also part of a ninja's strength. Indeed, his disciple defeated Lo Kuat Juzang. Full of many factors. If he can't copy Lava Style, it's basically impossible to defeat Lo Kuat Juzo. After all, who would have thought that Uchiha could actually copy Blood Successor Limit? This really breaks everyone's understanding of Uchiha for thousands of years. Thinking of this thing that destroyed cognition, even Namikaze Minato couldn't bear it at this moment. He pondered for a moment and then asked. Yuzhen, why can you copy the blood succession limit? Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask any more questions. This is very rude behavior for him. Ninja information is the secret among secrets. Even as a teacher myself. Logically speaking, you cannot ask your disciples this kind of question. However, being able to copy the blood inheritance limit. This kind of thing is really terrible. He couldn't help it. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen raised his head. He looked at everyone present seriously. These days, he gets along well with the Minato class. Let him know something. That is, the people in the Minato class are all as correct as in the comics. In terms of personality, they are people who can be completely trusted and can be entrusted with their backs. Even Obito. Thoughts were running through his mind. In an instant, Uchiha Yuzhen made a decision. The system definitely can't tell. But you can put it another way. I don't know when Sharingan saw the girl's surgery. I always have a feeling that I can use her blood inheritance limit. Then in the battle with Lo Kuat Juzang, I took advantage of the opportunity and used it, and achieved great success in one fell swoop. Having said this, Yuzhen raised his eyes and looked at everyone in the Minato class with a solemn look. He said in a deep voice. Maybe I can really copy the blood inheritance limit. This is not true, the ninja who has inherited the blood limit is the entry with the greatest profit. Basically, he is his blood successor. He can basically extract it, and he can be considered to be able to copy the blood inheritance limit. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato touched his chin. He could sense that Yuzhen had some unfinished words, but it was good to admit it. Worth trusting and nurturing. Thinking of this, Minato smiled. Okay, please stop asking Yuzhen questions all the time. We will still be getting along for a long time. You can just ask slowly when the time comes. Next we have to complete this mission. Yes. Minato-sensei. Yuzhen and the 4 others responded in unison. Chapter 15. With the caravan. It was a smooth journey into the land of tea. Uchiha Yuma also knew that this mission would be over soon. He sat on the roof of the carriage and took out a knife with a rune engraved on the handle. This is the handle of the beheading sword. While cleaning up the battlefield, Yujan discovered that this was not completely dissolved by lava style. Beheading sword, he naturally knew what this thing was. A special ninja sword that possesses the attribute of immortality. This immortality is this knife, even if it is broken, it can still cut people. Absorbs iron from the blood to restore the blade. Seeing that the handle was not damaged, he thought the beheading sword should be able to be restored, so he picked it up. It was just as he thought. The core of this knife is the handle. Runes are engraved inside it, and it can recover as long as it comes into contact with blood. This is not the most important thing. When Uchiha Yuma grasped the hilt of the knife, something he didn't expect happened. He actually extracted entries from ninja tools, or special weapons. Blood-sucking immortality, blue, able to restore metal tools by absorbing iron ions from the blood. Special entry. Similar to the Eyes of God, red, given by Obito. They are all conditional, one-time entries. Eyes of the Divine Realm, red, is limited and can only be used when the Sharingan reaches the Manjiki realm. Once used, it disappears. The blood-sucking immortality, blue, entry of the beheading sword needs to be attached to a metal tool. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma had only one thought. That is, after returning to the village, I would sell everything I had. I also want to get a chakra metal sword. Let this entry that can make metal weapons indestructible be attached to it. To accomplish this, my future weapon. Upgrade entries through the entry system to make your weapon a true artifact. So that you can become stronger. Right now, Uchiha Yuma has a longing to return to the village. Thinking of this, he shouted to Minato who had been walking in front of him, "Teacher Minato, I have a discovery." His idea is simple. Now that the entry for the ninja sword has been obtained, this ninja sword can be summoned by the Mist Village. It's useless to him. It's useless to him, but it's useful to the village. The 7 ninja swordsmen, you need 7 special ninja swords to truly form this group. Why do the 5 major ninja villages like? How to create these well-known combinations? It's simple, for popularity. The higher the popularity, the more noble customers will believe in the strength of your village. Then your task share will be higher. The higher the task share, the more money you will get. With more money, there will be more resources, and the ninja village can develop and become stronger. So, after the Mist Village lost this ninja sword, they would definitely come to Konoha to inquire. Then the village can use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate some conditions that are beneficial to Konoha. Uchiha Yuma has arrived next to Minato Namikaze and is talking to him. The above words are Yuma's true feelings. There is also selfish motive. That is, he has no idea about sealing techniques for this ninja sword, so he probably won't be able to keep it safe. If someone has psychic powers, they will fly away. It would be better to hand it over to the village to gain favor with Shuman. In the village, brush a tool. Of course, due to the stereotypes given to him by the manga and anime. He was afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was no longer a heroic ninja. It was the appeasement Hokage of the later period who said a few more words to Minato. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato shook his head and laughed, then took the handle of the beheading sword from Yuma. Hey, Yuma, you don't think that the village's top leaders are all good guys to the outside world, do you? Namikaze Minato put sealing techniques on the hilt of the knife. Covering his head, he sighed to Uchiha Yuma with some pain. He felt that his disciple got the news from somewhere. He could feel it from Yuchen's words. This kid is very afraid that the village will directly and unconditionally return the beheading sword to the hidden Mist Village. In this regard, he felt that his disciples were having wild ideas. I won't tell you that the third-generation adults who are ninja heroes won't do that. That dark ninja, Mr. Danzo, an absolute hawk, would not allow this to happen. Seeing the helpless expression of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Yuma was a little stunned. Aren't the village leaders nice guys? Indeed. There is a group hiding in the upper floors of the village. It is indeed impossible for all of them to be nice guys. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always pursued a policy of appeasement, and the team he led. Isn't that the case in comics? No. Uchiha Yuma thought of something. He remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had the title of Ninja Hero in the early days. Thinking of this. So that's how it is, Mr. Minato, I feel relieved then. Yuma nodded in response to Minato Namikaze. He also figured it out. Since you said so, I believe it. Anyway, I have handed over the special ninja tools. Considering your character, Minato Namikaze, my contribution is indispensable, so I don't have to worry about this aspect. Then, after handing over the ninja tools, finally arrived in the capital of the Tea Country. This mission has truly come to an end. The mission of the Tea Kingdom was completed very smoothly. After declining the caravan leader's request and signing the mission completion letter, the Shuman squad set out on the journey back to the village. Konoha village is located in the center of the Land of Fire. The journey back from the Tea Kingdom was quite fast for the ninja team. Soon, probably less than 2 days, Minato's team returned to Konoha village. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Minato Namikaze was outside the Konoha gate, facing everyone in Minato's team. A warm smile. Everyone has worked hard, let's disband now. As the team leader, I will submit the mission report and collect the mission money for you. We will gather at Akamika's barbecue restaurant in the evening to celebrate the successful completion of the first mission. Hi. Minato-sensei. X4. Minato Namikaze smiled and waved goodbye to his disciples. After turning around, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. The water gate at this moment. I'm wondering how to submit this report. This report is very troublesome. As an extremely intelligent person, he is the only one among the village's senior officials except the third generation. The rest of the people are wary, disgusted, and jealous of Uchiha. He can feel it. Uchiha Yuma really shines in this mission. The hostile ninja, Biwajuzo, is one of the signature characters of Kirigakure. The 7 ninja swordsman. A ninja of this level is definitely one of the top 5 ninja villages and tens of thousands of ninjas. But he was killed by Uchiha Yuma, who had just debuted for a few years and was still a teenager. Then, the problem came. Uchiha Yuma awakened the Sharingan not long ago. Directly from just opening the eyes, it rises rapidly to 3 Megatama. This Sharingan's talent is impeccable except that he opened his eyes too late. It is truly jaw-dropping. The learning ability is even more unexpected. Flying Thunder God, Nintaijutsu, an escape technique. And the ability to respond in battle. And the unheard of ability to copy bloodline limits. When all these things were added together, Minato Namikaze was shocked at this moment. What kind of genius is this? This is simply a monster. The thought of such a monster becoming his disciple. Then as a teacher, I must not let darkness contaminate Yuma and must guide him well. Let Uchiha Yuma truly become a ninja with the will of fire in his heart. The only good news right now is, among the village's senior officials, he is the only one who does not have a strong prejudice against Uchiha. It just happened to be the Hokage himself. It seems that I really need to have a good communication with the third generation adults. Think about it. Minato cleared his mind and strode towards the Hokage building. Unlike Minato, who was having a headache about how to submit the report. After returning home, Yuzhen began to take real inventory. He expanded the system panel. Chapter 16. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Jainin. Entries, Eye of the Divine Realm, Red, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, gold. Uchiha, purple, lava style, purple, Sharingan, blue. Fire style, blue, wind escape, blue, yin style, blue. Uchiha flow, blue, natural energy affinity, blue, vampire immortality, blue, flying thunder god technique style, green. Combat value, 170. The battle value has indeed gained something. Seeing the change in the battle value, Uchiha Yuzhen was heartened. As the guy who was instantly eliminated by 4th Mizukage, Loquat Juzo is only as strong as Elite Jainin. The battle value for defeating Jainin is 100. For fighting for half a day to get 100 combat points Yuzhen is not too little. Very simple. These points can already make his strength undergo earth-shaking changes. Nothing to think about. Uchiha Yuzhen thought, and the combat value on the panel shook. The entry Flying Thunder God Technique, green, became Flying Thunder God Technique, blue. Interpretations have also changed. Flying Thunder God Technique Soldier, blue, can lead people to move coordinates at super fast speeds. When it was still a green entry, the explanation was just precise coordinate movement. Now you can lead people and move coordinates at super fast speeds. Seeing this, Uchiha couldn't wait to let the system install the entry. This feeling. Yuzhen raised his arms in disbelief. He could feel the moment this entry entered his body. His perception of space has become deeper. This is not over yet. The content on the previous scroll was incomprehensible. At this moment, it was like having an enlightenment, and part of it moved. This part directly makes him can do like second Hokage. Use the Flying Thunder God in battle. People who can also move with the Flying Thunder God, connected to his chakra. Uchiha is enlightened. He understands. Why was this technique not eliminated until Boruto made the cross? Instead, it shines brightly. This kind of thing just needs to be learned. As long as you hit people, no one can hit you. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to cut off the queen like Senju Tobirama. If you have a more goal style, basically you won't die. The Flying Thunder God is so shameless, no wonder a god like Uzumaki Boruto also likes to use this technique frequently. It just so happens that after completing the mission to leave the village, ninjas have a period of training. This period of time is just enough for me to integrate the Flying Thunder God into my own battle rhythm. I believe that at that time, my strength will never be worse than that of Elite Jainin. After saying something emotional, Uchiha Yuzhen began to wash up and rest. After all, there is a party going on in the evening. As a person who cares about respect, he wanted to pass in a better state. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the cigarette rod in his hand with a heavy expression. He stared closely at Namikaze Minato and pondered for a moment. Just asked word for word. Minato, what you just said, weren't there even half a lie? Lord Hokage, I have no lies. Hearing the decisive words of Minato Namikaze, the perfect disciple in his mind. He stood up and walked to the window. His eyes were fixed on the center of Konoha, Uchiha's clan land. I can't help but be filled with emotion. After awakening Sharingan in his teens, his talent increased dramatically. Strength begins to grow rapidly. This sense of déjà vu made him think of someone. Uchiha Madara. The Sarutobi clan is a ninja clan that has followed Senju for hundreds of years since the Warring States period. When he collided with Uchiha, every outstanding person in Uchiha was recorded in detail. Uchiha Madara, son of Tajima. As one of the strongest arms in the past era, Sharingan was awakened at the age of 15. After he awakened to Sharingan, he was out of control. Fly straight into the sky. Strong strength. As someone who had witnessed the battle between Madara and Lord Hashirama, it can be said that the memory is still fresh. Now let's take a look at this Uchiha Yuma, who awakened Sharingan at the age of 12. Then, it got out of hand, in just 2 months. The strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is consistent with the life and strength growth curve of Uchiha Madara recorded in the clan. Too similar. If this kid continues to grow at this rate, he will definitely be the next Uchiha Madara. It's okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered involuntarily as if he thought of something. As a superb ninja, Namikaze Minato heard this whisper. Third generation Sama, how are you doing? Fortunately, Uchiha Yuma, he became your disciple. Turning his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Minato with a solemn expression. The clever Minato Namikaze discerned something from the look on third generation's face. Yes. You is really my disciple. Namikaze Minato sighed with emotion. Indeed. The moment when Uchiha Yuma became his disciple. The strongest ingredient on his body is not that of Uchiha's ninja. It's the Hokage series that has its roots in the world. Even the entire Uchiha clan has to admit this. All of Konoha knows. Uchiha's long-cherished wish is to become a Hokage. Become a Hokage. In the past 2 decades since the third generation, the political situation has been stable. An unspoken rule has long been formed. It must be the lineage of Hokage master and apprentice. Only in this way can we gain approval from senior management. Only then can we gain public approval. To become a real Hokage. Uchiha is very clear about this even if he is unwilling to do so. Now, there are 2 Uchiha who have become part of the Hokage lineage. The whole of Uchiha, except the Hawks. The remaining 2 factions are absolutely happy. Uchiha Yuma, this monster shines in his future ninja career. The name is definitely resounding throughout the ninja world. The next thing is simple. As a member of the Hokage lineage, the more famous Yuzhen is, the more stable Uchiha will be. The reason is simple. The greater your reputation, the greater your hope of becoming a Hokage. Although considering Yuma's age, she wants to be Hokage Knight 20 years later. But, for Uchiha, to be a Hokage, with hope and without hope. They are 2 concepts. That boy, when the merit rewards are distributed in a few days, let me see him alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have made up his mind. Also, his education policy will be to cultivate people with a broad horizon as much as possible in the future. Ren Xiong's courage was fully demonstrated at this moment. He is not even afraid of death and loves everything about the village. I am also looking forward to the emergence of a superior Uchiha in my own line. Want to be a Hokage? Just having power is not enough. Let me take a look at it in a few days, Uchiha Yuzhen. How's your condition? At the devil's hour, the setting sun is like blood. Uchiha Yuzhen, walking happily, walked to the best barbecue restaurant in Minato. He has already thought about it after receiving the reward. So he went to the Fugaku clan leader to borrow money and borrow money. Commissioned the craftsman Ninjamura to create a chakra metal sword. When he thought of money, he thought of the remuneration he would get soon. Quicken your pace, it won't be long. He arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Lift the gate of opening curtain and walk in. Yujan, here, here. Following the shouting, I looked at the scene at that table. Making him raise his eyebrows. Chapter 17. The person calling him was Obito. Minato-sensei, Kakashi, and Rin sat across from him. However, these are not the things that surprise Uchiha. What surprised him was the 2 people next to Obito. One of them is the person sitting next to Obito and directly opposite Kakashi. Highly recognizable. That watermelon head, and that tights. It's definitely Kai. The other one is very interesting. It was a young child, Mo, about 3 to 4 years old. The iconic Tuanza nose and the same clan emblem on his clothing. Uchiha Shisui. Recognizing 2 Yuma who were not from Minato's class, they came to the table. After politely greeting everyone present. Smiling at Obito. These 2 are. I heard Uchiha Yuzhen ask. Obito laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, this little brother is my relative and a member of the Uchiha clan. His name is Shisui. His parents went on a mission today and there was no one at home, so I brought him to have barbecue with us. As he spoke, he patted Shisui on the shoulder. This is the Yuzhen brother I told you. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were focused on Yuzhen. For this Uchiha Yuma. During this period of time, he kept hearing his cousin Obito talking about it every day. After awakening Sharingan, he became stronger at an incredible speed. Is it a genius, a monster, etc.? In short, Shisui can detect his own Obito brother. It seems that I have a bit of admiration for this person. Influenced by his cousin, Uchiha Obito, he naturally became curious about Yuzhen. However, now that they have just met, it is not easy for him to ask questions directly. Shisui, who is naturally sensitive, knows this. He faced Yuzhen politely. Bow slightly. This is our first meeting, brother Yuzhen. Please take good care of me in the future. Uchiha came to Shisui with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. No need to be polite. When you enter the ninja school in the future, if you have anything you don't understand, you can just ask me. Okay, brother Yuzhen. After seeing Shisui sitting down again, Uchiha suppressed her excitement. Prepare to say hello to Kai on the side. So delicious. The moment he touched Shisui, the golden light shined directly into his eyes. There was nothing to say, he just asked the system to extract it. Phantom Fate, Gold, your destiny will make you become the strongest genjutsu user in this world. Effect, Genjutsu Effect Super Wide Amplification. The moment he saw this entry, Yuzhen couldn't help but be excited. Regarding the qualities of a ninja, don't look at the messy comments on the ninja identification card. In fact, generally speaking, it can be summarized in 3 points. Endurance, Body, Illusion. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, for the current Uchiha Yuzhen. It's enough. However, Genjutsu has always been a troublesome place for him. His Genjutsu, under the amplification of Sharingan. At first glance, it looks pretty good, but upon closer inspection, it looks like it's too much to fish out. The level of Genjutsu, combined with Uchiha-style Nintaijutsu, is no problem. Take it out to deal with the same ninja alone. Even with Sharingan's increase, there are still some limitations. It is roughly the same as Uchiha Sasuke. Against ninjas of the same level, Genjutsu is basically useless. Now with the super domain amplification of this entry, his Genjutsu level will be greatly enhanced. These thoughts are only a moment in the sea of consciousness. In reality, after meeting Shisui and Yuzhen, Obito grabbed Kai, who was a little reserved at the side. He explained to Yuzhen. This is my classmate, Lin, and Kakashi, met Kai-san. Obito is in school and not many people care about him. Needless to say, Lin and Kakashi, during the same period, met Kai and he were the crane tail together, and they both had a good relationship with Kakashi. Their relationship is naturally very familiar. This time, he and Kakashi met a lonely Kai on the street. Without saying anything, I invited him directly. Anyway, everyone in the Minato class is acquaintances. Facing the reserved Kai, Uchiha stretched out his hand directly. He said with a warm face. Nice to meet you, Kai-jun. Met Kai finally felt relieved when he saw Yuzhen being so kind. The frown on his face also relaxed. He hurriedly held Uchiha Yuma's hand. He responded in a panic. Nice to meet you too. Kai doesn't have any special thoughts about this strange Uchiha at the moment. At this stage, he is still being laughed at by others because he can only use physical skills. A little bit reserved in character. The friends I care about, except Kakashi and Kakashi's circle of friends, basically gone. Yuchen didn't care about Kai's thoughts. He only cares about getting entries. The moment he held it in his hand, a purple light appeared. This makes Uchiha a little disappointed. Met Kai. This strong man who almost kicked Ban to death in the later stage has no gold in his entry? However, Yujan, whose thoughts were turning rapidly, immediately reacted. Kai, being strong is good. But one cannot ignore his efforts in exercising every day. There is also the specialness of the 8 gates Dunjia technique. Thinking of this, he thought, and the system directly extracted the purple entry. Steel exercise, purple, the belief in hard work will turn the body into steel. Effect, consistent exercise will improve your physical fitness. This entry is very special. It is not a directly effective entry. It's an entry that focuses on long-term returns. Judging from the explanation, it roughly means exercising the body every day. The body will be strengthened. Great entry. In this world of high attack and low defense, if you train your body to the extreme. Not talking about the physical body of the fantasy world. As long as you reach the physique of the world of One Piece, for Yuzhen. All are excellent enhancements. As Yuzhen and Kai separated their hands, they each sat down. The atmosphere of the scene. Walking more and more towards the direction of the banquet. As everyone happily ate and drank. Finally, the mission rewards were distributed at Watergate, and the party came to an end. In front of the barbecue restaurant. Just after everyone dispersed. Minato shouted to Yuma. Yuzhen, come with me to meet Lord Hokage tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Uchiha turned around, a little surprised. I'm going to see Lord Hokage. Yes. The beheading sword you presented and your performance on this mission. Master Hokage decided to reward you. Hearing this, Yuzhen suddenly realized. That's right, I gave the Mist Ninja's trademark and one of the ninja swords to the village. Also in this mission, he defeated Lo Kuat Juzang. No matter what, the village will not treat itself badly. After all, it's really a shame. Everyone in Konoha saw it. At that time, it will really chill everyone. This team is not easy to lead. Okay, Minato-sensei, I will go with you to see Master Hokage tomorrow morning. Chapter 18. The next morning. Facing the rising morning sun, Uchiha Yuma and Namikaze Minato met at the agreed location. They arrived at the Hokage building together. Under the familiar leadership of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Yuma arrived at the Hokage's office. Are you Uchiha Yuma? Not bad, a handsome boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Yuma with a warm expression. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuma was not arrogant and bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage-sama. He had a good impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, a group leader greets you gently. It would be strange if this impression was not good. Don't be polite. I asked you to come this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he should get down to business and put down the pipe in his hand. It's mainly to reward you. As he spoke, he took a letter of appointment from the table. In view of your outstanding performance in this mission, you are hereby approved to become a special Genin. Also, you can learn a forbidden technique from the Forbidden Technique Hall. This reward was something he had discussed with Minato. Special Genin is a very subtle job title. He is above Genin and below Genin. Somewhere in between. It means that you have reached or surpassed the realm of Genin in some aspect. Thus the job titles are divided. Can enjoy most Genin benefits. It means that there is no right of recommendation for Genin. That's right, the Genin of Konoha have the right to recommend and make suggestions. After all, in name only. The Genin of every ninja village are high-ranking officials. And for Uchiha Yuma at this moment, promotion to this position. It's a huge leap. In one fell swoop, he was promoted from Genin to Special Genin. To be honest, it's exaggerated. You know, Nara Shikamaru in the original work. After saving the Chunin exam, he tried to retrieve Sasuke. He had passed the exam and was promoted to Chunin. Nor did he become a special Genin, let alone a Genin, because of these achievements. Besides, you can also learn a forbidden technique in the Forbidden Technique Hall. This is really good news. There are two main ways to learn Konoha's forbidden techniques. One is the Book of Seals. How do I describe this thing? The symbolic meaning is greater than the practical meaning. Why? It's very simple. The forbidden techniques in the sealed book are all in the Forbidden Techniques Museum. At this moment, in Uchiha Yuma's mind, Orochimaru comes to mind. I thought of the anime. The scene where this true genius secretly learned forbidden techniques in the Forbidden Techniques Hall. At this time, Yuchen had already decided what forbidden technique he wanted to learn. Cut off the thoughts. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Said solemnly, "Thank you very much for the village's respect. I will devote my life to Konoha village." In the Forbidden Art Hall, Uchiha Yuma, sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened a scroll. As the scroll unfolded, the pattern of an 8-headed giant snake began to appear. Yakata no Jutsu, so powerful. This is not a lie. Yaki no Jutsu, this technique was developed by an unknown person. It can be said that we have touched upon the core secret of Tsutsuki. The essence of this technique is that after you learn it, you can put your thoughts and soul. They all turn into a chakra that contains your obsession. The combat aspect is actually not that important. This technique can be used in conjunction with techniques that can transfer the body. Does it look familiar? Orochimaru's seal of immortality, Tsutsuki's wedge of reincarnation. In principle, this is not always the logic. This is what Uchiha Yuma values. Once you master the 8-headed technique, you will definitely be able to digitize yourself. In this way, you can go deep into the core of chakra. This energy system is not some metaphysical thing like spiritual power, magic power, or true energy. Chakra. It is the embodiment of the real technical ability of the Tsutsuki family. Boruto's cross demonstrates this. Those cloned gods are so powerful. When you talk about state of mind, realm, etc., Yuchen feels like you are talking nonsense. He only saw that the technology was in place and the chakra energy was in place. The strength is naturally in place. But the trouble is, even Orochimaru lamented that this technique takes a month to learn. I wonder how long it will take me to learn? It seems I have to rely on the system. After thinking about it, he put away the scroll. He walked out of the Forbidden Arts Hall and returned to Hokage's office. Are you sure you choose this technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the scroll of the Yamata no Jutsu in his hand, felt a little confused. As a ninjutsu doctor, he is also familiar with the Yamata no Jutsu. This technique. How to say it? In terms of combat, it is said that he can compete with tailed beasts. But he has long discovered that if you really start it, it will only make you extremely clumsy. It can't match the flexibility of tailed beasts. As for strengthening your own obsession, this aspect of your ability, he doesn't think Uchiha, who has a Sharingan, needs this thing. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Uchiha nodded seriously and responded. That's right. Master Hokage, I want to learn this technique. To be honest, he also wanted to directly reincarnate in the dirty soil. But thinking about it, I know it's impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite normal. For this kind of unnatural technique, not even Orochimaru, his favorite disciple, taught him. Orochimaru had to learn it secretly on his own. It would be even more impossible to propose it yourself. Okay, then you can take this scroll back with you. Remember to come back after learning how to do it. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, said helplessly, and threw the scroll to Yuma. Yuzhen took the scroll and bowed deeply, "Thank you, Master Hokage." The benefits of the Hokage lineage are revealed. Ordinary people, if you want to learn this technique, you have to memorize the scroll yourself. Then, just go back and practice slowly by yourself. And he is the disciple and grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just take it back and read it. Minato Namikaze, who had been silent for a long time, patted Uchiha Yuma's head. Okay, now that you've been promoted and got your favorite technique, let's go back and study as soon as possible. Master Hokage and I still have some things to discuss. This is a lie. The reason why he remained silent for a long time this time was because he wanted to carefully observe his disciple, Uchiha Yuzhen. Let's see how he performs from beginning to end when faced with the temptation of forbidden arts. In terms of results, he was very satisfied. Facing forbidden arts, his disciples are not very greedy. In terms of learning, I just want to learn this kind of art that is of my own interest. That's right, he just took a look at the Yamata no Jutsu. All I can say is that this is an art based on interest. He also couldn't figure out that Yuzhen was a speed type like him. Why did you learn this huge and clumsy technique? However, it doesn't matter, he is very satisfied today. Next, he and Mr. Third Generation discussed his education policy. Naturally, it was not easy for him to hear these words. Just find an excuse to go away. Hearing this, Uchiha walked out happily. Walking happily towards the tribe. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku also obtained relevant information. Given that Namikaze Minato didn't hide Yuma's achievements. As the head of the Uchiha clan, his clan members were promoted to special Genin. The village will definitely notify you. At this moment, I heard the report from the team members that Uchiha Yuzhen had returned to the clan. He hurriedly sent someone to notify Yuzhen to come see him. In this regard, Uchiha Yuzhen said with emotion. This pillow makes me sleepy, it's great. He was still having a headache, how could he borrow money from Fugaku to upgrade his equipment? Fugaku's anxious look now. It seems that my expenses may be smaller. Regarding this, Yuzhen feels. Becoming a member of the Hokage lineage was the right move. Chapter 19. In a courtyard of the security department specially used for entertaining guests. The sound of a frightened deer filling the water could be heard from time to time, and Uchiha Fugaku also put down the tea bowl in his hand. Facing the little boy in front of him, he sighed. I really didn't expect that Yuzhen-kun would grow so quickly after awakening Sharingan. Regarding this point, Uchiha Fugaku was indeed very emotional. The young man in front of me only came to see him when he awakened from Sharingan. That time period is not even 2 months away from now. In a short period of time, the position was promoted from a genin to a special genin. That's nothing. The important thing is, the Uchiha Yuzhen in front of me actually felt a hint of threat from him. Also, this murderous intention. As expected from the report, he was the genius boy who defeated one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Lo Kuat Juzo. That's right. The current Fugaku's understanding of Yuzhen is a genius. In the history of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha awakened their Sharingan in their teens and then flourished. It is clearly documented. One appears every few decades. In the history of nearly 100 years, there is such a figure. It's Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha Yuzhen in front of him, in the eyes of Fugaku at this moment. This is the next Uchiha, who has accumulated a lot of experience and then got out of control. Praise for Uchiha Fugaku. Yuzhen pretended to be embarrassed and touched his head. No, all my current strength is thanks to being Uchiha. I will never forget my family's support for me. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't be dissatisfied. At this time, he hurriedly summoned Uchiha. He was just afraid of this genius, after he was promoted to special genin. It will reduce the weight of the family in the heart. After all, this boy is of the Hokage lineage. Judging from the current trend, basically the village will not treat him badly. However, the previous Uchiha, the Uchiha whose talent was not obvious to them. It does mean to let it fend for itself. He has already thought about Uchiha Yuzhen, who is siding with him within the clan and is developing well in the village. Some resources should be allocated to win over people's hearts. Let the weight of the Uchiha clan, and the importance in his heart, not become too low. At this time, Yuzhen looked embarrassed and continued to Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, I also have some difficulties this time and need your help. If there is any difficulty, it's okay to say it. Uchiha Fugaku was refreshed. He was thinking about how to win over you, so he gave the excuse. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen said sincerely. During this mission, I found myself in need of a weapon. As I am good at using Uchiha ninjutsu, I need a weapon that can conduct chakra. So, I want to borrow money from Mr. Fugaku and add. There's no need for this, Yuma-kun. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Uchiha before he could finish his words. Confused, Yuzhen raised his head. Then he saw Uchiha Fugaku smiling warmly at him. You don't need to pay a penny for this weapon, the clan will arrange everything. By the way, Yuzhen-kun's usual weapon is a sword, right? We will entrust the craftsman ninja village to build it. Wait for a while. The ninja cat will deliver the weapons to your residence when the time comes. Ah! Uchiha opened his mouth wide. You don't have to pay for it yourself and you can get the weapon? That can conduct chakra. The chakra metal required is very expensive. Next, face this great gift. Yuzhen seemed to be knocked unconscious by the money, and finished talking to Fugaku in a daze. I returned home confused. Time passed slowly, 5 days after the party. In a training ground in the Forest of Death, Uchiha sat cross-legged under a big tree. Now he is thinking about the next direction of practice. There are many techniques he has mastered at present. Uchiha's fire style, ninjutsu, and throwing techniques. A very adaptable wind release ninjutsu, pressure damage. There is still time and space ninjutsu, flying thunder god. His fighting style has been developed. At this stage, he is not a turret-type ninja. Instead, it is a combat method that uses Uchiha-style ninjutsu as its core and high-speed movement. This is a strategy that focuses on speed. The current entry level is Blue Flying Thunder God. We should no longer remain independent. It should be integrated. That's right. Since my own style, like Namikaze Minato and future Shisui, is a high-speed combat method. Then I must integrate the Flying Thunder God before my next mission. He had a premonition that he would really use the Flying Thunder God technique. After understanding, I will truly enter the realm of elite Jonin. Only in this way will we be able to survive the cruel Third Ninja War in the not-too-distant future. Find the chance to live. War is terrible. Especially this kind of large-scale war between extraordinary beings. In my previous life, I was outside the screen. Watching these scenes, I just felt cool. When you are really reincarnated into this world. Only then did he know these strange ninjutsu. How frightening it is. After all, the people of this world. No matter how strong you are, if you don't take any precautions. If a kunao pokes you over, you have to stop eating. That's why the time and space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God is so precious. You are the only one who hits others, but no one else can hit you. What a scoundrel! Obito has performed it vividly. As for the Flying Thunder God who can move around, although he is not as powerful as Kamui in this aspect, it is not bad to just escape from a distance if you can't beat him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuzhen couldn't hold it in any longer. Start thinking hard. So, in the follow-up practice, he was experimenting with the combination of Uchiha ninjutsu and Flying Thunder God. A few days later, still located in the training ground in the Death Forest, a black figure, with little sparks, kept flashing in the field. The black and red light that emerged brought bursts of sharpness to all the wooden stakes in the field. They all turned into ashes in an instant. Uchiha Yuma, holding a ninja sword, chakra gathered on the blade. As the powerful fire circulated, Yujen waved the sharp blade in his hand. Moonflower slash. The huge flying slash formed by the flames moves forward with a terrifying edge. Boom! The sharp edge of the powerful fire flashed past. All he saw was that the trees dozens of meters ahead were cut in half. This is not over yet. The flames suddenly adhered to the floating trees as if they were sticky. The sound of raging flames ignited. Let those trees burn. Uchiha Yuzhen exhaled slowly, then put the ninja sword back into its sheath. In the past few days, he has been experimenting with the combination of Flying Thunder God and Uchiha style. Feel very satisfied. Chapter 20. Things are going smoothly. Uchiharu's ninjutsu is a high-speed combat method. Flying Thunder God too. To fit in, all you need is a little adaptation and a change in the way you move. Previously, he used Uchiha's unique instant body technique to move at high speed. Now use Flying Thunder God's space movement to move at high speed. At the beginning, Uchiha Yuma still thought it was difficult. But it is surprisingly simple to actually do it. On this point, Son of Time and Space, Gold, this entry gives the speed of nerve reaction. There is also the Uchiha style, which contains the Uchiha's unique ninja tool throwing technique. When Yuma used the kunao containing the Flying Thunder God's mark with the Uchiha throwing technique, the extraordinary nerve reaction produced subtle chemical changes. In this way, the combination of ninjutsu and Flying Thunder God was practiced. It's done at a pretty ideal maturity. Just when Uchiha Yuma was thinking, there was applause from outside the stadium. Yujan, your use of Flying Thunder God just now was really amazing. The one who spoke was Namikaze Minato. At some point, he had brought 3 friends from Minato's squad with him. Came to this training ground. Regarding Uchiha Yushin's training just now, he was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Those flashing figures were only a little slower in speed. But, this high-speed space movement, as a sublimator of the Flying Thunder God technique, he knew it very well. It's enough to make a name for yourself in the ninja world. He was deeply moved by all this. This is just the beginning, just a bonus for Kakashi to join Minato's team. After showing its monster side, it has already come from behind and won. Gradually, it became the focus of his and the third generation's training. This change is really unexpected. But there's nothing I can do. Who called this disciple of mine? It's so shocking. When Minato was full of thoughts, the friends in Minato's class were also shocked. Did I see it right just now? That was Minato's Flying Thunder God, right? Since Nohara-rin is a medical ninja, her strength is limited. As for Uchiha Yuma's twisting and turning figure, it is hard to tell who is the instant body movement technique or the Flying Thunder God's spatial movement. She just felt that it was so strong, so fast, and so amazing. But the flash of light with sparks made her feel that the sense of déjà vu was too strong. Hence this shocking question. That's right, Rin. That's Minato's Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Obito, at this moment, responded to Lin with a serious expression. He can't be serious. As an Uchiha, he also practiced Uchiha-ryu. Due to limited talent, I cannot learn ninjutsu. But he still knows how to throw. Even though he doesn't have Sharingan now, he still protects his eyes every day. It still makes his eyesight extraordinary. He had already noticed Uchiha Yuma's gleaming figure. Every place he appears, there is a specially made kunao. The placement of these kunao, it overlaps too much with the Uchiha throwing technique. Thinking about how I haven't seen Yuchen for just a few days. He actually incorporated the Flying Thunder God that Minato-sensei taught him into the Uchiha's ninjutsu and fighting methods. Uchiha Obito was happy for Yuma, but also conflicted about it. Anyway, that's what he's thinking now. Twisted to death. Unlike the 2 companions who were still in shock. When he met Uchiha Yuma, his companion who joined the Minato team with him. It has grown to this point now. He could no longer resist the urge to compare. He took a few steps forward and came in front of Yuzhen, who was about to greet them. Seriously said, "Yuma, let's hold the competition we talked about last time here today." He doesn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to take a look at Uchiha Yuma, who was still a rookie a few months ago. Is it really because of Sharingan's determination that he became so powerful? He was a little bit unconvinced. He has been a genius since childhood. Graduation at the age of 5, Chen at the age of 6, and the recent task volume has also met the standards. He was preparing to be promoted to Jainin. It's not like the Uchiha elites have never seen the 3 Megatama. But, those guys, in terms of growth rate, compared with the partners in front of me, they are nothing to mention. He really wanted to make sure. Uchiha Yuma, now. How strong is it? After hearing this, Uchiha Yuma came out of his thoughts and wanted to say hello to his friends. He stopped trying to raise his right hand. Kakashi's serious expression made him take it seriously. The original person has been Kaka's partner for a long time. That memory was known to him after he awakened from Suihue. Kakashi at this moment is so unusual. You know, after his father White Fang committed suicide. Kakashi only cares about the mission, not his partners. Due to his kind nature, there is still concern, but not much. At this moment, when I saw Hotaki Kakashi, he had an expression that was the opposite of indifference in his original memory. He knew that he had truly become a friend recognized by Kakashi. Yujan is also very direct when it comes to friends. Opposite guidance is formed in the hand. No problem, Kakashi. Kakashi also formed the seal of opposition, and chakra began to fluctuate on his body. Namikaze Minato on the side saw this and hurriedly grabbed Obito and Lin. Obito and Lin were also very sensible and stood outside the venue obediently. After all, this is the first time Kakashi has shown a serious expression since joining the Minato class. As close friends, they knew that this was one of the few emotional changes Kakashi had experienced since the death of the Konoha White Fang. Therefore, even a character like Obito calmed down obediently at this moment. A chilling atmosphere hovered high in the sky above the training ground. The sky seemed to notice this change and sent a breeze here. The breeze caused the leaves of the nearby trees to fall. The moment that leaf fell from the sky to the ground, Uchiha Yuma and Kakashi both started to move. Boom boom boom. The collision of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The entanglement between fire style and lightning style occurred in a short period of time. There were dozens of collisions. Uchiha Yuzhen also feels at this moment that his foundation has caught up. Right now, he doesn't use any nintaijutsu that includes Flying Thunder God. Just relying on his previous skills and tactics, he was on a par with Kakashi. He is very satisfied. However, he was satisfied, but Kakashi was not. After dodging a Phoenix Sage Fire, he said coldly to Yuzhen. Yuzhen, are you looking down on me? Use the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi is very angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by Yuzhen. It's not like he didn't see the training scene just now. Thinking of this, he began to form seals in his hands. Ugly, Mao, Shen. He raised his right hand and was about to transform the chakra. Suddenly, a sharp ninja sword was placed across his neck. Kakashi, stop the ninjutsu you're holding. I will win this current victory first. Kakashi's pupils were shocked. The cold blade let him know that he had lost. If he is really an enemy and he really touches his neck, then... Thinking of this, he put away the ninjutsu in his hand. Turning around, he asked with some reluctance. What's going on? Look at your arm. Yuzhen put away his ninja sword and pointed at Kakashi's right arm. This is... Kakashi looked at his arm and saw a 3-Magatama rune. At some point, he appeared there. This is the mark of the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi. At this time, Namikaze Minato walked up with a smile. When you are marked with this mark, you will be the coordinates of a Flying Thunder God. explained to Kakashi. Regarding the outcome of this competition, when Kakashi boldly made physical contact with Yuzhen, he knew that the outcome was decided. After saying that, he saw a thoughtful look on Kakashi's face and nodded in approval. He knew that as a genius, Kakashi should understand. Then, he took out a scroll from his ninja bag. Facing Yuzhen, his face straightened. There is a reason why we came to find you this time. I have accepted a mission for you. Next, where we will set off is the Kingdom of Wind. Chapter 21. Mission from the Kingdom of Wind. After the battle between Uchiha Yuzhen and Kakashi, he felt refreshed after hearing the news. He is short of money now. No way. Flying Thunder God is very powerful, but this technique has a fatal flaw. Cost money. Trade kunao are expensive. These days, for practice, he had already spent all his last reward. He was short of money now and was very happy to hear the news. The mission of leaving the village means that the employment salary will be very considerable. That's right, that's right. We took on this mission together with Mr. Minato. Next, Uncle Obito will explain it to you. Uchiha Obito, as if the silence just now had stifled him. Jump out quickly. Give Uchiha an explanation. As for Obito, who is looking for a sense of presence, other members of the Minato class are also happy to see this happen. After all, Obito's performance can liven up the atmosphere. Next, after a brief explanation from Obito, Uchiha Yuzhen roughly understood this mission. The current ninja world is not peaceful. The second ninja war a few years ago. Countries have not. The remaining economic problems from that time were resolved. Now comes the problem. All human disputes cannot escape one point. Benefit. Among them, for Sand Hidden Village, economic benefits are imminent. Even though the Kingdom of Wind is a very large country, 99% of the land is desert. Barren land represents weak national power. The weak national power means that there is insufficient support for the hidden village. For Sunagakure village, it can be said to be its strongest period now. This is intolerable. The daimyo here, and Sunagakure village also knows, is limited by national power. The landlord's family also had no food left, so they really couldn't provide much financial support. So what to do? Very simple, foreign invasion. When both the daimyo and Kazekage thought so. The neighboring country on the side, the country of the river, looks very attractive. It is different from the Kingdom of Wind. It is adjacent to the Kingdom of Rain, and because of its terrain, there is no river kingdom that causes it to rain every day like the Kingdom of Rain. It can be said that there is abundant rain and fertile land. In addition, it is also a neighbor of the country of fire, so it also has an advantage in business. Regardless of the size of the territory, the Kingdom of the River is smaller than the Kingdom of the Wind. In terms of national strength, it is not empty at all. In response, Sunagakure village launched an action. The daimyo of the river country and his son were kidnapped by the third-generation Kazekage himself. Now, the rescue order from river country arrives in Konoha. And Konoha immediately made arrangements. The immediate combat power in your hands. That is Namikaze Minato. With Namikaze Minato as the center, he led the Jainin group composed of an Izukeko, Inyazuka, and a Barame. Conduct a rescue operation. After Minato Namikaze received this mission, he discussed it with the third Hokage. He felt that he was leading the class. There are two Jainin battle powers, Kakashi and Yuma. And this guy Obito is not weak either. His title of Crane Tail was obtained in the elite Madara. The Crane Tail of the elite class is not really weak. The general Chunin literacy is still there. After all, he is a family ninja. He is much stronger than civilian ninjas from the beginning. In addition, No Harolin is a medical ninja, and she is a must-have ninja type. Therefore, after discussing with the third Hokage, the Minato squad also joined in this operation. After listening to Obito's explanation, let's set off in the afternoon, right? Uchiha raised his eyes and asked them. Yes, rescue operations must be fast. Hearing this, Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. He squeezed the ninja sword that had just been placed across Kakashi's neck. This knife. It is a ninja sword made of chakra metal. I was sent here by Fugaku a few days ago. Yuzhen is very satisfied with this new weapon. Unexpectedly useful. While being extremely sharp, it also takes into account the excellent chakra conduction frequency. After installing the entry Vampire Immortality, Blue, he also experimented. It has become like a beheading sword, even if it is damaged. Absorbing blood can restore the blade. This blood is not limited to humans. As long as it's a carbon-based organism and has iron in its blood, it's fine. Now, weapon upgrades were completed early. My own strength has been integrated with Flying Thunder God in the past few days. Also ushered in earth-shaking changes. That's right. His strength is already Elite Jainin. Now his panel has changed. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Elite Jainin. Entries, Eye of God Realm, Red, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Fate of Illusion, Gold. Uchiha, Purple, Lava Style, Purple, Steel Training, Purple. Sharingan, Blue, Fire Style, Blue, Wind Release, Blue, Yin Style, Blue. Uchiha Flow, Blue, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Blue. Combat Value, 170. When he united with the Flying Thunder God, the strength judgment on the panel is Elite Jainin. Moreover, the upper limit of my Elite Jainin is very high. It can instantly kill ordinary Jainin, such as Kakashi just now. You can use the Flying Thunder God to stay invincible and deal with the shadows. At this stage, or rather, before this mission, my strength should stop here. Kakashi's challenge just now allowed him to gain 100 combat points. Unfortunately, currently, all my entries on the panel are blue and above. It's not enough to upgrade either one. However, Uchiha Yuzhen also knows it very well. The current self has enough strength to face any challenge. The confidence given by Flying Thunder God technique is so strong. As for the next stage's goal, Yuzhen has also thought about it. The integration of Flying Thunder God and Uchiha style. It belongs to the category of forbearance. I will take the next step to achieve the ultimate in this aspect. It's time to start focusing on the realm of illusion and body. I believe that after this mission, I will continue to study and extract the entries from Shisui and Kai. You can definitely make your own strength. Achieve the power of the three dimensions of endurance, body, and illusion, without blind spots. Yuzhen, Yuzhen? Are you listening? What are you thinking about? Namikaze Minato's confused voice interrupted Yuzhen's thoughts. Come back from your thoughts just now. Seeing the confusion on Namikaze Minato's face, Uchiha said with embarrassment. I was just thinking that the third generation Kazekage has been dispatched. Is there any more detailed information? After all, the team led by the shadow of a village should not be unknown people, right? After hearing Yuzhen's words, Namikaze Minato also straightened up. That's right, Yuzhen, you are right. In the information this time. Meaning that it's not just the third generation Kazekage, he also leads Tsunagakure's puppet army. Among them, the Scorpion of Red Sand, the genius puppet master of Hidden Sand Village. As the leader of the puppet army. Don't underestimate it. Chapter 22. Uchiha Yuma's pupils shrank. Scorpion? Yes. The current ninja world has not yet fought the third ninja war. After all, it's the trigger. The disappearance of the third generation Kazekage has not yet appeared. This also means that Scorpion has not defected to Tsunagakure village yet. Thinking about this mission, I might meet 2 ninjas from the Shadow Realm. A collision occurred. Uchiha Yuma, instead of feeling scared, felt a little excited. The success of Flying Thunder God technique warriors integrated into the Uchiha style, the strength of elite Jonin, and the strengthening of weapons. Let him feel that even in this mission, we'll face the so-called strongest Kazekage and the strongest puppet master Scorpion. Have nothing to fear. With this confidence, after disbanding with everyone at the training ground, rested for a while, Uchiha Yuzhen adjusted his condition and walked towards the gate of Konoha. That's the focus of this mission. When he arrived here, there were about 20 ninjas gathered here. More than half of the ninjas are wearing Jonin vests. He didn't recognize most of them. Only 2 of them appeared in the original work. He recognized it. One was a burly, fat man with red hair. The leader of this team of Inakacho is Akimichi Dingza. As the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, Akimichi's father. He is still easy to recognize. The other one is even simpler, with the mustache, the pair of sunglasses, the huge kin behind his back, and that low sense of presence. A Barame emblem. He is also the father of another 12 heroes, a Barame Shino. Seeing this, he felt that this mission should be stable. The strength of these 2 people is definitely elite Jonin. Still a very strong one. Including Namikaze Minato, this top ninja was tied with the group of Kumagakure village as soon as he debuted. Add yourself. 2 Flying Thunder God technique style holders. More than enough to save people. When he was about to approach the main force, Uchiha Yuzhen cut off his thoughts. After saying hello to all the ninjas present very politely, came to the water gate class. After all, of all the people here, he only knows his little friends. He came to the Kakashi trio. Obito, the only one of the 3 who was a little nervous. Words of relief. Obito, I saw you were very nervous when I came here. This is unnecessary. In this mission, the teacher is the leader, and as disciples, our momentum cannot be weak. Besides, Uchiha, since when have you become afraid of challenges? Hearing this, Uchiha Obito perked up. Yes. What Yuzhen said makes sense. Especially the last sentence. Uchiha, you can't be afraid of challenges. Now, after improving morale, Obito. His mental outlook was completely different from before. Obito is really convinced of Yuzhen now. For this kind of, they are stronger than you, practice harder than you, and have a better mentality than you. It can also cheer people up. You don't have to be convinced even if you don't want to. What's more, even the current Obito, as a very kind-hearted atypical Uchiha. For the sense of honor that Uchiha talks about every day. I also agree with it. Therefore, now that his morale has been improved, he decided not to lose face in the next mission. Namikaze Minato in the distance also saw this scene. He wasn't the only one to see it. As second in command on this mission, Akimichi Dingzuo also saw it. He raised his eyebrows. He sighed to Namikaze Minato. Minato-kun's disciple is outstanding. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Uchiha suddenly has 2 tribesmen, joining the Hokage lineage. This is true for every family in Konoha. Not to mention this is the first time in history, after all, there was Uchiha Kagami who was a disciple of second Hokage before. However, it can be regarded as shocking and inexplicable. After 20 years, is Uchiha about to enter the inner circle again? Now, that Uchiha boy whose chakra strength and aura are extraordinary. Words of comfort to another partner, heard by them. Everyone feels that this child will become a great person. After all, being strong on your own is not a big deal for Konoha ninjas who harbor the will of fire. However, if you are strong and can lead your partners, then, most people in Konoha will recognize this kind of strong man very much. The same goes for Akimichi Dingza. As the trump card against the puppet troops this time, Abarama's Highway, who was taciturn, also nodded in agreement. As a family, they don't talk much. However, any ninja who feels good will be recognized as a true partner. This Uchiha Yuma, no matter what. When he can give his companions spiritual power. He approved it. Not to mention Namikaze Minato. Praise your disciples in your own mind, and actively praise your disciples with others. The feeling of pleasure is completely different. What's more important is that since you can really comfort his partners, that means that it is less likely that his character will become more and more extreme in the future. A disciple who is strong, does not grow crooked, and is praised by others. At this moment, he couldn't even think about being happy. Okay, don't praise him. The rescue operation is valuable in time. Now that we have all the personnel, let's set off. Having said that, Namikaze Minato led the large army. Run towards the Kingdom of Wind. After several days of rapid march, the Kingdom of Wind and the capital Oasis are dozens of kilometers away. Konoha's rescue team sneaked in here. Because he has the belongings of the daimyo and his son. The ninjas in Inuzuka were led by their noses and the ninja dogs. They found it here. As the leader of the entire team, Minato Namikaze and the team's deputy, Akamichi Dingzuo and Abarama's Highway discussed for a while. He raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Everyone, the capital of the Kingdom of Wind is ahead of us. The next step is to sneak in. Let's split up now, Yuzhen, Kakashi, you two follow me. Obito and Rin, you and a group of ninjas are waiting for us here under the leadership of Akamai-sama. Then, Minato began to make corresponding distributions to all the ninjas present. His thinking is very clear, this is a rescue operation. Not an act of annihilation. The next policy will all focus on the rescue point. Then, he and Yuma, who are highly mobile, must come on stage. It's enough to have an Inuzuka Jainin and a Barame Shiwei. Two Flying Thunder God holders, saving people, he really didn't think it was difficult. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen nodded and expressed understanding. When he heard the specific allocation, he already knew Minato's thoughts. Inuzuka and Abarame come to investigate. Two Flying Thunder Gods show up to save people. Simple and crude, but very effective idea. With the detachment completed, Yuzhen followed Minato's footsteps and sneaked into the Kingdom of Wind and the capital. As the hero of Konoha, neither Inuzuka nor Abarame are vegetarians. As far as investigation and tracking is concerned, no one except Hyuga is convinced. Not long after, we were in an elegant courtyard. They found the mission target. Abarama's Highway raised his hand, and a bug with detection function fell down. After taking it, he felt it carefully for a moment. He said to the people present. Both the father and son of the river country's daimyo are under house arrest. There are huge chakras on both sides that make insects tremble. One of them should be Hokage, and the perspective of the other bug is not very clear, so it should be the red sand scorpion. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato thought for a moment. We go straight into it and save people directly. I will stop the Hokage, if the red sand scorpion. It's up to Yuzhen to stop it. Chapter 23. Uchiha Yuma heard Namikaze Minato's order. He nodded calmly. Clear. Yuzhen knew the reason for this arrangement very well. The puppet master is a difficult being. As ninjas who can only use puppets, their bodies are very weak. This leads to the puppet masters of Tsunagakure village. In terms of combat, the requirements for layout, field control, and computing capabilities are relatively high. As the leader of the puppet army of Tsunagakure village, he is one of the most famous peaks in the ninja world. These abilities of the Crimson Sand Scorpion are only strong, not weak. As we all know, a puppet master is a being who can control multiple puppets. So, as a famous puppet master, all major ninja villages know some information about the Red Sand Scorpion. Among them is this guy, who can control hundreds of puppets. Now the problem arises. They are there to save people, not to annihilate the enemy. Saving people requires efficiency and speed. And Scorpion, a ninja who can control many puppets, is a puppet master whose combat power is comparable to that of a village of shadows. It's really too much trouble. After all, he waved his hand during the rescue. One's own numerical advantage will disappear. How can we save people? At that time, the third generation Kazekage and other sand ninjas were added to the side. It may be difficult to protect yourself and retreat. Therefore, this guy must be entangled at the beginning. Of all the people present, Namikaze Minato is going to face off against third generation Kazekage. Uchiha Yuzhen found out helplessly that in addition to possessing the Flying Thunder God technique style of himself, no one else can deal with the Red Sand Scorpion. Namikaze Minato met his disciple. They didn't ask too many questions about their own arrangements. I agreed immediately. By its look, he discovered that Uchiha Yu was really direct. I realized what I was thinking. This gave Minato a deeper understanding of his disciple. If we talk about the previous learning of ninjutsu's speed and the miracle of copying the blood inheritance limit, it made him think and be shocked by Yuzhen's combat prowess. Now in terms of wisdom, he also realizes that Yuzhen is terrifying. The understanding is too fast. No. It should be said that the perspective of looking at events is different. That's why there was a situation where he could understand it as soon as he ordered it. You know, the average ninja. In other words, 99% of ninjas in Konoha have problems with perspective. Even those Jonin. Namikaze Minato also knew what caused this. As a civilian, being able to enter the core circle of Konoha at such a young age. What makes him outstanding is not just the Flying Thunder God. What's more important is his smart brain. Based on this, he was impressed by Yuzhen, who was able to understand the essentials instantly during the mission. You will be surprised. However, Minato immediately cut off his thoughts of appeal. Now, the important thing is to get on with the mission. The rescue team began to split up. Needless to say, Yuzhen was entrusted with an important task this time. Directly in the raiding party. Ninjas like Obito and Lin are not very mobile and have other functions. Here, he was led by Akamichi Dingzuo. As a response, with the detachment completed, they raid the squad. He quickly and slowly sneaked in, not far from the target mansion. There was a buzzing sound. A Baramaze highway stretched out his hand and caught a few tiny bugs. Chakra link. Let him know the relevant layout of the mansion. I have a general understanding of the situation inside through the observation of the parasites. 2 huge chakra reactions, one on each side of the courtyard. And a large number of deserts are distributed around the central room. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes darkened and his eyes trembled. Scarlet Sharingan appears in the eye sockets. Sharingan's insightful ability is very strong. In this regard, it's better to just roll your eyes, it doesn't mean there is none. When Sharingan unfolds, that unique vision will allow you to see Chakra's blue reaction. Yuzhen glanced at the courtyard a few times. At this moment, even if there is a wall blocking it, he could still see the sparse blue chakra reaction. It was just as a Baramaze highway detected. Even 2 rooms couldn't block the chakra reaction source, which was rising on the left and right of the courtyard. In the open space in front of the hall, a large number of chakra reactions gathered. Yuzhen pondered for a moment. Turning his head, he admonished Namikaze Minato, "Minato-sensei, I think the mission target is in that surrounded hall. They have deployed a large number of ninjas there. If we rush in directly, even if it succeeds, there will be a lot of casualties. For that, I have a proposal." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato asked with great interest, "What's your suggestion?" "Let's hear it." "Since the Red Sand Scorpion and the third generation Kazekage are on the left and right, and my minions are in the middle. Yuzhen pointed at the mansion and talked, then, let's just divide them. Everyone must know the impact of fire style. I'll have them separated by huge flames, then Minato-sensei will stop Kazekage, and I'll stop Scorpion. Having said this, Uchiha waved his hand and clenched his fist with great confidence. The remaining partners will go directly to bring the target out. His voice suddenly fell, and the scene fell into silence. Kakashi opened his eyes wide and stared at Yuzhen. It was like meeting him for the first time. He and Yuchen have been partners for some time. Before he awakened Sharingan, he looked like a useless snack. After activating Sharingan, the growth in strength surpassed him in a short period of time. In terms of wisdom, it feels like a different person. From the dull person before, he has become the confident person he is now. It really puzzled him. It wasn't just Kakashi who was surprised. A bear maze highway on the side also reacted. He clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful. After they are divided and their main combat power is blocked. The next step to save people is very simple." He had just met Uchiha for a few days. At this moment, I also had a clear understanding. This wisdom, this commanding power. As expected of Uchiha who can enter the Hokage lineage. This kind of ability is probably what the Hokage series needs. I can only do what I am told in a mediocre way. And as the party being remonstrated, Namikaze Minato was completely confirmed at this moment. Uchiha Yuma really has a different way of thinking from a different angle. My previous self was surprised by his understanding. Now he has a new understanding of his commanding power. Uchiha Yuma. He is the perfect ninja who combines combat power, understanding, and commanding power. After returning from this mission, he wanted to reformulate the education method for Yuzhen. The input of will of fire is imminent. After all, a powerful and intelligent ninja does not have this will. Really disturbing. However, now is not the time to think about this. Regarding Yuzhen's proposal, he nodded in approval. Just do what you want. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen didn't talk nonsense. Start forming seals with both hands directly. Chapter 24. Fire Style. This is Uchiha's specialty. The advantage of this escape technique is not just its terrifying lethality. There is also the monstrous heat that the flames carry after they gather. That scorching heat can transform the air into a chilling impact. And this impact is the reason why fire style endures for so long. In an instant, Yuzhen formed the seal. I saw him jump up. Chakra gathered in the throat, and sparks began to appear at the corners of the mouth. Fire style Great Fire Destruction. A sagittal fireball like a meteorite, under his control, landed in the crowded area of the courtyard. The moment the fireball, which was like an arrow of divine punishment, was about to fall into the field. Boom! Under Yuzhen's control, the fireball instantly spread into a sea of fire. The suffocating heat began to affect the surrounding atmosphere. That scorching heat caused the atmosphere to rise and twist. It turned into a huge shock wave, attacking everything below. What is that? What a scary fire style! Idiot, that's an enemy attack. Before the sea of fire falls, hurry up and defend. The arrow of fire descends. Unparalleled hot flames with terrifying impact. The scorching heat burned the sand ninjas to death on the spot, who had no time to react. The sand ninjas reacted and used various ninjutsu to defend themselves. I was photographed in another place by that impact. At this moment, all the sand ninjas in the field were a little confused about this attack. But Passive Jing was startled and Scorpion stepped out. But he knew why the sand ninjas were a little slow to react. To be honest, he was a little confused. Who would have thought that it would be in the Kingdom of Wind or in its capital? It completely belongs to the core area of their influence in Cheyenne. Someone actually dared to attack. However, when he saw the sea of fire, he smiled helplessly in his heart. This powerful fire style must be Uchiha, That means Konoha has taken action. Only Konoha dares to do this to our Sagakure. Shaking his head and laughing, he took out the scroll from his arms. Just when he was about to untie it and use the corresponding puppet to extinguish the flames in the field, large amounts of black iron sand flew from another place. Put out all the fires in the courtyard. Scorpio will know it when he sees it. My own Lord Kazekage took action. In this case, I will go to the river country daimyo and his son to defend. At this moment, Scorpio understands very well. What is Konoha's goal? When my own Kazekage-sama was fending off the enemy. As the number 2 sand ninja present, he should guard the mission objectives. He thought so. He was also preparing to walk towards the daimyo and his son of the river country. However, just like life, 9 out of 10 times it will be unsatisfactory. A figure fell from the sky. Sorry, although you know where you are going, I will stop you. Uchiha Yuma's Sharingan discovered Scorpion early. That huge chakra reaction cannot be fooled. After all, a huge chakra reaction is connected with that piece of iron sand. It must be 3rd generation Kazekage. You don't have to take care of yourself there. Just let Namikaze Minato deal with it. All he had to do was deal with the beautiful red-haired boy in front of him. Hey? Those eyes, and that clan emblem. Xie's brows frowned slightly, and his expression became solemn. I guess, you are the Uchiha who initiated that terrible fire style, right? The power of the fire style just now is worth taking seriously. However, this Uchiha in front of me. So young. It was true that he didn't expect it. Yuzhen didn't want to pay attention to Xie's question. In the original work, neither he nor Kankuro. Both of these two people demonstrated the characteristics of puppet masters to the fullest. Their language is sometimes a trap. After all, this is what Yuzhen sees now. Xie was the only one, and no puppets were seen around him. So, who knows if his question is to delay time so that he can summon the puppet. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuzhen's body trembled slightly. The Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan turns. A little spark ignited in him. Yuma activates Uchiha Ninjutsu at full power. Boom! The floor beneath his feet shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, his figure also disappeared in an instant. He decided to give it a try. After all, facing such a strong man who is comparable to the shadow of an entire village, you can never be too cautious. Yuma came to Scorpion's side in an instant. I don't know when he drew out his ninja sword. A cold light flashed. A sharp edge flashed with the breath of death. It seemed that the sharp edge was about to hit the Scorpion. Unexpected situations occur. With a bang, the ground beneath the Scorpion's feet shattered in the blink of an eye. A tall and burly puppet appeared, and he raised the diamond wall in his hand. Blocked in front of Yuzhen's ninja sword. With a clang, the ninja sword and the steel arm collided with each other. You are such a naive boy. Do you really think that we puppet masters would be so stupid as to not take any protective measures? Scorpion grinned grimly, and the chakra line in his hand moved. The internal mechanism of the burly puppet is turning. Snap! The diamond arm that clashed with the ninja sword. There has been a change. The side of the arm began to deform, and several tiny mechanical arms stretched out. At the end of the arms are kunai with purple marks. The purple marks on the kunai gave off a foul odor. Let Yuma know while he is in a stalemate with the puppet. That's the Scorpion's usual method, trap and venom. Seeing this, Yuchen calmly stepped back. Want to escape? Naive little brat, it seems I overestimated you just now. A hint of contempt appeared in Scorpion's eyes. His fingers touched slightly. Link the puppet's chakra cords. Snap, snap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The puppet responded to Scorpion's command. The mechanism inside the body moved slightly, and a poisonous kunai was fired on the spot. Yujen's Sharingan spun at high speed, and his left hand quickly took out several Flying Thunder God Kunao from his ninja tool bag. Chakra injection, wave your hands. Uchiha style Shuriken Jutsu, 5 consecutive hits. The kunao flew out of his hand in an instant, following a subtle trajectory towards the poisonous kunao. There was a ping-pong sound. All the poisonous kunao were shot down. This is not the end yet. Yuma used the Uchiha special technique to throw out the kunao. Continue along a specific trajectory, bypassing the puppet. Attack the scorpion's body. What is this? Scorpion opened his eyes wide. This was the first time he had seen such a wonderful throwing technique. Not to mention taking away his extremely poisonous kunao. They can also use the collision force between the kunao to attack him. This completely shattered his understanding of throwing techniques. Ha! Seeing that the kunao were about to hit him, Scorpion shouted and raised his free left hand slightly. A scroll appeared. With a bang. Amidst the smoke, a new mechanical puppet appeared. That's a round puppet. Chakra lines quickly extend from Scorpio's hands. After linking to this new puppet, a clicking sound was heard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of mechanical arms instantly appeared on the round puppet. I admit that you are the strongest thrower I have ever seen, but... Scorpion said calmly, you can't kill people with just throwing skills. Scorpio admits that throwing is very useful. But that is useful in the Genin and Chunin stages. For a ninja of his level, he didn't think throwing techniques could do anything. The round puppet's arms waved. Just when the kunao was about to be knocked down, the kunao collided again. Bang bang bang. The kunao changed its trace. One of them broke through the encirclement of the puppet arms. Appear in front of the scorpion. Tear it up. A flash of black and red light passed by. Uchiha Yuma appeared next to the kunao. The ninja sword in his hand emitted bursts of flames. Sorry, my throwing skills are a little special. Yuma raised the ninja sword in his hand. The edge of the ninja sword was level with the eyebrows, illuminating the scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan's Megatama turns. Call out. The fiery thrust towards the scorching fire of death. Attack forward. Chapter 25. The scorpion's pupils shrank hugely and its hair stood on end. The breath of death, like a python wrapping around him, wrapped him tightly. What's this? Why can this guy break through his own puppet defense circle? Appeared here instantly. This is unreasonable. This is not common sense. This is not true. Is this genjutsu? In an instant, Scorpion's thoughts were spinning rapidly. He didn't understand why a person was so good. You can appear here in the blink of an eye. It's like jumping from this space to another. Etc. When Scorpion's thoughts came to this point, an idea flashed across his mind. Space movement? That's it. Xie's consciousness came out of his thoughts for a moment, and he sighed with sudden realization, a miraculous technique. But... The corners of Scorpion's mouth turned up in a cruel arc. He continued in a high tone, are you looking down on me too much? Click, click, click. The roar of the mechanism resounded in Scorpion's body. Phew! Behind Scorpion, mechanical arms pierced the clothes and stretched out. The palm of the arm opens, and a tubular mechanism appears. Buzz! Those tubes! Spurting out a fierce wind escape chakra. That chakra, is under the control of Scorpion. Turned into a hurricane. That hurricane carries unparalleled cutting power, pushing power, and repelling power. Yuzhen thrust towards Yuzhen with overwhelming force. Pushed over. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Uchiha Yuzhen Sharingan shrank, he was amazed at the change of Xian. He was just now. I thought my raid was effective. I will do it before Scorpio shows his true ability. Flying Thunder God technique style. Complete elite Janin's achievement of killing a shadow-level warrior, defeating the superior. Seeing that the hurricane was about to hit him, Yuzhen cut off his thoughts and thought. His figure disappeared here. Dodged the hurricane attack from Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion has shown his puppet body. Get ready to hit the ground running. Sigh, Uchiha boy, since I completed this research project. You are the first person to see me in such a posture. At this moment, Scorpion stood in the field with an invincible expression. This is his secret technique of human puppets. In order to pursue eternal art, when he felt that he had understood the subject of human puppets, the first person to be transformed is himself. Uchiha, you really saw Scorpio like this? He immediately knew that this guy was going to deal with him seriously. Scorpion in human puppet state. A puppet that can be controlled. It will be calculated in hundreds. Yuzhen exhaled a breath, and he squeezed the flying thunder god kunao in his left hand. Really? It's a great honor to be the first to see it. After saying that, he lowered his eyes slightly. The scarlet and coquettish Sharingan trembled slightly. The three megatama in the pupils began to rotate faster. The ninja sword in his hand began to flow with powerful fire. He knows it very well. Sharingan's genjutsu doesn't work for Scorpion, who transformed himself into a human puppet. You can't expect genjutsu to trick the Iron Head. Genjutsu is useless, then increase the output of chakra. Make the lethality of Uchiha's ninja taijutsu even faster. Don't worry about the amount of chakra. Since this time, Uchiha, purple, and natural energy affinity, blue, allow your body to grow further. The growth rate of chakra can be said to have been greatly improved. After all, Uchiha's chakra volume, senju, and whirlpool aside, in the world of ninja, he is really worthy of his reputation. Plus the bonus of natural energy affinity. Too many to say. The amount of chakra of 20 Kakashi is still there. So, now let yourself fight with Scorpion, a strong man who can rival the shadow of a village. Let's verify the gains and practice over the past few months. Purity. How? Yet, looking at the expression on the young man in front of him, he knew that the other man was going to fight tooth and nail. He unfolded the human puppet mode and stared into Yuzhen's scarlet eyes. Smiling calmly. Sharingan, a good collection, decided. I want to make you into the first weapon besides me. The production of human puppets can preserve the boundaries of blood inheritance. He felt that it was his first human puppet weapon. It's Uchiha who is famous in the ninja world. Not bad either. After saying that, Xie spread his hands and slowly opened the scroll in his hands. Then, a violent chakra ignited in his heart. The blue chuk began to squirm and split into threads. When the scroll is fully opened, bang! Hundreds of puppets appeared out of thin air. The many chakra lines split from the Scorpion's heart immediately connected. This is exactly Scorpion's trick. Red secret skills 100 machine drills. Faced with the overwhelming puppets, Uchiha Yuzhen responded calmly, if you can do it, just come over. Then he gently turned the handle of the knife, and the blade pointed directly at the heart of the Scorpion. He didn't know anything else, but he still knew where Scorpion's regeneration core was. In his previous life, he still had fresh memories of the opening chapter of Shippuden. There seemed to be a lot of these puppets, but facing myself with the Flying Thunder God, it's really not that useful. After all, if you can't hit them, these puppets will be useless. It seems that my mission is to deal with it. There is no pressure anymore. When both sides finished talking trash, they started to look at each other. Killing intent flowed between his eyes. Tear it apart. Yuzhen's figure disappeared instantly. Just like that, the two sides began to fight. When Uchiha, Yuma and Scorpion were fighting with it, Kakashi and a bear maze highway have successfully broken into the hall. It went very smoothly too. Find the daimyo father and son of the river country. Thanks to Yuzhen's fire style, we dispersed those sand ninjas, otherwise we wouldn't be so relaxed. Kakashi walked out of the hall and turned to look at where Yuzhen and Xia were fighting. Said something with some admiration. The Red Sand Scorpion, who doesn't know this name yet? It is one of the few signboards in Tsunagakure village. This talented puppet stylist and leader of the Sand Hidden Puppet Army. The name of the Red Sand Scorpion has long been resounding throughout the ninja world. When the fame reaches a certain level, everyone will consciously align it with the shadow of a village. In this regard, Konoha's Sannin is average. Now, Kakashi sees that it is different from his own discussion. Uchiha Yu is really fighting against a cage-level warrior. It's impossible for him not to be shocked. Growing up too fast. It's simply unreasonable. In his heart, he obviously still wants his strength to catch up with Yuzhen. Judging from Yuzhen's growth rate during this period of time. Can you really do it yourself? However, when Kakashi saw the sand ninja around him, he had already recovered from Yuzhen's fire-style attack. When they start to gather here, he cut off his thoughts. Now is not the time to think about this. The mission target has been rescued, and now is the time to retreat. After thinking about it, he said to a bare maze highway on the side, "You send out the signal flare to retreat. I'll go see if Yuzhen needs help." After that, he jumped up. He ran towards the place where Yuzhen and Xia were fighting. Chapter 26. Uchiha Yuma has been with Scorpion. It took a long time. He felt tremendous pressure. Scorpion's fighting style is puppet traps and poison. That's nothing. Every puppet master operates like this. Including Xia's grandmother and Chiyo's mother-in-law, the same is true. But when it was Uchiha Yuma's turn to face the strongest puppet master in history, only then did he realize how terrifying Scorpion was, being able to control hundreds of puppets. These puppets are controlled by Scorpion's red secret skills. Incredibly flexible. The overwhelming number of puppets, plus countless machine blades. This made Yuzhen very nervous. He raised his concentration to 12% and used the Flying Thunder God's teleportation in the field. Use this to avoid the attacks that are all over your eyes. Unlike Uchiha Yuma feels pressured. Scorpio was shocked. I have already deployed the red secret technique. To be honest, he asked himself to destroy a small country. It's all within reach. Not to mention just killing a mere elite Jainin. That's right, Scorpio's vision. It has long been discovered that Uchiha Yuzhen has ninja qualities. At most, he is at the level of elite Jainin. There is a big difference between him and a strong person who has entered the shadow field. But this kid is obviously not strong enough. Just relying on that troublesome technique made me go crazy. My own red secret skill. But I have already controlled nearly 300 puppets. Whether it is burned by fire, entangled by wind, buried in soil, or chopped with a knife. The kid opposite him just flicked his kunai. As soon as the person disappears, all these attacks were in vain. For example, this time, when Scorpio feels like it's not easy, with careful layout. Use a puppet to catch this kid in an urn. Whoosh! The Uchiha boy who fell into the trap easily, escaped from the carefully laid trap. This completely breaks Scorpion's defense. How can it be repaired? How can there be in the world such a rogue space ninjutsu? Really bummer. Scorpion has already discovered that for the enemy on the opposite side, kunai is needed for teleportation. He has long wanted to restrict this. However, Uchiha's throwing skills taught him another lesson. You can't limit it at all. This kind of throwing technique that he couldn't understand allowed kunai to shuttle back and forth calmly. Among his puppets, the throwing technique of Uchiha style is combined with the teleportation technique. Let Uchiha on the opposite side only hit others by himself. A situation where others cannot hit him. When Scorpio thought about this, he really felt that this technique too rogue. Yuzhen flashed in the air and escaped a large number of puppet attacks. He had just taken a breath when he heard Xie's complaints. He smiled triumphantly at Xie. What? Are you so incompetent and furious? He can't be dissatisfied. After this period of time, the fight with Scorpion began. He already knows very well what level his strength is. Elite Jainin strength determination on the panel. You can't do anything fake. But, I own the Flying Thunder God. As long as you don't follow the example of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, you will never be able to succeed. Basically, he can deal with the strong men of Ying and Chaoying. There is no way, the Flying Thunder God is so powerful. When it comes to Boruto Den, when fighting those gods, it's still time and space ninjutsu who is fighting on the front line. Also, could you please stop being so rude and call your ninjutsu a rascal or something? Such words will only make people aware of your weakness. Uchiha Yuma, spouting trash talk, wants to influence Scorpio's mentality. Besides, how can I be called a rogue when I merge into the Flying Thunder God of the Uchiha style? For a truly rogue time and space ninjutsu, you have to watch Obito's Kamui. That is, in Yuzhen's heart, the most rogue time and space ability. Xie didn't know about Yuzhen's thoughts. But those rubbish words that hit my ears really made me almost explode with anger. Are you being rude? Does saying this make people feel weak? You are the real rude boy. Scorpion said with a frosty look on his face at this moment. Obviously he is just a mouse that can only run away and become embarrassed, but now you are pretending. Boundless malice emerged from Scorpion's body. Just when he wanted to continue the attack. Far in the sky. Bang! A signal flare that is unfamiliar to Scorpion lights up. He is unfamiliar to Xie, but very familiar to Yuzhen. That's a signal that the mission target has been achieved and you can retreat. Thinking of the next step, I just have to fight with it for a while. After you can retreat. Uchiha Yuzhen perked up. It looks like it's coming to an end. Xie heard Yuzhen's whisper and sighed helplessly. He actually allowed Konoha to succeed in the Land of Wind, the capital of the country. That guy from the third generation project has really lost his face this time. He is happy to see the outcome of third generation Kazekage's failure. He always felt that it was because of third generation Kazekage's negligence. This led to Konoha's invasion of the Land of Wind in the last Great Ninja War. This led to the death of his parents. When I saw Scorpion, I complained about third generation Kazekage at this moment. Yuzhen quickly dodged and hid far away. Just when he was about to raise his ninja sword and prepare to slash with the flame blade. Kakashi from far away, running towards me. Yuzhen, it's time to retreat. Kakashi saw the hundreds of puppets and those on the sidelines. Yuma Toki looked a little tired. My mentality immediately changed. Before coming, he wanted to see if he could help. But now, I see the overwhelming puppets. He calmly concluded that it was time to retreat. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen nodded to Kakashi in the distance to show understanding. He pondered for a moment and made a judgment immediately. Now that even Kakashi has appeared here, it shows that while the mission goal has been obtained, the situation is not very tense. Then, it's time for me to retreat now. After thinking about it, he flashed and ran towards Kakashi at an extremely fast speed. When Scorpion saw Kakashi, his mind felt like it was hammered. Konoha White Fang, his own enemy. I know all his information very well. Therefore, when he saw Kakashi, he immediately recognized the son of his enemy. As the saying goes, a father's debt is repaid by his son. When Xie saw Yuzhen and Kakashi reunited, he had already reacted. These two are going to run. How could he hold back in this situation? You can't run away, just accept your death. Scorpion shouted, commanding the puppet to attack Kakashi and Yuzhen. He didn't believe it, that time and space ninjutsu could also transport people teleportation. Boom boom boom. Countless puppets launched a large number of attacks. Slash, wind escape, fierce poison, and fire. At that moment, Everything hit that place. However, Xies face darkened. You can actually make people move together. Damn it. The smoke dissipated, and the area was hit. Where are the figures of Uchiha and Kakashi? At this moment, how could Scorpion know that ninjutsu can bring people along in this time and space? Hateful, hateful, hateful. The escape of the enemy's son. The feeling of revenge that he had struggled to suppress all these years suddenly ignited in his heart. He looked towards the place where the third-generation Kazekage was fighting. He looked over there at the iron sand flying everywhere. I sighed quietly in my heart. It's all because of your negligence that your parents died. It's all because of your carelessness this time that the situation has become like this. After thinking about it, he seemed to have made some decision. He put away his puppet with a serious expression. Then, head towards the place where Kazekage and the enemy are fighting. Chapter 27. On the other side, Yuzhen and Kakashi successfully escaped from the capital of the Kingdom of Wind. Yuzhen, as a cautious person, before this mission, he carved the Flying Thunder God's spell outside the capital a long time ago. Needless to say, the location is where the other team is. Just facing Scorpion's attack, he took Kakashi with him directly. Use Flying Thunder God to return here. Presumably, this guy, the Red Sand Scorpion. I should be speechless now. Yuzhen felt proud in his heart. However, he immediately cut off his thoughts. After returning to the camp, he and Kakashi also knew that the mission was the most important thing. I met Akamichi Dingza immediately. Senior Dingzuo, how is the situation? Seniors Highway and the others have brought the daimyo and his son back. Everything went well. Everyone is back except Minato-kun. Hearing this, Uchiha was a little confused. All mission objectives have been achieved. Namikaze Minato shouldn't be. Is it easy to get rid of Kazekage? Everyone is now back at camp safely. The only thing missing was Minato, who was known as the Yellow Flash and didn't come back. Is there a special situation? Thinking of this, Yuzhen said to the people present. I own the Flying Thunder God, everyone knows it. Teacher Minato, let me see what's going on over there. After hearing Yuzhen's suggestion, Akamichi Dingzao's fat face became serious. Okay, Yuzhen, go and see what's going on over there right away. There is no way, for everyone present in Konoha. This is the optimal solution. The mobility of the Flying Thunder God. As Konoha ninjas, we all know this very well. In particular, they had just met. Uchiha Yuma and Kakashi appeared in the camp directly out of thin air. Just this kind of ability. As long as you are not determined to die, basically nothing can happen. After hearing the response, Uchiha Yuzhen didn't waste any words. The figure flashed. Then he disappeared into the camp. Yuzhen's figure reappeared in this city. After wandering around, he arrived at the place where Namikaze Minato and third-generation Kazekage fought. Just entered this area. What caught his eye was a surprise to Uchiha. Namikaze Minato is fighting the Red Sand Scorpion. This wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was third-generation Kazekage wearing a black cloak. He was lying not far away covered in bruises. The purple color of the skin made Yuzhen understand. This guy was poisoned. At this moment, Yuzhen immediately analyzed the specific situation. Among the three people present, the one who used strong poison was the one who used it. Needless to say, only Scorpion, the puppet master, can grandmaster this way. So, the fall of third-generation Kazekage doesn't need to be overthought. I think it was Scorpion's handiwork. Yuzhen was not surprised by this. In the original work, this guy assassinated Kazekage around this time. Now it is normal to kill someone. At this time, the two people fighting in the field also discovered Yuzhen's arrival. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows and his expression began to become relaxed. He shouted to Yujan. Yujan, let's go check on the situation of third-generation Kazekage first. That's right, Minato Namikaze is very worried about the situation of the third-generation Kazekage at this moment. He really didn't expect this mission. He actually encountered such a thing as civil strife in the sand. This scorpion was when he was fighting Kazekage. Attacked Kazekage from behind with poisoned weapons. This is a consequence that Namikaze Minato cannot accept. If Kazekage dies during this mission, he would think with his head whether Sharingan could find out the truth or not. This shit basin will definitely be pinned on Konoha's head. He is also very aware of the current situation in the ninja world. If this happens, a war will be inevitable. Because of this, he has been entangled with Scorpion until now to see if there is a turning point. Now the turning point has indeed arrived. As soon as Yuzhen appeared, he immediately shouted and asked him to check on Kazekage's situation. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen didn't talk nonsense. He dodged and ran towards the third-generation Kazekage. Fortunately, all Scorpion's attacks were blocked by Namikaze Minato. He arrived effortlessly next to third-generation Kazekage. Seeing the unconscious Kazekage, he immediately squatted down to check. Something's not good. After the inspection, Yuzhen whispered. Raising his head, he hurriedly shouted to Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei, Kazekage's condition is not good. If he is not treated, he will die in about 10 minutes at most. Then Yuma, take Kazekage-sama to our camp and let the medical ninjas do their best to treat him. Yes. Uchiha Yuma accepted the order and was about to leave this battlefield with the third-generation Kazekage on his back. When Scorpio saw this situation, how could he hold it back? He managed to seize the opportunity and sneak attack Kazekage. Not to mention the hatred in my heart. After completing his research project on human puppets, he has long been salivating over the strongest Kazekage. You can't take Kazekage away. He shouted and launched a desperate posture. With his spare hand, he took out a scroll. Bang! A huge number of puppets appeared out of thin air. Red Secret Technique 100 Machines Drill start with full force. It's different from the previous battle with Yuzhen, where only 100 puppets were used. At this moment, the anxious Scorpion has already taken out all his belongings. There are more than 300 puppets in total, all with their big hands open. He suddenly jumped towards Uchiha Yuma and third-generation Kazekage. And Namikaze Minato in the distance was also helpless. All of his killing moves are highly mobile, and can be used against the hundreds of puppets brought out by Scorpion. Without clearing ninjutsu, he had no choice. In a hurry, he could only use the single target Raise Nan in the blink of an eye to try to destroy more puppets. As Uchiha Yuma who faces the full firepower of Scorpion. Faced with this situation, I just wanted to launch the Flying Thunder God to escape. Then I thought of something terrible. Flying Thunder God is a space movement technique. Although it is not like Union Village's Send of Heaven technique, it requires very high physical hardness. However, it is not what third-generation Kazekage, who is full of poison, can endure at this moment. Flying Thunder God is a technique that requires extraordinary neurological reactions to be used. For the third-generation Kazekage at this moment, it is a fatal existence. I can't help it, I was just in the process of checking third-generation Kazekage. Yuzhen discovered that this was a neurotoxin. Tisk, that's really troublesome. Uchiha Yuzhen smacked his tongue, helplessly activating the Uchiha-style teleportation technique. Use this to avoid Scorpion attacks. At this moment, something unexpected happened. In the outer battle circle, several sand ninjas appeared. In their eyes, it was the ninjas of Konoha who captured their own Kazekage-sama. Master Scorpion, on the other hand, is desperately trying to rescue Master Kazekage. So they shouted loudly. Damn Konoha ninja, put down Kazekage-sama. What's the point of shouting? Use ninjutsu to stop him. These sand ninjas reacted on the spot and all activated their wind release ninjutsu. Boom boom boom. Multiple wind release ninjutsu with cutting and impact power, attacked Yuma right in front of him. Faced with this situation, there is a wolf in front, a tiger behind, and he is also carrying a paralyzed person. Yuzhen felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, the puppets were chasing after him. One of the puppets has changed. The puppet's body suddenly grew longer. This elongated body caught up with Yuzhen in an instant. The puppet waved his hand. A sharp blade pierced through the third-generation Kazekage on Yuma's shoulder. Damn it! I was careless. Yuzhen's face suddenly turned ferocious. At this time, it is basically impossible for Kazekage to survive. That being the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Chapter 28. At this time, Uchiha Yuma understood the current situation. Kazekage is in such a situation that there is no way to save him. So, move your heart as you wish. Yuma carried the third-generation Kazekage on his shoulders, and a chakra of wind-style ninjutsu emerged from nowhere. As we all know, the nature of wind chakra is changed. Even if ninjutsu is not formed, it will be sharp too. That sharp wind chakra, under the control of Uchiha Yuma, puff, pierced the heart of the third-generation Kazekage. This is not the end. The chakra that entered the Kazekage's body went in the direction of the head. It didn't take long to smash the third-generation Kazekage's brain into pieces. That's right. Uchiha Yuma quietly killed the third-generation Kazekage. Since there's no way to save him, I might as well save myself the trouble. Furthermore, the third-generation Kazekage was poisoned, and now his body was pierced by Scorpion's puppet. Myself and others. He couldn't get immediate treatment. Minato Namikaze also came into view. The reality is, Kazekage is dead. Anyway, this Kazekage will die no matter how hard you try. It would be better to let yourself gain a considerable amount of combat value. With Uchiha Yuma's little movements, the third-generation Kazekage thus went to the Pure Land. On his own system panel, his combat value also increased by 1000 points. When Yuchen saw the combat value, he felt extremely refreshed. A huge sum of 1000 points, this is the amount he has gained since he awakened his wisdom a few months ago. See the most values. However, when Yuma's Sharingan caught a glimpse of the wind escape in front and the puppet behind, which were attacking him from both sides, just understand that now is not the time to think about these things. Cut off the thoughts. He decisively abandoned the third-generation Kazekage's body. Throw the Flying Thunder God Kunao towards Minato Namikaze. With a whoosh, Yuma activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared right here. Immediately afterwards, his figure appeared next to Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Yuma lowered his eyes and said to Namikaze Minato with a guilty look on his face. The third-generation Kazekage was just hit by a neurotoxin. I can't use Flying Thunder God to move him along. I'm so sorry, Minato-sensei, Kazekage-sama can't be saved. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly to show that he understood. It's okay, Yuma. Since it's impossible, let's just leave. There is no way, the situation just now, in his eyes. That is indeed the case. Yuma, who cannot use Flying Thunder God move, carries a burden with him. Being attacked from both sides, Kazekage was also attacked by Scorpion. It's basically impossible to survive. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking about these things. Namikaze Minato looked serious, lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. In that case, Yuma, let's retreat. Now, what is more important is to return to the village in time and inform the Hokage of the situation. Let the village prepare for it. Uchiha Yuma, when he saw Namikaze Minato, he really had no doubts. I felt relieved. When he heard the order to retreat, he immediately launched Flying Thunder God. With a whoosh, disappeared here. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze looked at Scorpion deeply. He also disappeared on the spot. With Uchiha Yuma and Namikaze Minato returning to the camp, the morale of the people in Konoha was greatly boosted. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes. They all stared closely at the young man standing shoulder to shoulder with Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Yuma. Through this mission, everyone seems to have to get to know him again. This young man from Uchiha had caused quite a stir in the village some time ago. In that mission, he defeated Biwajuzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seized one of the Mist Ninja's most precious treasures, the beheading sword. What's more important is that after completing these, your reputation will rise. Uchiha's identity as a member of the Hokage lineage is even more eye-catching. All these have made Konoha's family ninjas and civilian ninjas. I have a clear idea of this Uchiha Yuma. A star of Uchiha's genius is rising in Konoha. But at this moment, everyone present, except for Kakashi, Obito, and Lin, they already knew that Yuzhen had learned to fly the Thunder God before the mission. Besides knowing how powerful it is, everyone else was shocked by Uchiha Yuma's powerful strength. Especially those who often act together with Minato. Akamichi Dingza and Abarame Shiwei. At this time, the two of them gathered together and looked at Yuzhen and Minato, who were surrounded by people in the field. I really didn't expect that Minato's disciple, this boy from Uchiha. Abarame frowned and sighed softly. He can really entangle the red sand scorpion. Although he already knew it when Minato arranged the mission. Uchiha Yuma will definitely complete the mission. But, he discovered it when the real reality was placed in front of him. This young man really blocked the red sand scorpion and blocked a ninja who was comparable to Kage. This is a mind-boggling reality. In this moment, let him feel it. How big is the gap between people? He is 12 years old and is entangled with a shadow-level powerhouse. What were you doing when you were 12 years old? I heard Abarame's highway, an old friend for many years, so emotional. Akamichi Dingzuo also nodded in recognition. He stared at Yuzhen with bright eyes. Yet, after all these years, Uchiha is really going to produce a shocking character. I think every family in Konoha will start to re-examine Uchiha after this mission. Unlike the Abarame clan, which is a somewhat marginal ninja clan in Konoha. As the Iroka butterfly who has a close relationship with the Sarutobi clan. For them, they have been working hard in the core areas of Konoha for many years. More clearly, the emergence of an outstanding Uchiha will cause huge fluctuations. The Uchiha clan has been in decline for many years. In recent years, there has been a Uchiha Fugaku that is worth watching. The rest are all mediocre people. Now, a young man who can deal with shadow-level powerhouses appears. His identity is still a lineage of Hokage masters and apprentices. Thinking of this, Akamichi Dingza sighed. The wind is going to blow in Konoha. Next, the rescue team conducted a rapid evacuation. The mission objectives were achieved and the team members were not reduced. All reflect that this mission was a great success. Ninjas want efficiency. They left the Kingdom of Wind immediately. After sending the father and son of the Diaming of River Kingdom back to the Diaming Mansion of River Kingdom, the rescue mission team, he returned to Konoha at an extremely fast speed. Yuzhen had some guesses about this. Minato's previous behavior of trying to save the third-generation Kazekage shows that he is also aware of it. The current atmosphere in the ninja world is very delicate. This time Kazekage died, as long as Xia was smarter and silenced the sand ninjas who intercepted him. Then he pushed the shit basin onto Konoha's head. This Konoha is so speechless. The current Namikaze Minato probably just wants to go back quickly and tell the top management about this situation. Let everyone be prepared for the storm to come. The fact is exactly what Uchiha Yuzhen thought. When they returned to Konoha, Namikaze Minato said angrily and dismissed them on the spot. Just run straight to the Hokage building. After a cup of tea time. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes wide, and he asked Minato Namikaze eagerly. Minato, you didn't lie to me about what you just said. He couldn't believe his ears. Kazekage was actually on their rescue mission. By one's own. The Red Sand Scorpion was killed. Without even thinking about it, he knew that Konoha was determined to take over. That's right. Lord Third Generation. Namikaze Minato responded to Hiruzen in a decisive tone. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to smoke a cigarette in frustration. At this time, in the office, an old man with a gloomy aura started speaking. Chapter 29. Hiruzen, as for Kazekage, if he dies, he will die. They have never been very honest anyway. But, what's going on with this Uchiha Yuma? Can you tell me Danzo in detail why he became Minato's disciple? Shimura Danzo couldn't believe that his leader had been on the road for several months. When you cause trouble for the 4 great ninja villages and cause civil strife in a Megakure village. These changes in Konoha. Look, when I return to Konoha, I just sit in Hiruzen's office. Just heard something. Namikaze Minato rescues the father and son of the river country, and the death of Kazekage. Uchiha Yuma is entangled with the famous Red Sand Scorpion. There's not much to say about the rescue mission, it was done beautifully. As for Kazekage's death? As a hawk, he felt nothing about Kazekage's death. But that Uchiha Yuma, what's going on? Became Minato's disciple. Not to mention entering the Hokage master-disciple lineage. This little Uchiha is actually quite strong. Look at this kid Uchiha, what a heavyweight he is. A Sharingan with 3 Megatama at the age of 12? It didn't take long for Flying Thunder God to apply it in the battle with the Red Sand Scorpion. Wait, that's not the point. The point is, why haven't I heard of this kind of Uchiha's genius before? Thinking of this, his expression changed drastically. He continued impatiently. Also, why have I never heard of this kind of genius before? For this guy to become Minato's disciple, could it be a trap set by Uchiha? Do they want to use this to get their hands on the Hokage's throne? Yes, that must be the case. Only in this way can we explain such a genius. It was at this moment that it seemed as if it had jumped out of the stone. Uchiha must have released this brat after seeing him running around outside. After all, the whole of Konoha. All ninjas, all Jonin. Who doesn't know? He is the one targeting Uchiha the most. If they were here, they would definitely not dare to do these little tricks. However, when Shimura Danzo was still making random guesses. As his bond, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and laughed and rejected Danzo's idea. You're overthinking Danzo, Uchiha doesn't have such a mind. As for this kid Yuma. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the drawer and took out a ninja file. You should read this file first. Snap. Shimura Danzo eagerly snatched the file from his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take it seriously either. To be honest, he was also shocked by what Danzo said just now. This kid, I just watched how he became like this. A few months ago, he was still a very immature ninja. Some time ago, I was shocked by his ability to quickly learn various ninjutsu, kill loquat jutsu, and quickly grow into a 3 Magatama as soon as he awakened Sharingan. I think this kid will be like Uchiha Madara. Become a talent who wakes up late but soars into the sky immediately. At that time, he guessed that this right away must be calculated in years. If you think about it, it has only been less than a month since he killed loquat jutsu. Uchiha Yuzhen. Now he is going to have a good show with himself, competing with a powerful film-level player. This guy. It's really scary. Fortunately, he is his disciple and grandson. As for Shimura Danzo's rude behavior, Namikaze Minato was slightly dissatisfied in his heart. This elder Danzo basically didn't have much contact with anyone else. Belonging to strangers whom I have heard of, met, and never talked to. I knew he hated Uchiha, but to hate him so much was really surprising. My disciple, Uchiha Yuzhen, his growth curve is indeed shocking. The current strength is really amazing. But is now the time to discuss his own disciples? Kazekage's death is probably the most troublesome thing. This is a national matter, right? Is the mind of this elder Danzo too narrow? Do you have the will of fire in your heart? At this moment, in his heart, Namikaze Minato was very resistant to this Danzo elder. So he wanted to bring the topic back. He raised his eyes and looked at the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, let's think about what will happen to the ninja world after Kazekage's death. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped his head. It's all Danzo's fault, I think. As a Hokage myself, the more important thing now is this. Yes, the important thing now is this. Wait for me a moment, I'll notify Koharu and Menyan to come over. Not to mention the top management of Konoha, discuss how the situation in the shinobi world will develop after the death of Kazekage. Now, the ninja clan is a little better informed. Everyone knows that Yuzhen played a vital role in this rescue mission. Konoha village. The core residence of the Hyuga clan. Is this information true? Hyuga Hayashi asked his brother, Hyuga Hisashi, with an incredible air. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Yuzhen had entered the Hokage lineage. How could it be so strong? You know. I heard before that Uchiha, 2 members entered the Hokage line. He was already very uncomfortable. Now, someone told him. This Uchiha boy who joined the Hokage lineage is still a strong man who has grown up. Isn't this inappropriate? Is this the seed player for the Hokage? 20 years later, sufficient qualifications have been accumulated. Coupled with his own strong strength. This became a sign that Hokage really cared about him. After he became the leader of the Hyuga clan, he found that Senju had completely disappeared. Uchiha began to decline again. Prepare to compete with Uchiha for the title of the strongest clan in Konoha. As a result, this idea just occurred not long ago. There is one Uchiha Yuma. Hearing his brother's shocked and skeptical tone. Hisashi who knows his inner thoughts. A somewhat bitter explanation. This is what the ninja who is friends with us in the rescue team told me. That's it, it seems the information is correct. Hayashi frowned and sighed, oh, it's so lucky for Uchiha to have such a person. He was also very helpless inside. It seems that the selfish thoughts of competing with Uchiha for the first clan in Konoha have to be put on hold for a while. Uchiha Yuzhen dragged his tired body. Got home and had a good sleep. Early the next morning, he was full of energy. Eat breakfast and open the door of your own room. Plan to go to a quiet training ground. Take stock. What I gained after this mission. However, he has not yet left the clan. He discovered something that puzzled him. Whenever he met a patrol team from the security department, these guys looked at him like they were looking at rare animals. After passing another one. After looking at his patrol with such eyes. Chen couldn't bear it anymore and stopped them. After greeting them politely. He asked with a smile. Seniors, what is going on? There are many tribesmen today who look at me with strange eyes. Among the stopped patrol was a brown-haired Uchiha young man. Taking a step forward, he stared at Yuzhen with interest. You do not know. What do I need to know? Uchiha Yuma, you are famous. Ha! Chapter 30. Yuzhen's head was a little down at the moment. When I wake up. What happened? Young senior, what's your name? By the way, what made me famous? Yuzhen politely asked the name of the other person before asking what happened. Ha ha ha, polite boy. The brown-haired young man laughed and pointed at himself. My name is Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro was very grateful for Yuzhen's politeness. As the Deputy Minister of Security, Yashiro is also well known within the Uchiha clan. For this Uchiha Yuma. To be honest, it is more appropriate to use the sentence suddenly emerged to explain it. Awakening the Sharingan, siding with the Fugaku clan leader, slapping Elder Satsuna in the face, and killing Loquat Juzo. He has also heard about these situations. However, as Uchiha, everyone is arrogant and arrogant. Everyone was not convinced by Yuzhen's results at that time. Feel. Slapping Elder Satsuna in the face was nothing. The fact that he killed Juzo Loquat, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was not worth mentioning. If the elites of our security department are not restricted by the village, I can freely go out to the village to do tasks, and I can do the same thing as you. You, Uchiha Yuma, can make us take a high look, that is, you have become the master and disciple of the Hokage. This gives Uchiha hope of becoming a Hokage. At the same time, it is a symbol of the release of goodwill in the village. The previous 8 generations had the same idea. Who would have thought? In this mission, Sand Hidden Village directly gave this boy a name. You know, there are names and there are no names. For ninjas, there are 2 concepts. With that, you are truly strong. This is not over yet. Sunagakure village is making an announcement. He also told the entire ninja world about his time and space ninjutsu, which can teleport. That should be the Flying Thunder God. Others don't know how powerful this technique is. Uchiha, who had been beaten painfully, knew it best. This is a technique that can compete with Manjiki. Uchiha in front of me. In a short period of time. Gained power and fame. If it's not a sudden rise, it's nothing. Thinking of this, he smiled warmly at Yuzhen. As for the famous name, I will tell you in detail slowly. In the following time, Uchiha Yashiro explained. Yuzhen roughly clarified the situation. When their rescue team returned to Konoha, the Red Sand Scorpion was not idle either. When he returned to Sunagakure village, he immediately took Kazekage's death to task. Buttoned it to Namikaze Minato's head. At this moment, the name Yellow Flash completely resounded throughout the ninja world. This is one of the few records of killing a shadow by a single person. The ninja world couldn't help but be shocked. As for blocking the Red Sand Scorpion, Yuma played an important role in this mission. Also type out your name. Sunagakure village sees that Yuma is also a user of Flying Thunder God. He was given the name Shunshen Yuma directly. Ha! Shunshen Yuma. After listening to Yashiro's explanation, Yuma pointed to herself with a somewhat embarrassed expression. They really called me that. What a pity. Logically speaking, shouldn't this be Shisui's name? Is it okay if I rob it myself? Seeing Yuzhen's embarrassed expression, Uchiha was a little confused. What's wrong, Yuzhen? Isn't that a bad name? He's obviously very handsome. Hearing the words, Uchiha Yuzhen rolled his eyes internally. Don't talk about this, Yashiro-senpai, thank you for your explanation. I have something else to do, so I'll take the first step. After saying goodbye, he waved to say hello to several seniors. Just dodged and set off to the training ground. Uchiha, you really didn't expect that the plot began to change at this moment? There was one thing in Yashiro's explanation just now that gave him a headache. Scorpion, because this time he was able to successfully blame Konoha for the death of Kazekage. There is no need to defect to Sunagakure village like in the original work. He did not become a traitorous ninja, judging from the charm of his defection for 20 years, and the power in the village to become his spy. Plus a grand macho who loves her very much. Is this guy going to become the 4th generation Kazekage? However, Kazekage is dead. The outbreak of the Third Ninja World War should occur during this period of time. My next focus is how to survive. Yuzhen clears her mind. He quickly came to the training ground. In the quiet woods, Yuzhen sat cross-legged. A thought, his thinking, flowed to a panel that only he can see. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Shadow. Entries, Eye of God Realm, Red, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Fate of Illusion, Gold. Uchiha, Purple, Kama Lava Style, Purple, Kama Steel Exercise, Purple, Kama Sharingan, Blue. Sharingan, Blue, Fire Style, Blue, Wind Release, Blue, Yin Style, Blue. Uchiha Flow, Blue, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, Vampire Immortality, Blue, Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Blue. Combat Value 1170. The appearance of the panel strongly attracted Yuzhen's attention. Especially the acquisition of combat value. 1,170 points, 1,000 of which were contributed by Mr. Kazekage just now. 100 points won by competing with Kakashi before the mission. The 70 points at the end are what was left over from before. Uchiha Yuzhen already had an idea on how to use these points. Himself Uchiha. What is Uchiha's strongest ability? Fire style? No. Uchiha's gorgeous fighting style? No. What is that? It's Sharingan. Especially Manjiki Sharingan. When every Uchiha blooms with the power of God hidden deep in his eyes. Strength will bring about earth-shaking changes. So I have nothing to think about. Upgrading Sharingan is imperative. After thinking about it, Uchiha Yuzhen had an idea. Entry extraction system, upgrade Sharingan to the level of purple entries for me. He has great confidence in the Sharingan of the purple entry. That's the level of Manjiki. As Yuzhen's thoughts fell, the combat value on the panel shook for a while. Directly from 1170 to 170. The Sharingan, blue, in the panel has also changed. Manjiki Sharingan, purple, this is the blessing of the sacred tree. Your eyes will be different, and special power will come to your eyes. Effect, all abilities of Sharingan are greatly increased. Special abilities are brewing in your mind. Chen felt that his eyes had undergone earth-shaking changes. The difference between eye power and before can be described as heaven and earth. However, the panel shows that special abilities are still brewing in his mind. I think that's my pupil technique. Thinking of this, Yuzhen's eyes. He looked at the only red entry on the panel. Eyes of God's Realm, red. The Manjiki who awakened on his own was forcibly elevated by the system. At this time, my own mind. There's no major excitement either. Eye surgery is basically a state of gambling. Good bet. Then just take off like Uchiha Obito. Bad bet. That's Uchiha's trustworthy trash eye technique. Fortunately, I have Obito's entry. This only red entry will give you the greatest guarantee. After thinking about it, Yuzhen's thoughts dropped. The entry eye of the divine realm, red, cracked and shattered in the panel. The red fragments began to flow in the panel. It flows towards the entry Manjiki Sharingan, purple. When the red entry fragment hits Sharingan's entry, Yuzhen feels it. What is your own pupil technique? Chapter 31. Yuzhen's pupil technique is very direct. Left eye, one eye. Right eye, sky with clouds. The Ichimokuren in the left eye is slightly more complicated in function. This pupil technique. It is the result of being able to limit the supposedly infinite future to only one. That is to say, once he decides to cut off the opponent's arm. In the end, all the methods he knows will become the most reasonable / thus cutting off the opponent's arm. And the pupil technique of the right eye is Tien Kong Yun. It's very simple and crude. After this pupil technique is activated, a burst of sword light can be emitted from the eyes. As long as your eyes can see that sword light, you can directly cut off the captured abstract concepts such as time, space, non-karma, and past karma. When I realized my eye surgery. Invincible, 3 words. In Uchiha Yuma's mind, the Ichimoku company limits the enemy's most unfavorable future, and Tien Kanjiun can slash everything. Come to think of it, with these two eye skills, I will also become the first person in the ninja world to kill enemies with his eyes. Uchiha Yuzhen opened his Manjiki Sharingan and came to a pool of water. He looked toward the quiet pool. He only saw that in his eyes, in the scarlet Sharingan, the three Megatama were no longer there. Only slightly complicated patterns bloomed brightly in his eyes. Naoba's pattern? That's also true, my eye skills are all direct power type. There isn't even a single genjutsu, so it obviously can't be Kuba's pattern. He is very satisfied with his eye skills, and Manjiki's patterns are also very good. However, my own changes. It's not just about eye surgery. At this moment, Uchiha could really feel it when Manjiki's Sharingan appeared. My body is like opening some shackles. It seems that there will be a lot of potential, which will be pumped out from the depths of your body. Yuzhen clenched his fist and whispered to himself, absolutely, every Uchiha can become a strong person comparable to Kage after opening Manjiki. Sure enough, it's not just the pupil technique. There are also physical changes. He can feel that his chakra will increase sharply in the next period of time. And I can feel that the guardian angel that belongs to me will take shape soon. Susanoo, the patron saint of Uchiha. Everyone who activates Manjiki will have the ability. This ability is also very strong, but you need to master these one by one. Then, my next goal is before the outbreak of the Third War. During this time of recuperation in the Minato class, consolidate Manjiki's power. Become a true shadow-level powerhouse. After clearing his thoughts, Uchiha started formal training here. Water Country, Kirigakure Village. In Mizukage's office, the elderly third Mizukage picked up a piece of information on the table. Hey? That kid who killed Loquat Jozang actually did such a big thing. Involved in the mission to kill Kazekage. At this moment, Genshi, Mizukage's assistant, stood by. Then he sighed quietly, this Uchiha Yuzhen, if I remember correctly, he is the person who killed Loquat Jozo. Yuanchi was very shocked. This Uchiha Yuma had just killed his own facade not long ago. Now, he is involved in the mission of Kazekage's death. The information about Tsunagakure village is clearly written. This Uchiha Yuma, like his leader, has the ability to teleport. As an old antique, Master Yuan knew it very well. That's Senju's Flying Thunder God. This technique is able to compete with Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan and Ninjutsu. And if he read it correctly, the information shows this Uchiha Yu is really only 12 years old, right? At this age. That's how strong it is. Plus Flying Thunder God. If in the future, this kid awakens Manjiki Sharingan, will there be more in the ninja world? A new ninja Shura? Or a new ninja god? Thinking of this, Master Yuan can still sit still. He said eagerly to his old partner, Third Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, at this stage, our information on Konoha should be based on Uchiha Yuma. We need to collect all information about him. Yuanchi, who has matured with age, has very direct ideas. Collect all information about this person and know his preferences. Just in case, this Uchiha Yuma really grows to that height. You can wait for others to do what they like. This is how to save Kirigakure village. Master Yuan, why do you do this? This is what I think. After hearing Mizukage's doubts, Master Yuan said what he had just been thinking. After hearing the explanation, Third Mizukage's eyes flashed red. Yes, I am also a ninja who came from that era. We should really consider how we will deal with it if such a powerful ninja appears again in Uchiha. Then let's take this kid as the main target for future intelligence. Hearing this, Master Yuan nodded happily. However, what he didn't see was, in the third Mizukage's eyes, in the center of the pupil, a little bit of crimson began to squirm. On the other side, in a gloomy cave, a frightening white-haired old man said softly. Hearing his doubts, a strange man whose body was half white and half black stood beside him. He asked the old man. Madara-sama? What's wrong? Interesting. Interesting. Uchiha Madara chuckled and glanced at the weirdo, Ju. There is an interesting little guy in the Uchiha clan. That's right, he has been controlling the third Mizukage with genjutsu for decades. Equivalent to whatever Mizukage knows, he knows. Just now, the information Mizukage saw. By manipulating Mizukage's pupil link, he also saw it. Uchiha Yuma, 12 years old. Sharingan of 3 Megatama. At the same time, he also learned about Tobirama's rubbish Flying Thunder God. The record is also impeccable. Kill the Loquat Juzo and fight the Red Sand Scorpion. Genius. Undoubtedly the genius of Uchiha. Madara asked herself, at this age. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Uchiha Yuma. It's very simple to see. He was 15 years old, and due to pressure from his father, he was forced to confront Hashirama's blade. The newly awakened Sharingan. And this kid is already a 3 Magatama at the age of 12. He also possesses the troublesome art of Flying Thunder God. This technique is very difficult. He couldn't be more clear. Izuna, who possessed Manjiki, was killed by the despicable Senju Tobirama using this technique. This boy's talent is actually a bit terrifying. No matter what, you must observe it. Observe his character and see if it will affect your plans. Can it become the heir to your own plan? Chapter 32. Lord Madara? Are we going to start examining candidates now? Ju was a little surprised after hearing Madara's order. Observe the Uchiha, and choose the successor after Madara dies of old age. As the half of Madara, he also knew about this plan. Yes, it's time to start this plan. Absolutely. I just happened to get some very interesting information from the Hidden Mist village. Zetsu asked with some interest, is it about the information about Uchiha Yuma? That's right. Next, Uchiha Madara began to respond to Zetsu's doubts. He took the Hidden Mist village. I told Zetsu all the information about Uchiha Yuma. So that's how it is. I understand. I will send White Zetsu to keep an eye on Uchiha Yuma right away. Zetsu said this in a decisive tone. There is no way. This Uchiha Yuma seemed a little too outrageous to him. This is the strength of a 12-year-old. How can this be an ordinary Uchiha? Come on. Indra's chakra, hasn't he been reincarnated yet? This Uchiha Yuma. Where did it jump out from? Very good. Since we are keeping an eye on Uchiha, let's also check if there are any other good candidates. Yes, Lord Madara. After Ju Ying and Madara, they dived underground. Madara watched Ju leave. Turn your head and look at the Gedo statue behind you. He said to himself solemnly. It's all about peace. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than a week since Yuma returned to Konoha. Nowadays, even though he is obsessed with cultivation, I also found out something big. The Sand Village officially declared war on Konoha, and the excuses for starting a war were ready. Minato Namikaze killed the third-generation Kazekage. In response, Konoha lodged a solemn protest. But it didn't work. The outbreak of this war was foreshadowed. After the last Ninja World War, the problems of various countries were not solved. The economy remains as sluggish as ever. When the economy is in recession, the nobles have a hard time. If the nobles have a hard time, the practice of hiring ninja villages will also decrease. For a ninja village whose fiscal revenue is 70% based on mission shares, it is like adding insult to injury. When all the major ninja villages were having a hard time, look toward the center of the map. My goodness, Konoha, have the best of time, place, and people. No, I want to come to you and ask for money. Especially for the poorest sand village, there is a ready-made excuse. Besides, except for scorpions. The other sand ninjas really thought that. It was the case when Konoha killed the third-generation Hokage. The war is over. It broke out between Konoha and Sand Village. Or in the training ground of the Death Forest, Yuma loves the quietness here. As always, I started practicing here. A week passed slowly, and his strength underwent a complete transformation. In terms of pupil techniques, since it is not the Eternal Eye, it does not have Hashirama cells. As for how to use it, he could only simulate it in his mind. But, his chakra, after a week of stable development, ushering in unprecedented growth. Now, he asked himself about his chakra volume, which is about 100 calories. Equivalent to Naruto's chakra amount when he was 12 years old. More importantly, with so much chakra, he doesn't have to be like Naruto. Most of them must be used to suppress 9 tails. Moreover, the Sharingan at the Manjiki level can do this even without using pupil techniques. Its insight, genjutsu's amplification effect, and motion capture capabilities are greatly enhanced. These aspects are incomparable to the Sharingan with 3 Megatama. Plus the special use of Susanoo that I figured out myself. Yuma whispered to himself proudly. He couldn't help being proud. A few days ago, when he sensed Susanoo, his entries are genius, gold, Uchiha, purple, and yin style, blue. A linkage occurred. Gold-level genius entries and purple-level bloodline entries. It enabled him to activate the patron saint engraved in his blood. Susanoo no Hui. The blue entry yin style also seems to meet certain conditions. His Susanoo. It becomes different from the usual Uchiha. There is no need to show the pattern of Manjiki, just rely on the 3 Megatama. Yujan can do it, just like Madara. Open Susanoo directly. This means that in the subsequent battle, he, Uchiha Yuma, will be as if he has the Eternal Eye. Activate Susanoo at will without causing blindness as a side effect. Good news. Huge benefit. You can use Susanoo's Uchiha at will, and you can use Susanoo's Uchiha arbitrarily. They are two concepts. Especially since he can fly Thunder God. Susanoo, who can teleport. When you think about it, your enemy will definitely be very desperate when facing you. That moment, his strength has reached the realm of shadow openly. Still the stronger one. With a thought, his current strength level was displayed on the panel. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, shadow. A 12-year-old cage-level warrior cannot be compared to the gods in Boruto's legend. Still very powerful. At this moment, facing the coming war, Uchiha Yuma no longer has any fear. On the contrary, some are still eager to try. Flying Thunder God prevents himself from dying. Susanoo will become a life harvester on the battlefield. The harvest of life represents the harvest of combat value. The gain of combat value represents the upgrade of entries. The upgrade of the entry represents the enhancement of his strength. How could he not be eager to try it? It has been a while since I awakened Sui, especially after awakening Manjiki. Yujan discovered. After practicing so hard, there is no such thing as upgrading the entries. This is what makes you special. So, now I will no longer be afraid of war. After thinking about it, he ended today's practice. At the same time, in the root base of Konoha, Shimura Danzo took Uchiha's detailed report and read it carefully again. The content above made Danzo shudder. This Yuma is from the ninja school and just graduated from the ninja school. He is just a transparent ninja, and his talents can be described as mediocre. Then came the thing that made him scared, less than half a year. After a person awakens to Sharingan, he can't stop it. Not only was he promoted to San Magatama in a short period of time, his ability to learn ninjutsu has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Thinking of this, Danzo had only one thought in his mind. Abnormal. Abnormal without a doubt. As a disciple of Tobirama Sensei, how could we not know the impact Sharingan has on the heart? From Sharingan's awakening to promotion, this kid's speed is too fast. The mind of this boy. There have definitely been significant changes. However, the report shows his character is very normal. However, in Danzo's eyes, that's the biggest abnormality. Evil Uchiha brat, I will definitely catch your flaw. Danzo stood up and walked around the house a few times, thinking of the current situation in the ninja world. Sunagakure village declared war on Konoha, and Kirigakure village didn't know what happened. He also started to get ready to move. When he thought of Kirigakure village, he thought of water. And water. It is quite unfriendly to Uchiha, who represents fire. Now, an idea flashed in Danzo's mind. Yes, the outbreak of war is inevitable. I just need to arrange this brat to a place related to Kirigakure village. Then I will send someone to assassinate him, and then put the hat on Kirigakure's head. Isn't this serious problem solved? Thinking of this, he could not sit still. Head to the Hokage building immediately. Chapter 33. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Bang! Shimura Danzo pushed open the door in a hurry. Anbu, who was on guard nearby, pretended not to see anything. The relationship between Elder Danzo and Lord Hokage, as they are the constant guards here. How could it not be clear? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the noise and raised his head with a calm expression. He knew that there was generally no notification. The only one who would open the door of his office would be Danzo. Danzo? What's the matter that makes you so anxious? When Danzo's anxious look came into his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately confused. Others don't understand Danzo, so how could he not understand him? It's nothing serious, Danzo wouldn't look like this in front of me. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Danzo pretended to take a few deep breaths. Hiruzen, I'm sure everyone knows what the Hidden Mist Village is doing. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more confused. We have discussed this issue before, do you have any more questions? This is a big problem, Hiruzen. Danzo's face became serious, and he stared into Hiruzen's eyes. We don't have enough commanders. The Hidden Mist Village must have enough forces to guard the coastline. Then, Danzo took down the map hanging on the wall and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. He pointed to the long and narrow coastline of the Land of Fire. Because of the coastline, this force must be strong and mobile enough. So what's your suggestion? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also troubled by this. Some time ago, the Hidden Sand Village declared war. Upon seeing this, Iwagakure village immediately sent troops to the border, ready to take action at any time. I don't know why, but the Hidden Mist Village also looked like it was about to cause trouble. Apart from him, there are only 3 capable commanders in the village. That's right, it's his disciple. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Here comes the problem. Because of her hemophobia, Tsunade can only command the medical system in the rear. Orochimaru needs to confront Sand Village. Needless to say, Jiraiya also had to take a certain number of troops to the border to defend against Iwagakure. As for the Hidden Mist Village, he really didn't know what to do. He had a plan in mind. If the war situation becomes tense, he plans to send Uchiha directly to the battlefield. As for the policy of detaining Uchiha in the security department that Tobirama Sensei arranged and implemented for many years. Give way to war. Let's send out the Uchiha. They've been gathering strength for so many years, it's time to make some use of it. Given the long and narrow coastline, Minato's disciple, Uchiha Yuma, who possesses the Flying Thunder God, must be sent there. At this moment, the true intention of the group is revealed. He had thought it through on the way here, and directly arranged for Uchiha Yuma to defend the hidden mist village. There was basically no way Hiruzen would agree. Then, change your mindset and let Uchiha participate. By the way, because of the special nature of this little kid, he was also involved in this mission. Hiruzen had absolutely nothing to say. Besides, he is the second in command of Konoha. He was also very clear about Konoha's current predicament. Uchiha has been gathering his strength for so many years, and it's time to use it up. When he heard Danzo's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately relieved. Danzo truly was his best bond, the one who turned into the root of darkness and supported him from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided at this moment. I must not let Danzo down in the future as long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous. Except for direct betrayal of the village, he could tolerate even assassination of himself. Very good, let's arrange it this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood and immediately agreed with Danzo's advice. Uchiha Yuma lived a very comfortable life during this period. The spiritual practice goes smoothly and the strength increases visibly. All of them made him feel extremely happy. On this day, he was in a good mood. Go to the training ground that you made an appointment with Minato's class. According to Namikaze Minato's plan, they will practice together in the next time. After leaving the clan, he was on the road. I am also thinking about my shortcomings. There is no doubt that he is a ninjutsu type Uchiha like Sasuke. Genjutsu all depends on Sharingan and Taijutsu, as long as you are worthy of yourself. However, he owns the entry and is not willing to do this. He wanted to develop all three aspects of forbearance, body, and illusion. In terms of tolerance, it is enough at this stage. In terms of fantasy and body, he also has corresponding plans. He wanted to improve his physique first. Then from Metkai, you get the purple entry, steel training. That highlights the importance. After all, the effect of this entry is very simple and crude. There is only one explanation: consistent exercise will improve your physical fitness. He was looking forward to this. So he ordered the weights a few days ago. It's unexpectedly hard. Chen ran all the way, and when he was about to arrive at the training ground, he sighed with emotion. That's right. Xiao Li has been training for many years to be able to carry a weight of 500 kilograms. I just directly it's only 1,000 pounds, so it's normal to have some difficulty. He ran all the way without using chakra, completely relying on physical strength. And his situation is also different from Xiao Li. The amount of his chakra is huge. The huge size of chakra means that physically, he will never be weak. On the contrary, it is the stronger one. Because of this, he came up directly and challenged the weight of 1,000 kilograms. Entering the training ground, Uchiha Yuzhen cut off his thoughts. He greeted the two people who came into view. Sorry. Kakashi, Lin, I seem to be a little late. It's okay, you Uchiha are late, Lin and I are used to it. Kakashi stared at Yuzhen lifelessly with dead eyes, and said angrily. No Haro. Lin smiled with some relief and said, don't say that, Kakashi, Yuma-kun is on time, Obito is the only one who likes to be late. Coincidentally, as the saying goes, CAO has arrived. No Haro. Lin just thought of Obito, and Obito was wearing his goggles. He rushed over with a hurried look on his face. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito put his hands on his knees and took a few deep breaths. After his breathing stabilized, he raised his head and apologized to the three of them. Sorry, I helped an old lady go home, which delayed a little time. Hearing this, the three of them had nothing to say. Others may have an excuse for saying this. When Obito said this, he really did it. Next, as classmates, they did not engage in small talk. I started practicing immediately. Not long after he started practicing, Kakashi stopped. He walked up to Yuzhen, who seemed to be doing warm-up exercises, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you wearing weights?" "That's right, I put on the weights to strengthen my physical skills." Uchiha exhaled slightly and responded to Kakashi's doubts. "Do you practice taijutsu by carrying weights?" Kakashi admonished Yuzhen, "You can't do it casually by carrying weights. I suggest you ask Kai about this." Regarding Kakashi's advice, Yuzhen nodded to show understanding. After all, Kakashi doesn't know what's special about him. He who owns the entry. While doing physical training, I discovered a special feature. The so-called persistent exercise will improve your physical fitness. It's actually real-time, and you'll gain something in just 1 second of exercise. During this period of time, he felt that he seemed to be getting used to carrying 1,000 kilograms of weight. At least, it's not as strenuous as when I first put it on in the morning. However, Kakashi's advice also reminded him. Since my own entry ability is so heaven-defying, so should I learn something? Professional body knowledge to maximize benefits. An idea suddenly appeared in Yuzhen's mind. Chapter 34. Medical Ninjutsu. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are not branch houses. I want to understand my body structure and tailor a more efficient training method for myself. Let the power of entries be brought into full play. You must have a deep understanding of the human body. Good advice, Kakashi, but now I need to ask Lin some questions. Then, Yuma walked towards Nohara Lin, who was undergoing medical ninjutsu training outside the venue. When Yuma came to Nohara Rin, Nohara Lin looked at Yuzhen with some doubts. "Yuzhen-kun, is there something wrong?" Snap! Uchiha Yuma held Nohara Rin's hand tightly. "Please use a solemn tone. Lin-chan, I have a request." You, Yuzhen-kun, please say it." Nohara Lin saw the always calm Uchiha Yuzhen treating her like this, and responded to him nervously. Lin was extremely nervous. Where did Yuzhen-kun come from? He is just a medical ninja. In terms of combat, it seems that he can't be of much help. However, looking at Yujan's expression, it seems that this is an extremely serious matter. What exactly do you want to ask of yourself? Could it be? But the person I like is... Lin didn't know what she thought of, and a blush appeared on her face. "Please Rin-chan, teach me medical ninjutsu." Letting go of Nohara Rin's hand, Uchiha bowed to her. He bent down and covered the corners of his raised mouth well. Really? Nohara Rin is also special. In the original work, she had just graduated. In that harsh environment, under great pressure, Kakashi and Obito underwent eye replacement surgery. When the eye change was successful, Kakashi was able to display his power perfectly. There is no post-surgery stress reaction at all. She is also a genius. The entries on the panel are clearly displayed. Medical Genius, Blue, as a medical ninja, you will have talents that ordinary people cannot have. Effect, greatly enhance the efficiency of learning medical ninjutsu. Although the entry level is blue, it is not a simple entry. Very simple. The suffix of the entry is genius. In terms of entries, the gold content of genius. The golden genius entry obtained from Kakashi has been fully displayed. Hearing Yuzhen's words of please and that sincere bow, Nohara Lin's face was flushed, and she hurriedly helped Yuzhen's body. "No, it's no problem, Yuzhen-kun. I will teach you seriously." It turns out that Yuzhen-kun wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from him. What was he thinking? Now, Nohara Lin was so shy that she wanted to make a hole in the ground so she could get in. Is this a genius? Nohara Lin was in disbelief. You know, medical ninjutsu is difficult. Every recorded ninjutsu is below B rank. In other words, medical ninjutsu is more difficult to learn than normal ninjutsu. It's a B-level start. That's why super high chakra control skills are required. However, Nohara Lin couldn't believe what she saw. Put the general blue chakra. It's just a yang-style activation technique that transforms green. This is a must. Master Sage Jutsu, a technique that I have worked hard to master for many years. Yuzhen-kun actually learned it in this morning. She looked at the fish that was pulled back to life by Uchiha Yuma and Sage Jutsu. Shocked and speechless. But someone on the sidelines has long known that Uchiha Yuzhen, Obito and Kakashi came together to learn medical ninjutsu. I also opened my eyes wide. Kakashi, I remember it was recorded in the textbook that medical ninjutsu is notoriously difficult to learn, right? Your memory is fine. Obito. The difficulty of learning medical ninjutsu has led to the scarcity of medical ninjas nowadays. Then what's going on? Why did Yuzhen learn this kind of sage jutsu in one morning? I know it's very difficult. You ask me, who should I ask? The two of them had a new understanding of Yuzhen's genius. Obito doesn't know what other people think. But as for what Yuzhen said before, after awakening Sharingan, a statement about a dramatic increase in talent. Is he a little suspicious? This guy Yuzhen said that after he awakened Sharingan, his strength can also be as good as his, showing rapid growth. Is it true? He doubted himself a little. If he could really become so strong after awakening. There are more awakened Sharingans in the Uchiha tribe, so why haven't I seen them do anything good? Unlike Obito who doubts himself a bit. Kakashi was originally because of his father's death. Becomes dead, during this period, the situation has eased. Started to beat. As a person who has grown up in the praise of genius since childhood. It's just that he was surpassed by a ninja who was not as good as him before because of the advantage of the blood inheritance limit. That was a disadvantage due to bloodline. At that time, I could still comfort myself like this. Keep showing off. But, seeing Yuzhen at this moment, after becoming so strong. Still working hard on practicing taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. He felt a little ashamed. Kakashi could see why Yuma studied medical ninjutsu. Presumably he wants to understand his body better and improve efficiency. This. As soon as you mention something, the other party will draw inferences and think of ways to deal with it. Faced with this effort, Kakashi feels that he needs to get over his father's death. We can't continue to be so depressed. After thinking about it, he stared at Yuzhen with sharp eyes. I will catch up with you in the next time. At this time, Yuma turned off the sage jutsu in her hand and put away the fish. Kakashi was a little confused about the sudden fire. However, he knew very well the reason for their praise just now. I am not at all a medical ninjutsu genius. That's all the entry medical genius showing its power. I just let my palm sage jutsu learn, so smoothly. As for the relevant theoretical knowledge, I have very little. You should stop talking about me. I will continue to learn relevant knowledge from Lin Chan. The mastery of the technique only shows that I have mastered the technique very quickly. This applies to learning other ninjutsu as well. But if we really want to cure diseases and save people, we are still far away. Uchiha Yuzhen just finished speaking. A clear female voice responded, "That's right, kid. I guess you still have some knowledge and are not arrogant." The four people present heard this voice. Everyone looked there. What caught their eyes was Namikaze Minato came slowly with Sannin. Needless to say, that voice is none other than Tsunade Hime, one of the Sannin. "Minato-sensei, what are you doing?" Namikaze Minato smiled with relief. "Master Jiraiya and I met on the road. When they heard that I was coming to guide you, they followed me. At this time." "Stop talking nonsense." Tsunade took a step forward impatiently. "Boy, show me how to use the sage jutsu you just palmed." For this Uchiha brat, Tsunade learned a morning of medical ninjutsu. Just used it to palm sage jutsu, it was very shocking. I was far away just now, so I couldn't see very clearly. Now, she would see it with her own eyes. What the hell is going on with this guy? Chapter 35. After hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Yuzhen was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he looked at Namikaze Minato eagerly. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato covered his head helplessly. Yuma, just listen to Tsunade-sama and use the Sage Jutsu once. Besides, I'm also very curious about Yuzhen learning medical ninjutsu. He was really curious. Judging from the conversation between Obito and Kakashi just now, Yuma learned the medical ninjutsu from Lin not long ago. Although I have been mentally prepared for Yuzhen's monster nature for a long time. But if this time it is really all morning. Just learn level a medical ninjutsu. It just breaks the limits of cognition. He also wanted to see if this was true. After hearing my teacher's instructions, Uchiha Yuzhen raised his hands and formed the Indian pose at the moment. A green light appeared between his hands, representing healing. No problem, that is Sage Jutsu. Orochimaru this time, really looked at Uchiha Yuma in a different light. This kid, he didn't take it seriously before. No matter how strong the power is, no matter how well the Flying Thunder God uses it, it is just another Minato. However, the ability he showed now to quickly learn ninjutsu surprised him a little. His goal is to learn all the techniques in the world. With this as his goal, he came up with the idea of immortality. After all, with a limited life, you can learn unlimited skills. Human beings' short life is really too short. Humph. You don't need to say anything, we can see it. Tsunade gave Orochimaru an angry look. He turned his head and looked at Yuzhen with serious eyes. As a medical master, even at this moment, he dare not perform surgery because of fear of hemorrhage. But the experience and vision are there. The green light of this Palm Sage Jutsu, and the stable chakra frequency. The stable frequency means that in the future, this kid only needs to adjust the output of chakra according to the severity of the disease. It can cure most diseases. However, she still couldn't believe it. He walked up to Uchiha. Hey? What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Yuzhen was a little confused when he saw the beauty coming to him. Tsunade's ready-to-reveal power made his eyes look a little diverted. Tsunade stretched out her hand and said in a deep voice to Yuzhen, "Take Sage Jutsu's chakra and pour it into my body. I want to see how good it is." "Tsunade, are there no wounds on your body?" Jiraiya looked aside for a long time and was a little confused after hearing Tsunade's instructions. "Idiot! Just watch Tsunade's operations." Orochimaru patted Jiraiya on the shoulder to stop him from asking further questions. To prevent him from getting beaten up by Tsunade again. Yuzhen was very obedient. He took the delicate hand from Tsunade and directly poured the chakra of Sage Jutsu into her body. A buzzing sound sounded. After about 10 seconds, Tsunade frowned. "Okay, stop palming Sage Jutsu." The obedient Yuzhen immediately stopped and stood aside obediently. Tsunade frowned and stared at Yuzhen in silence. Jiraiya didn't dare to talk to Tsunade in this state, and Orochimaru didn't want to bring trouble on himself. The other juniors are all pretending to be good at this moment. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato bit the bullet and asked Tsunade, "How are you, Tsunade-sama?" "There is nothing wrong with Sage Jutsu. There is no doubt that he is a genius." Tsunade replied quickly this time, "Except for the weak theory, there are no flaws in the technique." After responding to Namikaze Minato, she turned to look at Yuzhen who was pretending to be good. He said angrily, "Kid, don't you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Then come with me. At a later date, even if you want to learn, you won't have enough time." "Hi! Tsunade-sama!" Yuzhen, who bowed 90 degrees, responded loudly to Tsunade. Then he raised his head and thought of the second half of Tsunade's sentence. He asked with some confusion, "If you study later, you won't have time." Snap! At this time, Jiraiya seemed to remember something, and he patted his head. "I was a little embarrassed to talk to the juniors from Minato's class. Open your mouth and explain." "I almost forgot," the old man has already arranged the dispatch of personnel in order to deal with the outbreak of war today. As he spoke, Jiraiya pointed to Orochimaru and the confused Uchiha next to him. Orochimaru, me, and this guy Uchiha Yuma will be dispatched to different borders in 2 days. I came here today to say goodbye to Minato. I met you on the way and heard you were training here, so I came over to take a look. Ah. X4. Everyone in the Minato class all responded in surprise. I got it, brat. Tsunade turned and left immediately, follow me quickly. Okay, Tsunade-sensei. Yuzhen also hit the snake with a stick and called Tsunade teacher. The trot followed. The direction Tsunade and Yuzhen were going was Konoha Hospital. As for Konoha Hospital, the location is very good. Not to mention located in the core area. It also has convenient transportation and is convenient for patients to enter and exit. This is also convenient for Yuma and Tsunade. The two of them arrived here not long after. The pattering of footsteps sounded in the hospital. Under the familiar guidance of Tsunade, they came to a quiet room. This room is very spacious, and the spacious room is filled with bookshelves. This is... Yuzhen followed Tsunade and looked at the surrounding bookshelves in confusion. Tsunade didn't reply immediately. She came to a bookshelf and took out a book. After looking at the cover, I made sure I didn't find the wrong book. Throw it at Yuzhen. Call out. Snap. Yuma caught the book thrown by Tsunade. Before he could react, Tsunade's words came over, in terms of technique, you are indeed impeccable. But, medical knowledge is not limited to skills. As he spoke, Tsunade pointed to the surrounding bookshelves and proudly continued. If you learn all this knowledge, then you can achieve success in the field of medical ninjutsu. I'm a bit pressed for time these 2 days, so you should finish reading this book first. 2 days later, when you go on a mission, I will give you a reward based on your progress. After that, she walked out of the room without waiting for Chen to react. Tsunade's thoughts were simple. She wanted to see if this brat Uchiha was a real medical genius. In the case of, then eat that book within 2 days. If you can't eat it, it just means that that kid. It's just a genius in skills, and it's not worth her further effort. A somewhat confused Uchiha watched Tsunade leave. After coming back to his senses, he opened the book and read it. Is this a test? The content of the books is not difficult and is introductory. He understood Tsunade's thoughts, which should be a test. He didn't care much about this. For him now, what matters is acceptance, when contacting Tsunade. Entries obtained. Chapter 36. The moment he came into contact with Tsunade, Yuzhen gave the order directly to the system. Extract Senju's blood inheritance limited entry. The entry extraction system did not let him down, he also got the power of Senju's bloodline. Senju of the forest, blue, the Senju of the forest maintains its strong bloodline power. This is proof of the power of the sacred tree. Effect, chakra, vitality, greatly enhanced. Blue? But it's enough. Chen looked at the blue entries on the panel and whispered to himself. However, he quickly accepted this result. Tsunade's Senju bloodline entry is blue level, which is normal. In the original book, the limit of her blood inheritance is only the increase in the amount of chakra. Wood style doesn't have it, so the injury heals itself by relying on medical treatment ninjutsu. But, I am different. If you own the system, as long as the combat value reaches the standard, you can upgrade this bloodline entry. And how important is the bloodline of Senju to Uchiha's Sharingan? I am very knowledgeable. After thinking about it, Yuzhen had an idea. System, install entries. With the entry installed, a warm feeling emerged from Yuzhen's body. This is... Yuzhen was a little surprised. He felt a vitality slowly emerge from inside his body. The information on the panel also reflects this. A new entry, one he didn't extract from anyone. Appears on the system panel out of thin air. Yang style, green, chakra attribute, proof of vitality. Effect, through specific spells, you can heal yourself or other living beings. Yang style? This should be what appeared after secretly changing Senju's blood succession entry. However, when Yuzhen saw the complicated chakra attribute entries on his panel, some headache. It would be great if the system could combine these attribute entries. After all, the properties of chakra are changing. It is also chakra. Besides, the Tsutsuki clan has no attributes. It seems that he sensed Yuzhen's thoughts. The entry extraction system in Yuzhen's mind trembled slightly. A flow of information was transmitted to Yuzhen's mind. Hey! Entries can be synthesized. But it requires combat value. The higher the matching degree, the less combat value is required. On the contrary, the lower the matching degree, the higher the cost. Uchiha Yuzhen perked up on the spot. Nothing to think about. He originally wanted to simplify the entries of chakra attributes from traditional to simple. Besides, everything extraordinary in this world is based on chakra, including Tsutsuki. All their abilities. Immortality, simulating all things, controlling time and space, creating the world, establishing the underworld, controlling life and death, creating things out of thin air, traveling among the stars, etc. It's all about chakra. System, how much combat value is needed to synthesize the attributes of chakra escape technique? After hearing the host's question, the system sent out a message, feedbacking Yuzhen's question. Because they are all derived from changes in chakra, the matching degree is very high, and only 100 combat points are needed. Fortunately, I have a combat value of 170 points. A thought came to my mind. The chakra in his body began to boil. After the tea time, Yuzhen chakra began to regain its calmness. However, his attention has long since turned to the panel. Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, shadow. Entries, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Fate of Illusion, Gold. Uchiha, Purple, Steel Training, Purple, Manjiki Sharingan, Purple. Senju of the Forest, Blue, Uchiha Style, Blue, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, Flying Thunder God Technique, Blue, Vampire Immortality, Blue, Medical Genius, Blue, Seed of Chakra, Green. Combat Value 70. Yuzhen discovered that the entry for chakra, the escape technique, had disappeared. A new green entry appears. Seed of Chakra, Green, this is the source of your own chakra. Effect, simulates yin-yang and 5 elements, and can perform fusion changes at the same time. Today's changes, lava style. Simulate yin-yang and 5 elements. Integrate changes. As if thinking of something, Yuzhen raised his left hand and condensed chakra. Buzz. Blue chakra appears on the hand. Fortunately, I often see that when Kakashi's lightning style chakra is activated, the trajectory is like this. As Yuma remembers her Sharingan, she sees Kakashi's lightning style usage. The chakra in his body also started to move. Crackling. Wisps of thunder and lightning appeared in his hands. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough. These 100 points are not in vain, lava style can still be used, and the thunder attribute chakra system was created directly. Needless to say, earth and water, the lava style originally extracted by myself is the fusion of these two. I installed Senju's blood succession limitation entry on my computer. The standard chakra attributes of Senju are earth and water. And Yuzhen could feel that waves of pulsating life force were gathering into his eyes. A hint of coolness enveloped his eyes, making him feel as if his eyes were untied. However, he knew the bloodline entry through Uchiha, Purple. That takes time to verify, and it won't be effective immediately. I feel something in my body now, which is a good sign. The important thing now is to learn the knowledge of medical ninjutsu first. Yuma cuts off her thoughts randomly. He started seriously and learned the tome that Tsunade threw to him. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it's the day when Yuzhen is going to go on a mission. This morning, the sky was just bright. Yuzhen got up and took a shower. Very early, I set foot on the road to Konoha Hospital. The afternoon is the time to go out on a mission. He had made an appointment with Tsunade a long time ago, and Tsunade was going to verify it early this morning. What's his progress? Not long after, Uchiha came to that room with familiarity. He found that Tsunade had been in the room for a long time, sitting at the table waiting for him. I saw Yuchen arriving early and not being late. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Boy Yuzhen, your punctuality is very good. Come over here, I will verify your study progress. Yes. Tsunade-sensei. The verification process went smoothly, and Tsunade was very satisfied. Yes, the theory is also impeccable. Let me see how you are able to get started. After saying that, Tsunade stood up. Follow me, boy. Hearing this, Yuzhen followed me obediently. We came to a room that looked like a laboratory. Tsunade came to a table. She took out a fish from the pool nearby. Call out. Tsunade used a scalpel to scratch the fish. Come here kid, use sage jutsu and heal this fish. She wanted to see if Yuzhen improved in the use of sage jutsu after learning. Yuzhen, who obeyed the orders, didn't think much about it. Come to the injured fish. After forming the seal in your hand, the green healing chakra of sage jutsu appears. Hey! Tsunade was a little confused. The necklace around Yuma's neck when she showed her sage jutsu. Trembling slightly. She thought it was an illusion. However, when Yuma's hand touches the fish, the chakra output is increased. Tsunade noticed a difference. Not just a necklace. Even her chakra began to react to it. Tsunade seemed to think of something unimaginable. Snap! She grabbed Yuma's arm. Chapter 37. Ah! Tsunade-sensei, I. Uchiha turned his head in surprise when his arm was grabbed, and the scene he saw made him shut up. Tsunade's eyes were widened and her pupils trembled slightly. Lip beads trembling slightly. What's with this chakra of yours? I remember, you're Uchiha. Tsunade felt that her outlook on life was shattered to pieces. She found familiar fluctuations in an Uchiha's body. Senju's unique chakra fluctuation. She will never admit this. The reaction of having Grandpa's relic necklace around your neck is unmistakable. But it was this that made her feel unbelievable. Hearing Tsunade's doubts, Yuzhen finally reacted. This is caused by the blood inheritance entry on his body. However, it was difficult for him to explain this issue. Yuzhen's eyes darkened. Tsunade-sensei, my chakra is normal. Is there anything unusual about using it? After hearing Yuzhen's response, Tsunade came back to her senses. He asked anxiously, are both your parents Uchiha? The Uchiha clan has a characteristic. They don't play the pure blood game. Uchiha who is married outside, gives birth to a child if Sharingan is awakened. Will directly give the Uchiha surname to the whole family. On the contrary, it is easier to understand. According to the custom of this land, the woman's surname is her husband's family name after she marries. She wanted to know about this kid's parents. Which side is it? There is a possibility that it is Senju of the forest. Hey! Hearing Tsunade's doubts, Yuzhen was also confused. My parents died early, and I don't remember much about this. When these words suddenly fell, Tsunade's expression changed. Yuzhen continued to ask questions knowingly. And Tsunade-sensei, why do you ask? Tsunade also had a headache after hearing this rhetorical question. Yes. She has also investigated the little devil's growth process in the past few days. His parents died young, he enrolled in a ninja school, and then graduated into an ordinary squad. After the rest of the team died, they followed Kakashi and entered the Minato squad. Then comes rapid growth in strength. The speed of mastering the technique is unique. His fighting ability is also terrifying. Being able to tangle with the scorpion of red sand, the grandson of that hateful old woman hidden in the sand. However, these cannot be covered up. The fact that he was still a low-level ninja half a year ago. Uchiha. After awakening Sharingan, there will never be such an appalling growth curve. And he's wearing an amazing chakra. This is not what an Uchiha should have. This is the amount that Senju and Uzumaki can only possess. However, I couldn't ask so straightforwardly. These questions arise when this kid goes to the battlefield. Just investigate slowly yourself. After clearing her thoughts, Tsunade let out a soft breath. It's nothing. I just thought of something, don't worry about it. Let's continue with the management of the fish. Hearing this, Yujan responded calmly. Yes. Tsunade-sensei. He didn't want to cause more trouble at this time. He immediately lowered his head and treated the fish. It's just, today's Tsunade. I no longer care about the results of this test. After curtly saying pass to Yujan, he took out a bunch of books, put them into a space scroll, and stuffed them into him. After telling him to carry out his mission well, he hurriedly left Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Yujan looked at Tsunade's hurried away figure. Just know that she misunderstood something. In response, he shook his head amusedly. Asking about my parents? I guess you want to check if there is Senju in my bloodline. However, I am the divine power of the system. Whatever you can find out, you'll be damned. Yujan, who sighed, was not idle and packed up the books and scrolls. I started walking towards the ninja shop. Start preparing supplies for the mission. Bingliang pills, kunao, shurikens, special wires, detonating charms, very good, no problem. Uchiha Yujan checked in the house after confirming that all the supplies were safe. He immediately stood up and strode outside the house. Bang! He closed the door and walked towards the security department. During this mission, he was at Konoha Hospital the day before yesterday. Just received the notification. This time, he will follow Uchiha's large army to the coastline of the Fire Nation. Take precautions against the Kirigakure village that is ready to move. In this regard, Uchiha Yujan immediately noticed something was wrong. Konoha village. In other words, the customs of the ninja world. Any group is focused on identity politics. In Konoha village, his political identity. The first is the disciple of Namikaze Minato. Next is the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan agrees with this. After all, there is a precedent for Uchiha mirrors. What's more? This is the ninja village era, not the warring states era. The ninja has a real master. Film. He is the lord of ninjas. The master is always greater than the family, this is a universal truth. This is true for ministers, this is true for samurai, and even more so for lowly ninjas. Here comes a strange place. He is a well-established Hokage, why is he in this mission? After leaving the Minato squad, he directly entered Uchiha's group operations. You know, a Jonin class that leads the team wants to be disbanded. Unless it was broken up. The remaining conditions are that all members of the team must be promoted to Chunin. So who did it? He is very sure that someone is trying to cause trouble. Yuzhen doesn't care about this. Manjiki is here, blessed with invincible eye skills. No matter what conspiracies we face later. When soldiers come, the water will be blocked and the earth will cover it up. While thinking, Yuzhen came to the security department. Most of the Uchiha have already gathered in the plaza of the security department. Yuzhen-kun, come to me. Fugaku from the high platform saw Yuzhen and called him over. Yes, Lord Fugaku. Yuzhen accepted the order happily. In Uchiha, you can't play modesty. When he came to Fugaku's side, he stood up neatly. The Uchiha below are not in the same group as Fugaku, and they don't jump out to do anything. As one of the most powerful families in the ninja world for thousands of years, the Uchiha have little political acumen. However, there is no lack of war acumen at all. Internal differences and so on, now we have to give in to the war. Besides, they are not disgusted with the Uchiha in front of them either. The Uchiha clan is deeply obsessed with the position of Hokage. Entreating hopeful. When becoming Hokage's Uchiha, who would be offended? Later, after Fugaku made a speech that was extremely boring in Yuzhen's eyes, Uchiha's large force set off at this point. Head to the coastline of the Land of Fire. In a gloomy cave, Ju slowly emerged from the ground. That boy should be leaving now, right? Uchiha Madara asked with great interest. Calculate the time, it's almost time. Chapter 38. Very good. Arrange Kirigaku to kill this kid when the time comes. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly. He was determined to kill Uchiha Yuma. Madara-sama. To be honest, I think Yuzhen is much more talented than Obito. Why must he be killed? It's a very simple reason. With Obito, a guy with good qualifications, there is no need for Yuzhen to exist. After all, fools are always easier to control than smart people. Absolutely. This is Madara's choice. He also did not expect that there would be two outstanding talents in this generation of Uchiha. One is already starting to have an EN. One is still silent. The guy with the hairy head looks like he's not stupid. Sannin looked like an idiot. From the perspective of control, whoever you choose is already considered a bright card. Then when will Madara-sama take action? Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curved in a cruel arc. Isn't that Danzo guy trying to cause trouble? Just wait and do it with him. I'm really looking forward to it. He will be betrayed by the village's senior officials. Will new eyes appear? Time flies by. It has been more than half a year since I arrived at the coastline of the Country of Fire. In the past 6 months, although Kirigaku harassed the border from time to time, he did not carry out large-scale invasions. As if waiting for some opportunity, Uchiha ignored this and was in a valley not far from the sea. Carry out daily unshakable physical training. Boom boom boom. Bursts of roaring sounds resounded throughout the valley. On the cliff in the distance, 3 small figures stared at the source of the sound. Isn't that too exaggerated? Brother Yuzhen is really performing physical skills. A young man wearing overalls, a sunband, and sunglasses looked at the movement Yuzhen made in horror. Even though he could see it every day during this period, he still couldn't understand it. How can a person be so strong? That's right, that's right. Kai. Can physical skills really do that kind of thing? Upon hearing this, a handsome young man with long brown hair and a blue hat nodded quickly in agreement. But Metkai didn't seem to hear the words of the two friends. His eyes were fixed on the low-lying part of the valley. All he saw was a shirtless young man raising his fist. Smash it towards the mountain wall ahead. Each bombardment caused large rocks to fall off the mountain. This caused a roaring sound to be heard in the valley. Even those who were on the cliff could feel the earthquake. Incredible. Metkai really found it incredible. That figure is Jainin, their leader during this period Uchiha Yuzhen. He also came into contact with it some time ago. I've also heard Kakashi's comments. Genius among geniuses. However, such a genius actually works so hard to practice physical skills. It was beyond his imagination. K. The sudden raised voice brought Kai back to his senses. Ah! What's wrong, Ebisu, Genma? Tisk. Shiranui Genma clicked his tongue in displeasure and repeated the question just now. Hearing this, Kai said in a difficult voice, I don't know. I don't know if my physical skills can reach it, but... You have all seen Yuzhen's physical skills. You can do this without using chakra. Yes. I and others have seen it. Shiranui Genma sighed, feeling that he had asked nonsense. At this time, Ebisu's words came, Brother Yuzhen, the training is completed, let's go down. Okay. X2. In the valley. Uchiha Yuzhen put away his fist and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. The white air flew forward like a sharp sword. Then he started stretching. While he was doing it, he felt a little emotional. Yuzhen feels that he is very lucky. He didn't know who had set him up, as soon as he arrived at the coastline of the country of fire. He was given a transfer order and asked to be the temporary leader Jainin. The euphemistically called special Jainin is also a Jainin, and it also requires an extra burden. He could guess the purpose. To keep him and most of Uchiha dispersed. But that person didn't expect that Kirigakure was not in a hurry to attack, as if waiting for something, he stood still for half a year. Then luck came, the person who led the team himself. It's someone he's familiar with. Metkai, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. At that time, I happened to be practicing physical skills and digesting the term steel training. The next thing was very simple. As the team leader Jainin, he directly asked Metkai about the training method of Steel Fist. Metkai didn't hide his secrets either. If someone recognized physical skills, it would be equivalent to recognizing him and his father. He directly granted him the knowledge he wanted. Even 8 Gates Dungia was passed on to him without hesitation. Thinking about what happened next, Yuzhen felt that God was helping him. After half a year of free time training, his physical skills have made a mind-numbing progress. After all, there are some supermodels in steel training. Perseverance in training will bring rewards. I didn't expect it to be like this. He really didn't expect it. This entry is before your body reaches the upper limit of endurance. You will always strengthen your body. You are special. The blood inheritance limits of Uchiha and Senju are all combined into one. This caused a slight change in his body. Needless to say, the upper limit is increased and the chakra is increased. The body's recovery power is also incredibly strong. Now with his chakra, he dares to compare to Naruto, who is not weaker than Shippuden. Definitely more than 100 calories. How much it was, he didn't know. Anyway, just like Naruto, he should never care about the use of chakra again. Even if it is not as good as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they can fight fiercely for days and nights. He also asked himself that it was easy to fight at high intensity for a day and a night. When talking about resilience, we have to talk about the practice of physical skills during this period of time. What surprised him most was his resilience. No matter how cruel he practices, if he eats well and sleeps, he will be resurrected with full blood the next day. Just like this, after half a year of practice. 8 Gates Dungia has been opened, and he thinks he can open 6 gates. Half a year was comparable to Xiao Li's several years of practice. The entry extraction system really made him feel extremely powerful. At this time, he was thinking deeply and saw the 3 companions flying down. Stop the stretch immediately. He waved his hand happily and said hello. Kai, Xiao, Xianjian, you also want to come over to practice your physical skills. Brother Yuzhen, it's not. Shiranui Genma shook his head and said solemnly, it's information coming from the camp. It seems that there is a ninja troop sneaking into our side, let us go and investigate. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen narrowed his eyes slightly. In Hokage, it is mentioned that 8 Gates Dungia. We cannot ignore the 2 men of Metkai and his son. And thinking of Metkai's father. When Matt wears this 10,000-year-old genin, he will think of the process of the 7 ninja swordsmen evolving into the 3 auspicious treasures. Look at the 3 friends in front of you. Oh haha. I'm afraid it won't be this time, right? Chapter 39. I thought it might be the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Yuma doesn't dare to trust her. He knew very well that if he was alone, it would be nothing to face off against these 7 people. The trouble is that the 3 friends he leads, they think he is weak. By yourself, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible to protect 3 people while fighting with 7 people at the same time. Uchiha Yuma, who has a clear idea, doesn't talk nonsense. He said to the 3 people, "The camp wants us to inspect it." "No problem. Let me take out something before we set off." On the spot, he took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist. "Throw it away and bang." A stack of talisman and seal script appeared in the field. "Brother Yujan, is this a detonating talisman?" Shiranui Genma was a little confused. "It stands to reason that what is prepared? A detonating talisman?" But Uchiha Yuzhen didn't have time to reply. Ebisu, who had good theoretical knowledge, pushed up his sunglasses, shook his head and said, "It's not the detonating talisman. The detonating talisman's rune is not this." "Okay, don't make random guesses. This is my Flying Thunder Talisman seal. You all should take it." Uchiha gave them both a blank look, took out 3 talismans, and handed them to the 3 of them one by one. These 3 people, he got along with during this time. It can be regarded as knowing the basics. Shiranui Genma has always been more lovable because of his appearance, and he has always liked to find a sense of presence since he was a child. This Ebisu is just like the original, a boring guy. No matter what you discuss, you must show off your knowledge. Only Metkai. Something different. At this stage, he is cheerful. But it's not as cheerful as it will be in the future. The reason is also very simple. He is still feeling a little inferior because his father is Wanyan. However, all 3 of them have good natures. After being together for a while, I didn't want anything to go wrong between the 3 of them. So I handed them the Flying Thunder Talisman seal I made myself. The Flying Thunder Talisman. What does this do? Metkai took the talisman and was a little confused. He can also use ninjutsu. However, due to the guidance of his father, resources are limited. Currently, he can only major in physical arts. You should know the effects of Flying Thunder God after following me for half a year, right? Well. X3. This talisman seal was developed by me based on the inspiration given by the detonating talisman. After putting it on, no matter how dangerous the situation is, as long as something goes wrong, I can take you to retreat quickly. Uchiha Yuzhen said this to the 3 of them with a serious expression. Flying Thunder God technique. During this time, he was also researching. As long as the Sword of Ninja Love outputs chakra, Namikaze Minato can sense it. He has also researched things that can appear instantly. However, due to financial constraints, he didn't really want to engage in this operation. He got his inspiration from the detonating charm. The detonating charm is a very powerful ninja tool. It belongs to you as long as you spend a little bit of chakra as a primer and then throw it out. A ninja tool that can explode. Then here comes the problem. Since the detonating charm does not cost much chakra, where does the energy of its explosion come from? The person who made the ninja tool stored the chakra in the talisman through the runes. When Uchiha Yuzhen learned this, an idea flashed in his mind. He doesn't need to know what happened to the exploding runes. He just needs to know how the runes that store chakra work. Knowing this, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique as the core to make his own Flying Thunder God talisman seal. And when he had this idea, the genius, gold, entry extracted from Kakashi once again proved its gold content. Genius is genius. Just like Kakashi's development of the Chidori series, it was smooth sailing. The development of this talisman, he also made it smoothly. The effect is very simple, just like the Sword of Ninja Love, just input the chakra reminder through the holder. After he senses it, he can teleport over quickly. There is a more important function. That is, as long as the holder of the talisman is within his sight. When holding it, life is in danger. He can activate his own chakra stored in the talisman. Let the chakra wrap around the holder, and you can activate the Flying Thunder God. Teleport with the person touched by your chakra. At this moment, after hearing Uchiha Yuzhen's instructions, the three of them also put away the talisman very solemnly. What is the effect of Flying Thunder God? They have experienced it many times during this time. Brother Yuzhen said that as long as they have this talisman, they can lead them to retreat from any dangerous situation. That's absolutely true. After seeing all three people accept the talismans, Uchiha Yuzhen said nothing. Immediately making a gesture, they ran towards the place where the intelligence showed that ninjas had infiltrated. The bright sun is in the sky. Four people, Uchiha and Yuzhen, were running in a quiet forest. Brother Yuma, something is wrong. Shiranui Genma narrowed his eyes slightly and warned the leader Uchiha Yuma. Indeed, this forest is too quiet. Uchiha Yuzhen responded seriously to Shiranui Genma, formed a seal in his hand, and the chakra condensed slightly. Then Yuzhen closed his eyes, as if sensing something. That's right. Since you already have the Senjua blood successor of the forest. During this time, he also developed corresponding sensory abilities. This reflects the heaven-defying aspect of the entry. Genius, Gold, this entry seems to only be on the panel for one day. When he wants to learn something and develop something, Kakashi's creativity will appear out of thin air. This really shocked Uchiha. Can't make up for the shock. Kakashi himself can't keep the inspiration of genius coming. But the term extraction system can do it. As long as the entry is on the panel, the effect of the entry can always be activated. Therefore, this kind of perception ability based on the blood inheritance limit. In this way, he successfully broke through. Uchiha Yuma, who closed his eyes and perceived it, seemed to have really discovered something. He made a hasty gesture. When I saw that gesture, the three of them, Kate and Kai, stopped in a hurry. Brother Yuzhen, did you find something? Cold sweat broke out on Metkai's face. My eldest brother Yuzhen has a good sense of perception. Everyone still knows. At this moment, when I made this stop gesture, I must have discovered something. The reality was more serious than he thought. Uchiha Yuzhen turned around with a serious expression and looked at the three of them with scarlet eyes. You three, retreat towards the camp. If there are enemies, I will stop them for a while. After saying that, a seal formed in his hand. Bang! In the smoke, out came another Uchiha Yuma. Chapter 40. My shadow clone will serve as insurance and follow you all the time. The three people who heard Yuchen's words all looked extremely serious. Is he a very powerful enemy? Shiranui Genma asked in a deep voice. That's right. A very powerful enemy. Uchiha Yuzhen responded to this doubt solemnly. The situation was more serious than he imagined. His range of perception is not small either. A few kilometers ahead, a dozen or so chakras grew up. Sensed by him. There are 7 strands of chakra, which have the slightest hint of water vapor. Among these 7 chakras, one has a very large chakra. Compared with humans, chakra is simply another species. Have this huge chakra with water vapor. Come to think of it, that's the holder of same Hata. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. But what he couldn't figure out was the one who ambushed Kate Kai, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma in the original novel. Shouldn't it just be the 7 ninja swordsmen? Why are there so many more chakras? Seeing this situation that is inconsistent with the original plot, Uchiha Yuma still dares to trust him. Tell them to retreat on the spot. As for myself, to be honest, as long as there is no burden, with his pupils fully open, he is sure to annihilate all the enemies. However, the 3 of Metkai are probably dead. Given this period of time, I got along pretty well with them. Uchiha Yuma issued the order to retreat. And I heard that my brother Yuzhen personally admitted that the enemy was very strong. The three of them immediately turned around. As qualified ninjas, the three of them would not say anything pretentious at this critical moment. Janin, the leader, told them to retreat. They will retreat. Metkai turned his head and glanced at Yuzhen one last time from the corner of his eye. He whispered in a deep voice. Brother Yuzhen, you must come back alive. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen grinned and responded to Kai. Don't worry, I won't die. Whoosh. With the departure of Shadow Clone and the three people, Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes also trembled slightly. Buzz. In an instant, the scarlet and coquettish Sharingan appeared in Yuzhen's eyes. He stared straight ahead and slowly drew out his immortal ninja sword. This posture, since it doesn't match the original work, I think the extra variables are just for me. This is his prediction of this situation. Changes happen for a reason. He couldn't think of any reason for the change in the ambush personnel except himself. You know, in the original book, even the three who ambushed Metkai were still novice ninjas. All the 7 ninja swordsmen came together. There is no such thing as hidden power. So, let me see, who is so interested in me? Yuzhen laughed ferociously, and a dark murderous intention floated around him. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. Uchiha Yuma's figure is like a sharp arrow, running forward. As the leader of this mission, Baiju suppressed his somewhat erratic temperament. He is a special white zetsu. It's different from those mass-produced products. Madara-sama gave this kind of task to him, not to that dark guy. It represents trust in oneself. So this time, no matter what, I have to do it beautifully. Completely compare to the black guy. Before this mission is completed, you must hold back. The idea of asking them what it feels like to have a bowel movement. Yeah. That's it. Master Ju, what's happening? The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost looked at Ju, who was talking to himself inexplicably. Ah? It's nothing, I was just thinking. I didn't expect that Konoha really betrayed his companions, and that Danzo was actually such a person. Ha ha ha. Baiju realized that he had made a mistake and immediately laughed. Hearing what his team leader said, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost was unconvinced. What is the virtue of forbearing darkness? Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know? This time, he actually betrayed his own ninja and colluded with their Mizukage-sama. Let them ambush that Uchiha Yuma. To be honest, these are nothing to the hidden mist village in the blood mist. It is too real to betray your companions. The only thing he couldn't figure out was, why Mizukage-sama? It was clear that 7 of their ninja swordsmen were dispatched. We also need to arrange for a so-called Jew adult to accompany us. This guy doesn't look very smart. However, even if he secretly complained in his heart, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost still had to pay attention to the leader's words. Master Ju, there are no wrong nicknames in the ninja world. Since this guy Shimura Danzo has the name of Ninja Darkness, it means. What does it mean? Before the Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost finished speaking, Ju asked along the lines of his words, wanting to cover up his recent gaffe. It means that in the ninja world, as long as you find a conspiracy that you can't figure out, just pin it on him, and you're guaranteed to be right. Baiju's eyes widened when he heard the words of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Somewhat unbelievably, he shouted, "That's it!" Baiju felt really incredible. It turns out that Danzo still has this effect. After he returned, he gave Madara-sama some advice. If any conspiracy unfolds in the future, give Shimura Danzo this useful tool. Okay, Master Ju, we will arrive at the ambush location soon. Let's not discuss this topic. It would be bad if Danzo's subordinates over there hear it. Okay. Ju Ying said in agreement, then frowned. As a biological weapon, he has certain sensory abilities. I noticed a change ahead. He immediately amplified his tone and shouted to the ninjas around him. Everyone, please pay attention, a powerful chakra is coming this way. Hearing Baiju's reminder, the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly started talking. Is it the mission goal? No matter who he is, he actually dares to charge towards us. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will be killed by my black hoe and thunder teeth. No matter who he is, this area is the ninja of Konoha. Lao Zi is going to kill him every month to bring shame to Senior Sueja Zhang. They chatted all over the place, and although they were noisy, they all had good ninja qualities. People are rushing over here, so don't blame them for setting up traps here to wait for work. Didn't make them wait any longer. In the roaring sound, a huge fire style covering the sky and the earth is coming towards this side with overwhelming force. This? No. It's great fire destruction. Everyone, hurry up and defend. Baizetsu saw what ninjutsu this was and hurriedly reminded everyone present. He was very familiar with this ninjutsu. My own Madara-sama likes to use it the most. In order to avoid being a beginner, I would practice occasionally. After all, the skills of a ninja are the same as those of a mortal. It's all use it or lose it. He could tell that this fire style was on the same scale as Madara-sama. It's almost the same. Don't be afraid. Hey, hey, hey. Are you kidding me? How to defend against this fire style? At least it requires dozens of ninja water barriers, right? Are you an idiot? We are all elites. A dozen or so are enough. The 7 ninja swordsmen and white zetsu. There were also a few taciturn Danzo subordinates on the side. Not a fool either. Everyone knows the bad street art of water barrier. Katsu has launched a joint ninjutsu. Water-style water barrier. Dozens of water barriers merge into one place, forming a torrent. It collided with the scorching sea of fire in an instant. Boom! The collision of water and fire resounded throughout the world. In the forest where the water vapor was rising, a figure rushed out. The figure stood on a big tree with a horizontal sword. He looked at the people below with a look of disdain. Chapter 41. 7 Ninja Swordsmen? And a group of rats. Uchiha Yuma's Sharingan narrowed his eyes slightly. Wait, A&D. The mission that came into view surprised Yujan. Needless to say, he already had a plan in mind for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Those ninjas dressed in Anbu and Chakra don't feel watery at all. He also had some guesses in his mind. This large force appeared directly and accurately in its defense zone. In addition, he had noticed something was wrong ever since he was forced to separate from Team Minato. There is also becoming Kai's team leader and being separated from Uchiha's large army. It's you. Danzo. He can accept these situations in his own heart. But the green-haired figure wearing the spiral mask was what surprised him. That's Baizetsu. There is no doubt about this. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Yuzhen's heart sank. The 7 ninja swordsmen, White Zetsu, Genbu. When these elements came together, he still didn't understand himself. It has long been noticed by Uchiha Madara. Damn it! Baiju definitely spied on him. After I return from this mission, I must learn Sage Mode. Only by using Sage Mode and your perception ability can you find those white Zetsus. Just when thoughts were swirling in Yuzhen's mind, Ghost Dengmanyu raised the beheading sword in his hand, opened his jagged mouth, and taunted in a sinister manner. Tisk, tisk, you are indeed a ninja with a name, Shun Shen Yuma. Seeing all 7 of us ninja swordsmen, you actually dare to be in a trance? Ghost Manyu is a little unhappy with Uchiha Yuzhen's attitude. In his opinion, the configuration of his team is more than enough to destroy a small country. But this arrogant Uchiha actually dared to lose his mind during the confrontation? It is unbearable. After thinking about it, Manyu gently turned the handle of the knife and moved her ankle. Tear. In an instant, the full moon appeared next to Uchiha Yuma. Holding the beheading sword high in his hand, he screamed strangely, beheading with a powerful water wrist. After seeing this strange cry, Gui Deng Manyu's wrist, which raised the sword, suddenly became huge. Call out! The gigantic arm held up the decapitating sword, slashing at Yuzhen with terrifying murderous intent. Is it a slashing attack blessed by the Gosu Izuki no Jutsu? Uchiha recognized this jutsu, and the boy in front of him looked too similar to Suijutsu's hairstyle in the manga. He recognized the new owner of the beheading sword on the spot. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. However, for this attack, the hydration technique is used to increase the strength of the arm muscles to increase the power of the slash. Uchiha Yuzhen sneered. I don't need to dodge an attack of this magnitude. The Megatama in Sharingan is turned around, using the power of the eyes as the lead. Yuma seduced his patron saint, Susanoo. The fiery red materialized rib skeleton appeared instantly. Clang! A loud noise made Gui Deng Manyu open her eyes in disbelief. What is this? You actually blocked your own powerful wrist. But that wasn't what shocked him. He knew that Uchiha Yu was not someone who could be defeated so easily. What shocked him was, this chakra materialized thing is obviously a vibrant color like fiery red. Why is it so cold and powerful in his perception? The biting cold breath made his skin feel pain. This thing is not simple. Before he could think about it, Uchiha responded to his doubts. This is Uchiha's divine power, that's all. There's no need to explain anything to the dead. After saying that, Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes trembled. The Megatama rotated, and the power of the pupils began to boil in the eye sockets. Buzz! Complex patterns appear in Yuzhen's eyes. For this battle, he wants a quick victory. The appearance of that special Baiju made him feel slightly uneasy. Being noticed by this old guy Uchiha Madara is quite unpleasant for me. You can tell with your toes that you are not Kenji. Uchiha Madara must have felt that he was difficult to control, so he arranged for 7 people to use special white techniques to deal with him. Then he conspires with Danzo to respond completely. This posture is basically designed to kill him. People are coming to kill you, so what's the fun? Of course, you want to take advantage of their lack of understanding of their own information. Use pupil technique to kill at first sight. After clearing his thoughts, the pattern on Uchiha's left eye trembled slightly. Eye technique Ichimokuren is activated. Inexplicable power began to cover everything in sight. Immediately afterwards, a chill that made people feel the aura of death deeply enveloped the hearts of everyone present. Black Hole tightened his grip on Lei Daoye, and he said uneasily, I feel like something is coming. It's okay, there are so many of us here, we will win. The calm Tonko Yebaran didn't take it seriously, and he hated the cold. With so many elites here, he couldn't think of any other reason to lose. Hey, don't be too careless, this feeling is really bad. As the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost who knows how to live quietly, he felt something was wrong on the spot. The feeling of a ninja coming out of Shura field is generally unmistakable. At the reminder from their 3 companions, the remaining 3 taciturn ninja swordsmen all tensed up. As partners, they still trust their partners. I'm sorry, that power is eye power, right? Baiju's face looked a little heavy under the mask. As a special white Zetsu, he has been following Uchiha Madara for many years, so he will not be unfamiliar with the powerful eye power of Sharingan. However, this eye power reminded him of Manjiki. When this thought comes to mind, he stared at Uchiha Yuma closely with eyes as if he had seen some monster. Is this still Sharingan? Unlike his companions, Ghost Lantern Manyu, who was very close at hand, saw these extraordinary eyes. The cold Tongli aura made him sweat on the spot. When these eyes appeared, he seemed to be hallucinating. The hallucination of his body and head being separated. Before he could figure it out. Boom! Uchiha Yuzhen's body was ignited with sparks of nintaijutsu. He looked at the ghost lantern full moon with eyes that looked at the dead. Of course it's Sharingan, and I will still see your eyes in the future of your death. Boom. After a loud noise, the ghost lantern full moon was blasted out. At the same time, Uchiha Yuma jumped up. He jumped to a high altitude and showed a cruel smile to everyone below. Rat people, the future of your tragic death has already caught my eye. Next, suffer death. Yuzhen's voice suddenly fell. The inexplicable power of the previous changes in pupil power. It started flowing. Chapter 42. Incomprehensible. This is what Baiju is thinking now. As a biological weapon, his character is actually very optimistic. But, today, this optimism was shattered to pieces. He simply couldn't imagine what had just happened around him. That kid Uchiha Yuma, 12 years old, started Manjiki. That's all. Geniuses can understand. However, that pupil technique is really unreasonable. Everything that just happened made him feel like a dream. Thinking of this, he completely broke his defense. He faced Uchiha Yuma, who was harvesting lives in front of him. Shouted. What on earth is your pupil technique? Why did we lose so confusedly? That's right. Even at this moment, he has not received any harm. Baiju still felt that they had lost. He couldn't describe what happened in just a few minutes. Uchiha-style ninjutsu? He knows it. Flying Thunder God technique style? He knows it too. But when these are put together, it takes less than 5 minutes. The 7 ninja swordsmen, and those root ninjas. As if his head was cluttered, his body automatically and inexplicably appeared under Uchiha Yuma's sword. Successfully became the soul killed by his sword. This was beyond his comprehension. The reason is very simple. When the 7 ninja swordsmen and others were fighting with them, they kept shouting impossible. It shows that everyone's minds are still very clear, but they just can't understand why this situation occurs. However, he knew it very well. It can have the effect of making everyone feel as if they are guilty and become the souls of Uchiha Yuma's sword. 9 times out of 10, it's the pupil technique. He also knows a lot about Uchiha's various strange eye skills. However, people like Uchiha are incomprehensible. This is his first time seeing it. Uchiha turned a deaf ear to White Zetsu's screams. Continue to raise and lower the knife. Phew. The white knife went in and the red knife came out, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost took his last breath. Then, Yuzhen waved his hand. He threw the blood foam on the blade to the ground. Hey, you're the next one. Uchiha exhaled. Immediately closed the pupil technique and Ichimokuren. Eye skills are very strong. This time, he was very satisfied with the actual combat of pupil skills. The pupil technique that resides in his left eye is the power to achieve what he wants. It's exactly as explained. If you want it, you will achieve it. He wanted to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen in a short time. Then, the eye technique of Ichimokuren anchors this future. All the methods he knows will eventually become the most reasonable attack, bringing him the results he wants. Invincible. This kind of pupil technique anchors one's desired future. It is indeed a pupil technique obtained by consuming the entry eyes of the divine realm, red. Uchiha finally understood that his red entry was a one-time entry. But, when this entry turned into a pupil technique and was used by him, he discovered the red entries have not disappeared at all, and it is not a one-off at all. He turned it into his own pupil technique. This pupil technique, like Kamui, is generally a foul pupil technique. What is the specific level of the foul? Put it this way. He wouldn't even exchange it for Tsutsuki Yama's magic. Ichimokuren, also known as Tenmya One God, Master Otai. Uchiha Yuzhen turned around and looked at Baizetsu, as expected of the pupil technique with the same name as the sacred tree. It is so powerful that it even shocked me. Arrive. But My vision in my left eye is blurry. This technique is good for everything, but it consumes a huge amount of pupil power. No, I only used it once. My vision started to get a little blurry. If used according to today's efforts, after about 7 times at most, your eyes will no longer be able to see. But Uchiha is not worried at all about this situation. My Senju entry is already starting to work. A hint of coolness was gathering towards his left eye. This should be the Yang style that can restore eye power, right? It's this speed, it's really too slow. Exactly how slow it is, the battle is not over yet, Uchiha is really hard to calculate. But, it doesn't matter. There is another insurance policy in sight. Baiju. Thinking of this, he walked towards Baiju. At this time, Baiju also reacted. It will sink to the ground immediately. Hey, white guy, where do you want to escape to? When Baizetsu heard Uchiha Yuzhen's question, he immediately raised his eyes and stared at him. Do I need to tell you where I'm going? Don't be so naive, Uchiha boy. Really? I don't think you can escape anywhere. Everyone can tell big words, xiao. Before Baiju finished speaking, what caught his eyes was, it's Uchiha Yuma's gleaming Manjiki Sharingan. Buzz. Baiju was in a daze for a moment when the power of his eyes hit him. Damn it! It's Genjutsu! He was careless. When you are one-on-one with Uchiha, you should not look at each other. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This cunning boy! When you escape, Master Madara will definitely come and nip you in the bud. You kid, you are so dangerous. Baizetsu, knowing that he had been tricked, hurriedly gathered chakra. Tear. The chakra destroyed part of his body tissue, freeing him from genjutsu. You're quite capable, but, it's too late. Uchiha smiled coldly. A hissing sound. Before Baiju could fully react, a kunao was entangled with the Flying Thunder Talisman seal. Hit him in the head. This is not a fatal injury to Special White Ju. As a biological weapon designed by Kaguya, especially the most special one among them, he is not a mass-produced product that will die if you pierce the head. Damn boy, do you think you can win like this? Baiju grabbed the kunao and pulled it out of his head. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuzhen's lips curled up in a mocking arc. You finally took the bait. What took the bait? Of course you were the one who was imprinted by me, idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, the talisman wrapped around the kunao and Baiju's hand changed. Hiss. Amidst the sound, runes came out from the middle. Climbing over Baiju's arm, it quickly gathered at his heart. Magadama-style runes were formed. What is this? Baiju was shocked. He was actually entangled with such inexplicable runes. This gave him a new understanding of Uchiha's cunning. He decided that he just needed to escape. He advised Master Madara that this son must be killed quickly and not stay for a long time. Otherwise, if this kid continues to develop, God knows how strong he will become. That's my Flying Thunder God seal. Uchiha Yuzhen looked at Baizetsu with a smile, and said confidently, you have nowhere to escape. Hearing this, Baiju's heart sank. He knows the technique. After being engraved, this kid can move to his side instantly. I really have nowhere to escape. Baiju seemed to have made up his mind, if you can't escape, then just go for it. Snap! All he saw was his hands clasped together. Chakra boils all over the body. Baiju roared ferociously. Wood-style wooden golem's technique. Chapter 43. As Baiju's words fell, a huge bodhisattva statue with countless giant arms stands in this forest. Wooden golem jutsu? But, is there something wrong with this height? Uchiha Yuzhen felt very confused when he saw that the wooden golem was only about 30 meters tall. Now he has recognized this special Baiju, a Fei. However, at this stage, Obito has not mixed with them yet, so he naturally has no name. Thinking of this, Uchiha suddenly realized. I asked why the height of this wooden golem is wrong, it turns out the time belt didn't arrive. He remembered. This guy's wooden golem technique wants to reach the realm of Senju Hashirama, and he also wants to have the ability to escape with 5 attributes. It's only possible with this guy Yamato. While Uchiha Yuma was thinking about this, Abi controlled the huge wooden golem and raised his fist. It hit Yuzhen. Go to hell, you damn boy. Hey, why do some people always put their hope in things they can't do? Faced with this direct attack, Uchiha sighed. Then he lowered his eyes and turned the handle of the knife. Call out. For a moment, his figure appeared behind Afei. Phew. The ninja sword pierced into Afei's body. Let me tell you, have you forgotten, that I can fly the thunder god? Uchiha Yuzhen mocked with a smile behind Afei. Uchiha boy, you fell into the trap. Do you really think I will forget this? Afei turned his head and gave Uchiha a cruel smile. After saying this, Afei's body began to squirm. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuzhen Sharingan seemed to have seen something, and his expression changed, not good. Yuzhen hurriedly waved his ninja sword. Tear. Afei's body was cut into 2 parts. Following Afei who changed into 2 parts, what changed was the giant bodhisattva statue at his feet. Amidst the roaring sound, the art of wooden golem was dissolved. Okay, you are indeed the most special Baizetsu. He actually has the ability to survive by cutting off his tail. Uchiha Yuma's expression is neither good nor bad. He looked at Baiju's body that had been cut into 2 pieces on the ground and felt a little emotional. Still let him run away. That wooden golem technique is just a deception. Yuzhen responded. When the wooden golem unfolded, Afei had already put his body containing thoughts through the cover of the wooden statue. Sneaked underground secretly. This way, by sacrificing most of the body, the flying thunder god becomes ineffective. The part of the body that was not marked by the flying thunder god's seal and the body that also contained thinking escaped. It really amazed Uchiha. As expected of the original work, he is a ruthless character who can stir up troubles with Obito and survive until 4 battles. But I'm not at a loss. I've got the biggest trophy. Uchiha looked at the white body on the ground. Feeling refreshed. White Ju cells, and also the Afei version of white Ju cells. The Afei version of Baiju cells is so powerful. Uchiha Obito in the original timeline has been fully embodied with his unscrupulous Kamui. This harvest can be said to make him extremely excited. Indeed, because I have the Senju entry and can upgrade it later, I am no longer afraid of the side effects of blindness. But, Uchiha is afraid of others. After being assigned various tasks this time, he completely woke up. He needs management power. This kind of being manipulated. After being manipulated, you can still betray your status at will. He never wants to go through this again. If it weren't for the reason of the entry, he would have possessed a powerful eye technique beyond the enemy's prediction. Facing a lineup of 7 ninja swordsmen and special white Zetsu and root ninja. Otherwise you will lose your life. He was extremely disgusted by this situation where life and death were controlled by others. As for building up his power, he planned to start from within the Uchiha clan. The reason is simple. Uchiha is relatively easy to deal with. As long as you can defeat them, you will have stronger pupil power than them. At the same time, it also takes into account the ability to speak eloquently. You can fool them. The Uchiha are one such clan. If you want me to listen to you, you have to convince me first. This is true for Madara, Obito, and even more so for Sasuke. These 3 typical Uchiha are just starting to come up with various ideas. After being defeated, there was a direct change of stance. Moreover, he is a legitimate Hokage, and he deceives the Uchiha clan who have already regarded the position of Hokage as their long-cherished wish. I think it should be easier. Since we have decided to start with Uchiha, this special white Zetsu body that allows Mangeki Sharingan to not go blind is a very important resource. Thinking of this, he walked towards the remains of Bai Zetsu. Yuma collected the broken body of white Zetsu, sealed it into a space scroll, and turned around to collect other spoils. When the 7 special ninja swords of the Mist Ninja. There was some movement in the forest. Hey? There's an ambush. Uchiha Yuma was a little puzzled. Could it be that the hidden mist village controlled by Madara had a backup plan? Just as he was about to draw out his ninja sword, his Sharingan caught a glimpse of green light. From the green light, he saw the familiar chakra operation pattern. I felt relieved immediately. It's this guy. Seeing the person coming, Yujen closed Sharingan and let out a breath. The tense nerves all over my body also relaxed. Boom boom. A figure that made a loud noise in the air accelerated in the air. It landed not far from Yujen. A figure emitting green light appeared, and Uchiha Yuma was seen. Yuma Jainin, are you okay? Uchiha's attire was easily recognizable, and the figure was instantly recognized. Except for one who ran away, I defeated all the other enemies. I can now unlock the 8 gates, Uncle Dai. Hearing this, the figure glanced around. When I saw that except Uchiha Yuma who was standing, the others were lying down. He then released the 8 gates with ease. Hey! It seems the enemy isn't that strong. Is the intelligence wrong? By the way, how did Yujen Jainin recognize me? After unlocking the 8 gates, Might Dai was somewhat confused. Logically, such a genius should not recognize me. How on earth did he recognize it? In response to Might Dai's doubts, Uchiha Yuma sighed helplessly. During this time, I was at least Kai's team leader Jainin, so I still recognize his father. This is a lie. The main reason why he can be recognized is that his thick eyebrows and tights are so recognizable. Also, in this incident, Might Dai should have arrived around this time. Save Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu. Responded to Might Dai's Uchiha Yuma. He walked towards the 7 ninja swordsmen and picked up their ninja swords one by one. At the same time, he also took the heads of the ninjas who attacked him, including the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Cut them all off and seal them in the scroll. Might Dai, who was standing by, finally saw the faces of those ninjas clearly. And these special ninja swords. After seeing all this, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Chapter 44. Not long ago, Might Dai obtained a piece of information. The intelligence said that his child, met Kai. He will be ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. He immediately rushed over in a hurry. But, when he was on the road, he saw that Kai and his friends were fine. Still relieved. When I heard that their leader Jainin, Uchiha Yuzhen, also said that the enemy attacking this time was very strong. Moved by the other person's last act, he rushed over immediately and wanted to provide support. Who knows, after coming, I saw Uchiha standing alone. Everyone else is lying down. I also wonder if the information is wrong. These guys are not the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just an ordinary ninja. But now I can see clearly the faces of those corpses and the weapons that Uchiha put away and sealed in the scroll. He was shocked to find that these guys were really the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the signature of the Mist Ninja. It can be said that no one knows it in the ninja world. Everyone knows the relevant personnel information very well. Not sure. Every ninja village would make great efforts to promote this kind of famous ninja. Use it as a sign to attract customers and increase your employment share. Result. It's this kind of ninja combination that has both fame and strength. He was actually killed by Uchiha Yuma alone. This gave him a big shock. Uchiha Yuzhen, Konoha Special Jainin, nicknamed Snapshot Yuzhen. As a rising supernova in Konoha and a ninja with a name, he is generally a very powerful being. He knew all this. But knowing is knowing. He still has no specific idea of how strong it is. Now, seeing this situation, he still doesn't know. This Uchiha Yuma's strength has reached the realm of Hokage. Looking at Uchiha Yuzhen's handsome and childish face, he was really shocked. Reaching Hokage territory as a teenager. It's incredible. At this time, Uchiha Yuma had already collected all the loot. Came to Mat Dai's side. Seeing his horrified expression, I felt a little helpless. Now he can predict that he will kill the 7 people behind the ninja sword. How your reputation will grow. He believed that in a few days, his name will no longer be the same as before, which was just rising. But it will completely resound throughout the ninja world. Hey, let's go, Uncle Dai, Kai and the others should be waiting for us. Yuzhen sighed and reminded Dai. With a movement of footsteps, he dodged and left the battlefield. Uchiha Yuma and Mat Dai, after joining Kate Kai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. After a night, we arrived at Konoha's camp. Entering the camp, Uchiha Yuma is the leader. With a relaxed pace, he walked towards the tent where the commander of the camp was located. The reason why the pace is relaxed is simple. The commander of this coastline is Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the security department, he is one of the top department leaders in Konoha. On this front, as the person with the highest position, the commander will be and can only be Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's tent was not far away, less than 2 minutes' walk. Chen came here, opened the curtain, and walked in. And inside the tent, Uchiha Fugaku has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Uchiha Yuzhen come in and in good condition, he nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Yuma-kun. With those 3 genin, it was not easy to escape from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Fugaku's emotion came from the bottom of his heart. Knowing that Uchiha Yuzhen can fly Thunder God, he is not very anxious about his safety. However, for this kid Yuzhen, he was able to escape with those 3 oil bottles. He felt a little incredible. Hearing this, Yuma came to Uchiha Fugaku with a stern expression. Fugaku handed 2 scrolls to Uchiha. This is... Uchiha Fugaku took the scroll and looked at Yuzhen with some confusion. Lord Fugaku, you'd better call the ninjas from the intelligence team to come over, and all the genin in the camp to come over as well. These 2 scrolls, one is the attacker's head, and the other is the attacker's weapon. Hearing Uchiha Yuzhen's suggestion, Fugaku raised his eyebrows. One of the 2 scrolls contained the attacker's head. Call the ninjas from the intelligence class to read the information, and they can still argue that there are extenuating circumstances. But what is the reason for calling all the genin in the camp? Feeling a little confused, he immediately asked Yuzhen. It's reasonable for the ninjas from the intelligence class to come over, but is it really necessary to call all the genin in the camp? It's necessary. Lord Fugaku, if you open the scroll with the head, you'll know why. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku didn't talk nonsense. The scroll was opened immediately. Bang! The smoke cleared, and a dozen heads came into view of Uchiha Fugaku. He immediately stood up with a sigh. He looked at the heads with a horrified expression. Yujan. This fat head with jagged teeth must be the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. That's right, besides him, there are other heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yuzhen pointed at the head of the root ninja with a serious expression, and reminded Uchiha Fugaku in a solemn tone, these are not important, the important thing is these people. After hearing Uchiha Yuzhen's explanation, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed dramatically. Are the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen not as important as the heads of these strange ninjas? What on earth is this? Lord Fugaku, call the ninjas from the intelligence class to come over. You will understand everything then. I heard Yuzhen's repeated request. Fugaku, whose expression suddenly became serious, nodded solemnly. Immediately, according to Uchiha Yuzhen's instructions, the ninjas from the intelligence class and all the genin from the camp were called over. About 10 minutes later, dozens of ninjas gathered in this tent. The genin who came here looked extremely serious. After all, someone who can become Jonin. Everyone is not stupid. They met the intelligence squad halfway. The intelligence team was called, and all the Jonin in the camp were called. Regarding this, everyone has some guesses. Did Mr. Fugaku get some important information? Fugaku sat in the upper position and saw that everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. He pointed to the table and said to everyone, "These heads are the reason why I called you here." Hearing this, everyone present, they all looked at the heads. Hey? If I read correctly, those are the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? That's right, those guys have harassed us in the past 6 months, they are them. No, why are they dead? After these words were spoken, everyone in the field woke up. He asked Uchiha Fugaku in horror. "Lord Fugaku, what's going on? How did they die?" Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand and pressed it. Following Fugaku's gesture, the place suddenly became quiet. The 7 ninja swordsmen are really dead, there is no doubt about it. Fugaku said as he took out another scroll. "Throw it towards the ground." Bang! The smoke dissipated, and 7 weird-looking ninja swords appeared on the ground. The ninja sword is also here, and the person who did all this. Fugaku looked down at Uchiha Yuma standing in the corner, and said solemnly, "It's Yuma-kun." Fugaku's words suddenly fell. All the Jonin in the field looked at Uchiha Yuma. Chapter 45. Jonin, as high-ranking personnel of the ninja village, have certain authority in the Jonin class and are more or less well-informed about intelligence. Uchiha Yuma is an Uchiha supernova who has only become famous in the past year. They are not unfamiliar at all. He killed Biwajozang, fought with Red Sand Scorpion, and was one of the only 2 Flying Thunder God users in the village. They are all familiar to everyone. It is familiar, but it is not strong enough to wipe out the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was something they really couldn't imagine. How could Yuma-kun be so strong? He wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. This strength should be comparable to the cage of a village, right? No problem at all, this power is the realm of shadow. He's only about 10 years old, right? To be exact, she was 13 years old. Uchiha is really lucky that such a person appeared in this era. Who says it's not? The content of the heated discussions in the field made another group of Jonin secretly happy. These people are none other than the people in the field. Jonin of the Uchiha clan. To be honest, this boy Uchiha Yuma is quite popular in their clan. People from all factions are very optimistic about him. Nothing else. He is closer to the position of Hokage than any other Uchiha. For them, becoming Hokage has been their long-cherished wish. Uchiha Yuma is the most dazzling child in the tribe. Today, this record is enough to show his strength and he is worthy of the position of Hokage. Thinking of this, the Uchiha Jonin stared at Uchiha Yuma with burning eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting at the top of the seat, saw all of this. Especially the fiery eyes of the Jonin in the Uchiha clan. He was helpless about this. Previously, Uchiha Yuma had taken the lead. Without giving it much thought, he followed his steps and gathered everyone together first. Now, he has also reacted. What a shocking thing Yuzhen did. The 7 ninja swordsmen, plus the few heads that need to be investigated by the intelligence team. There are a total of more than a dozen Jonin teams. As for Uchiha Yuma, who can wipe out a group of enemies. Capable of fighting a small battle and defeating the army of a small country. It really shocked him to the point of being a little numb. You have to be numb. He had watched this kid grow from a 2 Magatama Sharingan to this level. Now he can ask himself, can he beat Uchiha Yuma? Can't beat. Absolutely unbeatable. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the signature group of Kirigakuer, which is composed of the elite Jonin. As the commander of this coastline, he had fought with them during this period. He knew very well that only 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen would be needed to capture him. And Uchiha Yuma just killed them all directly. It is already obvious who is strong and who is weak. He watched Uchiha Yuma grow from having 2 Megatama to being stronger than him now. The shock towards this kid is greater than anyone else's. This kid is genius? Monster? He couldn't explain it clearly. But it doesn't matter. He just needs to know that this guy is on his side. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku cut off his thoughts and looked at the noisy scene. Coughed lightly. Cough, cough, gentlemen, please be quiet for a while. Yuzhen-kun said that the 7 ninja swordsmen are not the most important. What is important is the information in the heads here. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen took a step forward and said to everyone present. I will keep your praise in mind and will use it as motivation to continue to contribute to Konoha. As he spoke, he pointed at the head of the root ninja with a straight face and continued. However, during this encounter, I found something unusual about these ninjas. Those anomalies made me feel a little frightened, so I asked Lord Fugaku to call you all over. So, seniors in the intelligence class, no matter what you see, tell everyone directly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence in the place. The faces of the Genin present were extremely serious at this moment. Their idea is simple. Do these guys have some fatal information about Kirigakure village? Otherwise, why would this kid be so serious? Regarding the thoughts of these people, Uchiha Yuzhen passed through Genin's face in the field. I also know some. He was looking forward to this, being a ninja in the intelligence class and bringing intelligence to the ninja's mind. After telling everyone, what kind of stormy waves will appear? Uchiha Yu is really disgusted with Shimura Danzo who arranged for him to go to this battlefield. He is not a character who suffers losses. You arranged for me to come here and collaborated with forces outside the village to assassinate me. Just don't blame me for giving you a big one. You know, the will of fire that Konoha village has always promoted. What is encouraged is friendship, bonding, and sacrifice. Although in the hearts of senior executives, the last sacrifice is the most important. But on the surface, the first 2 are the main forces of political propaganda. Shimura Danzo, like this, arranges undesirable ninjas to designated locations. Then he conspired with forces outside the village to assassinate his companions. Just let all Genin in the field know. With his bond with Hiruzen Sarutobi, such an assassination would be forgiven. This guy's downfall is unlikely. This kind of news is spread through Genin. Even if his reputation was protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen afterwards. But in Genin's class, it's completely stinky. Only this point. Danzo's Hokage dream. I have no chance to deal with him. Thinking of this, Uchiha sneered secretly. Don't you Danzo most want to be a Hokage? If you mess with me, I will directly make all your dreams and obsessions come to nothing. Presumably, this situation is definitely worse than life for him. At this moment, 3 ninjas came out of the intelligence team in the field and bowed slightly to Uchiha Fugaku and everyone in the field. He came to those heads. They didn't waste any time, and directly began to invade the brain and collect information. As the technique progressed, their faces became increasingly ugly. Cold sweat broke out instantly. Seeing this situation, everyone in the field was a little confused except Uchiha Yuzhen. What is the reason for these guys that makes their faces look so ugly? Yes, as ninjas in the intelligence class, they should remain calm no matter what information they face. The curiosity of everyone present was aroused. Including Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Yuzhen, this kid repeatedly emphasized. The expressions of the intelligence class ninja changed. He was curious about this, and after seeing the ninjas in the intelligence class breaking into cold sweats, he called it a day. He asked with great interest. Everyone, can you tell us what the information is? Chapter 46. Upon hearing Fugaku's inquiry, the 3 ninjas in the intelligence class looked at each other. You look at me and I look at you, but I don't know what to do? Hey? Just tell me what you have to say. There are so many Jonin in the field, so everything will be fine. When Uchiha Yuzhen saw these three hesitant people, he understood why they were like this. Everyone knows Danzo as a powerful elder and a Jonin. The three people in the intelligence class were so hesitant because they were afraid of offending this guy. That's right, say it boldly. Dozens of us Jonin are here. If something happens, we will all take responsibility together. Fugaku on the side is not stupid, and even a fool cannot be the leader of the Uchiha clan. He knew from Yuzhen's words and the appearance of these three people that this information might have something to do with his village. His mind was also racing, thinking that this information should be beneficial to Uchiha Yuma. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have repeatedly emphasized that the information should be made public. And as Uchiha is one of the few strong men nowadays. And Uchiha campaigned as a ray of hope for the Hokage. What's good for Uchiha Yuma is good for Uchiha. After thinking about this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately left this verbal promise to these three people. When seeing the commander's promise, the three of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Including the dozens of Jonin present, if you say it yourself, it means everyone knows it. If Jonin knew that much, Shimura Danzo would be in great trouble. How could he still have the energy to cause trouble for their intelligence ninjas? Besides, they also acted according to the law and were blameless. After thinking about it, they suddenly felt confident. After thinking about it, the three of them told the information they had obtained from the heads of those root ninjas one by one on the spot. Elder Danzo carefully arranged for Uchiha Yuma to come to this battlefield. Then he conspired with Mizukage of Kirigakura village and dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to assassinate Uchiha Yuma. After these two pieces of information were revealed, the camp was extremely silent for a moment, and you could hear a needle drop. After the three members of the intelligence class returned to their positions. Wow! The venue immediately exploded. How can Yuma Jonin be so strong? With the 7 ninja swordsmen plus the root Jonin, this kind of power can already influence a battle. That's right. As expected of Shushin Yuma, he actually killed such a powerful enemy in a short period of time. Wait a minute. What should be more important to note is another situation they explained, the inexplicable change in Yuzhen Jonin's eyes during the battle. While ordinary Jonin lamented the power of Uchiha Yuzhen, he also noticed the changes in Yuzhen Sharingan mentioned in the intelligence. In this regard, all the Uchiha in the field, including Fugaku, also noticed this. No, someone immediately asked the ninja who reported Madara. You said Yuzhen's little, Sama, Sharingan changed during the battle. An Uchiha Jonin stood up anxiously. Yes, the information in my mind is like this. Wow! The ninjas of Uchiha all stood up and looked at Yuma in horror. Yuma-sama, Sama, what is the change of Sharingan? In response, Uchiha nodded calmly and responded to their doubts. Yes, it's what you think. The specific situation. I will explain it clearly to the Fugaku clan leader later. As for what you want to know, you can only wait for my explanation at the clan meeting after I return to the village. Manjiki Sharingan, no need to hide. This is the ninja world, and his identity is an Uchiha ninja. It's a bloody ninja. When your blood inheritance level is high, it will only bring you positive feedback and reputation benefits. After hearing Uchiha Yuzhen's admission, Fugaku walked to his side. He patted Yuzhen's shoulder heavily. He was filled with emotion. Uchiha's divine power, after so many years, finally arrived in Uchiha again. Thinking of this, he hated Danzo extremely. This guy, as the first person in the village to oppose Uchiha, he still knows about it. Since he colluded with forces outside the village, don't blame him for being cruel to his fellow villagers. Bang! Thinking of this, Fugaku slammed the table. Everyone, be quiet. What is Yuzhen-kun's power? We will discuss it after the meeting is over. What I want to explain now is that Danzo colluded with Kirigakura and murdered his companions without any will in his heart. I am the commander of Coastline, and I want to impeach him. When Fugaku's words suddenly fell, the Jonin in the field remembered. Yes. Shimura Danzo, what he did this time was too much. This proposal is good. Let's jointly file a letter to sue this guy Danzo. It's really too much. That's right. Elder Danzo is really disgusting. He treats his companions and deliberately assassinates them like this. That's it, that's it. Everyone has heard of his reputation as a tolerant person. I thought that this title was only used for people outside the village, but who knew? Who knew that even his companions in the village behaved like this? Does he still have the will of fire in his heart? If so, why would he do such a thing? The Jonin were excited, after knowing what Danzo had done. We immediately made the decision to support Fugaku's impeachment proposal. There is nothing I can do, this guy is really abusing his power. If you did this to Uchiha Yuma today, God knows if you will do this to yourself next time? On the side, Uchiha Yuma saw this situation. I feel so happy. Things went better than I expected. Shimura Danzo, as long as the Jonin jointly file a complaint, that reputation will be completely ruined. Still want to be a Hokage? Go to sleep, everything is there in your dreams. Thinking of this, Yuzhen couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth anymore and curled up in pleasure. At the same time, the special Baiju, he doesn't have the name Afei yet, finally escaped to Uchiha Madara. After recovering the body by absorbing ordinary white Zetsu, he faced Uchiha Madara. All the details of this mission were explained word for word. What? What you said is true. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and he asked urgently, that boy has opened Manjiki and defeated you with the pupil technique. That's right. Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief, trying to relax his mood. Teenage Manjiki? What were you doing when you were a teenager? Oh. Remembered. When he was a teenager, he was still messing around with Hashirama. After being forced by his father to break up with Hashirama, he awakened the Megatama's Sharingan. This kid must not be kept. Madara's eyes became colder and colder, his talent is too strong, he is a complete monster. It will definitely affect our plans in the future. Madara recalled all the information about Uchiha Yuzhen in her mind. This kid had no unforgettable experiences during this period of time. Awakening Manjiki Sharingan without such experience. There is only one explanation. The talent is so strong. Strong enough not to have to go through heart-wrenching events. All can awaken Manjiki Sharingan. Plus the inexplicable pupil technique that Baiju told me about. This kid is too dangerous. Shoo. From now on, we will place a dozen Baiju around him to monitor him every day. Then we will make targeted plans based on his behavioral analysis. If it doesn't work, I will take action again. Heiju heard this and smiled. Hehe, I understand, Madara-sama. Heiju also felt that this boy's ability was a bit heaven-defying. It's better to get rid of it. After thinking for a while, he suggested to Madara. Since we want to kill this kid, Kirigaku's power is also necessary. After informing Mizukage, we will make careful plans. Madara touched her chin, pondered for a moment, and then responded. Okay, in order for them to take it seriously, I'll pass the information to Mizukage first. When Kirigaku knew about it. After the 7 ninja swordsmen were completely wiped out. The whole village. It exploded on the spot. Chapter 47. What's going on? The 7 ninja swordsmen are our signatures. When selecting personnel, everyone is an elite. How could it be so easy that they were all killed by an Uchiha brat? Mizukage-sama, is there something wrong with your information? Master Yuan felt unacceptable to what third Mizukage said. Or don't want to believe it. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not only the signature of their Kirigaku village, but also their top combat power. die so easily in the hands of one person. This situation would be unacceptable to any village. Third Mizukage couldn't give a better response to Yuanshi's disbelief. Being manipulated, his mind was always in a state of confusion. At this moment, he could only follow Uchiha Madara's control and said to Yuanshi, "Whether you believe it or not, the annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen is a reality. In this situation, let's summon the important Genin in the village." As a genjutsu puppet, he wants to carry out the orders given by Madara. Try to bring the hatred of the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen to Uchiha Yuma. Not long after, inside the Kirigakure village. In addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen, several other important Genin came to Mizukage's office under the leadership of Go Tachibana Yagura. After Goju Yagura came in, he asked politely to the third Mizukage and Yuanshi. "Mizukage-sama, Genshi-sama, suddenly asked me to wait, but what's the important matter?" Hearing this, third Mizukage paid attention to Yuanshi. "Yuanshi, please tell them the information." Alas! Yuanshi sighed helplessly, "I called you to wait here because all 7 of the ninja swordsmen have been wiped out. As the pillars of Kirigakure village, Mizukage-sama and I decided to inform you of the news first. It's easy to discuss what to do next." As soon as Yuanshi finished speaking, Goju Yagura asked urgently, "Master Yuanshi, what is going on? Why did the 7 ninja swordsmen disappear just because they said they were gone?" He couldn't be impatient. As the perfect Jinkraki, the third Mizukage is now old and has the highest combat power in Kirigakure village. He has good commanding power and charm, and has been designated as the next generation Mizukage by Genshi. Now, as a quasi-Mizukage, he heard that the sign of his village was destroyed by the group. It's impossible not to be in a hurry. It's Uchiha Yuma, the kid who killed Loquat Jozo, and destroyed the 7 ninja swordsmen. After Genshi responded to Goju Yagura, he began to carefully explain the information given by third Mizukage. The newly arrived Genin heard this information. Their expressions changed dramatically. How can that Uchiha Yuma be so strong? That's right. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not just cats and dogs. He is the most elite ninja in our village and can only hold the position. How could he be given up by a kid? That's enough. Yagura frowned and shouted, stopping the commotion in the field, "That's the fact. That Uchiha Yuma, I think, has opened Uchiha's ultimate power. Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to annihilate all 7 ninja swordsmen. Manjiki Sharingan." Master Yuan heard what Goju Yagura said, and immediately shouted impatiently and asked, "Yagura, where did you get this judgment?" Genshi is a contemporary of Kirigakure and the 3rd generation project. They all experienced the ninja village era, the time when it just started. What does Manjiki Sharingan stand for? He knows it all too well. Well, there is no doubt, Isabu told me. Goju Yagura said in a deep voice, Uchiha can only do this by opening those incredible eyes. Everyone present knew what kind of existence the perfect Jinkraki was. This is the state that can be achieved by a mutually trusting partner with the tailed beast's stomach. And the tailed beast, as an existence that has lived from ancient times to the present day. The words spoken are, presumably, infallible. Besides, there is no need for it to deceive humans. Manjiki Sharingan. The manipulated third Mizukage pretended to sigh, this kind of power must be eliminated. From now on, the village's power should be concentrated on dealing with this guy. Mizukage-sama. This is impossible. Genshi heard this and became anxious on the spot. Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan is invincible. We should avoid its edge rather than confront it head-on. What you said makes sense, but I am Mizukage, and this is the order from Mizukage. Immediately, Yuanshi and Mizukage began to quarrel over this argument. The influence of the 7 ninja sword slayers of the Uchiha Yushin group also followed this meeting. It began to spread in Kirigakure village. Its reputation officially resounds throughout the blood dance. Other side. The Leaf Village wasn't much better. Uchiha Shinden Ninja Slayer 7. The report on Danzo's impeachment along with the entire coastline camp were all delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk at the same time. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe. He raised his eyes and stared at Danzo with sharp eyes. Do you have anything to defend? Humph. No. Danzo snorted and said angrily, everything I do is for Konoha. This is a lie. He knew in his heart that he acted like this because of prejudice. Bang. Danzo. Is this what you said when facing us? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little angry and slammed the table, joining outsiders to strangle your companions. Your action is already an act of treason against the village. I am doing the right thing. Please read the report carefully. This kid has activated Manjiki Sharingan. Doesn't this mean that his evil has penetrated deep into his bones? And the evil Uchiha must be brought to justice. Danzo explained ferociously to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made no comment. Manjiki Sharingan. He knew this kind of power only too well for the ninjas who had experienced that era. There is also the research of his teacher Senju Tobirama, which he has never read. He had made psychological expectations early on when Uchiha Yuma showed his unparalleled talent. I predict that this kid might become as strong as Uchiha Madara. But the teenage Manjiki Sharingan was truly unheard of and unseen. For this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh. Yujan is so terrifying. Fortunately, he is his disciple and grandson. There is no need to take any precautions. It's very simple. What dazzling achievements he made. As the pinnacle of the current master-disciple lineage, he will share a glimmer of glory. When his interests are not harmed, he will not care about what Danzo said. What is evil is not evil. He's been a Hokage for decades, and he still can't see through it. His teacher, Senju Tobirama. Isn't it just because of the 1000-year feud with Uchiha? In addition, many of his brothers were killed by Uchiha, so he said such heart-wrenching words. I've listened to your sophistry, so please don't take up the leadership position at the root for the time being. I can't suppress the news that dozens of Jonin have signed a petition to impeach. You should shut up at home and think about it for a while before we talk. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care at all about what he said, Danzo's atmosphere turned around inexplicably. That boy is really dangerous. If you don't listen to me, you will regret it in the future. Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes, feeling extremely bored with Danzo's behavior of still resisting at this moment. Shut up, Danzo. Whatever the specific situation is, I will make a corresponding judgment. You don't need to tell me what to do. You know, I am the Hokage. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo slammed the door and left. Chapter 48. Shimura Danzo was impeached jointly by Jonin on the front lines. This information detonated Konoha. The information about the explosion meant that the spies hiding in Konoha could not be concealed. As a result, the relevant information was spread to the records of the major ninja villages. Uchiha? The teenage Manjiki Sharingan? The Jonin team led by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Onaki turned over the information and felt something was wrong. When he and his teacher were crushed by Uchiha Madara's power, he would always remember it in his mind. Finally, Uchiha has been depressed for decades, and no decent figure has emerged to make trouble in the ninja world. It almost made him forget this history. Suddenly, this information came out. It made him feel a little hurt. This Uchiha Yuma, judging from the intelligence. The wings are full and the fighting power is ready. It can be regarded as an existence that has fully paid off its talent. Thinking of this, Onaki continued to read the information. Flying Thunder God. Manjiki, about 13 years old. Bang. A combination of Senju's technique and Uchiha's blood inheritance power? Where does this freak come from? Onoki felt really uncomfortable. He had originally planned to do so even though this boy had considerable fighting power. But looking at his age, he should be able to bully his lack of experience. Let's use this to make a fuss and see if we can eliminate this threat. Who knew? He can actually fly, Thunder God. It's unreasonable. It's really unreasonable. If this kid reaches the level of Uchiha Madara in a few years, how can we still survive? Onoki, furious, suddenly stood up from his seat. I just wanted to continue slamming the table to vent. Click. Ouch. Someone give me a hand, I'm up to my waist. Not to mention Onoki's old problems. In Union Village, a group also received this information. Brother, this Uchiha Yuma is very powerful. Killer B was extremely impressed by Uchiha Yuma's performance. He is such an optimist. If a genius appears in an enemy village, as long as he thinks his performance is good, he will praise him outright. Humph. Don't be impressed, this guy is a disciple of Namikaze Minato. As the eldest brother, Ai Lang snorted, this Uchiha brat actually activated the Manjiki Sharingan. If you encounter him in the battlefield in the future, he will just get rid of it. Manjiki Sharingan, this power. Other ninja villages may not know this. But Union Village knows it very well. The reason is simple. They, Fugaku and Uchiha, are direct competitors in the Land of Thunder. The fat servant who looks after the Blood Pond clan has always been controlled by Uchiha. When Union Village was first established, it still wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Little did he know that he would be fed all over the place by Uchiha in his prime. Therefore, the records of Manjiki in Fugaku village were not forgotten at all. This Uchiha Yuma is so young and so powerful. He must not continue to grow. Nowadays, the village predicts that a war in the ninja world is inevitable. If they meet him in the future, he will definitely kill this kid. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already a month ago that the 7 ninja swordsmen were completely wiped out. At this moment, in the Kingdom of Fire, in a quiet forest, Uchiha Yuma sat cross-legged. He was now on his way back to Konoha alone. He was a little tired and wanted to take a rest here. He is satisfied with his current situation. Nothing exceeded his expectations. When Danzo was impeached, the third Hokage directly removed him from his position of leadership. The next step is to comfort yourself. Nothing much to say. The position was promoted to Jainin, and the corresponding monetary appeasement was also in place. There will be rewards for ninjutsu or special ninja tools later on, but you can only choose one of the two. In this regard, he has already made a decision in his heart. In terms of ninjutsu, if you want to learn it after being reincarnated in the land, the village won't teach you it, and it won't be of much use if you learn other ninjutsu. Within the Uchiha clan, there is no shortage of ninjutsu resources. He wanted to go back and directly take the second Hokage's special ninja tool, the Thunder God Sword. See if you can get the entry. That's right, he had his eyes on the entry for ninja tools. This brings us to his gains this time. I didn't expect that a weapon entry that can't work on humans could actually be like this. Uchiha Yuma was deeply moved. Not long ago, when he sealed the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen into the scroll. Upon touching, the corresponding entries are obtained. Some of those entries are useful. For example, Chakra Absorption and Integration, blue, when you equip a weapon with this entry, it will like the corresponding chakra. Effect. Absorbs chakra and feeds back to the holder. There is a certain possibility that weapons will be spiritualized. Thunder Attachment, blue, after equipping this item, your weapon will be surrounded by thunder. Effect. Thunder Attribute Affinity. Thunder Summoning, inject chakra to trigger and generate thunder and lightning. Chakra Mimicry, blue, after equipping this item, the weapon will gain the power of transformation. Effect. Infuse chakra to make your weapon bigger. After being injected into chakra, chakra aggregates are formed, thereby gaining powerful destructive power. These three are the entries for Samehata, Thunder Blade Girl, and Flatfish. They are all very useful, and he plans to install them on his own ninja sword in a moment. The other three. The terms droplets, stitches, and cuts are of no use. Those entries indicate that corresponding devices are required for installation. This is for him who only wants to use the sword. There is no value at all. He was speechless at the time, wondering what to do with these weapon entries that he was not going to use. I can't equip it myself, and I don't want to use a mechanical weapon. At that time, I seemed to sense his headache. The system directly made changes and prompts. The hint indicated that he would not be able to use the weapon or tool entry in the future. Can all be converted into corresponding combat values. He didn't even think about it at the time and directly converted those three entries into combat value. There's nothing much to say. Blue corresponds to a combat value of 100. On the spot, he gained 300 combat points. Nowadays, his fighting value. In addition to defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen and 5 root ninjas, there are 12 Jonin level enemies. 100 points per person, a total of 1,200 points. And the biggest envoy White Zetsu Fi. Now that he has not been strengthened by Yamato, he is indeed not as strong as he was in the 4 wars in the original timeline. But the strength of the bottom line support is still there. The reward for defeating this shadow-level strongman is a direct income of 1,000 points. So, after that battle, he gained a total of 2,500 combat points. Now let me see what entries need to be strengthened. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuma turned his attention to the panel. Host, Uchiha. Gender male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, Shadow. Entries, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Illusionary Fate, Gold. Uchiha, Purple, Steel Tempering, Purple, Mangeki Sharingan, Purple, Mori no Senju, Blue, Uchiha Style, Blue, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, Flying Thunder God Technique, Blue, Medical Genius, Blue, Chakra Seed, Blue. Special Entries, Thunder Attachment, Blue, Chakra Mimicry, Blue, Chakra Absorption and Integration, Blue. Combat Value, 2,570. The system is pretty smart. It actually separated the entries for weapons or tools and counted them into special entries. But this is not the important point. Yuzhen's thoughts were churning in his mind, with a combat value of more than 2,500. He has already thought about it. Where to spend it? Chapter 49. Now that it has been noticed by Uchiha Madara, then it is necessary to prevent Baizetsu's prying eyes. So, Natural Energy Affinity, Blue, this entry must be strengthened to the level of the purple entry. He believes that entries that reach this level, it will definitely make it easier for you to capture natural energy. Use this to develop your own Sage Mode. Sage Mode plus Perception ability has been shown in the original work. White Zetsu can be found. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yu truly moved. The combat value fluctuated for a moment. After consuming 1,000 points, the value changes from 2,570 to 1,570. Correspondingly, the enhanced entries also undergo changes. Natural Energy Affinity, Purple, you are the one who is integrated with nature. Effect. Natural energy can be easily captured into your body. Chakra grows massively. Nature will not bite you back. Sure enough, the entry system is extraordinary. Uchiha was extremely excited. If the effect of this entry is really the same as what is displayed on the system, that Sage Mode of your own will probably not take you too much time. Will be created by yourself. Capture natural energy easily. And not afraid of the backlash of natural energy. After returning home, I tried my best to experiment with the ratio of natural energy and chakra. Sage mode is here sooner or later. Next. Uchiha, extremely excited, immediately looked at the entry panel. The entries on natural energy gave him such a big surprise. He still had a surplus of combat value and wanted to keep trying. Because the entry he wants to upgrade next will be the entry that will truly bring about a qualitative change for him. A thought came to my mind. Combat value consumption. Senju's blood inheritance limited entry changes from blue to purple. Senju of the forest, purple, the blood inheritance limit of Senju will be carried forward in your hands. Effect. Vitality and Yang style are greatly improved. The buds of wood will bloom in your hands. The combat value continues to decrease. 1570 became 570. But Uchiha Yu is really thinking and doesn't care about anything anymore. Think of the upgraded entry and install it on yourself. The changes you will usher in. He impatiently ordered to the system, install the entry. Buzz. The moment the system, under his command, installed the upgraded entry into his body, Uchiha Yuzhen feels that everything is different. Bursting vitality bursts out spontaneously from within the body. Yang-style chakra flows out from the wheel of life in the lower abdomen very intuitively. This chakra, after merging with the life force, went straight to his eyes. Before Uchiha could react, the energy reached his eyes. His Uchiha Yuzhen felt a chill brewing in his eyes. This feeling, has the vision of my left eye recovered? In that battle, the vision of the left eye was improved by using the Ichimokuren pupil surgery. There was a decline. Although there is a blue entry-level Senju blood limit recovery, it takes too long. But now, with this upgrade to the purple entry, his eyesight has been completely restored. It seems that the Senju blood successor in me has reached the same level as the white Zetsu cells in Obito. They are both levels that allow Mangeky's power to be used unscrupulously. Uchiha Yuzhen was filled with emotion. Mangeky's pupil technique is easy to use. But for Uchiha, it's just useless eyes. However, this problem will never bother him again in the future. He will be like Uchiha Obito in the original novel, and can use his eye skills however he wants. Don't worry about blindness at all. Not only that, Uchiha Yuma noticed that there were other changes in himself. He raised his hand. I think I can do this. As soon as he finished speaking, the land was under his palm. Suddenly a branch of a tree popped up. In a short period of time, the branches turned into giant trees. Wood style. This is the bloodline limit that rivals the Sharingan for 1,000 years. He doesn't have the wood style printing method. But he can still make the land grow big trees. There's no way he can't do it. Yamato can do that. That doesn't make sense. Purple level Senju bloodline entries can't do that. But he could feel proud that the power of his current wood style was only about the same as Yamato. It's okay to do some greening. It's really hard to fight against the tailed beasts. However, he didn't care and immediately realized the change in another entry. Only after returning to Konoha, you can practice carefully to sense the changes in natural energy. Changes brought about by the upgrade of the natural energy entry. Not deeply touched. Chakra has indeed experienced some growth. However, the upgrade of Senju bloodline terms brings about a surge in chakra due to increased vitality. More obvious. Let's not talk about this aspect for now. Anyway, he could feel that his chakra would be in the next period of time. Huge growth ahead. As for being close to nature and capturing natural energy, what he needs is to calm down and meditate. Now he is still on his way. I plan to experience it after I return. There is only one entry left that needs to be upgraded. There's nothing much to say. Chakra seed, green, becomes Chakra seed, blue, the source of chakra that belongs to you alone, no one can take it away. Effect. Simulate yin-yang and the 5 elements, and be able to merge and change. Variations lava style, wood style. When this entry was installed, Uchiha Yuma could feel it. My own escape technique will be strengthened. The blue level entries all represent the degree to which they can be used in combat. He had already figured out the so-called chakra seeds. The source of chakra that belongs to me is my chakra. It is no longer Kagayahime's chakra. Uchiha Yuma thought thoughtfully. The upgraded entry brought him a deeper understanding. Your own chakra source represents the power that you will emit in the future. The power will be increased by more than 20%. The reason is simple. How do I say the chakra I used before? It's also Kagaya Tsutsuki's. There is no doubt about this. Chakra is nominally refined by the ninja themselves. However, it was made very clear in the later part of Shippuden. These are all given to you by Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hago Romo, from 10 Tails. Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the combat value changed from 2570 to 470. However, the expense is worth it. He believed that after he returned to Konoha, after a period of practice, digest the upgraded terms. Not to mention the strength, there has been a drastic change. It will also be greatly enhanced. All aspects of your quality will grow. Clang! Uchiha Yuma drew out his ninja sword. Next, it's the change of weapons. Chapter 50. This ninja sword is very easy to use. It is made of chakra metal during this period. It's a huge help to me. The immortal nature allows one to use it without any scruples. No matter how rough the input to the chakra is, it can endure it silently. Even if the damage is serious, it can be restored with a little blood. He plans to continue strengthening this weapon. The more powerful the weapon, the stronger he will be. Clear your thoughts and move your mind. The 3 entries of thunder attachment, blue, chakra mimicry, blue, and chakra absorption and integration, blue, trembled slightly. 3 streams of blue light slid out from the panel and slowly poured into the ninja sword in his hand. The ninja sword trembled for a while, emitting a faint blue light. After the light disappeared, a ninja sword in the style of a katana appeared. There were no greater changes in appearance. But on the blade, there were lightning-like patterns. Uchiha Yuma raised the ninja sword, and chakra gathered towards it. Let me see what kind of changes you have made. Click click. After 2 noises, a large amount of chakra gathered on the ninja sword. Is this the ability of the flounder? Yuma thought of this and swung the ninja sword in his hand. Boom! As the ninja sword was swung, a huge hole was created on the ground in front. It really inherited the chakra of the flatfish and manifested itself. Then the next change is. The ninja sword naturally changed according to Uchiha Yuma's thoughts. Tear. The ninja sword becomes larger and longer as if it has a super expansion jutsu. Under Yuma's continuous input of chakra, the ninja sword turned into a 5-meter-long giant blade. He could feel it, and it could get bigger. But if that happens, I won't be able to hold my hands anymore. We have tried out the ability of the flounder, and now the next step is. The knife moves at will. The sound of Bilibili's lightning rang out on the ninja sword. When Uchiha Yuma saw the flashing lightning on the ninja sword, just know. His own ninja sword also completely inherited the ability of the Thunder Blade Fang. As for Samehada's chakra absorption, there is no test subject for the time being. We'll talk about it later. After taking stock of his harvest, Uchiha Yuma stood up immediately. Changes in entries, changes in ninja swords. He wanted to return to Konoha and conduct a more careful study and digestion. Then he set off. He quickened his pace and arrived 2 days later. Then we arrived at the gate of Konoha. After politely greeting the security personnel guarding the gate, Uchiha Yuma walked towards the Hokage building. He walked and sighed. Unexpectedly, the guardianship of Konoha's main gate is now in the hands of Uchiha. This Uchiha security department is really not simple. When he was watching the original anime, he only thought that Uchiha was one of the two major clans that founded the ninja village. Mixed badly. After Shin was reincarnated as an Uchiha, he just knew. What kind of monster department is this security department? Hokage is a comic book for small days. Naturally, I will inherit a little bit of the worldview of ordinary life. Similarly, Konoha's security department is equivalent to Tokyo's police system. And how much power does this system have? Everyone knows it. Uchiha Yuma knew at that time. Why is Uchiha hated and rejected by the entire Konoha? Konoha's profit plate is only so big. You Uchiha have so much power, but you don't share it. The higher UPS and other ninja clans don't exclude you or anyone else. He occupies the core area of Konoha and only does business for his own family. What's the point of creating this kind of village within a village? However, now he has enough strength. Plus he was taught a lesson by Shimura Danzo this time. This lesson lets him know that sometimes you have to have a little bit of power. No matter how strong you are, if you don't lift the table, you will feel extremely uncomfortable. As a member of the Hokage family, flipping tables or something like that was not something he considered. There is no way, he is a serious successor, he can't really overturn the table. So, he took a fancy to the power of the Ministry of Security. And if you want the power of the Ministry of Security, you must first be Uchiha. Unfortunately, he happened to be. While being an Uchiha, you must also have great power. What's more, his Manjiki Sharingan is a proof of strength for Uchiha. What's even more unfortunate is that, with all this, he wants to eat the power within the Uchiha Satsuna clan. There is no way. Who said he had a good relationship with Fugaku? And Uchiha Satsuna, this old guy, has a bad relationship with him. He is still a hawk, and his relationship with his Hokage family is not very good either. If he can capture him himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi must also be happy to see it happen. The reason is simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a Hokage known for his strength. But the Hokage is famous for his political achievements. Although in Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes, this political achievement is really not very good. But for the ninja village system, which was only established a few decades ago, it's pretty good. There is no way, you can't expect that the mercenaries who used to be a family unit can have much knowledge. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had made great achievements in politics, held part of the power of the security department over his disciples. It must have been applauding. The security department has always been Uchiha's private territory, and the village has no way of getting involved. As his disciple and grandson, I really took over part of the power of the security department. For Hokage, his control over Konoha will be deeper. And considering Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to control Konoha, there is no reason why he would stop himself. After clearing his thoughts, Uchiha walked into the Hokage building. He has already planned to report on the mission later and receive the reward. Mention this matter. Following the guidance of the Hokage building staff, Uchiha Yuma appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yuzhen bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lift up, Yuzhen-kun. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his cigarette stick with a smile. You are the disciple of my disciple Jiraiya, so there is no need for us to be so different. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha followed the words and raised his head. Then he took out a scroll from his arms. This is a more detailed report of Kirigaku's attack. This report is the reason why he came back. Although the previous impeachment also said part of it. But the main content is the impeachment of Danzo. Today's own report is a more detailed battle analysis. There is their own perspective, and there is also the perspective that the intelligence team got from the enemy's head. Yes, I want to look at this scroll carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the scroll, pointed to the seat on the side of the office, and said to Yuma, Yuma-kun, please go and sit aside first and wait. Yes, Lord Hokage. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the report carefully. The more he looked at him, the more confused he became. The previous brief report already seemed incredible to him. Now this is a scroll from the perspective of Uchiha Yuma and the 7 ninja swordsmen, making him even more horrified. Boy, tell me, from the perspective above, is your inexplicable luck the power of Manjiki? Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen responded in a deep voice. That's my pupil technique. It's genjutsu type. It can make them see unbreakable illusions. And since I'm awake, I can kill them calmly, so it seems like good luck. This is a lie. How could he reveal his pupil skills? Genjutsu is enough. After all, those guys looked like losers. It can indeed be interpreted as genjutsu. Hearing Yuzhen explain. Genjutsu, good eye skills. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. What do you want as a reward for this incident? Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes lit up. Chapter 51. Lord Hokage, I want the second Hokage's ninja tool, the Thunder God Sword. Uchiha Yuma spoke out what was in her heart. Just like I thought on the way back to the village. When there is no shortage of ninjutsu resources, all rewards that can be obtained in the village will be obtained first. During the time when Suhui was awakened, Uchiha Yuzhen already understood the foundation for oneself to stand firm in this world. It is neither the power of Sharingan nor the hard work of practice. It's a term extraction system. Entries are what made him grow so fast. Even in this life, the beginning of his life was not Uchiha. As long as he has this system, he can still have Sharingan. After all, as long as contact, you can extract the corresponding entries, which is very heaven-defying. The Thunder God Sword is a special ninja tool. There will definitely be related entries. Weapon entries, good skills are installed on weapons to strengthen your own strength. A little bit of it can also be converted into combat value. So, there is nothing to think about. Obtaining entries is always the first priority. Thunder God Sword? Yuma-kun, don't you need the ninjutsu reward? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little surprised. When ordinary ninjas receive rewards from the village, don't they always look to ninjutsu? However, when he looked in surprise, he saw the family crest of the flame fan on Uchiha Yuzhen's clothes. He slapped his forehead fiercely. Snap! I'm also confused. Your boy is Uchiha, and he's also a rising star. I guess there will be no shortage of ninjutsu. In response, Uchiha Yuma nodded and said, that's exactly what it is, Hokage-sama. Okay, you have said so, then I will leave teacher Tobirama's weapons to you. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Anbu to whisper a few words. Immediately afterwards, Anbu took the order and left. Boy Yuzhen, I have already sent someone to get the Thunder God Sword. Just wait for a while. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After Uchiha thanked Hiruzen Sarutobi, a look of hesitation appeared on his face, but, except for this, I want to discuss something with Hokage-sama. If you have anything, please tell me. After walking out of the Hokage building, Uchiha Yuzhen walked on the way home with a comfortable pace. Everything went smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a mature politician. When I went to get the Thunder God Sword in Anbu, after expressing his intention to join the security department from Uchiha Satsuna as an entry point, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately heard Xianxia's intention and directly spoke words of support without hesitation. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval was obtained. You can really start by yourself. Uchiha's thing. The issues of force and reputation are basically not big problems. It's more than enough to stir things up within the Uchiha clan. As for after he did these things, will there be a gap between Uchiha Fugaku and him when he comes back? Don't worry. That guy, I think it won't be long before he loses his best friend and awakens Manjiki Sharingan. At that time, the Baiju cells he harvested would definitely be an important tool for him to stabilize. What's more, During the time spent with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yuma found that his character was similar to that shown in the original work. The indecisiveness and indecisiveness are reflected vividly. This guy is so easy to fool afterwards. As for the reward for this mission, he also got the Thunder God's sword. There is nothing to say, the entry is obtained. Chakra lightning style characterization, blue, you can use the corresponding mechanism to transform chakra into lightning style chalk aggregates. Effect. Chakra lightning style characterizing. Chakra gathers into bunches. How do you say this entry? He basically doesn't need it himself. When mounted on a weapon, its functionality is slightly inferior to the one given by Thunder Blade Fang. There is nothing to say, it directly turned into 100 points of combat value. The remaining Thunder God Sword itself can only be used as a collection. No, it should be said that the symbolic meaning is greater. Not long after this idea emerged, Yuzhen was brought back by the sound coming from not far away. Hey? Why do you feel like someone is quarreling? Uchiha Yuzhen feels a little curious. He has now stepped into Uchiha's clan. As Uchiha, who is in charge of the security department, he has even stricter requirements for the security of his family's territory. No way, Uchiha's damn sense of glory. They cannot accept that after taking charge of a law enforcement agency, they will still make mistakes and be gossiped about. Under normal circumstances, everyone is aware of the noise. Basically, everything can be solved at the clan meeting, so just do it at the clan meeting. Driven by curiosity, Uchiha quietly came there. With his current strength, he would naturally not let anyone in the field find out. But when the scene came into his eyes, he felt a little incredible. Uchiha Inari, do you still have any sense of shame? You didn't follow us to the front line and die heroically. What do you mean I didn't go? I obviously applied, but Satsuna, Sama, blocked me. The guy who offended Yuzhen-sama and was abandoned by Satsuna-sama actually dares to talk back to me. Damn it! What do you want? Uchiha roared angrily at the two guys surrounding him. In the past 6 months, the situation within the Uchiha clan has taken a turn for the worse. When the village heard the news that Uchiha Yuma had killed Loquat Jozo, changes began to occur. At that time, Uchiha Satsuna, this old guy, hadn't given up on him yet. He was considered warm to him. But when Uchiha Yuma becomes a powerful queen who can fight with the Red Sand Scorpion, he was given up. He can understand this. As a disciple of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Yuzhen has roots in the Hokage master-disciple line. His own talent is terrifyingly strong. This news can be said to be a shot in the arm for Uchiha. The reason is also very simple. Uchiha Yu really has hope of becoming a Hokage. Plus one more important point. The clan felt that this was the goodwill of the village's higher UPS. After all, it's Uchiha Obito. The Hokage line has already accepted 2 Uchiha. This is for Uchiha, who has been suppressed by Konoha for decades. That's great news. Don't think that Uchiha is really stubborn and really wants to fight against the village all the time. After all, everyone is. People who want to live a good life. I really don't want to live a good life. When Uchiha Madara ran away, she had already left with him. However, this news is good news for the clan. For him and Uchiha Inari. That's bad news. As Uchiha's boss, he was in trouble with Uchiha some time ago. Later he was defeated. Everyone in the clan knows this news. What happened at the door of the clan leader's house is something that no one can even imagine. There is not much to say next. He was abandoned by Uchiha in an instant and became a marginalized member of the Uchiha clan. He was somewhat famous before. Naturally, he became the target of bullying. Now, isn't it just that he was defeated by these 2 former subordinates and was embarrassed again? Hateful. If I hadn't been worried about Uchiha Satsuna, I would have. Thinking of this, he bit his lower lip, his face full of unwillingness. On the side, two guys who were enjoying bullying him saw his expression. Jude sneered, not willing to give in? What else do you have to be unwilling to give in to? As he said that, he raised his hand and wanted to hit Uchiha's fire. Crack! A figure suddenly appeared in the field. Received this palm. Hey, I just came back and saw this situation. It's really frustrating. Uchiha Yuma for this scene. Somewhat helpless. Chapter 52. Bullying is a scene in the Hokage world with small life culture as its core. It's unavoidable. However, Uchiha Yuma never expected. Uchiha Inari, a well-known genius in the clan, was actually bullied. But, when he thought about it, I discovered that Uchiha was being bullied, which might be a good entry point. The reason is simple. As a genius of the Uchiha Satsuna faction, there is only one reason for being bullied. He was given up by this old guy Satsuna. The specific reason for being abandoned might be his own strong rise. Let the old man abandon the car and save the handsome man. At this, Uchiha Yuzhen sneered inwardly. This old guy is really a traitor, but he has no real ability at all. In the original comics, this guy was mentioned. When Uchiha Madara said that he would lead his tribe to leave Konoha, he jumped directly to Konoha. Later, I found that Uchiha's development was not as good as I wanted. He started to argue against Senju Tobirama again. Singing this counter-tune, he sang himself into prison. After being released from prison, relying on his seniority, he did not do anything to the young Uchiha Fugaku. It can be seen that this guy is just a piece of trash with great ambition and little talent. And after his own momentum rises, this guy will avoid his edge and give up his men. It's also to be expected. Tisk! What an old thief! However, because of this, Uchiha Inari, who is being bullied now, is a very good entry point. He was a key training target of the Satsuna faction in his previous life. Conquering them yourself will enhance the reputation of the clan. Maybe you will also learn some of Uchiha Satsuna's power and weaknesses from his mouth. When thinking about these benefits, Uchiha Yuma appears naturally in the scene. Stop these two guys from bullying Uchiha Inari. Who are you? How dare you stand in the way of Lao Zi's good deeds? The Uchiha young man who was stopped looked ugly. After he recovered, he opened his mouth and yelled, "You!" But his little friend is different from him. When Uchiha appeared, he recognized him. Yujan is the rising supernova within the clan. However, because I have been busy with village affairs, I haven't seen many of them. Given that this is the case, various factions within the Uchiha clan, they all found Yujan's portrait to the ninjas in the clan, so that the new generation will not be able to recognize even their best ninjas. And he has a good memory and remembered Uchiha Yuma's face. Stop talking, he is Lord Yujan. He hurriedly stopped his companion. What? Is he Uchiha Yuma? The Uchiha youth who was stopped was shocked. He hurriedly put away his hand and bowed to Uchiha Yujan to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were an adult. Please forgive me for any offense. Okay. Uchiha waved his hand boredly. Let's go. Yes. X2. As the two people left, Uchiha's voice containing mixed emotions came, "Why help me?" Hearing this, Yuzhen turned around and shook his head and laughed, "Not so much, why? Inahuo-kun, are you interested in talking to me?" Uchiha Inari is confused. If he remembered correctly, he had offended him, right? Now instead of talking about helping yourself out, you actually invite yourself to talk? Confused, he replied blankly, "Is it okay? Nothing is wrong, let's go." Chen and Daohuo came to a lake. The two people standing side by side, looking at the mirror-like lake, were silent for a while. After a while, Uchiha broke the silence in the field. He said in a complicated tone, What exactly do you want to talk to me about, Yuzhen-kun? Nothing, I just want to ask. Yuzhen turned around, looked at Inahuo, and his face straightened. Since you were given up by this old guy Satsuna, do you want to hang out with me? Ah! Uchiha was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, am I messing with you? That's right. My reputation within the clan, I guess you know that if you hang out with me, your situation won't be as bad as it is now. Uchiha you really knows how to deal with Uchiha. Especially this young Uchiha. There is no need to create any complicated situations, just hit the ball straight and be done. What's more, the person facing him was his own defeated general. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be difficult. What happened next was not beyond his expectation. An olive branch to Uchiha. Daohuo caught it and responded solemnly. Then please give me some advice in the future, Yuzhen-sama. Rice fire can't help it either. As a ninja trained by his family, he could only keep working in the security department. After being given up, if you really want to live a good life, I can only find a backer. So, the best solution is to take refuge in Uchiha Yuma in front of you. Hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Yuzhen's mouth curved in pleasure. Don't worry, Ino-kun, I'm different from guys like Uchiha who only play tricks. I am a person with power. Yuzhen said as he opened the Sharingan, follow me, you won't be disappointed. When these words suddenly fell. Complex patterns. Surging eye power. It all bloomed in his eyes. This is... Uchiha was horrified. The changes in Uchiha Yuzhen's eyes all happened in front of him. That pattern. And this eye power that made him tremble. Manjiki Sharingan? The power of the gods of our clan. Inawo asked in a harsh voice. Regarding Inari's doubts, Uchiha smiled slightly. Reality doesn't lie. As a Sharingan owner, you should also know. The surging power in my eyes cannot be faked at all. After hearing the explanation, Daohuo couldn't believe it. Eyes that have been lost within the clan for decades. It actually reappeared in Uchiha Yuma. However, when he thought about Yuzhen's incredible growth rate, he was relieved immediately. In less than a year, his fame spread throughout the ninja world. If people like this don't turn on Manjiki, who can? And this power. This is the reason to become our lord. If you have any orders from now on, I will definitely obey them. It's not the kind of helpless choice that was hampered by reality. At this moment, Inabi sincerely recognized Uchiha Yuma. The fact that he is his own master. That's just right. I happen to have something that I need to know from you. Master Yuzhen, please ask me anything you want. I will definitely tell you everything you know. Uchiha Yuzhen nodded with satisfaction. Then let's talk about Uchiha Setsuna's weaknesses in each dimension. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha returned to Konoha for a week. During this time, he did more than conquer Rice Fire. His own strength has not fallen behind. Chapter 53. In terms of pupil skills, because of the blood entry of Senju of the Forest, it has been upgraded to the purple level. Manjiki Sharingan can be used without any worries. He trained a lot. One eye even. This is the eye technique that anchors the future you want and makes it happen when you think about it. No need to say more. The pupil technique of the right eye Tien Kanjiun. This sword light emanates from the eyes and can cut off all things. He has figured out a special usage. At this moment, in the training ground outside the Death Forest, Uchiha breathed out a breath and raised the ninja sword in his hand. Then his eyes trembled slightly, and the three megatama in his right eye instantly turned into complicated patterns. The pattern turned slightly, and the power of his eyes burned. Pupillary technique Tien Kanjiun. All he saw was a white gold sword light emerging from Yuzhen's right eye. This sword light is under the control of the user. Slowly winding the Jainin sword. Gently turning the handle of the knife, Yuzhen waved lightly. Tear. The white gold sword energy flashed past, and the land and forests along the way were cut off at that moment. This isn't over yet. Ripples appeared in the void where the sword light crossed. The ripples unfolded, and traces of black lines appeared in the void. That black dotted line suddenly gave off a shocking suction force. Boom boom boom. This inexplicable suction force brings everything around. All swallowed up. After a while, the power of nature smoothed out the inexplicable black dotted line. Let everything return to peace. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha looked at the white gold eyes on the ninja sword and looked at the mess in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. Tien Kanjiun's pupil technique is the power that can directly cut off captured abstract concepts such as time, space, non-karma, and past karma. Time, non-karma, and past karma are too abstract to be imagined, seen, and captured, so we won't talk about these three for now. But this thing about space, it can be seen by the naked eye. As long as we take the position of everything as a reference, then the length, width, and height that accommodate everything are just space. After understanding this concept, space slash. In other words, dimensional slashing. That's how he developed it. It is different from activating Tien Kanjiun directly from the eyes. Now I have developed this. The method of wrapping the pupil technique around the ninja sword is the best method at this stage. As we all know, pupil skills are transformed from pupil power. And this thing about pupil power, that's the special chakra. Since it's chakra, it's easy. Seed of chakra, blue, this entry. The so-called source of your own chakra. Show your superiority at this moment. When the pupil technique wraps around the Jainin sword, you only need to input ordinary chakra. This pupil technique can always remain on the ninja sword. It's like, your own chakra does not need to be transformed by Sharingan. It can replenish the eye power wrapped around the ninja sword. This ability greatly enhances Yuzhen's combat methods. After all, Manjiki Sharingan can indeed use without hesitation. But no matter how unscrupulous, it is also an ordinary Manjiki. In terms of output, it is definitely not as good as the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Now, Tien Kanjiun's pupil technique can be applied to the ninja sword. Use ordinary chakra to transform pupil power. It means, by increasing chakra's output, you can make this pupil technique more powerful. This kind of state has not yet reached the eternal eye, but it has gained corresponding power. Let you really be unhappy. And during this period of time, not only the eye skills have improved. In terms of physical skills, he didn't fall behind either. Steel exercise, purple, this entry is like a physical, God rewards hard work. Let him carry weights all the time except when sleeping. In terms of physical enhancement, he dare not say that he has surpassed the human limitations of the Hokage world. But now he can open all except the gate of death. You must know that it was during this half year that he started to exercise. In half a year, it surpassed Xiao Li's years of training. It's already a terrifying efficiency. Thinking about the improvement during this period, Uchiha is really satisfied. The span of strength of Ying's class is very large. There are noobs like 4th generation Kazekage, and there are strong men like 3rd Hokage who can fight 1 against 30,000. Regarding his current level, Yuzhen feels that he can defeat one person against tens of thousands. A powerful shadow-level existence. And it's different from numerical monsters like 3rd Hokage. While taking into account numerical values, it also has a powerful mechanism. He dared to touch even a super shadow powerhouse like Nagato. Anyway, the one who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique will never die. Right now, a figure emerged from the periphery of the training ground. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Inari. He came to Uchiha Yuma's side and bowed slightly. He opened his mouth and said, "Master Yuzhen, the clan meeting is about to begin." Hearing this, as soon as he noticed the movement, he put away the Sharingan and dispersed Yuzhen, who was holding the ninja sword jutsu. Sighing slightly. Clan Council. This guy Uchiha is really troublesome. Some time ago, when he conquered the rice fire. I still want to ask. This object that Satsuna originally focused on cultivating. Do you know Uchiha Satsuna's weakness? The result is no. Uchiha Satsuna is not good enough, but people become better with age. Although he lacks talents, he has always relied on his extremely cautious mentality after being released from prison. Establish a foothold within the Uchiha clan. He is cautious and has no weaknesses to exploit in any aspect. In this regard, trying to get rid of Satsuna Yuma is a huge headache. He got the Hokage's acquiescence, but he didn't know that the object he wanted to deal with was actually a seamless egg. I can't just come and kill him. After all, everyone still wants to mess with Konoha's system. Let's go, Dao Huo. This is my first time attending a clan meeting. I can't be late. Cutting off the complicated thoughts, Uchiha Yuzhen said something to Inari and took the lead towards Minagawa's shrine. He was not in a hurry. If he couldn't catch Uchiha's weakness, he would create a weakness. At this clan meeting, I will go and see for myself. Is it possible? Where to cut in? On the way to Minagawa's shrine. Uchiha's mood for a moment was extremely irritable. He can't help but be irritated. Talent. He himself is indeed not very good. But it has experienced the ups and downs of the Warring States period and the establishment of the Ninja Village era. He has rich experience. He is still very keen in detecting crises. If you are not keen. As early as decades ago, when he was against Senju Tobirama. The end will not be as simple as going to jail. Uchiha, this brat. It's been making him very uneasy lately. When he knew about rice fire. When he was taken in by that brat. A sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. His handling of crises is simple. Strike first to gain the upper hand. When the Torii gate of Minagawa shrine came into his eyes. He took a deep breath, and then said in a solemn tone, "Kid, don't blame me. I wanted to reconcile with you when I thought you had hope of becoming a Hokage. Woolen cloth. But now, it's better for you to die." When he stepped into Minagawa's shrine, his eyes contained a determined killing intent. Among the Fugaku family and the Dove faction within the clan. When they all left the coastline of the Land of Fire. His family is the only one with the largest Uchiha power left in Konoha. He plans to get rid of Uchiha Yuma, who threatens him at this clan meeting. We have already arranged manpower and set up traps in the shrine. Just wait. That kid is in a urn. Chapter 54. Wow! Uchiha Yuzhen took the rice fire and pushed open the door of the shrine. When he stepped into it, he frowned slightly. Due to possessing the purple entry levels of Natural Energy Affinity and Senju of the Forest Sage mode, he was also exploring during this time. Because time is short. Even though due to the entry, there is no danger in contact with natural energy and the exhaustive method can be used without any scruples, Sage mode still has not been developed. However, the perception ability has also been greatly enhanced. As soon as the door of the shrine was opened, he appeared in the eyes of this group of Uchiha. The chakra changes in the bodies of these Uchiha elites. Those cold murderous intentions and emotional tension are all in his perception system. Every detail is revealed. Hey? Interesting. Yuzhen sneered in her heart, as if she didn't notice anything. Entered the shrine. The peripheral vision of his eyes swept over the faces of these Uchiha one by one. Really? This group of Uchiha, 80% are Uchiha people. However, there is no way around it. Uchiha Fugaku took his own faction, and most of the Dove faction's elite, to the battlefield. Nowadays, the largest number of people in the clan. Of course. Satsuna Uchiha, who stayed behind in Konoha. Yuzhen, who had figured this out, didn't mind. He wanted to see what kind of drama Uchiha was going to create in Satsuna. When Yuzhen and Inahuo sat down, Uchiha opened his eyes in an instant as he climbed into the first seat. After he glanced around expressionlessly, he slowly said, "Currently, the Fugaku clan leader is fighting on the front line. Those of you who are staying behind in the clan, I will serve as the host of this clan meeting." As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha Yuzhen, pointed at Yuzhen with a smile, and said in an introduction tone, "In this clan meeting, a new elite has arrived, the long-awaited Uchiha Yuma." As Satsuna's words fell, ba bang bang, there was a round of applause. When the applause started, Uchiha looked expressionless. He glanced around. Dao Huo on the side looked at Yuzhen proudly and sighed. "Yujan-sama is so popular. Are you popular?" Hee. "Dao Huo-kun, watch my actions later." Yuzhen responded to Dao Huo non-committally. Hearing this, Uchiha, who is known as a genius, looked stern. He, who had good ninja qualities, immediately calmed down. I started to feel nervous. He's not stupid. He had already heard the general meaning of this reminder. But before he could figure it out, Uchiha on the first seat spoke instantly. "Yuzhen-kun, with all due respect, most of the members of this clan meeting are my people. You must have seen it too. I have a proposal, do you want to hear it?" "I'm all ears." Yuzhen responded to Satsuna. "Join my side, and we will join forces to control Uchiha." Satsuna's face became fanatical. "With Uchiha's power in hand, we will take another step forward to rule Konoha." Instant's voice suddenly fell, and the place fell silent. Most of the Uchiha present paid attention. Some Uchiha who were not from the Satsuna faction felt something was wrong. But, after looking at the number of people on our side, very realistically, I could hold back the turmoil in my heart. Be prepared to wait and see. My answer to this proposal is... Uchiha Yuma's mouth curled up into a sneer, "Reject." "Uchiha Yuma, do you know what you are talking about? What a pity. I'm not on the same path as Satsuna-sama. You actually rejected Lord Satsuna, thinking that you can ignore us just because you have a little power. In the field, there are the Uchiha from Satsuna clan. All opened their scarlet Sharingan. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of scarlet eyes, the atmosphere in the shrine suddenly became gloomy. Really? It seems like I have no choice but to kill you with tears." Uchiha Satsuna said hypocritically on the first seat. Then, Sharingan blossomed in his eyes. "I know that you think you have the Flying Thunder God and think we can't take you down. But, as an Uchiha who is against the Senju, you don't really think we can't do anything about this technique." As he said this, he laughed cruelly. The grim tone is like the breath of a lion majesty. "Let's get started. Let him know that our clan has developed a Flying Thunder God technique style barriers over the past few decades." "Yes. Lord Satsuna." After a response was heard from outside the shrine. Buzz. An inexplicable sound was heard inside and outside the shrine. A burst of purple-red barriers appeared directly inside the house. "What is this?" Uchiha Satsuna stood up and asked Satsuna with interest. "This is the clan's Uchiha fire formation combined with a contract seal. It is a barrier specifically designed to counter summoning techniques and space-shifting techniques such as Flying Thunder God." Hearing this, Uchiha Yuma also realized. "I really can't feel it anymore. The Flying Thunder God seal outside this house. I see. The contract seal can indeed negate the effects of the seals and runes. Add to that the strength of the flame array. It can indeed block my Flying Thunder God and prevent me from escaping." Uchiha Yuma was amazed. As the 1,000-year-old enemy of the Senju, Uchiha has suffered from Flying Thunder God. It is impossible not to develop targeted methods. After all, Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God only has the effect of teleportation. Since Flying Thunder God's teleportation requires engraving, it can be seen that Flying Thunder God is like spiritualism. It is a technique that requires the perception of coordinates in order to move in space. Then, the contract seal combined with the extremely strong barriers is a solution. When surrounded by barriers filled with the power of the contract seal, so no one can sense the contracts and marks of the outside world in the shrouded barriers. Flying Thunder God's move was thus nullified. But, don't you think too little of me? Uchiha Yuzhen faced this killing spree with a smile. He had already opened the Sharingan, and his chakra moved slightly. Complex patterns bloom in the eyes. Or, I have information about Manjiki that you don't know about. Manjiki? It is indeed a very strong force, but... Uchiha Satsuna looked at Yuma and sneered, as someone who has lived through that era, I know very well that this force is simply not enough to deal with a dozen elites. Siege. In his memory, Uchiha Izuna is also Manjiki. But the strength is just that. It's very strong. However, it is not beyond our cognition. That level of strength is comparable to the shadow of a village. As for Uchiha Madara, that's abnormal. He didn't believe that the boy in front of him was also abnormal. Ah! Uchiha Yuma sighed helplessly, the patterns in his eyes turned, and his pupil power instantly boiled up. Frog in the well, it seems to be people like you. Dakujutsu, Ichimokuren, Dakujutsu, Aim no Kyum. Activate. The power emanating from the left eye enveloped the shrine. The platinum gold sword light from his right eye slowly wrapped around Uchiha Yuma. Holding the ninja sword in hand. Chapter 55. The ninja sword, which was dyed white gold by Tien Kanjiun, was waved lightly by Uchiha Yuzhen. Call out. Platinum flying slashes streak across the barriers. Click crack. The impregnable barriers seemed to have turned into broken lenses. At this moment, the embodied chakra fragments were flying in the sky. Impossible. Uchiha's pupils shrank for a moment, his face full of disbelief. These are barriers based on the flame formation. The Uchiha fire formation is a clan's secret barriers. It is a kind of barrier that is strong but also retains the ability to counterattack. Let's not talk about the ability to fight back. Having seen Uchiha Madara control 9 tails, he knew it very well. Barriers of this kind are so strong that even 9 tails may not be able to break them. Not to mention, this was modified to deal with Flying Thunder God technique style barriers, but the counterattack ability was weakened and the sturdiness was deliberately specialized. The possibility that barriers would be broken had never occurred to him. But what is the situation now? That white gold sword light. What he saw was... It burst out from the eyes of this brat, Yuzhen. Eye technique. Uchiha suddenly looked ferocious after learning that the white golden sword light was from the eye technique. Everyone in the Uchiha clan now belongs to me. Don't think that after breaking the barriers. Escape. Hear Uchiha's roar for a moment. Uchiha Yuzhen couldn't help laughing. Humpha ha 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 ha. The arrogant laughter aroused terrifying eye power. All Uchiha present, in this shrine shrouded in pupil power. They were all shocked by this cold and strange force. They opened their eyes wide. Sharingan, their hands and feet were trembling trying to do something. But the cold sweat on his face, the expression of hesitating to speak. It represents how guilty they feel when facing this oppressive power from a high position. Seeing this. Escape? Who? Where to escape? Uchiha Yuzhen suppressed his smile, looking at him with a violent look and a moment of horror in his eyes. Why are you running away? Buzz. Violent chakra fluctuations spread all over Uchiha Yuma. Click, click. The fiery red chakra begins to materialize. And looking at the red giant god that began to materialize, Uchiha's expression became more and more horrified. It's actually Susanoo. No who? Satsuna, as a veteran, has seen the birth of Manjiki. It's clear that the awakening of Manjiki, the patron saint of Uchiha. Susanoo. What will it mean? It is an invincible technique that is both offensive and defensive, and Uchiha has a power known as the power of God. What's this? The change in Uchiha Yuma's eyes, is it the Mangeki Sharingan that has disappeared within the clan? It seems that the rumors circulating in the village are true. Yujan, this little. No, Yuzhen-sama really awakened the power of God in our clan during the battle with Kirigakuer. The Uchiha present also struggled to react at this moment. Uchiha Yuma's eyes, and the giant god that was about 30 meters tall. It all shows that in Uchiha, the long-lost Mangeki Sharingan appears again. Yuma, who appeared in Susanoo's first skeleton-like form, exhaled a breath, and then looked at the people around him with a look of disdain. The game is over. The words suddenly fell. Susanoo had a change. The materialized chakra caused Susanoo to suddenly grow more than 10 chakra-long arms. Under the control of Yuzhen, the long arm suddenly attacked all the Uchiha present. Saw the attack launched by Uchiha Yuma. The Uchiha elites present were about to move to avoid. Hey? Why did my feet stumble? A middle-aged Uchiha just wanted to jump, but found that his feet suddenly stumbled together. This was beyond his comprehension. As an elite among ninjas, how could he make such a mistake that even genin could not make? When he tried to steady his steps and looked around, discover the people who were targeted by Uchiha Yuma. Something has happened. What's going on? Why did you bump into me? I didn't know that my body suddenly kept moving. Damn it! It's too late. When the Uchiha present were in trouble due to various accidents. Before they had time to react, they were pinched by the giant hand coming from the sky. It's over, we've been caught. Damn it, the escape technique seems useless. Or, let's just vote. I feel like Satsuna-sama won't be able to win. What are you talking about, you red deer? Do you want to jump back? Shut up, you defeated generals. Uchiha frowned and stopped these people from making noise. The failure of these Uchiha is a matter of course. When I activated the Ichimokuren, I was thinking in my mind that I would let these guys have various accidents so that I could catch them. After all, his goal is to replace Satsuna Uchiha. Instead of annihilating all his wings, kill these people. As the power to achieve what you want. Ichimokuren caused various accidents and made mistakes among these Uchiha. This allowed his Susanoo to capture them. As for his own Susanoo, he can branch out into multiple arms. Yuzhen was also deeply surprised. At that time, he was just thinking about how to capture so many people at the same time. Susanoo was under the influence of Ichimokuren's eye technique. So many different arms. However, I still want them to be quiet. So that he can handle it calmly, Uchiha Satsuna this old one. After clearing her thoughts, Yuzhen made a move. He linked Susanoo's chakra to the ninja sword in his hand. Buzz buzz. As the ninja sword connected with Susanoo, the item equipped on the ninja sword chakra absorption and integration, blue, begins to exert force. What's going on, my chakra? Is it Susanoo? This jutsu is absorbing our chakra. Hateful. At this moment, these Uchiha were captured, no matter how unwillingly. After being restrained, they were helplessly drained of chakra by Uchiha Yuma. After seeing these Uchiha, they all collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Yuzhen turned his head and looked at Uchiha Satsuna who had been silent. When he saw this Lao Deng, he stood aside with a dejected expression, not daring to attack. Yuzhen sneered. What? Don't you dare to face reality? Hearing this, Uchiha instantly raised his eyes and looked at the arrogant young man in front of him with a dull expression. His lips moved for a long time before he said, Yuzhen-kun, can we reconcile? He was really scared. The pupil technique that cuts off extremely strong barriers, Susanoo, and that inexplicable pupil technique. It made him feel the breath of death. As an old man who lived through the Warring States period, his energy had been exhausted long ago in prison. At this moment, he just wants to survive. And Uchiha Yuzhen, after hearing what Satsuna said, shook his head and laughed. At this moment, are you joking? After saying this, the corners of Yuzhen's raised mouth curved in a cruel arc. Besides, old BD, I have tolerated you for a long time. As early as the first time I saw you, your condescending look made me extremely bored. With a ferocious smile, Yuzhen waved the ninja sword wrapped in white gold sword energy in his hand. The sword light flashed, and Tien Kanjiun's white gold sword energy. With an extremely violent will, he slashed Satsuna's waist severely. Tear it apart. Uchiha's body was split into two parts. A moment later, inside the Nanga River Shrine, Uchiha Yuzhen sat in the front seat, looking at Uchiha who was bowed down below. He raised his eyebrows. Chapter 56. Uchiha is truly the most realistic clan. After killing Uchiha for a moment, he just mentioned that he wanted to lead them. After these guys who were defeated by themselves recovered a certain amount of strength, everyone immediately bowed their heads. After taking over Uchiha Satsuna's power within the clan, Uchiha Yuma is not idle either. After waiting for a while, let the Uchiha present recover a certain amount of chakra. He immediately ordered them to inform the Uchiha clan that he would be in charge of the Satsuna faction from now on. Just surrendered to the new protagonist and sat down. None of these Uchiha dared to neglect this order. Under the notice of each of their households, all Uchiha in Konoha know the changes that will happen to the clan this time. Did Satsuna go to the Pure Land? I told him a long time ago that Uchiha is only real because of his strength, and he can't get on the stage by playing tricks, after all. Uchiha Fire Corps, as the long-retired elder of the clan, heard this news. I can't help but sigh with emotion. As someone who walked through the Warring States period with Satsuna and witnessed the establishment of the ninja village, his feelings for Uchiha Satsuna are complicated. Satsuna, this guy's strength is acceptable, but his commanding ability is not as good as his own. However, the ability to play tricks is above oneself. Now, he was killed by Uchiha Yuzhen, which made him sigh. But, this kid Yuma. Uchiha Fire Corps felt refreshed when he thought of this unexpected kid. It seems he can surpass Madara-sama. 13 years old, such strength. Such a good nature. It was extremely shocking for him who is the same age as Uchiha Madara. He has personally experienced Madara's growth. When Uchiha Madara was 13 years old, several younger brothers died, and Sharingan had not yet awakened. Still bitterly using fire-style ninjutsu to fight the senju of the forest. And the rights within the clan and stuff like that. Madara, who was still being disciplined by Master Tajima at that time, was even more untouchable. And Uchiha Yuma was like this at the age of 13. He made a comparison in his mind and made an immediate decision. Yuma has surpassed Madara of the same age now, and will definitely not be any worse in the future. Now that Uchiha is declining, such a mission comes up. He couldn't help but sigh. What a blessing Uchiha! Not to mention the reaction within the Uchiha clan. After giving all the instructions, Yuzhen walked happily towards the Hokage building. After a while, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Uchiha Yuzhen's report, feeling extremely complicated. He didn't expect that this boy would deal with the old guy Satsuna so quickly. He knew that the brat in front of him had Manjiki Sharingan. However, there are more than a dozen elite Jonin in the Uchiha Satsuna series. I thought there would be more than a dozen pairs of Sharingan. Can fight with Manjiki. Unexpectedly, they were defeated at the speed of light, and everyone bowed to Yuzhen. The specific situation is this. Lord Third Generation, if everything is okay, I will go back first. After Uchiha Yuzhen finished the report, he felt that there was nothing to say, so he said goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a complicated mood, smiled slightly. No problem, thank you for your hard work this time, Yuma-san. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen bowed slightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen and left here. Seeing Yuzhen leaving the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the cigarette rod in his hand. I walked to the window and took a few puffs of cigarette. Looking at the young man walking out of the building from the window, he sighed in a low voice, I hope my decision is not wrong. In view of Uchiha Yuma's abnormal growth, he thought that this kid would grow to the level of Uchiha Madara. Thus, this kid was inserted into Minato's leadership class. But, he didn't know that Uchiha Yuzhen's growth curve would be so weird. This has only been about a year, right? From a rookie ninja to a ninja comparable to Kage. Abnormal. Abnormal without a doubt. When this abnormality beyond recognition occurred, he began to take power the moment he killed Uchiha. He began to worry a little about gains and losses. He doesn't know. Was his previous decision the right one for Konoha? The next day, the changes in the Uchiha clan were completely hidden from everyone in Konoha. Uchiha Setsuna's downfall, and Uchiha Yuma's rise to power. This news shocked the entire Konoha. In the elegant garden of the Hyuga clan's clan, Hayashi and Hisashi brothers sat facing each other with the sound of frightened deer filling the water. Regarding this information, they looked at each other. This Uchiha Yuma is too much. Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment, not knowing how to describe this shocking young man. Brother, what you want to say is that it's too abnormal. Hyuga Hisashi, who was opposite Hayashi, took over Hayashi's unfinished words. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi looked certain, yes, it is abnormal. He was filled with emotion, could this not be considered abnormal? Whose ninja can rival Kage in terms of strength at the age of 13? At the age of 13, he started killing opponents within his clan and began to take power. As a relatively classical and somewhat cultured Hyuga clan, over the past 1,000 years, they have kept certain records of all major ninja clans. Especially Senju and Uchiha from the ninja lineage. However, there is no such outrageous situation in these records. It seems that Uchiha is really going to appear, a terrifying ninja. When Hyuga sees Uchiha in the future, we should not continue to provoke, since we are all users of the pupil technique. When facing the Uchiha clan from now on, our clan should be patient for the time being. Strong in strength and ruthless against political opponents. This kind of mind made Hayashi know that Uchiha Yuzhen was there in the years to come. Definitely going to be Hokage. As a Hyuga clan with a clan and branch house system, the survival of the clan is even more important. He originally decided not to compete with Uchiha last time, and now he has even decided. From now on, Hyuga will stay away from Uchiha. At this moment, it's not just the Hyuga clan that is shocked by Uchiha's achievements. All major ninja clans were also shocked one after another. Becoming the top strongman in the ninja world at the age of 13 is nothing more than that. However, at this age, he has taken charge of power. It's true that everyone can't imagine it. When they were in contact, the identity of Uchiha Yuzhen and Hokage's master and apprentice line. My heart was even more awe-inspiring. Kudu told his clansmen not to speak ill of Uchiha quietly in the future. As the protagonist who shocked everyone in Konoha, Uchiha walked leisurely to Konoha Hospital. His current mood is very happy. Having accepted everything in Satsuna, he has more than a dozen Uchiha subordinates. This is a huge force. As we all know, when facing the three Magatama Uchiha, only by escaping 1-on-1, contending 2-on-1 and 3-on-1 can we win. I calculated it myself last night and found out that he had 17 subordinates, and including Inari, there were a total of 18 Uchiha elites. You must know that there are only more than 10,000 registered ninjas in Konoha. Counting the hidden strength of the Jainin clan, there are nearly 20,000 ninjas. There are so many ninjas, but there are only a few hundred Jainin. 18-bit 3 Magatama Uchiha, converted into a 2-on-1 guaranteed win. The power you hold in your hands is really strong. And Yuzhen's gains are more than that. Defeated 17 Jainin, plus Uchiha Satsuna, the old one. Let the combat value in your panel. From the previous 570, it became 2370. Last night, this battle value. He will make arrangements. At this stage, his main fighting style is basically Flying Thunder God and Uchiha style. So there's not much to say. Entries for Flying Thunder God technique and Uchiha style. With an investment of 2000 points. All changed from blue to purple. Chapter 57. Thinking of this, Yuzhen's thoughts turned to the upgraded entry information in the panel. Flying Thunder God technique, purple, an unusual time and space technique that will make you invincible. Effect. Coordinate movement. Space barriers. The purple level Flying Thunder God entry was just as he expected. Reached the same state as Namikaze Minato. In terms of space movement, nothing has changed. Mainly there is one more space for barriers. This barriers, he understood the moment he installed the entry. It is the space barrier that can move various attacks in the original work. Even 10 tailed beast jade can be moved away if the chakra is enough. The Uchiha style upgrade to purple entries has strengthened the changes in the battle rhythm. After all, this entry includes ninjutsu, genjutsu, escape, throwing, and other gorgeous combat techniques. Upgrading your skills will help you in future battles. Sharper. I thought that after upgrading the entries, my combat rhythm would be strengthened. He suddenly felt that the 2000 combat points that disappeared as soon as he got it didn't hurt much anymore. His steps towards Konoha Hospital became more and more brisk. As for why he went to Konoha Hospital, the reason was very simple. He wanted to cooperate with Tsunade to develop a special white Zetsu body. He has thought very clearly in this regard. As a person with an entry system, he does not have a great need for Baiju cells. However, now that he is no longer alone, he has to think about his Uchiha subordinates. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker and didn't know much about management. But I still understand that I have a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. The big stick is his plan to carry out tough management in the future. You must speak for yourself. Well, in order to alleviate the dissatisfaction of his subordinates. For Uchiha, the best radish, white cells are crucial. And Tsunade is the best choice right now. As a medical expert, it is impossible for her to be unclear about relevant human research. What's more, Tsunade's bottom line is much higher than that of another alternative character, Orochimaru. This kind of thing only makes him feel at ease when he cooperates with someone who has a high bottom line. As for worrying about conducting autopsy research on corpses, wouldn't Tsunade, who is hemophobic, be able to do that? Hey. Baiju's body is all white tissue fluid. There is no red blood at all. Yujan, who had clear thoughts, arrived at the gate of Konoha not long after. Stepping into the hospital, I came to Tsunade's office door by a familiar route. Uchiha knocked politely. After the knock on the door sounded, a pleasant female voice came from the room, "Please come in." Squeak. Chen pushed the door open and bowed slightly to the beautiful figure busy on the paperwork. "Tsunade-sensei, long time no see." "Hey? Boy Yuzhen, why do you have time to come to me?" Tsunade raised her head from the paperwork and said to the young man with interest, "You have done big things. Logically speaking, you should be very happy now. Are you busy? For this kid, kill that nasty Uchiha Satsuna." Uchiha, who took charge of that line. As one of the Sannin, she also knows. To say it was shocking, it definitely was. However, now due to the death of her brother and lover, she has begun to deteriorate. I don't care much about these. But for this kid, in this situation, he still took the time to come and see himself. She was still curious about the reason. Without making her wait any longer, Uchiha straightened up and looked straight. He said solemnly to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sensei, I obtained a very interesting thing on the battlefield." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his ninja bag. Holding the scroll, Yuzhen squatted down and threw it on the ground. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and the two bodies of special white Zetsu were displayed in front of Tsunade. Hey? This is a corpse? Interesting. The moment she saw the corpse, Tsunade thought she would become hemophobic and was about to scold Yuzhen in anger. But when she saw the body, there was no blood in it. Judging from the cross-section of the body that was cut into two parts, there were no internal organs at all. Immediately I became interested. Tsunade stood up and came to the corpse. She reached out and touched the grotesque corpse. Hey? This feeling. Tsunade, who frowned, was a little uncertain. She wasn't sure if there was anything wrong with her feelings. After pondering for a moment, she immediately directed her chakra towards the corpse below. Crash! When Tsunade's pure Senju chakra. When she touched Baiju's body, a green branch grew out from the place she touched. Whoosh! Tsunade stood up directly and turned to look at Yuzhen seriously. Boy, where did this body come from? Please explain it clearly to me. She can't help but be serious. This corpse, when she touched it, resonated with her chakra. Confused, she entered her own chakra. This weird corpse actually sprouted trees. That branch, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, I have seen her in the authentic wood style. Extremely confirmed, it is undoubtedly wood style. Regarding this, she wanted to ask Uchiha Yuzhen clearly. Regarding Tsunade's questions, Yuzhen had already made plans. He directly told the information that when he was surrounded and killed, this corpse was one of them. Moreover, this weird creature is like a biological weapon and can attach to the body of a ninja. I want teacher Tsunade to study it. Uchiha Yuzhen said this in a coaxing way. There is no other way to say otherwise. It is basically impossible for Tsunade, who has a decent moral bottom line, to study white Zetsu cells. Only by explaining the characteristics of the special white Zetsu can Tsunade think that this thing is a biological weapon. After all, others have studied it and you have seen it. If you continue to be reserved, it will not be the quality that a ninja should have. After listening to Yuzhen's explanation quietly, Tsunade nodded. I see, it's a mature weapon. I'm also very interested in this thing, and I will do some research on it. Originally, I should have scolded you for coveting the power of wood style. But this is your trophy, so I can't say anything. I will let you know when I find something useful. After saying these words in one breath, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and pointed to the door. Now, you can leave. She doesn't have a good temper towards Uchiha Yuma who peeks at wood style. If it hadn't been for the fact that this thing was already a mature biological weapon and others had it, she wouldn't have made such a promise. Regarding Tsunade's current bad temper, Uchiha Yuzhen consciously softened it. He understood Tsunade's current mood. After all, no one would be happy if they saw others peeking into the boundaries of their family's inheritance. 1 month is fleeting. During this period, I was busy integrating the forces within the clan. Yuzhen was not idle either. At this moment, in a training ground full of trees, he closed his eyes and crossed his legs under the shade of the trees. The quiet Yuzhen seemed to be one with nature. Several birds seemed to regard him as a natural thing. Leisurely and comfortably, hovering around him. Chapter 58. That's right, Yuzhen is currently exploring Sage Mode. Since this month, he has experimented many times with the exhaustive method. At this moment, he had a premonition that his Sage Mode was about to appear. Not long after, the space around Yuzhen trembled slightly, and ripples spread out. Buzz! A trace of red eye shadow appeared on Yuzhen's face. Sensing the changes in himself, Yuzhen opened his scarlet eyes. Is this Sage Mode? Uchiha Yuzhen raised his hands. At this moment, he felt as if he could do anything. The mind moves as it pleases. Chen raised his hand and waved towards the open space in front of him. There was a popping sound. A large bunch of green branches suddenly burst out of the ground. It didn't take long. Amid the roaring sound, those branches formed a small forest. This is the wood style with the blessing of sage art. Yuzhen's expression perked up. He knows very well that for this level of wood style, he only needs to learn the corresponding Indian style. Then wood style is at your fingertips. Next, I'll try to see how much Sage Mode can enhance the escape technique. Thinking of this, Uchiha quickly formed a seal in his hand. Chakra gathers in the mouth. Fire style Great Fireball technique. A huge scorching fireball was instantly spit out from his mouth. This fireball, which was tens of meters tall, looked like the sun was shining brightly in the sky. With the burning heat of death, it descended on the newly formed grove. Boom! When a fireball like the sun explodes at the moment, the scorching heat mixed with the displaced air, forming a scorching wind of death, sweeping everything around. Boom, boom, boom. The venue was in a mess by this scorching power. After a while, Uchiha Yuma saw that where the great fireball hit, the woods formed by wood style had long since disappeared. A pit of about 10 meters was formed on the ground, with traces of golden red magma flowing in the pit. When Yuzhen saw a scene like a lava hell, he nodded with satisfaction. My sage mode, which is most suitable for me, increases my skill by almost 5 times. With the blessing of immortal power, even techniques like Great Fireball, which are mostly used for tactics, have become so powerful. Sage Mode is truly the only ability that mortals have to overtake in corners, regardless of their bloodline. After mastering this unique Sage Mode, Yuzhen knew very well. After unfolding Sage Mode, your strength will definitely reach beyond the realm of shadows. However, the strength level displayed on the panel is still shadow. Let him know that Sage Mode is just a kind of blessing. It is not a true manifestation of strength. This unique magical power can last for more than an hour. Yuzhen clenched his fist and sensed the limit of his Sage Mode usage time. He is already very satisfied with this. Sure enough, the one that suits you is the best. The ones in the 3 holy places are obviously a way for animals to use natural energy, and they are forced to be used by humans. Not only is the time short and ineffective, it will also cause physical alienation. He despised this very much. After all, for Uchiha, being handsome is also very important. At this moment, Uchiha Yuzhen's mentality is extremely confident. He has mastered this power. Ask yourself. Unless it's an alien enemy. Otherwise, own Flying Thunder God technique style, and Sage Mode yourself. Even in the face of Uchiha Madara, who opened the Samsara Eye in his prime, they can all deal with it. The growth in strength made him put away Sage Mode with great satisfaction. He noticed that the sky was getting closer and closer to noon, and he felt a little hungry. He moved his steps and walked towards the village. The entire journey was speechless. When he passed by a ramen stall, he paused. Ichiraku Ramen. Yuzhen looked at the signboard and raised an eyebrow. It seems that after awakening Suhui, I haven't been to this famous place yet. After thinking about it, he walked towards the ramen restaurant. After lifting the curtain, the situation inside the tank comes into view. Let him make a sound of joy. Obito, Kakashi, and Lin. Have you completed your mission and returned to the village? Hearing Yuzhen's voice, the 3 people who were eating ramen turned their heads. Ah! Brother Yuzhen! Long time no see! Obito hurriedly swallowed the ramen in his mouth and greeted Yuzhen excitedly. Kakashi glanced at Obito with disgust, moved his butt away, and then looked at Yuma. Hey, long time no see, Yuma! Seeing the 2 friends saying hello, Nohara Lin smiled softly. Is Yuzhen-kun here to eat ramen too? Yet. When he came to sit down at the bar, Yuzhen greeted the young man's hand. General, bring me a tonkatsu ramen. Then he turned to look at the 3 of them, smiled and continued, it's been a long time, everyone. Yes. Brother Yujan, after this time, you should be with us on the next mission. Obito asked Yujan excitedly. I'm still a member of Minato's squad, so of course I'll be with you on the next mission. Yujan responded to Obito with a smile. After all, the previous trip to the coastline was due to force majeure. After saying this, Yuchen immediately started chatting with the three friends. At this time, the curtain of the ramen restaurant was opened again. Minato Namikaze, who had a sunny face, walked in with a red beauty. When he saw Yuma was present, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Minato's face. Yuma boy. Yuzhen turned around after hearing the sound. Minato-sensei. And this should be the master's wife, right? Ha ha ha, this is Yuma's first time meeting Kushina. Minato Namikaze touched his head and smiled sheepishly. He took the red-haired beauty's hand and said, let me introduce, this is what I want to protect from the bottom of my heart. Love, Uzumaki Kushina. Hearing this, Yuzhen stood up politely and bowed to say hello to Uzumaki Kushina. It's the first time we meet, Kushina-sama. I'm Uchiha Yuzhen, please give me your advice in the future. Ha 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 ha, get up quickly. The cheerful and lively Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly came over to help Yuzhen, and then patted his shoulder familiarly. Minato has been telling me your name. She had long wanted to see this genius boy. However, due to her status as Jinchuriki, Minato and the third-generation adults had concerns before. She was not allowed to meet the young man. Today, the Minato class returned from their mission and had a party with Ichiraku Ramen. And I met Uchiha Yuma by chance. She was also very happy about this. She has long wanted to meet. Minato asked what the unexpected monster genius looked like. Now that I have seen him, I feel like he is a polite and handsome boy. The senses given to her are very good. Yes. After responding to Kushina, Yuzhen suppressed his curiosity. He sat down in his original position. Just when Kushina came into contact with him in the whirlpool, he commanded the entry system, from among the numerous purple entries. I selected the darkest purple entry and extracted it. Given her status as a Jinchuriki, he was really curious. What is the corresponding entry? The heart moves as it pleases. At this moment, Yuzhen's thoughts. He looked directly at the panel. Chapter 59. Vortex blood, purple, this is blood that contains power. With this power of blood, you will be invincible. Effect. Vitality, perception, and healing power are greatly enhanced. The lock of seal. Nothing exceeded Yuzhen's expectations. The bloodline of the whirlpool is Kushina's strongest entry. As Jinchuriki from Nine Tails, she is able to easily block and restrain the strongest tailed beasts with Kongo, which shows this. In this entry, the ability of seal lock, he didn't even have to guess. Just know it's King Kong blockade. This technique is the sealing techniques hidden deep in the Uzumaki bloodline. The power is closely related to the amount of chakra. The stronger the chakra of a person who possesses this technique, the stronger the power of the chain of sealing. And on the entry, another description. These increases in vitality. It should be pretty similar to Senju. However, in terms of healing power, it should be different from Senju's. This is the ability to not only heal yourself, but also heal others. Just like Uzumaki Korin in the original work, he can quickly heal his injuries by sucking blood directly. However, Uchiha understands the current situation. This is not the time to study entries. At this party, there is the presence of Kushina Uzumaki, and he cannot directly install the entry. After all, your chakra will definitely change the moment the entry is installed. This point cannot be hidden from Kushina, who is a member of the Uzumaki clan. After thinking about it, Uchiha Yuzhen cut off his thoughts. He started chatting with Namikaze, Minato and others. Not long after, all three people's ramen was prepared by young hands. Minato Namikaze took the ramen and stirred it gently. Yuzhen. I just returned to Konoha, and I heard about your deeds not long ago. All I can say is, well done. For his disciples, kill Uchiha Satsuna and take over part of the power of the security department. He applauded with both hands. As one of the rare smart people, his vision surpassed that of a ninja early on. That foresight made Minato clear. The relationship between Uchiha and Konoha has gradually become distant. And Uchiha Satsuna is the key training target of the Hokage series. He still knows who he is. Just a complete Uchiha Hawk. The Hawk faction will only prevent the Uchiha clan from integrating into Konoha. Therefore, he didn't feel anything about this guy's death. Even if his own disciples do such an act of killing their seniors and seizing their rights, it is against morality. He doesn't care at all. Minato indeed regarded everyone in Konoha as a partner. But, he is a ninja. Not a rigid samurai. He can accept anything that is beneficial to the harmony of the village. Not to mention, this disciple of his has such a monster-like growth rate. Now, I'm afraid I can't even deal with it. His own disciple has become such a powerful and intelligent person. I won't push it out. The strong always have some privileges. Really? Teacher thinks so too. Yuma raised her eyebrows and responded to Namikaze Minato. Right now. Kushina, the whirlpool on the side, made a bang sound, slightly twisted her eyebrows, and patted the table. Okay. I mean, I haven't seen you all for a long time. Today is the Minato class meeting again, so don't talk about business anymore. Namikaze Minato saw the smiling look on his fiancé's face and swallowed, okay. After a small gathering with the Minato class, Uchiha returned to his cabin. He lit the incense burner and sat cross-legged in his living room. A thought came to my mind, the system installs the entry of whirlpool blood successor. The entry extraction system executed the host's command. Buzz. The moment the entry containing vortex power affects Yuzhen's body, waves of white ripples appeared all over him. Hiss, what's this? The changes in her body made Uchiha moan uncontrollably. He felt it at this moment. In his own body, his own blood began to live. It seems like infinite vitality is pumped out from it. This energy made his eyes tremble violently. Sharingan bloomed naturally. Wow! After a sound, 4 golden chakra chains stretched out on his back. As the King Kong blockade appeared, Yuzhen felt that his body had changed. Right now, the system sent a message. An entry that suggests fusion of blood inheritance limits. Uchiha Yuzhen was a little surprised. If you can fuse, I will also fuse, but how much combat value does it cost? The system's entry fusion consumes combat value based on the degree of fitness. The better the fit, the less consumption. But what he has is Uchiha, Senju, and the blood successor of Uzumaki. It seems that everyone is related, so logically the compatibility should be good. However, after I upgraded my entry. Now, with the pitiful 370 combat points on the panel, he still asked the system safely. The system responded to Yuzhen. What? Direct fusion requires 3000 points, but if it is based on the Yama no Jutsu, it only requires 300 points. Very unexpected. This technique. He was previously shown in the original novel based on Orochimaru. Immortality like 8th Satsuki. I thought I could see through some of Satsuki's secrets if I followed along. Just in the previous reward, I got it in my hand. He also did not fall behind in the study of martial arts. I learned it half a year ago. How can I say the effect of the technique? In terms of condensing chakra obsession, it is indeed what Yuzhen thought. But that's where it ends. He knew at that time that he really wanted to uncover the secret of Satsuki's wedge. It also requires the seal of immortality developed and perfected by Orochimaru. When he realized this, he was so disappointed that he gave up the subsequent practice of this technique. After all, the practice behind this technique is to change one's own body. Let the ninja truly become an 8-headed snake the size of a small mountain. He doesn't need this ability. However, now, Yuzhen really didn't expect that the entry that merged the blood inheritance limit. Surprisingly, using this technique as a base can reduce consumption so much. He was very curious as to what the reason was. As his mind moved, he immediately said to the system, then let's use the art of Yamada as the basis, and merge the entries. Wow! The system faithfully carried out Uchiha Yuma's orders. On the panel, the combat value and the entries related to it all trembled slightly. After a burst of black light flashed. On the panel, a new entry has appeared. It's actually this. Uchiha opened his eyes wide, and he was a little surprised. Sure enough. I have the entry extraction system, so I don't need to do any hard research and practice. Can't blame him for feeling so emotional. The entry that caught his eye at this moment was too heaven-defying. Chapter 60. Tsutsuki-zan, Blue, congratulations. You have taken a solid step on the road to becoming an information life form. Effect. Compiled by Chakra. The abilities of eyes, flesh, and blood are slightly enhanced. Note, this is an incomplete entry. You need to fill in the relevant entries before you can upgrade. Information life form? Eyes, flesh, blood? And this? Compiled by Chakra. Uchiha Yuzhen's expression perked up. He looked at the information above and was thinking in his heart. He immediately commanded the system, install this entry. At this moment, an inexplicable change occurred here. Gyulu, gyulu. Blue and white ripples. Since Uchiha Yuma's body appeared. This strange ripple, very strange. After reaching 5 meters away from Yuzhen's body, he escaped directly into the void. Immediately afterwards, before Yuzhen could react, the blue chakra flames burned on his body. Bear. Ignore the chakra boiling in your body. Uchiha Yuzhen opened his Manjiki Sharingan and looked at his hands in disbelief. My hands, the skin color has turned a little white. As if thinking of something, Yuzhen frowned. The raging chakra flame was calmed down by him. Immediately afterwards, he walked to his bathroom. Looking into the mirror, he noticed changes in himself. The skin becomes a little whiter, but not to an abnormal level. Bangs. A hint of white highlights appeared. And the changes in Manjiki Sharingan himself are even more obvious. From the cold scarlet color before, it turned into a vibrant fiery red color. Is this a Tsutsuki transformation? Yuzhen made a guess after seeing the changes in his face. He closed his eyes directly to sense the changes in his body. After a while, ah. Yuchen covered her face and laughed heartily. What an unexpected harvest. The hearty laughter resounded in the room for a while. Uchiha Yuzhen finally put down the hand covering his face. The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. So that's it. My next goal is very simple. In the body, the power of his own Uchiha, the power of Senju of the forest, and the power of the whirlpool are still there. There has been some improvement, but no earth-shaking changes. After all, the word Tsutsuki still has the word disabled attached to it. However, he has figured it out. What are the changes in eyes, flesh, and blood? Eyes are Uchiha. Meat represents Senju. The blood is directly a whirlpool. Then, should we next just fill in the entry for bone? And the entry for white eye, which is the basis of everything. Can you make the word residual disappear from the entry for Tsutsuki? And this chakra editor. Thinking of this ability, Yuzhen was heartbroken. He raised his right hand and shook it slightly. Chakra's blue flames appeared in his hands. You really thought about it? Call out. His figure instantly appeared in a training ground. Yuma, who used the flying thunder god to move here, threw the chakra forward. Boom! After this chakra escaped from Yuma's hand, it immediately turned into a huge spherical flame. When the huge spherical flame hit the ground, a violent explosion occurred. Ha 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 ha, as expected. Seeing the effect of the spherical flame, Uchiha couldn't help but feel happy. It's the great fireball. At this moment, he understood what it was compiled by Chakra. This is the authority of the Tsutsuki clan over Chakra. It turns out that the function of Yaki's technique is here. Hehe, information life form. Yuzhen understood the function of this technique from the performance of Tsutsuki Momoshiki in Boruto's body. You can see it. The core ability of Tsutsuki is to informatize its chakra. If they want to be resurrected, they will be in the host's body just like a decompressed package. Decompress the data and cover the people whose bodies have been taken away. And the art of Yamada. As a technique that can turn oneself into chakra's obsession. It's exactly the same as Tsutsuki turning himself into information. When the system was integrating the entries, it reconciled this obsession with the bloodline and turned it into information. Thus emerged the ability of chakra compilation. This ability will allow him to use all the techniques he has mastered. He no longer needs to cast seals. You don't even need to clap your hands. As long as the chakra is manifested, he just needs to think about it. Chakra will respond to him and transform into corresponding magic. With this ability, if I sneak in during a battle, I can definitely give the enemy a big surprise. The battle of ninja is a battle of skills and intelligence. Having this ability may not improve your hard power very much. After all, with the increase in chakra, he is probably. It's about the same amount as when Uchiha Madara founded Konoha. I haven't reached the pillar room yet. Chakra surpasses the realm of the tailed beasts. In terms of Sharingan, even a small improvement. The output has not yet reached the level of the Eternal Eye. But this ability has a huge impact on soft power. Thinking of this, Yuchen looked at the panel. Host, Uchiha. Gender male. Age, 12 years old. Strength, shadow. Entries, Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Illusionary Fate, Gold. Steel Tempering, Purple, Manjiki Sharingan, Purple, Uchiha Style, Purple, Natural Energy Affinity, Purple, Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Purple. Tsutsuki Remnant, Blue, Medical Genius, Blue, Chakra Seed, Blue. Weapon Entries, Thunder Attachment, Blue, Blood-Sucking Immortality, Blue. Chakra Mimicry, Blue, Chakra Absorption and Integration, Blue. Combat Value, 70. At this moment, the system's judgment of its own hard power is still shadowy. But the ability of chakra editing combined with Flying Thunder God allows him to directly fight against Super Shadow Masters. Maybe. Facing a weaker Super Shadow like Nagato, I can still defeat him. This is just myself, not including the increase in Sage Mode. It seems that I am what is called a genius who leaps above his level in fantasy novels. Uchiha Yuma, who was in a good mood, teased himself. Then, he began to explore the changes in his abilities in all aspects on the spot in the training ground. People who concentrate will feel that time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's the devil's moment. Uchiha Yuma looked up and saw the blood-red sky with the setting sun. I cleaned myself up immediately before it got dark. Stepping out of the training ground. He was thinking about something while walking on his way home. That is, my own fighting skills may need to undergo some changes. Before, my strength in all aspects was not up to standard and I had not yet become a hexagonal warrior. The Uchiha style and Flying Thunder God fighting style is indeed enough. After all, Minato Namikaze also fights at a similar rhythm. This model also demonstrates its advantages in the original work. It can be said that this is a combat mode that allows one to participate in 6 paths level battles with the strength of a shadow. Flying Thunder God technique style is really powerful. However, myself now. I techniques, Susanoo, Flying Thunder God, Uchiha style, various escape techniques. With the addition of Sage Mode's magical power, his methods have become more diverse. All these things made Uchiha Yuma feel. You shouldn't be putting yourself limited to the application of Flying Thunder God. It seems that I have a goal for my cultivation in the next period of time. After sorting out his thoughts, Yuma felt a little hungry and strode towards the streets of Konoha. Yuchen's training plan was disrupted by force majeure. Due to the Third Ninja World War. Been playing for a while. Today, all the fallen ninja villages have joined forces to encircle the wealthy Konoha. The Uegakuer suddenly deployed a large number of troops on the front line. This made Konoha, which was outnumbered 4, feel even more stretched. In this case, Uchiha Yuma is such a fighter. The top management will not let him sit idle. For example, now, facing the pressure from Uegakuer, the village immediately responded. At this moment, Konoha village, inside the Hokage's office. The entire Watergate class. They were all listening to the third Hokage's arrangements. Chapter 61. Uegakuer village suddenly mobilized thousands of ninjas to raid the front line. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Namikaze Minato with heavy eyes. This time, you, Minato squad, are needed as an elite team to harass their rear and intercept them. Supply lines. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a scroll to Namikaze Minato, where to cut it off, the detailed mission information, right here. Minato, and Yuma, I believe in your strength, don't let me down. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. As the squad leader, Minato Namikaze took the scroll and said in a deep voice, I will definitely complete the mission. Uchiha Yuzhen on the side looked at the two people with serious expressions in front of them. Also very understanding. This ninja world war has now entered its climax. Uegakuer village suddenly exerted force, for Konoha, which was surrounded by 4 villages at this moment. It can be said to be overwhelming. Konoha is already stretched thin. The strength of the entire Uchiha clan has been deployed against the Kirigakuer front line for more than a year, which is proof. You must know that the top management of Konoha has spent more than 20 years in the past. He has been faithfully implementing their teacher, Senju Tobirama's detainment policy towards Uchiha. Right now, in the name of the security department wanting to protect the entire village, Uchiha was firmly confined to the village. They cannot be allowed to go out of the village to do tasks to avoid being stimulated and causing too many Sharingan. Now, this is the situation where Uegakuer is exerting his strength. If he remembered correctly, it was the plot of Konobe no Bridge. Regarding this task, Yuzhen felt very relaxed. Now, his power. It can be said that Satsuki does not come out. No one can do anything about him. This power is in. Let him face this, knowing most of the information from his previous life, the so-called Super S mission. I really can't think of any possibility of something going wrong. What gives him a headache now is when you are too involved. How does Obito's Sharingan awaken? After all, this boy's eyes are special. 2 Megatama can harness the power of Manjiki Kamui. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the half of his body and eyes that were not crushed in the original world line. Special eyes require a special way of opening them. The eye-opening method is widely spread among the Uchiha tribe. It's pain. Yuzhen remembers this very clearly. In the manga, this guy Uchiha Itachi has been giving relevant explanations to Sasuke. It is true that he awakened to Manjiki because of Shisui's death, which made him heartbroken. But, this guy Obito is special among the special. In the original world line, he was to protect his friends. Wanting to save Lin and protect Kakashi who has an injured eye. The newly awakened Sharingan. When I open my eyes, there are 2 Megatama. Even more impressive than Indra's reincarnation. The one-time entry I obtained from him, Eye of the Divine Realm, Red, also proves this point. Therefore, Yuzhen is still very concerned and curious about Obito's opening of eyes. He is very curious. If you distort Obito's fate. Obito's eyes, after awakening Manjiki, what kind of pupil technique will appear? Considering that the only red entry he currently has was obtained from Obito. He believed that, even if it wasn't Kamui, this guy can also awaken the terrifying pupil technique that transcends ordinary divine arts. Not long after, Namikaze Minato, who had finished explaining to the third Hokage, took his disciples with him. Exiting the Hokage building. Everyone, we are conducting this mission as a small team. As a team, our mobility is overwhelming compared to the thousands of ninjas like IWA Ninja, so we have plenty of time. You go back and prepare the materials. We will gather at the number 1 training ground the day after tomorrow. Yes, Minato-sensei. X4. One day later. In a dark cave, under a huge demon statue. Uchiha Madara, who had a white tube inserted behind him, glanced at the black zetsu that slowly emerged from the ground. How is the situation? Madara asked Heiju. Madara-sama, white zetsu hiding in Konoha has found out useful information and passed it on through psychic means. Is there any news about the person we are focusing on? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask. Hearing this, Black Zetsu sighed helplessly, everyone else is fine. It's just this brat Uchiha Yuma, who actually learned Sage Mode, so White Zetsu can no longer monitor him. Sage Mode? Tisk, that kid actually knows such a troublesome technique. Uchiha Madara was a little irritated. He was familiar with the Sage Mode technique. His best friend and rival, Senju Hashirama, is also able to utilize this power. Therefore, Madara also knows very well that when in Sage Mode, as long as the ninja has good perception, it will be destroyed. They can all notice that Baiju is a strange life form. Forget about all the bad news, is there any good news? Uchiha Madara asked Heizetsu in a depressed voice. Of course there is good news, hehe. Black Zetsu responded with a smile, the entire Minato squad is preparing to carry out a mission deep behind enemy lines. Hey! Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, it is indeed good news, so we can carry out the operation and kidnap this kid Obito. Black Zetsu took over Madara's words and said in a serious tone, then we can start the real plan. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded, recognizing Black Zetsu's words very much, that's it. My life is already counting down, and I really need an heir. But Madara-sama, our Minato class is acting as a collective, and with Uchiha Yuma's presence, it may be difficult to turn Obito over. Black Zetsu thought of Uchiha Yuma's power, and reminded the class in a hurry. One time, Uchiha frowned upon hearing Black Zetsu's advice. That's right. This guy Uchiha Yuma. It's really too much trouble. Manjiki Sharingan, who also serves as the Flying Thunder God, couldn't figure out what he should do to lure Obito over. After pondering for a moment, Madara's expression slowly turned cold, it seems that I am the only one taking action. Baizi! Madara shouted loudly, and the special Baiju Afei appeared. Madara-sama, what are your orders? Come up here, I need your ability. Okay, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Then I'll have a good experience. What does it feel like, to have bowel movements in Madara-sama's body? Baiju's words had just finished. Then it turned into a white liquid and surrounded Uchiha Madara. After a while, Ban, whose whole body was wrapped in white substance, clenched his fist. Have you restored 50% of your strength? That's enough. After finishing her emotion, Madara said to Heiju solemnly. Heiju, let's set off together. Where to go? Madara-sama. IWA Ninja's camp, I need to make some preparations in advance. In the beautiful spring weather, everyone in the Minato class, except Obito, arrived at the number 1 training ground early. Regarding Obito's lateness, everyone present except Kakashi began to get used to it. Obito, this guy is like this every time. He doesn't follow any ninja rules and regulations. Kakashi complained irritably. Be patient, Kakashi. Uchiha patted Kakashi on the shoulder admonishingly. Right now. Obito came over at a trot. Chapter 62. I'm sorry, everyone. Obito, wearing goggles, clasped his hands together. I helped the old lady go home, so I'm late. Obito, just once or twice, it's a bit bad if it happens every time. Others like Obito's tricks, but Kakashi doesn't. Ninjas still have to abide by certain rules. I'm not lying, Kakashi. Obito looked at Kakashi with some displeasure. Also, aren't you tired of having to talk about the rules every day? Seeing that these two were about to start their daily bickering again, Namikaze Minato walked over directly. Okay, don't argue, you two, and Obito. I believe you. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Obito was greatly benefited from his teacher's understanding. Seeing Obito being comforted, Minato took out a special kunao with a smile and threw it at Kakashi. Today is your good day, and this is a gift. Kakashi. Oh, thank you, sensei. Kakashi took the kunao and nodded to Minato. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yuzhen also took out a scroll from his hand. Here are 10,000 detonating talismans. They are my gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin. The news of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin came as early as in Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen informed the entire Minato class. During this period of awakening Suhei, he also regarded Kakashi as a true friend. Gifts and other things are naturally indispensable. You're interested, Yujan? This thing is indeed very useful. Kakashi didn't show any pretense. He took the scroll solemnly. If it's just 10,000 copies of the detonating talisman, it will cost you. Stop talking, why are we so polite? Hearing this, Yuzhen punched Kakashi on the shoulder angrily. For Kakashi, he is grateful. That's why he spent so much money to give Kakashi this gift. Kakashi's genius entry, as well as entries obtained through his connections. During the time when he was awakening to Suhei, the help he received was great. It stands to reason that he has the entry extraction system. It seems that you don't need to care about these famous figures. Just extract a large number of entries from ordinary ninjas and you can quickly become stronger. But the reality is cruel. Want to quickly gain super strength by extracting a large number of common entries? This naive idea simply doesn't work in this world. Ordinary ninjas have no bloodline or special talents. The entries that can be extracted are chakra attribute entries. Maybe most of these things are still blue or green grade. What's the use of extracting it? It can only change your chakra attribute to full attribute. And chakra has all attributes. Kakashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi are the pinnacle of their abilities. It is also clearly shown in the original work that Kakashi, who developed the purple lightning surgery, is on the threshold of super shadowing. And after reaching this level of strength, it is basically impossible to go further. The reason is simple. This world, bloodline and talent will always come first. Without the blood of Satsuki, there is no special talent. You simply cannot become a truly strong man who can defeat tens of thousands with one person. The limits of ordinary people. Putting aside the special situation of Kai. It's like the third Raikage, where you fight one against 10,000 and then get dragged to death. During this time, he used Kakashi's connections. Get to know each other right from the start. A group of members of Minato's class who possess special talents. Needless to say, Obito is a more special existence than the reincarnation of Indra. Namikaze Minato, the first level reflex in the ninja world. Without this reflex nerve, even if you learn to fly the Thunder God, you can only use it as a traveling technique. And after getting acquainted with Namikaze Minato, his lover Kushina Uzumaki and Jiraiya and other Sannin, Yuma got to know them one by one smoothly. Getting acquainted means contact, and contact means can extract special entries that are beyond ordinary people. His current strength clearly illustrates this point. Because of this, Yuzhen achieved something beyond his expectations. That's why he used 80% of his own money to buy so many detonating charms for Kakashi. At this time, Nohara Lin also walked over with a smile on her face and took out a medical kit in her hand. Kakashi, this is my gift to you. If you are injured in the future, you can use it directly. It's a very real thing, thank you Rin-chan. Kakashi took the gift and turned to look at Obito, who looked unhappy. Kakashi held out his hand to Obito with a calm expression. What do you mean? Kakashi. Obito was a little annoyed. Just now, when Lin gave Kakashi a gift with a gentle look on his face, he was very unhappy. Now Kakashi extended his hand to him with a puzzled expression, which made him even more unhappy. Gift, Kakashi said to Obito calmly, a gift for me to be promoted to Jainin. Ha! What gift? Don't even think about it. Obito would not tell Kakashi that he forgot to prepare a gift. This is particularly fatal for him who has a good face. Especially now, there is Lin-chan. Okay, although I really don't expect much from you. Kakashi closed his hand with an indifferent expression. At this time, Minato, who had been smiling and watching his disciples' interaction, came over. Okay everyone, now it's time to talk about the mission. Minato said, spreading the scroll given by the third Hokage on the ground. He quickly unfolded the scroll and said directly. Nowadays, due to the pressure of thousands of rock ninjas on the front line, it is necessary for elite teams to run to the rear and cut off their supply lines. Everyone understood this just now in Master Hokage's office. What I want to say now, is this. Minato's hand pointed to a point on the map. This is Kanabi Bridge, Iwagakura's most deadly supply line. As long as this bridge is blown up, the thousands of Iwagakura troops will be short of supplies, and we can win the war. We all understand this, Minato-sensei. Uchiha Yuzhen raised his eyebrows and asked directly to Minato, you have told us so much. If the teacher has other ideas, just tell them directly and I will take care of them. He knew very well that Namikaze Minato was detached in the original world line. He went to the front line to fight against the large Iwagakura army. Let Kakashi lead the team to blow up the Kanabi Bridge. Nowadays, having said so much, 9 times out of 10, I still want to split up. After all, after splitting into teams, if he doesn't make it clear, his disciples will make mistakes in their tasks. Then the trouble will not be as big as usual. However, for this, now, Yuzhen, who is a little swollen because of this powerful strength, is a little impatient. Minato didn't care when his words were interrupted. He saw Yuzhen's stern look, and suddenly felt a little funny in his heart. He is laughing at himself. His disciple, Fei Lei Shen's movements, everyone was at a loss. Plus he had heard that Yuma had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Come to think of it, in terms of strength, I may not be able to win it. Already comparable to? No. Not comparable. He is a strong person who surpasses himself. After all, Manjiki Sharingan is an important figure in the Hokage series as the root of Miaohong. It's impossible not to understand. That magical pupil technique, plus the records. That giant god technique called Susanoo. His disciple, Uchiha Yuzhen, is definitely above him in terms of strength. Thinking of this, Minato also laughed at himself inwardly. With such a strong person in the team, what are you still worried about? Minato clearing his mind also showed the efficiency of a ninja. He immediately lowered his eyes and said solemnly. Then I'll tell the truth. The next step is to divide the teams, and I'm going to the front line to fight against the Iwagakura army. You guys, will form another team and go blow up the Kanabi Bridge. With a heavy look on his face, he raised his hand and pointed at Yuzhen. And Yuzhen. He is the next captain of the team. Chapter 63. Hearing this, everyone present was very quiet. They had no objection at all to Namikaze Minato's decision. Needless to say, no Harurin, as a medical ninja, even though her strength is weak. I also know that in this class currently, leaving aside Mr. Minato, Uchiha Yuma is the strongest existence. Is brother Yuzhen the captain? Uchiha Obito was heartbroken. For him who was jealous now, it would be fine as long as Kakashi was not the captain. Besides, these 2 days when I returned to the village, I also know what great things Uchiha has done. After returning that day, his grandmother told him that Yuma had taken charge of Uchiha Setsuna's power. He was extremely surprised at this time. He was so surprised that he immediately started questioning the tribesmen the next day. And then more shocking news. You really took over after killing Uchiha Satsuna. When they heard the news, everyone was numb. He didn't care about Momo's death. Don't look at it. Obito enthusiastically helps various elderly people in the village all day long. I just think he is a bad guy. In fact, Obito himself knows that he is a person who helps his relatives but not his parents. Brother Yuzhen is an important partner. Uchiha Satsuna feels sad that he and his brother Yuma are enemies. As for the enemy, Obito's mentality is very indifferent. This kind of indifference sometimes scares him himself. However, this is shocking news. Also makes Uchiha Yuma image becoming more concrete in his mind. Strong, capable, resourceful, and decisive. Brother Yuzhen, who has these elements, in his mind, has absolutely no shortage of commanding power. Because of this, Uchiha Yuzhen became the captain of this Super S-class mission, and he approved of it both publicly and privately. Kakashi on the side glanced at Yuzhen. He was convinced of teacher Minato's decision. He knows Yuzhen's growth best. As someone who has witnessed Uchiha Yuzhen's weak moments, he knows better than anyone how powerful this person is. However, Kakashi still felt a little unwilling in his heart. Yuzhen became Jonin more than half a year earlier than he did. My own ninja qualities in all aspects. In comparison, the gap seems to be widening, and getting bigger and bigger. Thinking of the news spreading in the village these days. The Uchiha Yushin clan was destroyed and has been an internal enemy of the clan since the Warring States period. Uchiha Satsuna. This old guy, he heard it from his father. He is an Uchiha elder known for his caution and cunning. When this cunning fox-like guy attacks Yuzhen, Uchiha Yuzhen was very bold, killed that old guy, and then seized power. This incident was confirmed by Kakashi. Yuzhen is not only superior to him in terms of strength. So is the mind. After all, over the past few years, still immersed in the tragedy of his father's death. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist tightly. Am I the captain? No problem. Yuzhen responded to Minato calmly. For this mission, his confidence is not as strong as usual. With his strength, he brings Kakashi who is not weak, and Obito who is not too hip. It's really easy to do this task. Seeing Uchiha Yuma's calm demeanor, Namikaze Minato felt more and more relaxed. However, when he thought of the thousands of rock ninjas he was still facing on the front line, immediately, my mind trembled. The pressure on the front line is too great. Now that the teams have been divided, I will go to support the front line first. Go, Mr. Minato, don't worry since I'm here. After hearing this, Minato didn't talk nonsense and nodded to his 4 disciples. A hissing sound launched the flying thunder god and left here. After several days of trekking, the Minato squad headed by Uchiha Yuma arrived. Crossing the border of the country of grass, we officially launched an operation deep behind enemy lines. It's night. Minato's squad was resting at a boulder as the squad leader for this mission. Uchiha Yuzhen naturally takes up the task of keeping vigil. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder with his eyes closed, he opened up his already enhanced perception ability early. This heightened sense of perception, after upgrading the entries and adapting these days, Perception range has been greatly enhanced. The current stable perception ability and the range of perception. Yuzhen himself was shocked. My current range of perception is a full 100 kilometers in radius. Regardless of the range of perception, it seems not as good as the hundreds of kilometers between Senju Tobirama. But in terms of precision, his ability is even stronger. Under normal circumstances, he can sense the color and emotion of chakra like a scented water chestnut. In Sage mode, you can still sense good and evil just like Naruto. This ability is something Senju Tobirama does not have. At this moment, within his range of perception, the powerful chakra that contains human emotions, only their Minato class. This is not him now. I suddenly sensed Obito's strange movements and his tangled emotions. Hey, Yuzhen opened his eyes helplessly. As expected, this guy Obito. He had jumped onto the boulder and sat next to him. If you have anything to say, just say it. Seeing the hesitant look on Obito's face, Yuzhen comforted him helplessly. Brother Yuzhen, what happened to Kakashi? Obito looked a little sad. During your absence, as teammates, we got along pretty well, It's just that Kakashi is a little obsessed with rules, right? Yes, that's what makes me very unhappy. Obito's expression brightened. I want to be the first Yuma brother in this class to become Kakashi's teammate, can you tell me what the reason is? Hearing this, Yuzhen sighed, this question has to start with Kakashi's father. I'm afraid it would be a bit long to talk about it. Brother Yuma, let's make a long story short. Obito responded impatiently. Okay. Seeing that Obito was a little anxious, Yuzhen didn't show off. He directly explained why Konoha White Fang died and the impact on Kaka after his death. Did he fail to complete the mission because he was rescuing his companions, and he was slandered by his teammates and committed suicide? Obito looked at the bright moon in the sky with a sad expression. So Kakashi, does he care about rules so much? He knew Kakashi's father died, but he didn't know exactly how he died. Nowadays, I hear that this is the way to die. He is a little sad. After all, this kind of ending is not in line with his values. Okay, you know everything you need to know. Let's go and have a good rest. We still have tasks to do tomorrow. Yuzhen warned Obito. Understood, brother Yuzhen. Obito responded to Yuzhen and got off the boulder. After seeing Obito take a real break, Yuzhen shook his head in his heart and laughed. He told Obito these things, firstly to clear up confusion. Second, I am also very curious. If Obito knows this, will it affect his probability of opening Sharingan? Early the next morning, the Watergate squad continued deep into enemy lines. When walking through a bamboo forest. When we came to the edge of a deep forest, Yuzhen raised his hand and sent out a signal. Seeing this, Kakashi looked stern. Is there a situation? Chapter 64. That's right, Kakashi, in my perception system, there are dozens of hostile chakras ahead. Uchiha responded to Kakashi calmly. However, these chakras are all the same emotion, and they should be a person's shadow clone. Kakashi raised his eyebrows after hearing Yuzhen's explanation. Is the other party a person, then? Kakashi was a little surprised at this moment. Yuzhen, when did he possess such a powerful sense of perception? Could it be that you learned it during your time on the coast? Thinking of Uchiha Yuma, the perception ability displayed at this moment, Kakashi thought of Yuzhen's various abilities. In terms of blood succession, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra, they are basically impeccable. Now I have added the ability of perception. Yuma-kun, you are such a perfect ninja. However, I did not completely neglect myself during this period. I have also grown a lot. Please bear witness below. Kakashi's reputation as a genius, is definitely not in vain. As his mind moved, Kakashi quickly formed seals in his hands. Ugly, Mao, Shen. The moment the Indian knot is completed. Crackling. Intense lightning flashed in Kakashi's hand. As the lightning flashed, bursts of chirping sounds like birdsong resounded through the forest. What a strong chakra reaction! Noharalin looked at the lightning dancing in Kakashi's hand and covered her mouth in awe. What kind of technique is this? There is such a strong chakra reaction. Obito also opened his eyes wide at the intense lightning in Kakashi's hand. This special technique. As an Uchiha, he has no shortage of ninjutsu resources. Never seen it either. This is the thorn book that changes the properties of the lightning-style chakra and gathers it in the hand. Yujan on the side saw this, a classic technique in the original world line, and couldn't help but admonished. However, this technique triggered the lightning-style chakra, activation of the body. Without adapted motion capture vision, it would be difficult to use. Kakashi. Regarding Yuzhen's reminder, Kakashi, who now wants to verify his growth, simply ignored it. It doesn't matter, even if the opponent has many clones, but I have the technique of Chidori. Kakashi said to the three friends with great confidence, I will kill him and all his clones. The words fell. Tear. Kakashi took Chidori's roaring lightning and ran straight ahead. The magic leech was now hiding behind a big tree. He looked at the people in Konoha below with cold sweat on his face. Is that Shushin Yuma? The demon leech thought about what his lord Tsuchikage had told him, and his face suddenly turned pale. Uchiha Yuma. As the most outstanding character in the contemporary Konoha hidden village, apart from the Yellow Flash. His name, Shunshen Yuma. In the ninja world, it can be said that no one knows about it. However, my own Tsuchikage-sama seems to care more about this Uchiha. Frequently give advice to myself and others. If you encounter Yuma Uchiha, just give up all actions and retreat. These words are similar to those used to remind Yellow Flash. However, what makes the memory of the magic leech even more vivid is the same character who can retreat when encountering him, Lord Tsuchikage, mentioned Uchiha Yuma. His face became even more serious. And the Yellow Flash doesn't. As a Jainin, a leech with a good mind. I saw the different expressions on my Tsuchikage-sama's face when he talked about different people. I understand directly. Uchiha Yuzhen is definitely more powerful. Because of this, Uchiha Yuzhen ninja card information, the ID photo above. He remembered it very clearly. Even this guy seems to be pretty now, with a hint of white hair on his bangs. He will never recognize it. Logically speaking, at this moment, to recognize Yuma's devil leech, you should follow the advice of your Tsuchikage-sama. Retreat immediately. But, he thought about the changes that had occurred during this period, including Huo Guang, Suma Shi and Oishi. A sense of confidence suddenly emerged in my heart. These three people didn't know what kind of secret skills they had practiced during this period, and their strength suddenly increased greatly. The increase in the strength of his teammates made Leech suddenly suppress his desire to escape. He wanted to give it a try. The cooperation between himself and his three teammates. Can you please bring the Konoha team below? Kill them all. After all, no matter how powerful Shunshen Yuzhen is. Judging from the face he sees now, he looks like a young brat. The magic leech takes it for granted according to common sense. No matter how strong the little devils below are, they probably don't have much experience. Immediately I didn't want to run away. And while he was thinking about these things, Kakashi held the Chidori he developed and rushed in front of him with sparks and lightning. 1. Kakashi used super high speed and pressed Chidori on him before the leech could react. Bang! After a burst of smoke, Kakashi rushed out with Chidori. Damn it, is it a shadow clone? Kakashi felt that he was a bit unlucky and did not directly encounter the original body, but, with Chidori, I am not afraid no matter how many clones I face. With his mind determined, he immediately began to move around in the forest. The Chidori in his hand did what he said, allowing him to quickly kill most of the demon leech's clones. The demon leech's body was behind a tree, looking at Kakashi's performance with a ferocious expression. Another genius? But, don't be too proud. He wants to kill this genius. After all, the fewer geniuses there are in Konoha, the less harm will be done to their Iwagakure. After thinking about it, the magic leech took action. And the magic leech that is Iwagakure Jainin, is indeed not a vegetarian. He commanded the remaining 2 shadow clone to surround Kakashi. He also drew his ninja sword and quietly used earth style to sneak underground. Kakashi saw the 2 clones running out of the forest and didn't take it seriously. He felt that he had tested the level of this Iwa nin. That's it. A pretty average Jainin. This kind of strength is not a threat to him. The Chidori in his hand seemed to hear Kakashi's confidence, and his neighing suddenly became louder. A flash of lightning. Bang, bang. 2 sounds. I saw Kakashi moving at super high speed at this moment. Destroy both of the leech's clones. Kakashi looked slightly relieved after seeing that he had killed all the shadow clone. Right now, the figure of the demon leech emerges from the ground in front of Kakashi. Kid, you are careless. The devil leech laughed ferociously, raised his hand and slashed at Kakashi with his Chunin sword. Damn it! Faced with this unfavorable situation, Kakashi also raised the Chidori in his hand to fight back. But, looking down from the sky, Kakashi's hand didn't seem to be as long as the ninja sword in the magic leech's hand. As we all know, human battles only involve hand-to-hand combat. They are all 1 inch longer and 1 inch stronger. Kakashi was about to be struck first by the demon leech's ninja sword. Call out! Uchiha Yuma appears between the 2. He grabbed Kakashi's waist with one hand. The other hand touched the heart of the devil leech. Chapter 65. Hurrah Kakashi, that's why I said. Uchiha Yuma appeared in an instant and said with a smile, the reason why this technique is immature. As for Yujan, he appeared in front of him and saved that arrogant brat. He also ignored himself and explained what to that brat. Magic Leech's expression suddenly changed. Uchiha Yujan actually has the title of Snapshot, and he appeared in front of him at a speed that he couldn't react to. This is normal. However, this kind of attitude of ignoring oneself seems to treat him as air. Isn't that a bit excessive? Besides, in his understanding as a senior Jainin, no matter how strong a ninja is, even if he is as strong as his own Tsuchikage-sama, if someone is careless, a genin can stab him to death with a kunao. Now, I see Uchiha Yuzen's posture full of flaws after ignoring him. Feeling insulted, he didn't want to miss this good opportunity. The devil leech has made a decision in his heart. With a ferocious roar. Shunshen Yuma, you are so arrogant. Then go to hell. After that, he waved the ninja sword in his hand. The ninja sword slashed towards Yuzhen with a cold light. Regarding this, Uchiha Yuzen sighed. Hey, does an insect always have to scream first before it struggles? The words fell. Violent chakra fluctuations appear on Yuzhen. At this moment, I only saw Yuzhen's hand touching the magic leech. A burst of fiery red light appeared. Click! The burst of red light turned into a giant arm holding up the sky. With a big hand. Phew! The demon leech, the Jainin of Iwagakure, was reduced to a pile of mud. Shua! A rain of blood suddenly bloomed in the field. When the blood rain fell, Kakashi and Yuma were stunned. A hissing sound. Uchiha put away the Susanoo, activated the Flying Thunder God, and took Kakashi back to Obito and Lin. Yuzhen-kun, what is that giant arm? Nohara Lin opened her beautiful eyes and asked Yuzhen. Normally, she is a medical ninja. For these battles ninjutsu, how surprised. You shouldn't ask directly. After all, the battle of ninjas is the battle of intelligence. If there is enough information, even genin can specifically make Jainin suffer. Because of this, she also knew that she couldn't ask Yuzhen what that technique was so straightforwardly. But that fiery red giant arm holding up the sky is really shocking. That kind of physical chakra. Kakashi had the lightning in his hand just now. More surging and powerful. That kind of pure power made her come back to her senses, and she couldn't help but ask Yuzhen. Yuzhen didn't have to hide his doubts about Nohara Rin, it's our Uchiha's divine power, Susanoo. Power of God? Susanoo. Obito exclaimed. As a marginalized person of Uchiha, he didn't know what Susanoo was. However, the powerful fiery red sky-high arm just now shocked him very much. Now, after hearing Yuzhen's explanation, he hurriedly continued, since it is Uchiha's divine power, does that mean that anyone who is Uchiha can use it? He cares about this very much. That power lies in Obito's judgment. Since there are arms, presumably there are 4 limbs in a body. So, doesn't this mean that if it is fully manifested, it will be a giant god holding the sky? Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. At the age of 12, when he thought about this kind of power, he suddenly felt extremely handsome and powerful. If possible, he would also like to have it. Want to have Susanoo? In response to Obito's words, Yuzhen shook his head and laughed, then Obito has to work hard, this power needs Sharingan as the key. He didn't lie to Obito. Susanoo. This power is contained deep in Uchiha's bloodline. It is the embodiment of the ultimate yin-style chakra. And Sharingan is the opposite of Senju, the ultimate yin style. According to Yuzhen's own perception, an Uchiha, as long as the 3 Megatama Sharingan is turned on. In-depth study of the changes in the nature of yin style. When the nature of yin style changes and reaches a certain level, it is also possible to activate Susanoo. At this point, Uchiha Madara from the original world line. Turning on Susanoo in the blind state is proof. Besides, I was able to do it before. After activating the Manjiki Sharingan, you can also use the eyes of the 3 Megatama to activate Susanoo. Yin style's entry takes all the credit. But, for Uchiha, turning on Manjiki is the pinnacle of the change in the nature of yin style. If you activate Susanoo, it will naturally be more convenient to awaken Manjiki Sharingan. And Uchiha Obito heard. After Yuzhen, whom I trust, said this. His expression immediately cheered up, Sharingan, I believe I will wake up soon. By that time, I will definitely learn this technique from brother Yuzhen. Uchiha Yuma as he knows. The strongest Uchiha. Since Susanoo has the reputation of having divine power, it means that he should be Uchiha's strongest power. Then when you have the conditions to use this technique, you should learn from the strongest person. It's time to learn this extremely handsome post-surgery. Your powerful and handsome self will definitely be better than Kakashi. Thereby winning Lin's heart. And when Obito thinks about himself, open the bright future after Sharingan. Kakashi also calmed down his mind. He raised his eyes. He thanked Yuzhen. Thank you, Yuzhen. If it weren't for you, I would have just. Thinking of this, Kakashi gritted his teeth. If Yuzhen hadn't come to the rescue just now, he would definitely have been chopped into 2 pieces by that guy. It's okay Kakashi, you must have listened after this experience, right? Yuzhen waved his hand indifferently to Kakashi's unfinished words. Kakashi was a young man. It's still quite axial. However, as a genius, he is also the fastest to adjust himself. He is absolutely certain and believes this. After all, the genius entry I obtained from him is still helping him to this day. This entry has really strong control over the rhythm of battle. Worthy of being the 50-50 Kakashi. He can participate in Kagaya's battle with his shadow strength. Sure enough, he is not a vegetarian. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded seriously. Don't worry. I promise that this will never happen again in future missions. For Yuzhen, who now surpasses him in every aspect. He is very trusting. Kakashi obeyed his advice. After all, judging from this incident, as soon as he activated Chidori, Yuma could see its shortcomings and can save in time. He who activated the immature technique thought that Yuzhen was more than just him, surpassing him in terms of strength, decisiveness, and resourcefulness. Even his vision as a ninja surpassed his own. You know, I became a ninja at the age of 5. As a ninja, he surpassed Yuzhen. Nowadays, Yuzhen has completely surpassed himself in every aspect. He was extremely convinced. Hearing Kakashi's promise, Uchiha nodded happily. Then let's continue to Kanabi Bridge. Hi. X3. And in Uchiha. After getting rid of the magic leeches, continue to Kanabi Bridge. In a cave. Dashi looked at Huiguang on the side. Chapter 66. He said to the firelight. Madara-sama, the patrol route of that Iwa-nin called Demon Leech seems to be where the Minato squad will pass. Hearing this, Fire. No. He, who should be called Uchiha Madara, turned around. Glancing at it, he used the special Baizetsu that mimicked the transformation together, and said expressionlessly. Hey Ju, don't worry about that little BD, he's already dead. How did Madara-sama know? Baiju asked with some confusion. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was touched on her chest. With a slightly nostalgic expression, he made a sigh of relief. That's because of Hashirama's power. He lets me know things hundreds of kilometers away. Hashirama's power. Special white Zetsu touched his head, and suddenly made a fist with one hand and struck the palm of the other hand. I remember, sir, I have integrated Senju Hashirama's power, and it has been activated a long time ago. The Eye of Reincarnation. This is exactly the reason. Uchiha Madara said with a happy face, I am integrated with Hashirama, and it is easy to use Senju's Kagura Mind Eyes. Kagura Heart's Eye, sensing ninjutsu as Senju of the forest and whirlpool. Uchiha Madara was an old enemy for more than 10 years before the founding of Konoha. It's so familiar. And for Madara, who let Hashirama blend into his body from his heart. Senju Tobirama's kind of sensory ninjutsu that even rats can activate. He and Hashirama are perfectly integrated and have the same technique. It's normal. Just now within my range of perception, the chakra like the devil leech has disappeared. On the other hand, Uchiha Yuma, that guy is really not to be underestimated. Can it be sensed from such a distance? What an exaggeration! Special White Zetsu said with a bit of stupor, but why does Uchiha Yuzhen comment like this? That guy used Susanoo, and I'm very familiar with this Susanoo technique. Uchiha Madara looked stern. However, as the initiator of Manjiki, it's not unusual to use Susanoo. What's strange is that guy's chakra amount, it's so abnormal. Abnormal. Yes, it is abnormal. His chakra capacity actually reached the same level as when I founded Konoha. This is not common sense. Uchiha Madara is a little shocked by this. An ordinary Manjiki, why does the body contain the amount of chakra? Will it be almost the same as when I opened the Eye of Eternity? Abnormal. Abnormal without a doubt. And this anomaly is as mindless as Obito who didn't choose it himself. Must be killed. However, his first goal now is to find an heir. Obito is his target. To this end, there is no room for failure in this operation. Madara made a decision at this moment. That is, after the heir is settled, he will definitely arrive at the earliest possible time. Activate the last afterglow and fight to the death Uchiha Yuma. Black Zetsu is still monitoring them. I'm going to take action too. Madara waved her hand, gesturing for White Zetsu to follow him. Let's go, White Zetsu. Obito is still waiting for us. Woolen cloth. Yes. Madara-sama. Several people from the Minato class, in the next 2 days. Carefully lurking behind enemy lines, slowly heading towards Kanabi Bridge. Advance this important supply line of Iwagakur. After passing a trap, several people found a place to rest for a while. After a while, Uchiha Yuzhen opened the map and pointed at the route on the map. He said to the three friends who were paying attention, "There are still about 100 kilometers to reach the mission target. Calculated by the distance of our ninjas, we can reach it in half a day." Having said this, he raised his eyes and solemnly continued, "Since the mission is the key to reversing the war, we need to start discussing the battle plan." During this period of time, Uchiha Yuzhen even swelled a little due to the increase in strength. However, reason has not left him. As a fairly cautious person, he knew very well. Strategically, you can defy the enemy, but in terms of specific tactics, even the slightest carelessness will not work. "You are so reliable, Yuzhen-kun." Nohara Lin sighed with a smile. "Thank you, Rin-chan, for your compliment." Then, when Uchiha Yu really wanted to say a specific battle plan, two strong chakra suddenly appeared within his range of perception. One of the chakra, although it feels a bit old-fashioned, but that surging fighting spirit and killing intent, and that overwhelming strength. Who is it? Who is it? There is such an outrageous amount of chakra. Could it be? As if thinking of something, Yuzhen glanced at Obito. "Is it you? Uchiha Madara? The strongest person alive today can surpass the tailed beast with the amount of chakra. I guess it's just you." At this moment, Yuzhen, who had some guesses, made a gesture. When the three friends saw this gesture, their expressions immediately became stern. That gesture. As ninjas, they all know it clearly. It's a sign of enemy attack. What's going on? Are we exposed? Kakashi was a little confused. That's right. I sensed a strong chakra, clearly coming towards us. Yuzhen responded to Kakashi's doubts calmly. Hearing this, Kakashi felt something was wrong even more. No. Even if we were exposed, how did they know we were here? After all, it stands to reason. Their infiltration is perfect. They killed the Iwanin they met before neatly. Then he rushed over without stopping. It makes no sense. Iwagakur and the others will be able to react. Hang them. And even if exposed, Uchiha Yuma has strong sensory abilities. Never miss any nearby surveillance. How did the enemy know where he and others were? Is this? I don't know. Uchiha Yuzhen sighed. However, the opponent is too fast. He should have flown over. Let's be ready to fight. This is a lie. Uchiha Yuma for the team. Why it was locked in position has already been speculated. It's you. Black Zetsu. It's definitely him. Only this Kagaya's third son. Able to hide itself and hover near the ninja clan without being discovered by Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Only by bewitching Indra's existence can he hide it from his own perception. Yuzhen was very helpless about this. After all, he still had a rough understanding of Indra's deeds from the original work. As the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, he wants to inherit the existence of ninja sect. Before the inheritance rights were obtained, he definitely lived with his father. And even a strong man like Tsutsuki Hago Romo cannot discover the surroundings of his son. There are people with ulterior motives like this. It's even less likely that you'll discover it yourself. Damn it! Such an accident would occur during this mission? Wrong. This is no accident. Yuzhen had a flash of inspiration, and her heart sank slightly. He remembered. In the original world line, the Battle of Kanabi Bridge is all kinds of unnatural. Why Obito? Will he be rescued by Madara? Why Obito? He was pinned behind a rock and no one helped him collect his body? With the bond between him and Kakashi, it is absolutely impossible for Kakashi and Lin not to restrain Obito's corpse. What's more? Why did Madara directly confirm that Obito was the heir the first time she met him? Unnatural. These are so unnatural. All of this, if we follow normal reasoning. It should be Madara. I've already fallen in love with Obito. The entire Minato class is a breeding ground for Obito Manjiki. It's all part of Madara's plan. Therefore, Obito was just right and half of his body was not crushed. Therefore, Obito's body was not restrained by chance. That's why Obito experienced everything after losing him. And now, because of its own existence, it is a huge interferon. I think it's because of this. Will Madara decide to take action herself? Is this because you want to eliminate yourself, the biggest disturbing factor? If so, just let your horse come over. Yuzhen laughed ferociously and stared ahead. What is the condition of Uchiha Madara? Today he want to taste it. Chapter 67. Regarding Uchiha Madara's attack, Yuzhen never thought of escaping. Now with his strength, he can deal with an Uchiha Laodan whose eyes are not his own. I thought it was easy to catch. Even if he has 3 oil bottles, he can still do it. Thinking of this, Uchiha picked up a piece of dead tree on the ground. Immediately after, Yuzhen drew out his ninja sword. The cold light shone a few times, and the dead branches suddenly turned into 3 wooden signs. Yuzhen grabbed the wooden sign, and violent chakra fluctuations appeared in his hand. Amidst the buzzing sound, the 3 wooden signs instantly. It's like turning into emerald green and transparent jade. This is the protection amulet I made, you all take it. Yuzhen handed the 3 amulets to Kakashi and the others. This amulet was created by him using the ability of chakra compilation to the 3 wooden tablets. Enter the art of wood clone. Uchiha is Senju's 1000-year-old enemy. Wood style is separated by tens or hundreds of years. The power will appear in Senju. Very detailed records. The Uchiha who own Sharingan have copied the related Indian styles for thousands of years. It's just that there is no relevant blood inheritance limit, so it can't be activated. However, these records are all cheap to Yuzhen. Now, Uchiha Yu really feels that there is a black Zetsu in the dark, as insurance. He gave it directly to 3 friends. 1 person and 1 clone amulet. The 3 of them took the emerald green amulet, but it was different from the blank expressions on Lin and Obito's faces. Kakashi, who has great eyesight and experience, received this amulet and sensed the huge chakra in it, and his expression suddenly froze. He held the amulet tightly and asked solemnly, "What is this?" "Everyone, take this insurance." Uchiha Yuzhen's face straightened. After all, the enemies we face next cannot be careless at all. Is the enemy that strong? After Kakashi put away the amulet, his expression became more and more serious. How strong is Uchiha Yuma? As a genius Genin, he is the only person present except himself. The person with the most say. To put it bluntly, in his opinion, Yuzhen is no longer weaker than Mr. Minato. Or, it may even be beyond that in terms of strength. After all, as the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Manjiki Sharingan. I think it is extremely strong. Otherwise, Uchiha would not be the ninja giant that has been competing for 1 and 2 in the ninja world for thousands of years. Yes, in my perception system, the intruder is very difficult. Can you win? Ha 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 ha, don't worry Kakashi, now I'm super strong. Yuzhen turned his head, his face filled with confidence. The next battle, I will win. Didn't make them wait any longer. After a cup of tea, a flash of blue light in the sky. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, accompanied by the roaring air waves. That blue light! It exploded right in front of Uchiha and the others. Boom boom boom! The blast of air surged towards Yuzhen and the others with overwhelming force. It's a lie. Ninjas of this level really exist in Iwagakure village. No Harurin broke into a cold sweat, opened her eyes wide, and looked ahead in shock. Rin-chan. No matter how strong the enemy is, I will protect you. Obito adjusted his goggles, gritted his teeth and walked to Nohara-rin. Kakashi said nothing, and activated the protective ninjutsu with a calm expression. Earth-style wall. Amidst the rumbling sound, a wall of rock and earth appeared in front of several people. The dog heads on the wall faced the powerful air wave with a calm expression. Boom! The earth flow wall perfectly defended against this terrifying air wave. At this time, a reassuring voice came. Everyone, please rest assured. I will deal with this enemy. As the captain and the strongest person present, Yuzhen walked out without hesitation. I saw Uchiha Yuma's eyes drooping. The magnificent fiery red eyes suddenly lit up. Complex and dangerous patterns bloomed in those beautiful eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma who has confirmed who is coming. I don't dare to boast at all. He opened Manjiki Sharingan directly and stared straight ahead. Not long after, the smoke dissipated ahead. Two figures appeared. Hey! Those eyes, are you Uchiha Yuma? Uchiha Madara, who had a fire face, stared at Yuma's eyes, a little surprised. The color of your eyes seems to be a little different. In Madara's understanding, among the Uchiha clan, no matter who it is, the awakened Sharingan is scarlet. The boy in front of him actually had vibrant, fiery red eyes. It is truly an anomaly. Even the color of the eyes is abnormal. That's right, I am Uchiha Yuma. After responding to the guy in front of him, Yuma asked in a deep voice, I have already reported my name, please tell me who you are. Yuzhen already knew the identity of the person in front of him, but he couldn't tell it so straightforwardly. After all, the source of intelligence is difficult to explain. If you want to know who I am. Madara laughed ferociously, then you have to use your own skills to please me. The words suddenly fell. Boom! Uchiha Madara moved forward in an instant. And seeing the enemy in front of me, attacking him at a fast speed. Yuzhen said calmly, I am going to deal with this guy, and you will deal with the rest of the enemies. Yuzhen's idea is simple. He wants to use his powerful pupil technique to kill Uchiha Madara at first sight. Then quickly come over to support this side. If you really wants to come, there is no problem for the three of Kakashi to stick to this amount of time. Yuzhen just finished speaking. There was a loud bang. Uchiha Yuzhen and the attacker immediately fought hand to hand. There was a BG sound. Both used physical skills to hit from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The three Kakashi people left on the field all looked seriously at the honest-faced enemy in front of them. Obito, Lin. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, get ready to fight. Hi! X2. In the forest, two galloping figures collided with each other. Suddenly, a ray of light glowed around a figure. 8 gates Dungia gate of view open. Yuzhen shouted, raising a fist containing boundless power in his hand. He blasted towards the surprised enemy in front of him. Bang! Uchiha Madara was caught off guard by Yuma who instantly activated the 8 gates armor. Unable to react, he was blown away in the blink of an eye. Click, click, click. Madara, who finally stopped her figure with her feet, looked at the arrogant Uchiha in front of her. My heart is filled with admiration. Boy! I admit, in terms of physical skills, you are indeed above me. However, it is impossible for a ninja to only have taijutsu. Chapter 68. After the words fell, Uchiha Madara formed a yin seal. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. At this moment, Uchiha Yuzhen only saw 6 dragons of powerful fire, flying into the sky. With the scorching heat, it attacked him with bared teeth and claws. Yuzhen is no stranger to this technique. This technique belongs to the Dragon Flame series of Uchiha tradition. It is a technique that gathers a large amount of chakra in the body and highly compresses it to form a fire dragon. And he knows very well how difficult this technique is. Not to mention how powerful this technique is. You can also freely control the fire dragon to attack the enemy. This technique focuses more on power and accuracy than attack range. Seeing those 6 flying dragons, he will be devoured with the fangs of flames. Uchiha Yuma raised her right hand. Waves of faint blue chakra appear on the right hand. A ninjutsu competition? You have found the wrong opponent. Yuzhen sighed. For this technique, Yuzhen has already thought of a way to deal with it. As his mind moved, he held the chakra in his hand. Fire-style red spider. A 30-meter-sized flaming spider took shape instantly. When the molten spider faced the dragon of fire in the sky, its abdomen shrank slightly. Boo-hoo! The flaming spider webs covering the sky and the earth were closing in on the 6 fire dragons. Amidst the raging sound of burning, the spiders and fire dragons colliding with each other were fighting fiercely. After a while, the 2 fire monsters that collided disappeared one after another. Well done, kid! Madara praised Yuzhen's fire-style skills. You know, he is a strong man who has dominated the world for decades. Still Uchiha Yuzhen can be on par with him at this age. It's really amazing. However, what really shocked him from the bottom of his heart was this guy's fire style. If Sharingan wasn't blind, was it a direct creation, right? Madara was surprised and couldn't help but continue to ask, how did you do it? Hearing this, Uchiha shook his head and laughed, I'm sorry, I don't have the hobby of explaining my abilities. Just kidding, in this ninja world. The battle is the battle of intelligence. No matter how powerful the technique is, as long as the information is leaked, ninjas can learn from. There are as many ninjutsu as there are stars, find a way to deal with them. What's more, he remembers. Regardless of whether you are a villain or a decent person, as long as you use Shikai to talk about your abilities, 80% of them will end in defeat. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Uchiha Yuzhen looked stern. In a serious tone, he asked the enemy in front of him knowingly, I will say it one more time, tell me your name. The unknown strong man. Ha! I told you, if you want to know my name, you have to show your ability to make me happy. Madara laughed ferociously, it's not enough at this level. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen drew his ninja sword. Step forward, bend down, and raise the knife to straighten your eyebrows. The faint blue sword light. Yuma's fiery eyes lit up. The intertwining of green light and fiery red light makes Yuzhen, who looks serious, look Kamui majestic at this moment. He didn't want to say more about Madara's hidden attitude. Such a condescending attitude is really annoying. Yuzhen's eyes trembled slightly, and his pupils began to burn. This unpleasant arrogance, please surrender completely. As soon as Yuzhen finished speaking, there was a burst of white gold sword light on the ninja sword. Seeing this, Madara, who thought that Uchiha was really going to fight, looked tense. He was about to take a defensive stance when he suddenly realized. It seems like I am flying. Uchiha Madara, who was floating in the air, saw from the corner of his eye that his lower body was lying on the ground. Poof! Uchiha Madara's upper body also fell to the ground. At this moment, Baizetsu's mimic transformation could no longer be maintained. His appearance that borrowed the fire light fell off in an instant. He has returned to his old self. However, Madara doesn't care about this at this moment. He covered his mouth and nose and a large stream of blood came out, and asked with difficulty. Cough, cough, what a sinister, boy. That is your eyesight skill just now, right? In response to Uchiha Madara's inquiry, Yuzhen sneered. I told you, don't try to steal my information. We are ninjas, not samurai. Also, lying on the ground looking like a wild dog is really suitable for you. Uchiha Madara. In fact, it's about how you do this. The reason is very simple. He lowered his alertness by activating the Ichimokuren. He felt that it was still not safe. He raised the ninja sword in a pretentious manner and used the sword light blessed by Tien Kanjiun on the ninja sword as a cover-up. And then really, the sword light that cuts through everything comes from the eyes. Under these various factors, even Uchiha Madara has experienced many battles. He also followed his own path. And heard Uchiha you really laugh. Uchiha Madara squinted slightly. Kid, you don't think you have won, do you? Hearing this, Yuzhen sneered, how is it possible? The battle has just begun. Do you think you can deceive me? You used Izanaga's guise. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground and turned into two parts, frowned. Wow! After this noise, Madara's remains on the ground disappeared like a bubble in a dream. When did you find out? Uchiha Madara's figure came out from the other side, the fact that I used Izanagi. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's figure seems to be miraculously intact. No. His left eye turned grey. At this moment, he was filled with emotion towards Uchiha Yuma. As the saying goes, seeing is worth hearing 100 times. Uchiha, this little brat, has always lived in his intelligence. He knows this kid is very strong. But, how strong is it? He doesn't know. However, after today, he knew very deeply how strong the kid in front of him was. My current self. Even if you can only use 50% of your strength. Even if you were just a little careless about this kid's eye skills just now. But, if you lose, you lose. In one-on-one, Izanaga took the lead in using himself. Just lose. Also, this brat actually kept his cool even when he was cut into two pieces. No carelessness. It's really valuable. But thinking of the white gold sword light he saw just now, Madara sneered inwardly. Kid, I've seen through your pupil skills. Next, just suffer death obediently. And for Uchiha Madara's inquiry, the corners of Yuzhen's mouth curved into a mocking arc. When did I find out? Of course, when you were still in your mother's belly. Hearing Yuzhen's sarcasm, Madara raised her eyebrows. He laughed ferociously, kid. I hope you will still be tough talking next time. After saying that, Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands. The violent chakra surged over him and burned. Seeing this, Yuzhen's expression tightened. He knew that the temptation was over. Next. It's time for everyone to use their true skills. Chapter 69. Uchiha Madara, who made a hand seal, her eyes slightly condensed. In an instant, the chakra flames burning around him instantly turned into blue chakra masses. That lump. In the sound of whistling, it instantly grew into a towering giant. A moment later, the majestic blue giant stood on the earth. Hey, 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 what's going on with Susanoo, who is over 100 meters tall? Uchiha Yuzhen opened his eyes wide, and he was shocked by Uchiha Madara's strength. She knew Uchiha Madara's strength and was able to survive in a blind state. Unlock Susanoo, who is taller than the tailed beast. But this kind of Susanoo is only as complete as he was in his prime. What's going on with the smaller half? Uchiha Madara stood between the eyebrows of the blue giant god, looking at Uchiha Yuzhen with a look of shock below. Seeing Yuzhen's shocked expression, Madara felt extremely happy in her heart. I finally saw the surprised expression on the brat in front of me. What's wrong, brat? Look at your expression, don't say you're scared. Yuzhen didn't take Uchiha Madara's ridicule seriously. I was indeed surprised. This guy's Susanoo is too big. But, the reason for my surprise is this. This Lao Deng, according to his age, is already half buried in the earth. To be able to activate Susanoo on such a scale. At this moment, Yuzhen thought of Uchiha Madara, when she just fought with him. That skin seems a little abnormal during the day. I see. At this moment, an idea flashed in Yuzhen's mind. He understood that the old guy in front of him could do all this. when I was competing with myself in physical skills just now. Logically speaking, if it comes into contact with yourself, there should be corresponding entries that can be extracted by yourself. But at that time, I didn't see any light of the entry. If I guessed correctly, the old guy's skin was unusually white. It's a special Baiju. In the original world line, this white Zetsu can possess Obito instead and become Obito's wood-style armor. It can also make up for Obito's missing half of his body, giving him huge vitality. At the same time, he was also given the blood inheritance limit of wood style. Come to think of it, the Uchiha Madara in front of me is also like this. Relying on Baiju's whole body, relying on its strong vitality, dance again. No wonder I didn't get the corresponding entry. After all, when Madara, wrapped in Baizetsu, competes with her own physical skills, it's not like being touched by yourself at all. Wanting to understand Yuzhen here, he directly cut off the thoughts in his heart. The battle at hand is more important. There is no other way, if I don't try my best. On Kakashi's side, who knows how long they can hold on. After thinking about it, Uchiha Yuzhen's expression became serious. Am I afraid? Are you kidding, Madara? Open your eyes and see what level my power has reached. Manjiki Sharingan moved in his eyes. A huge chakra mass also appeared instantly. It wasn't over yet, huge amounts of natural energy were swallowed up by Yuzhen. The natural energy in his body is transformed into Sage Jutsu Chakra. This special chakra turns into mysterious patterns and adheres to the body of Susanoo, who is about to take shape. I feel like my Sage Jutsu Chakra still has some energy left. Yuzhen laughed ferociously. To be honest, if you use that move, it should be really fun. The moment the heart moves it will and the words fall. The terrifying Sage Jutsu Chakra. Zi Yuzhen's body started to ignite. Receiving the influence of this chakra, huge green trees burst out of the ground in an instant. Following the guidance of Yuma's thoughts, these trees seemed to turn into Susanoo's flesh and blood. The fiery red giant with a certain sense of transparency has been enriched. Click, click. It didn't take long for a majestic giant who was only 30 meters shorter than Madara's Susanoo. Just appeared in this world. Wood style? What's going on? Madara looked stern when she saw Yuzhen using wood style. Uchiha knows wood style? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this kid swallowed Hashirama's cells just like me? No. Probably not. Hashirama's cell experiments have not been going smoothly in Konoha. As long as Yuzhen has a sound mind, he will never touch this thing. However, these doubts should wait until Heiju is sent to investigate in the future. What he has to face now is Uchiha Yuma, who is not weak at all. Don't be careless. After thinking about it, Madara cut off the thoughts in her heart and stared at the enemy in front of her. Hey? My own Susanoo is not as good as mine, so I turned the Susanoo into armor and put it on the wooden golem. Uchiha Madara commented with some boredom, then use Sage Mode to increase the intensity? Genius? Such an idea! At this moment, Madara's mind was filled with one thought. Why didn't I think of Susanoo? Can it also be put on wooden golem or wooden Buddha? If only I could cooperate with Hashirama like this before, how wonderful it would be. However, this kid gave me inspiration. Let your eyes no longer be limited to 9 tails. However, at this stage, my body is a bit old. The wood style with yang style as the core is activated, but it is not enough. It will also damage your remaining lifespan. However, these can all be operated after you are resurrected. Next, let me see. This wooden golem plus Susanoo, plus the power of Sage Mode. Is it strong or not? At this moment, the two people, both living between the giant god's brows, looked at each other. Sharingan time passed by both sides, and Fei Ran's killing intent continued to flow. Chiang! Bang! The embodied fighting swords were all pulled out by the opposing giant. The two killing intents in this world are like dragons and tigers meeting, creating confrontation and fusion. Under the sky shrouded in murderous intent, Kakashi and the others felt their hair stand on end. Is that Umakun's Susanoo, in its fully unfolded posture? No Harurin looked at the distance with a shocked expression, at the two giant gods, one green and one red. The towering bodies of both sides are both over 100 meters tall. Although the enemy's blue warrior giant is a little taller than Umakun's. But Umakun's Susanoo seems to be more realistic? No Harurin, who was feeling a little upset, suddenly let out a helpless groan. Yuzhen-kun should be able to win, right? And why does the opponent also know this technique? Isn't this the secret technique of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that the person opposite is also an Uchiha? Lin. Don't think too much, let's focus on the enemy in front of us. At this time, Obito should logically jump, but no Harurin remained calm. For brother Yuma, Susanoo is fully revealed. It's impossible for him not to be surprised. How could this extremely handsome technique in his heart reach such a high level? Thinking about it makes him very excited. As for the opponent also having this technique, is it Uchiha? He didn't care much. After all, it can be said that brother Yuzhen grew up in his eyes. That outrageous growth rate. Even he, who doesn't like to think too much, knows. Brother Yuzhen is a monster among monsters. It's impossible for this kind of monster to lose. Obito is right, we have to focus on the enemy in front of us. Kakashi agreed with Obito. I don't really want to explain Lin's shocking words. In Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha possesses the Flying Thunder God technique style. It's possible that we can't win. But there is absolutely no possibility of losing. After all, there is really no way to win. Uchiha Yuzhen can completely lead them and use the Flying Thunder God to perform a victorious transition. After all, this weirdo in front of me doesn't seem to be very easy to get along with. Kakashi looked at the silent white weirdo in front of him, and his alert cells felt something was wrong. On Kakashi's side, both sides were wary of each other. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, two giant gods, one green and one red, appeared. Already in close combat. Chapter 70. Uchiha Yuma stood between Susanoo's eyebrows, looking extremely serious. Madara's power was beyond his expectation. Even if I had known earlier, Madara's Susanoo was one of the reincarnations of Indra in the past. They are all extremely powerful ones. However, being so strong is a bit outrageous. You know, the current me has already added Sage Jutsu Chakra and Wood Style. This 3-in-1 powerful Susanoo is only about 30 meters shorter than his opponent in terms of size. This height, for the two Susanoos that are now revealed, it doesn't affect anything at all. Logically speaking, I should be stronger. However, the current situation is that I have not gotten any advantage at all. It seems to confirm Uchiha Yuzhen's thoughts. Bang! The fiery red and green warrior giants collided with each other several more times. I only saw it, even with the blessing of Xian Li Wood Style. Uchiha Yuma and Susanoo also failed to overwhelm the opponent. Tisk! It's really troublesome. Yuchen said in surprise and raised his hands. Buzz! Both his hands were ablaze with chakra. All I saw was that the 3 Megatamarunes were constantly flashing in this chakra. Drink! Yuzhen shouted and waved his hands. Chakra balls with runes were continuously shot out of his hands. These chakras are all under its control. In the blink of an eye, it flew across the entire world. You kid, you think you can use some tricks? Uchiha Madara, who was crossing his arms between the Saiyan giant's brows, felt a little surprised. You still haven't understood that Susanoo's performance is due to me. Advantage. As for how strong his Susanoo is, as the initiator, he is very clear. Even if it's not my own eyes that I'm using now. But after awakening the eye of reincarnation, I have all kinds of power in my body. It won't disappear. As a force formed by the mixture of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The power of all things is even more powerful than my original pure and authentic yin-style chakra. Even though I am very old now, even my teeth are beginning to loosen, which in turn causes the aging of my face. It can be said that half of the foot has stepped into the coffin. However, as long as the power of the universe is still there, he is currently the strongest being in the ninja world. After all, the strength he can use now is only 50% of what he was in his heyday. This 50%. It is 50% of his own strength after awakening the Samsara Eye. Instead of before, it is still 50% of the Eternal Eye state. The Samsara Eye and the Eternal Manjaki Sharingan are 2 realms. Of course. My own Susanoo, blessed by the power of the universe. Even facing Susanoo of the same height, or the same strength, you can fight and win. And the brat in front of him is blessed by various abilities. Able to fight like this with 50% of my own strength. It can be said to be incredibly strong. However, given Madara's temper, he would not say these amazing words. As a standard Uchiha, Madara cares about face very seriously. As for him who cares about face, he will only make a mocking sound. If I have the upper hand in terms of performance, then you kid can't think of a way. Your companions will all be killed by my subordinates. Madara still trusts Black Zetsu and that special White Zetsu. As an extension of his own will, Heiju's control of the battle situation should be almost the same as his own. And the special White Zetsu, as a biological weapon he developed based on Hashirama's characteristics. In terms of ability, putting aside the absolutely strong investigative capabilities, the fighting power is also quite sharp. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzhen frowned in front of Susanoo's eyebrows. He didn't take Madara's mocking words seriously. When fighting, talk trash to affect the opponent's mentality. This is normal operation. But, as Madara said later, if I don't get it done quickly, Kakashi and the others really won't be able to hold on for long. And I also sensed that something was not good about Kakashi and the others. Especially Obito. Chakra actually became cold and passionate. And that feeling of worry, determination, and wanting to protect something. Awakened Sharingan? Thinking of this, Yuzhen carefully sensed Nohara-Lin's situation. Move as your heart pleases. Yuzhen immediately turned his attention to the perception system. When Nohara-Lin's somewhat silent chakra fluctuations were captured by Yuzhen, he will understand. The 3 of Kakashi must be in crisis. Just as Yuzhen perceived. The battlefield on Kakashi's side has undergone drastic changes. Originally, Kakashi and Obito both responded to Baizetsu's attack in tacit understanding. The 2 people, who have an extraordinary bond, face the wood style that Baiju shows up. They all faced it together calmly. Wood style really surprised them both, but they care about their partners. Judo suppressed his surprise. Use all your energy to deal with the guy in front of you. Call out. Obito jumped up high and switched places with Kakashi. The moment he landed, his slightly bulging lips were filled with flames. Obito, who has a good combat IQ, has already formed the fire style seal in the air. Fire style great fireball technique. Obito spat out the hot chakra gathered in his mouth. This ball of fire carries scorching heat and huge impact. Blast towards the enemy in front. As for Baizetsu who faced this technique, he saw that it was the technique of great fireball. I laughed immediately. Not bad technique. As a tactical fire style, it is perfect. Baiju sighed and slapped the ground. Puff, puff. The ground rippled instantly, and huge green trees burst out of the ground in an instant. Boom! The ball of fire collided with the power of the trees. The impact of the great fireball caused fragments of wood to fly all over the place. Right now, when all parties are blocked by these flying sawdust, behind Nohara-Lin, a handsome ninja figure quietly appeared. Crack! Obito! Kakashi. Nohara-Lin noticed that she had a hand on her shoulder, and was about to call Obito and Kakashi to her. He was instantly controlled by a strong chakra. Hehe. If you two want this little girl not to be harmed. The secretive Heiju succeeded in the sneak attack and said proudly, just surrender and capture her. Rin. Obito opened his eyes wide and looked at the black Zetsu who kidnapped Nohara-Lin. Damn guy, let me go. Under the violent mood swings, Obito felt. My eyesight seems to have been improved. All the subtle movements of the BD who kidnapped Lin seemed to be reflected in his own eyes. Hey? This kid wakes up with 2 Megatama. Black Zetsu looked at the Sharingan in Obito's eyes in surprise. Suddenly I felt that this guy Madara was worthy of being the patriarch of Uchiha. Judgment of Sharingan literacy of Uchiha, so accurate. However, this is also good. A person like Obito, who has a bad mind but strong Sharingan qualities, is perfect to become a chess piece. Thinking that his friend was in crisis, Uchiha finally made up his mind. When he got along with the 3 Kakashi, he really had feelings. And the clones I gave to my friends didn't seem to be very safe. What's more, I want to change their sad fate in the original world line. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes fiercely. Pupil power began to burn violently in the eye sockets. 2 lines of blood and tears. It slowly flowed down. One eye connected, the sky follows the clouds. Maximum effort. Chapter 71. Uchiha Madara saw the look of the brat opposite. Immediately I knew that I was going to fight myself tooth and nail. The 3 Megatama Sharingan in Madara's eyes quickly rotated. For that one. The white gold sword light that can cut through everything. Madara thought it didn't matter, he was in his heart before. Self-confidence has seen through everything in this pupil technique. That pupil technique is just like Amaterasu, even though it has terrifying lethality. But, as long as you don't get hit, that's fine. As for the speed of this sword light pupil technique. What if it's faster than Amaterasu? Very simple. No matter how fast the pupil technique is, it must be through the focusing of vision. As an apex ninja, Madara considers herself to be very sensitive to the enemy's vision. As long as you notice the opposite right eye, just focus on him and avoid it. Today, Madara uses all her strength to drive her remaining right eye. I just want to capture the trajectory of the boy's final pupil power in front of me. After all, in his eyes, the so-called pupil power is special chakra. And chakra, Sharingan's insight is impossible to miss. What's more, since he awakened the Samsara Eye, the power of all things in his body. Let this Sharingan not belong to you, even if the Manjaki Sharingan is not turned on. Its insight and dynamic capture capabilities also surpass the realm of ordinary 3 Megatama. However, Ban now senses something is wrong. He opened his eyes wide, but did not see any special pupil power coming towards him. But this is the biggest anomaly. The left eye of the kid in front of me was filled with blood and tears. It's not a lie. Right now, a chill came from the bottom of my heart. Is there any crisis coming? Madara's expression at this moment could be described as frosty. Let me see what's going on. Madara was not kept waiting long. Only the right eye of Uchiha is seen. A large amount of platinum sword light burst out. The cold light of platinum is under the control of Yujan. Slowly integrated into the weapon in Susanoo's hand. Buzz. An inexplicable sound sounded from the sword held by Susanoo. This moment, the sharp sword held by Susanoo turned into the red gold divine sword. This was not over yet, Uchiha Yuzhen shouted, Sage Art Wind of the Netherworld. On Susanoo's armor, there were runes containing immortal power. In an instant, light bloomed. Boom! The light instantly turned into a violent blue divine wind, wrapping around Susanoo's body. This sage jutsu was formed by Yuma's sage art blessing with wind release and pressure. When the red gold divine sword is in hand, the cyan divine wind surrounds it. Uchiha Yuma immediately unleashed cruel malice towards Uchiha Madara. This malice stung Madara's skin. Trouble. I didn't expect that his pupil technique can be used like this. Uchiha Madara watched Yuzhen's operation. His expression suddenly became a little heavy. That white gold sword light technique was actually able to wrap around Susanoo. It was beyond his imagination. But, this kid. Madara looked at the bloodstains on Uchiha Yuma's face, and looked at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo. He immediately sneered. After today, he will no longer pose a threat. Next, I will try to see how far he can achieve his final swan song. In Madara's eyes, Yuzhen used his power like this. After this war, my eyesight was definitely not much better. Even if this kid is pregnant with wood style, he doesn't like it. After all, in Madara's eyes. Without him, he passed the Gedo statue, a special white zetsu concocted with Hashirama cells. Ordinary Manjiki Sharingan owners will become blind sooner or later as long as they use their pupil power. Right now. Boom! Susanoo, holding the red gold divine sword, crossed over in an instant. With the help of the divine wind, the red giant became extremely light. He raised his sword and struck at the green giant. And knowing that Yushin Susanoo, the spiritual weapon in his hand, blessed the eye technique that can cut off all things. How could Uchiha Madara possibly compete with him stupidly? Tear. A look behind the Saiyan giant. A pair of wings appears. With a flutter of its wings, the Saiyan giant immediately flew into the sky. Just dodged the slashing attack of the red giant. At this moment, a scene that shocked Madara happened right before his eyes. Call out! Next to the Saiyan giant in the sky, a red giant appeared instantly. What? Seeing this, Madara was a little surprised. How did you suddenly appear here? Hearing this, Yuzhen felt that he had not responded to the enemy as necessary. His thoughts moved. The red giant god held a red gold divine sword and shone in the air more than 10 times. After dozens of red gold cold light trails passed. Wow! The Saiyan giant was turned into pieces. The physical chakra that makes up Susanoo is like broken glass. It fills the sky here. Uchiha Madara felt unbelievable. He just saw Susanoo, who was as big as his opponent, used Flying Thunder God? What's going on? At this time, the power of all things in Madara's body trembled slightly. Click! This power within the body seemed to have broken something. At this moment, Madara noticed the chakra clump flying in the sky. When I saw the 3 Megatamaroon engravings emerging from the chakra mass, Madara suddenly understood. So the chakra mass that was thrown out at that time was the same thing as the Flying Thunder God Kunao? Damn it! Did you get hit by genjutsu? I always seemed to not care about this before. Madara's face looked a little ugly, and he suspected that he had been hit by genjutsu. However, when I think of the power of all things in my body just now, something seems to have been broken. Only then did he notice everything that he had ignored before. Thinking of this, Madara glanced at Yuzhen with her peripheral vision. I pondered in my heart. Is it another pupil technique? Just as Madara thought. Uchiha Yuma activated his Ichimokuren, causing Madara to ignore the chakra clump that he had thrown out in front of him. Yuzhen couldn't help it, when he activated Ichimokuren. I thought about winning directly. However, Tongli's reaction told him. If you don't exert enough force, you can't overthrow it. That's why I let the pupil technique weaken Madara's alertness at that time. Let him pay the price of using Izanagi. Just now, he was just repeating his old tricks. And the runes in that mass are his Flying Thunder God's seal. This is possible thanks to the special effects in Satsuki's entry, Chakra Compilation. Ignore the chakra clump with the Flying Thunder God rune on duty. He used the sky and clouds that cut off all things to make him retreat into the air. Immediately afterwards, he was Flying Thunder God, Susanoo and Amon Kanjayun hit the target with consecutive slashes. Yuma looked at the surprised Uchiha Madara in the air, smiling proudly. The following is when I accept the fruits of victory. As he finished speaking, the divine wind surrounding Susanoo's body trembled slightly. Click! The red-gold divine sword in the giant god's hand turned into fragments, integrated into the divine wind. At this moment, the natural energy moved slightly. A stream of information poured into Yuzhen's heart from between heaven and earth. Following this inexplicable message, Yuzhen sang loudly. O Tien Kanjiun, quickly ravage the enemy with your overbearing divine wind. Buzz! A moment. The divine wind containing immortal power was immediately dyed orange, blue, and gold by the clouds in the sky. The blue-gold kamikaze seemed to have wisdom, and responded to Yuzhen with spontaneous actions. The divine wind gently caressed the place where Uchiha Madara was. Amidst the whistling sound, Uchiha Madara couldn't react in time and turned into pieces. After a while, Yuma dismissed Susanoo and reached out to take the broken pieces brought by the kamikaze. When I took the broken pieces, the light of the entry flashed. One share only. A dazzling red light that Yuma could see appear on the spot. Chapter 72. Indra, Red, this is the name of God. If you have him, you will have everything. Effect. Every time you break an obstacle in front of you, you will gain a certain amount of luck. When you need it, you can directly turn these fortunes into unparalleled strong luck to bless yourself. The strong luck of the Ningtian Emperor will be ineffective when facing Asura. What's going on with this entry? Uchiha looked at the explanation of this entry in shock. Among the red entries of Uchiha Madara just now, this entry is just the brightest one. I originally thought that as Madara who has opened the reincarnation eye, the brightest red entry. It should be the entry for Samsara Eye. He was still thinking that if he got the entry for the Samsara Eye, he would be able to reach the sky in one step. Evolve directly from Manjaki Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Who knew that Uchiha Madara had the brightest red entry? It's actually this. However, obtaining this entry seems to be the optimal solution. How to describe the effect of this entry? It's absolutely strong. Uchiha Yuma reacted and looked at the word strong luck on the panel. Combined with the explanation of the entry effect. This entry. It should be that I didn't think I had crossed an obstacle. You will get some luck. These fortunes will also be stored by yourself. When you want to use it, you can turn it into powerful luck and bless yourself. As a barrier to be crossed, it is very subjective. As long as Uchiha Yu really feels that this matter is difficult, it is difficult. When these difficult things are overcome, it is considered as an obstacle has been crossed. Even if it's a small thing, it doesn't matter. For example, with Yuzhen's strength, if he completes a D-level ninja mission, he has overcome an obstacle. After all, this is a task issued by the employer. The employer finds it difficult and entrusts you ninjas to do it. That means that this is a difficult thing. However, such a trivial matter will bring little luck. If you do something very difficult, you will get great luck. However, if this fortune can be superimposed, it will be a small fortune. In the end, it will all turn into powerful luck. So strong. This is really strong. Uchiha was shocked by the effect of this entry. He knew exactly what strong luck meant. Powerful luck is an ability that only the protagonists have in their respective film and television entertainment products. This ability. It often makes the protagonists invincible and turn danger into good fortune. Thinking of this, Yuchen reacted on the spot. Uchiha Sasuke. Isn't this next generation of Indra's reincarnation the protagonist? He and Naruto, the reincarnation of Asura, are in the work Hokage ninja. The protagonist who does his job. As the reincarnation of the previous generation Indra, Uchiha Madara also awakened the Samsara Eye smoothly. Even Indra himself did not awaken the Samsara Eye. This is not protagonist treatment. What is protagonist treatment? At the very least, before this power reaches Sasuke, all Madara's actions will always be in line with his wishes. Thinking of this, Yuchen couldn't hold it any longer and asked the system to install this entry on the spot. The effect of this entry did not directly strengthen the strength, that is, it did not make any big noise. When this entry was quietly installed by him, a voice came from the side, "What is so strong?" Hearing this, Uchiha looked at his palm. I only saw that the debris brought by the divine wind had disappeared like a dreamy bubble. Turning towards the place where the sound came from, I saw that Uchiha Madara's figure with only his right eye seemed to be unharmed. Appeared not far away. Tisk. I knew, things wouldn't be that simple. Seeing this situation, Yuzhen couldn't help but exclaimed, "Old man Ben. How long can your Izanaga time last?" He knew the information about Izanaga's technique very well. If I remember correctly, the duration of this technique is related to the quality of the initiator. If the initiator's quality is very poor, it would be on the level of Shimura Danzo. One life, one eye. The initiator is very talented, like Uchiha Obito. One glance can last for several minutes. As for Madara, whose realm of eyes transcends Indra, the Izanagi it activated. You really couldn't imagine how long it would last. Hearing Uchiha Yuzhen's question, Madara sneered, "I can continue to fight you for several days and nights." This is a lie. Madara is in a very bad state right now. Don't look at it. It doesn't take long to fight the kid in front of you. However, the fighting intensity is not low at all. The Baiju in him has been killed by the kid in front of him. Without the white Zetsu wrap, his body looks like an old Kokaki. Now, the disguise that even Baiju seems to be intact is the transformation he made by using the power of all things. Able to hide Mangeky's insight to a certain extent. Now that he sensed something was wrong, he planned to use Izanaga to delay for some time before looking for an opportunity to retreat. After all, Madara knew better. In his current state, he can only last a few rounds at most. The camouflage of the all-powerful power of the universe did not let it go, but Mangeki Sharingan's Uchiha Yuzhen saw some flaws. Right now, a figure floated on the ground. This figure is none other than Heiju, and he has restored his dark appearance. When he appeared, he shook his head at Uchiha Madara and said, "Failed, Madara-sama, that guy, actually disguised his clone as a talisman. I didn't expect this, when this guy's clone appeared. He took Obito and the others and ran away." After hearing this, I already understood that there was nothing that could be done. Besides, without Baiju, he wouldn't be able to deal with the imp on the other side. Thinking of this, he said in a deep voice to Heiju, "In that case, just retreat." Understood. As if he saw something, Heiju accepted the order and immediately turned into a puddle of black water, instantly surrounding Ban. Tearing sound. He got into the ground and escaped from Uchiha Yuma's sight. Yuzhen, who reacted on the side, understood. Uchiha Madara, a veteran, actually put on a show and started a victory transition. Tisk. Yuzhen, who closed his eyes to sense the situation, smacked his lips in displeasure. He who wants to chase has the enhanced perception ability of Sage Mode. Unexpectedly, Madara was not sensed and was wrapped in black Zetsu. This old yin guy is worthy of being the one who can instigate Indra without being aware of Satsuki Hago Romo in the ninja sect. Seeing that pursuit was impossible, Uchiha Yuma immediately activated the Flying Thunder God. Call out! In an instant, his figure appeared. Next to Kakashi et. Chapter 73. When Uchiha Yuma appeared here, what caught his eyes was Kakashi and the other two were happily surrounding their wood-style clones, talking about something. However, when Kakashi and the others saw Yuma appear here in an instant, I immediately realized that this was Yuma's real body. Yuzhen is awesome, you wait for the clone to save me. Obito raised his hand happily to greet Yuzhen, but when he saw the two bloodstains on Yuzhen's face and the two bloodstains appearing from his eye sockets, he stopped immediately. Stop talking. This was the first time he saw Uchiha Yuma in such a miserable state. In Uchiha Obito's memory, he has never been so embarrassed since the first day he met Yuzhen. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, Uchiha Yuma can defeat it calmly. After the war, my body was not spotless, but it was basically not in the state it is now, with bloodstains on the face and a tired look. When seeing Yuma in this posture, and thinking back to before the war, he created a clone to ensure their safety. This immediately dampened Obito's joy at Lin's escape. Okay Obito, don't look like that. You have to know that Yuma won. Kakashi, who was standing by, saw Obito's expression and immediately realized that this guy was daydreaming. He immediately patted Obito on the shoulder and explained. Kakashi understands Uchiha Yuma's current state very well. Use the technique of creating a giant as big as a mountain standing on the ground. It's impossible for anyone to have it easy. What's more, the opponent can also use this technique. In terms of height, he is taller than Yuzhen. Facing an enemy of this level, he can win the battle while taking care of the safety of himself and others. This wisdom, this mentality, this caution, plus that outrageous power. Yuma has really become a perfect ninja. But the feelings of the two boys are different. As a girl, I am also the one being rescued. Nohara Lin came directly in front of Yuma and bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. Yuma-kun, thank you very much. She understood the situation very well. The moment he was tied up, if it wasn't for Yuzhen's clone amulet to save him, then the outcome for me and others would definitely not be any better. What are you talking about, Lin? Seeing this, Yuma immediately helped Nohara Lin up, then pointed at Kakashi and Obito and said, we are all partners, this is what we should do. Right now. As soon as Uchiha Yuma finished speaking, Lin glanced at Uchiha Obito who was standing beside her. Then she raised her head and smiled, then thank you for your kindness, Yujan. After saying that, she turned around and walked to Obito's side. Seeing this situation, no matter how slow Uchiha Yuma is, I also understand that a relatively significant change must have happened to Lin. Otherwise, according to Nohara Lin's usual practice, she should have walked between Kakashi and Obito. Slightly more Kakashi-like. However, now is not the time to study these places. You have to dissolve your clone first. After all, even if only Susanoo was used this time, the power of wood style was not used. But if someone points something out to me, it would be hard to explain. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuma looked at his clone. As an incarnation with the same thinking frequency as the original body, it nodded to the original body and then slowly sank into the ground. He planned to hide in the soil, away from the sight of Kakashi and others, and then disappear. Wood style is a power. Before Tsunade had researched anything with the white Zetsu cells, it cannot be exposed. There's nothing I can do about it, I'm a legitimate Hokage master and apprentice. There has to be some substance behind what you do. Wood style must be endorsed by Tsunade to be able to shine. After sorting out his thoughts, Uchiha Yuma looked at Obito. For Uchiha Obito, now he has awakened the Sharingan, and it is the operation of the Sharingan with 2 Megatama. Yuma could only marvel at its peculiarity. Uchiha Obito awakened the Sharingan, and his power reached the realm of Jainin. Yuma thought it was normal. After all, in the original world line, facing the Uegaku Jainin who can play tricks on both Kakashi and Obito, Obito, who has awakened the Sharingan, kills them with one strike. What happens next is simple. When it is determined that the main body is entangled and cannot escape temporarily, the clone on Nohara Lin's body transformed into a talisman and felt that the time was right to take action, so he began to exert his strength on the spot. My own wood-style clone is still very powerful. He activated Susanoo as soon as he appeared. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were very self-aware when facing the Susanoo that was tens of meters high. After all, Black Zetsu's combat power was hastily created by Tsutsuki Kagaya. His actual strength is far inferior to that of his two brothers. It's okay to deal with ordinary natives of the ninja world. The direct descendants of Tsutsuki Hago Romo are somewhat powerless against fully grown Uchiha. It was determined on the spot that this mission was a failure. The extremely cautious Black Zetsu made a prompt decision. The decision to retreat was made immediately. I see, this guy is indeed the sixth oldest man. Yujen shook his head with amusement. It's hard to evaluate the caution he showed for his mother. After all, if you say he is filial, he is truly filial. But this kind of filial piety is built on the bones of millions of people. Next, we will defeat the enemy's Watergate squad. I immediately found a secluded place to rest. The aftermath of the fight between Yuma and Madara caused the Iwagakure and Konoha ninjas near the battlefield to all lost their voices. For the rock ninja who was 100 kilometers away, the collision of the 100-meter-high Susanoo was a huge blow. They can't see anything. However, for the rock ninjas who have already deployed thousands of troops on this battlefield, perception ninja is indispensable. Iwagakure is a ninja village that places too much emphasis on unity because of the low level of ninja literacy. In the case of various Earth-style ninjutsu, they are all launched in conjunction. The same is true for perception of ninjutsu. Right now, in the Iwagakure camp, Onoki walked towards the perception class with a heavy face. Logically, at this stage, Onoki should have sent troops to both Kumagakure and Konoha. He should be on the side that is fighting against Kumagakure. After all, tens of thousands of troops were deployed in the battle over there. There are only a few thousand soldiers here. However, in the previous intelligence, Onoki, I learned that the one he cares about the most is Uchiha Yuma. The team leader is Minato Namikaze. Not long ago, this hidden camp of rocks, a piece of news came to him who was still in the village. Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato appeared on the front line of this battlefield. As for Iwagakure, which has been learning from Konoha since the establishment of the ninja village, Onoki understood that when the leader-teacher appeared, his disciples would also appear. He who attaches more importance to Uchiha. He feels that this battlefield can better determine the direction of the war. Immediately arrived at the battlefield. He felt that this battlefield was becoming more and more important when he heard that the people in the perception class had made a special discovery. Rushed over immediately. Chapter 74. Onoki walked into the tent of the perception class. When he saw his subordinates in the perception class, they all looked shocked. Onoki's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong with you? How could you be so out of control? Dozens of perception ninjas all have such expressions that make me a little disappointed. Master Tsukage. We sensed that a terrifying chakra appeared 100 kilometers away. A middle-aged ninja who was closer to Onoki in the sensing team pointed to the place where Yuma and Madara were fighting. Direction. This middle-aged ninja thought of the scary chakra reaction. He swallowed and continued. Those two chakras are cold, solemn, and not to mention, the quantity of both is even more exaggerated than that of the tailed beasts. That's why we notified Master Tsukage to come over. Hearing this, Onoki's expression suddenly became even uglier. Chakra is powerful, stronger than the tailed beasts. At the same time, it is accompanied by a cold and solemn feeling. This description was all too familiar to Noki. At that time, he was asked to talk with his teacher. Uchiha Madara kneeling together, doesn't that give them the same feeling? Thinking of this, he remembered. During this era, he paid special attention to Uchiha Yuma, who was probably following his teacher, Namikaze Minato. In other words, it's nearby. You must tell me right now, the detailed address of that chakra reaction. Hi. Tsukage-sama. The other side. In the Konoha camp, Namikaze Minato and the representative of this generation of pig, deer and butterfly, Narashikaku, were speechless at the report of the sensing ninja. As the strongest deer of this generation, Narashikaku's brain power is certainly not to be underestimated. He raised his eyelids and cautiously asked Minato Namikaze for confirmation. Minato-kun, that direction, if I'm not mistaken, is the direction of Kanabi Bridge. In this chakra collision reaction, is one of the parties your disciple, Uchiha Yuma. Narashikaku still finds it incredible about this Uchiha boy who exceeds everyone's expectations. As a wise man, he understood this very well when he was a child. Why did the Senju disappear? Why did the Uchiha wither? I also understand better why they, pig, deer and butterfly, are becoming stronger and stronger. Everything is the will of the third Hokage. The Senju's influence was too great, so they gradually disappeared. The Uchiha were restricted because of Mangekyou's power, which was too unpredictable. Only they, the pig, the deer, the butterfly. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he devoted himself to him. After all, the three tribes had been close friends since the Warring States period. There was no need to come to Konoha and ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to be a witness, which would be superfluous. Witness them making a so-called earring oath. Because I understand that everything is Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. He would only do this to Uchiha Yuma after Uchiha Madara left. The most famous Uchiha was shocked to become a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually able to relax the restrictions on the Uchiha. This means Uchiha Yuma is so good that the Hokage is helpless. Now, after seeing this report, he finally knew what the reason was. Uchiha Yu is a monster. Two equally divided chakra reactions. One of them is definitely Uchiha. 13 years old, with the chakra stronger than the tailed beasts, and the Mangekyou Sharingan that had spread throughout Konoha. After sorting out his thoughts, Narashikaku was extremely shocked. The growth potential and growth rate are undoubtedly abnormal. Most ninjas at this age are just known as geniuses. And Uchiha Yuma has already fulfilled the so-called potential beyond expectations. Right now, what filled Luju's heart was the new generation of ninja god. Or the Shura of ninja world. Will come to Konoha again. Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision is extremely wise. And Konoha will return to its peak. After hearing Luju's question and seeing the increasingly puzzled expression on his face, Namikaze Minato is somewhat helpless. To be honest, for his own disciple, Uchiha Yuma is very strong at the moment. He also felt it was a bit exaggerated. He had previously speculated that Yujen would surpass him. Now it seems that this is no longer speculation. But it is an extremely real reality. After Yuma awakened the Mangekyou power within the Uchiha clan, which had been dormant for many years, his strength has officially surpassed himself. Surpassed everyone in Konoha. He has become the strongest in Konoha today. However, when he thought of the chakra reaction that Yuma wanted to fight against, a gloom appeared between his brows. Shikaku-kun, Yuma is my disciple, so it doesn't matter how strong he is. Minato looked at Shikaku seriously, but, we really need to pay attention to the strong man who is competing with him. Hearing this, Narashikaku also frowned. That's right. Yujen-kun is Minato-kun's disciple, don't worry about it. The guy who is hostile to him is the one we should pay attention to. After being reminded by Minato, Shikaku finally reacted. No matter how strong Uchiha Yuma is, he is still a ninja of Konoha and the successor of the Hokage master-disciple lineage. The butt couldn't be straighter. After all, with his strength, it will take another 10 or 20 years. The position of Hokage will only be his. And the other person who fights with it, no matter what. They are all people who harbor ill will towards Konoha. After thinking about it, he said to Minato in a serious tone, Minato-kun, use Flying Thunder God to check the situation over there. If Yujen is not seriously injured, the mission of blowing up the Kanabi Bridge will be almost certain to be accomplished. Minato-kun, please come back immediately and let's charge directly. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands happily, indeed. Shikaku-kun, wait for my news. After that, with a whoosh, Minato disappeared from here. When Minato Namikaze appeared next to Kakashi, what comes into view? Even his own disciples seemed to be in perfect condition. Seeing this, he immediately felt relieved. At this time, Uchiha Yuma and others also saw the appearance of Namikaze Minato. However, they were not too surprised by this. After all, they all knew that the rune on Kakashi's Sword of Love was Minato's Flying Thunder God seal. I'm glad to see you're all okay. But Minato smiled at them with relief and said, who was Yuma fighting with just now? The person who fought with me was Uchiha Madara. Yuma responded to Minato's doubts. When Minato Namikaze heard this response, his eyes immediately widened. Uchiha Madara? Shouldn't he have been killed by Shode? How could it be? Namikaze Minato looked a little unbelievable. Who is Uchiha Madara? He is the core ninja of Konoha. He knows it very well. It's bad enough that such a dangerous ninja didn't die, but he still has such great power. Thinking of this, Minato looked at Uchiha Yuma. I was more and more shocked. 1 year. In just 1 year, the boy who he used to be able to easily handle. It has grown to the point where he could fight against the Shura of the ninja world. Even though he already knew in his heart that Uchiha Yuma's growth ability was a monster among monsters, he still felt a little dreamy. No matter what, those people that Yuzhen dealt with in the past. In Minato's eyes, he could do it too. But, the real fight was against one of the strongest in the ninja world from the previous era. It gave him a huge sense of reality. The strength of his disciples is no longer what he had expected before. But he really surpassed himself. Chapter 75. However, as the elite among the elites, even at this moment, Minato Namikaze was shocked by his disciples' strength. He also did not forget the purpose of coming here. He immediately asked. We just defeated a powerful enemy. Can you still carry out the mission? Teacher Minato, how is the situation on the front line? Hearing the question, Yuma, the captain of the bridge bombing mission, stood up. Instead of responding directly to Minato Namikaze, he asked a counter-question. Hearing this rhetorical question, Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows. After my arrival, even when facing the third Tsuchikage later, the camp has stabilized. Hearing this, Uchiha Yu lowered his eyelids slightly and said, then when the teacher returns, let's raid the Iwagakure camp. In my perception system, in the hidden rock camp 100 kilometers away, an extremely powerful chakra, accompanied by many ninjas, walked towards the place where I had just fought. Uchiha Yuma's words reached Minato's ears, and he immediately had an idea. That chakra is definitely from the third Tsuchikage Onoki. Minato's expression brightened, and he said happily, while their high-level combat power is here, go and see the traces of the battle between you and Uchiha Madara. I will go back and raid the camp. That's right. It just so happens that I can also easily blow up the Konobe bridge. Seeing that Namikaze Minato's thoughts were in sync with his own, Uchiha Yuma nodded with relief. Then you guys continue with your mission. I'll go back to the camp and discuss the next steps with Yujan. It's no problem, Minato-sensei. Uzumaki came to the messy scene after Yuma and Madara fought. With a look of horror, he slowly descended from the air. As the owner of the blood elimination, Onoki has studied the nature of chakra in depth. The ability to perceive chakra may not be as good as that of a ninja in terms of range. But he is better than the perception ninja in sensing chakra at close range. He reached out his hand and touched the ground beneath his feet. After a moment, Onoki looked gloomily at the footprints in front of him that looked like those made by a giant. At this moment, he already had a clear judgment in his mind. Solidified, cold, and solemn. With this piece, it looks like the environment has become a mess due to a fight between giants. Both of them are Susanoo. Onoki looked at the sky in the distance and said in a voice that only he could hear, one of them is definitely Uchiha Yuma. Who is the other one? After thinking for a long time, Onoki still couldn't figure it out. I reacted immediately. Whoever the two are, they are all Uchiha. With the arrogance of the strong men of that clan, it is impossible for them to look down on Yujan. But Uchiha Yuma is his real concern. Teenagers can start. Susanoo caused this land to be destroyed to this extent. What will happen in the future? Right now, Unoki's mind was full of various ideas of assassinating Uchiha Yuma. But, after thinking for a long time, he had to give up the idea dejectedly. This Uchiha boy made his name known throughout the ninja world in just 1 year. He is no longer a so-called genius. It's a monster that has fully realized his talent. Think of an Uchiha monster in Konoha, rising up. At this moment, Onoki's heart began to twitch. However, God did not seem to let go of his idea. An Uegakuer rushed over and shouted anxiously, "Master Tsuchikage, something bad has happened." Hearing this, Onoki stared at the visitor with sharp eyes. This ninja knows. He is a ninja who specializes in using spiritualism to transmit information. This ninja looks so anxious. This must be very unfavorable news for Uegakuer. Thinking of this, Onoki said coldly. "Tell me what bad information you have." "Master Tsuchikage, the Konobe bridge has been blown up." The ninja who came to deliver the news bowed and said hurriedly, "Also." Namikaze Minato led the Konoha ninjas and rushed straight to the camp. There have been heavy losses ahead. What? After hearing the news, Onoki's face was full of disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, he reacted. He shouted urgently. "Quickly return to defend. We must not let Konoha push the battle line into the land of earth." "Yes. Tsuchikage-sama." When the Konobe bridge was blown up and the Uegakuer camp on the front line was washed away, Konoha's victory came soon. When in this battlefield, after the news of Konoha's victory spread in the ninja world, the 5 major ninja villages were in an uproar. The other 4 major ninja villages are in a state of panic if Konoha really turns the tables on this front. Konoha, which has withdrawn its troops, will defeat the remaining 3 ninja villages one by one. There is no way. Located in the richest country in the entire world, sitting in the ninja village with the richest human resources, Konoha has this kind of. The depth of the background drives other ninja villages crazy. As a key figure in turning the tide, the names of Minato Namikaze and his disciple, Uchiha Yuma, have once again resounded throughout the world. However, it was different from the other ninja villages that were shocked by the reversal of the war situation in Konoha. Konoha itself was shocked by Uchiha Yuma's report. In the Hokage building, inside Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Except for Danzo, who is still reflecting on his mistakes, Koharu-ten and Mitamon-en were both looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with serious eyes. "Hiruzen, the news from Yuma really shocked me." Koharu hesitated. "How about, we go and see the teacher's sealed experiment now?" "Room. Right. I thought so too." Mitamon-en on the side also suggested urgently, "Whether Uchiha Madara is dead or not is too terrible, we must go and see." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it a little funny. These two people are the same as Danzo. I hate Uchiha, but not as extreme as Danzo. Usually, just here, there is good news for Yuma boy. After knowing this, the two of them simply stopped coming to his office. It's obvious that he doesn't want to hear any good news about Uchiha Yuma, who is very powerful and has entered the Hokage series. A typical case of trying to cover up one's faults. At this moment, they are so eager to verify whether Uchiha Madara is dead. It seems that they don't hate Uchiha, but fear the power of Uchiha. However, he also takes the information about Uchiha Madara seriously. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately responded to the two old friends in front of him. Okay. Let's go and take a look. The three of them immediately arrived at a closed laboratory as if they were familiar with the place. When the box was opened. Why is it gone? Yes. When we sealed up Tobirama-sensei's laboratory, we checked it clearly. Madara's body was here the whole time. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched all this with an uncertain mood. After hearing what the two old friends said, he sighed helplessly, I will summon Yuma to Konoha. I want him to give us a detailed oral account of Uchiha Madara's information. Right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was extremely complicated. Recall Uchiha Yuma. One is the fear of Uchiha Madara. After all, I saw it when I was a child. Hashirama-sama and Uchiha Madara, the one who had a falling out outside the village. He knew very well that even though Uchiha Madara was old now. But, as long as you can take action. According to the report from Yuma-kun. As Uchiha Madara, he can also control Susanoo over 100 meters long. It is not a difficult task for him to defeat an entire village alone. What's even worse is that this guy is the founder of Konoha. But he also has a real hatred for Konoha. Then Uchiha Yuma, who can rival him, is absolutely indispensable. Secondly, he wanted to know why Uchiha Madara had such a strong fighting ability at such a young age. At the same time, he also wanted to verify the inner growth condition of this boy Yuzhen. After all, power without the corresponding state of mind is useless to Konoha. It's really too dangerous. And Uchiha Yuma is about to be called back to the village. At this moment, he was in a forest far away from the Konoha camp. He sat cross-legged on a tree. I am taking stock of what I have gained from this experience. Chapter 76. In terms of entries, his second red entry, Indra. How to say it, when I got this entry. After the installation, we experienced the bombing of the Konobi Bridge. You will immediately gain a great fortune. Thinking of this, Yuchen immediately looked at the panel in his sea of consciousness. Host, Uchiha. Gender male. Age, 13. Strength, Shadow. Entry, Indra, Red, Fortune, 1 share. Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Fate of Illusion, Gold. Steel Tempering, Purple, Manjiki Sharingan, Purple, Uchiha Style, Purple, Natural Energy Affinity, Purple, Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Purple. Satsuki Remnant, Blue, Medical Genius, Blue, Chakra Seed, Blue. Weapon Entries, Thunder Attachment, Blue, Blood-Sucking Immortality, Blue. Chakra Mimicry, Blue, Chakra Absorption and Integration, Blue. Combat Value, 170. There are not many changes in other entries, so we will not discuss them for now. Currently the only red entry in the panel, due to its unique function. Let the panel put its related energy, Fortune. It showed up. As early as after he completed the mission of Konobi Bridge, the entry extraction system sent him a message. That is, the change of fortune. It is indeed judged based on his subjective difficulty. But don't go too far. For example, the bridge bombing this time. Because Onoki and other Iwagakure were focused on the battlefield before Yuma. The protection of the Konobi Bridge has been reduced. After being easily blown up by the Watergate squad led by him. Because there was no obstruction from ninjas during the process. The difficulty is too low. Even though Uchiha Yuma gave herself hypnosis in her heart. This mission is difficult to finish. The system determined that this task was too easy for Yuzhen, and only gave him 2 fortunes. Uchiha Yuma is very much looking forward to these 2 fortunes. However, he is now looking at the panel. There are only 100 combat points to defeat the Demon Leech. I immediately felt something was wrong. What's wrong with the system? Logically, shouldn't I have defeated Uchiha Madara? Why do I only get this little combat value? Feeling something was wrong, Yuma immediately asked the system in his mind. The entry extraction system immediately gave Uchiha Yuma a reply. What? Uchiha Madara tricked me and retreated smoothly. I didn't achieve a crushing victory, so I won't gain any combat points in this battle. Uchiha Yuma felt helpless immediately. But when you think about it, it makes sense that I am in the battle with Madara. It's true that I didn't get much advantage. However, there is nothing we can do about it. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of a person who has opened the Rinnegan and surpassed Indra. Madara, who possesses the power of all things in her body, sacrificed a 3-Magatama Sharingan to activate Izanagi. Too long-lasting. The Izanagi technique is the ultimate genjutsu that can turn all unfavorable fates into illusions. That is to say, the art of resisting fate. My own eye technique. Ichimokuren, against this ninjutsu. It's quite disadvantageous. It's not that I can't win in terms of mechanics, but my own eyes are, after all, just Manjiki Sharingan. Even if it's because of the entry, I won't go blind. However, the output of pupil power has not reached the state of the Eternal Eye. An Izanagi. A spell that requires sacrificing an eye. Just like in Boruto, Nine Tails sacrificed everything to activate the heavy ion mode. The output is beyond that of Manjiki. To this extent, I was able to use Ichimokuren to make him careless. So that you can get some benefits. But, there is no certainty of killing him. It seems that if I want my eye technique to be truly invincible, I must increase the output of my eye power. Uchiha Yushin pondered for a moment and made a decision immediately. He looked at the red entry, Indra. System. Help me turn my fortune into powerful luck, so that the opportunity to ascend to the Eternal Eye will come to me. Buzz. An inexplicable wave emanated from Yuzhen's body and spread out into the world. Look at the ripples that can only be seen if you have a system. Uchiha Yuma felt a sudden enlightenment. This ripple will impact the world. This gave Manjiki the opportunity to ascend to the Eye of Eternity. After a few days, unreasonable luck came to me. Then let me see what's going on. 3 days later. On the road to Konoha. Uchiha Yuma looked at the person in front of him. Uchiha 8th generation. And the garrison troops he led. And the mist ninjas who were about to be taken to Konoha for imprisonment. I was quite shocked. These mist ninjas who will be taken to Konoha, by coincidence. There is Huayuruaki clan. Yuma extracted the Kagaya entry and integrated it into the Tsutsuki entry. Yuma, who looked a little puzzled, asked Uchiha Yashiro. Vice Minister Yashiro, why are you escorting these mist ninjas to Konoha now? Hearing this, Uchiha Yashiro's face also looked somewhat helpless. It seems that Yuma-kun doesn't know the policy of our Hokage. Generally speaking, if there is no very important intelligence need, captured ninjas. They are usually imprisoned in prison, waiting to be redeemed by the hostile village. At this point, Uchiha Yashiro patted Yuma's shoulder. He continued with some emotion. After all, the reason why we, the major ninja villages, are fighting for our lives is just for the commissions brought by the employment share. Therefore, as ninjas, we will not refuse this kind of behavior that can bring in income. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuma also reacted. Indeed. In my previous life, when I was watching comics and anime, I always thought that ninjas ruled the world. However, when he was truly reincarnated into this world, he discovered. It's not the ninjas who rule the world, but those interest groups that can give a share of the task. And the ruling class. However, Yujan didn't care much about this. At this stage, his goal is to gain strength first. As for changing the world, he can wait until he becomes invincible in the world. Right now, Yuzhen felt very complicated about this coincidence. It was only the 3rd day, and Kagaya's bone was obtained by himself. So, as the base of the white eyes, what will that strong luck do? Didn't make Yuzhen wait any longer. when he arrived at the gate of Konoha. Then I saw people lining the streets to welcome me. What a coincidence! The third Hokage was the main welcomer. There were 2 people from the Hyuga clan. When I saw the 2 young twins, Yuma knew that they should be the 2 brothers Hayashi and Hisashi. Is this good luck? Uchiha Yuma's heart was filled with shock. This strong luck! It's really a powerful luck. At this moment, he really felt it. What does it feel like to be the protagonist of the world? Whatever you need, you will get it. Chapter 77. Right now, Uchiha Yuma was dizzy due to the powerful effect of the red item Indra. After all, when the world really revolves around you, who isn't confused? Just like that, Yuchen was in a daze due to the heaven-defying effect of strong luck. I shook hands with the third Hokage and other welcoming guests. You've worked hard, Yuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook hands with Yuma and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, go and have a good rest today, and come to my office tomorrow and talk to me about it. The man's intelligence. As the strongest Hokage in mature politics, every ninja who gained merit in the battlefield returned to the village. He would always do it at the gate. A welcoming scene. Because of this, there are many people and eyes here nowadays. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately hoped. Knowing the information about Uchiha Madara, he also suppressed his temper. He just cautiously reminded Yuchen to go to his office tomorrow to explain. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuma came back to his senses from his dazed state. Without making a sound, he asked the system to extract an entry from Sarutobi Hiruzen. His face straightened and he responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously, "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. I will prepare a report tomorrow." For being recalled from the battlefield this time, Uchiha Yuma knows it very well. It must be because the reason for fighting Uchiha Madara. To be honest, this information cannot be concealed. Kakashi and the other 2 saw it. 200-meter-tall Susanoos. Anyone with a sound mind would know that there must be 2 powerful Uchiha fighting. The only powerful Uchiha in Konoha today is Uchiha Yuma. And Uchiha Fugaku, who is currently fighting Kirigakure and is beginning to earn the nickname Evil Eyes. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the commander of that front, it is impossible for him to appear on the battlefield where he fights with the Iwagakure village. Not to mention, there is no information about Uchiha Fugaku either. There is Manjiki Sharingan. Without Manjiki Sharingan, it is impossible to possess the technique of Susanoo. Because of this, Uchiha Yuma can only fight with those who fight him. It's Uchiha Madara. Say it out. There is a benefit in sharing this information. That is to get the attention of the village's top leaders, Uchiha Madara. This ninja Shura who has a grudge against Konoha. Still alive. After. If a tailed beast appears with the eyes of a being with the power of 3 Megatama. Don't just throw the shit pot without thinking. Blame it on the Uchiha clan. After all, it has already begun to. Regarding Yuzhen, who manages power within the Uchiha clan, this must be avoided. As it happens, Uchiha Madara. It is the best target to divert the attention of the village leaders. And these thoughts in my mind. After Uchiha Yuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen shook hands. Before and after I came to Hayashi brothers, I had forgotten everything. Given that we are still not very familiar with each other at the moment, Uchiha Yuma has a subtle mood. After a polite handshake and greeting with the Hayashi brothers, I got Hyuga's entry. When the light of the entry was acquired by Uchiha Yuma, the system was asked to capture it. His mind is no longer here. Fortunately, in the Hidden Leaf Village. For the heroes who just returned from the battlefield, the treatment is quite good. After a welcome political show, the third Hokage asked the ninjas who had just returned to Konoha to go back and have a good rest. We will conduct relevant statistics and reports tomorrow. Just like that, Uchiha Yuma returned to his home with a delicate state of mind. Bang! The moment when the door of your house is closed. Uchiha Yuma immediately jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. A thought came to me, system. Merge Kagaya's bone and Hyaga's white eyes into the entry Tsutsuki. As early as after obtaining the entry of Huayuruaki tribe, he asked the system. I understand that after integrating these two, Tsutsuki, who represents the lineage of Kagaya Hime. The final bloodline entry only costs 100 points of combat value. Just in time. His combat balance is exactly 170 points. The system took action as ordered, and soon. New entries appeared in Uchiha Yuma's eyes. Tsutsuki false, purple, you are already half an information life form, and your control over chakra will be unparalleled. Effect. Compiled by Chakra. The 5 abilities of eyes, flesh, blood, bones, and roots have been greatly enhanced. When seeing this entry, Uchiha Yuma said nothing. Installed it right away. When the effect of the term begins to take effect on him, Yuma sensed. There have been tremendous changes in my whole body and mind. Suddenly, a sour feeling came from his eyes. But before he could react, this sour feeling was overcome by the extraordinary vitality that surged from the body. Drowned. This feeling. Yuzhen sensed the changes in his body and exclaimed, the conversion rate and output rate of pupil power, have undergone tremendous changes. The extraordinary vitality that surged out of the body was extremely surging. This overwhelming feeling. His eyes involuntarily changed into Mangeky's pattern. This pattern instantly underwent more complex changes. Instantly, a similar, but inverted pattern appeared. Overlapping. Right now, Uchiha Yuma could feel that the speed at which his chakra was converted into eye power had been greatly improved. This is not the end. In the past, when Mangeky was in use, the channel for the output of pupil power was. It seems that the small water pipes before have turned into big pipes now. Sensing this, Yuzhen stood up. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. A completely changed self. He stared at the changed Sharingan in the mirror and couldn't help but whisper to himself, is this what my eternal eye looks like? But, it doesn't matter. I can feel that my pupil technique has truly freed me from the shackles. Uchiha Yuma is very clear about his eye technique. Because he had relevant entries, he could use pupil techniques without any worries. But, his pupil technique. It is transformed from the red entry. Because of its overpowered function, Mangeky's pupil power output rate was previously. It is simply unable to meet the requirements of pupil techniques. Just like a car. It is impossible to use alcohol. Run out of gasoline power. However, my problem in this area has been solved now. From now on, the use of the pupil technique Ichimokuren will no longer be subject to unnecessary restrictions. There are also changes in my facial features. Can I change them back? Looking in the mirror. Her own enchanting appearance with hair as white as snow and skin as white as jade. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Chapter 78. However, it seemed like I heard the reason for his headache. There was a tearing sound. Chakra began to wriggle in his body. A moment. Uchiha Yuma's appearance returned to his handsome appearance with black hair. Seeing this, Yuma raised his hand and shook it. While experiencing the changes in the body, you are also sorting out the information coming from the system. Tsutsuki, it is normal for this entry to change from blue to purple. After all, this entry is integrated into several purple entries. The reason why it changes from residual to fake is because he indeed became Tsutsuki. But, this kind of Tsutsuki. First, I have never eaten the fruit, second, I have no horns, and finally it is made up of pieces. It is even worse than when Kagaya first came to the ninja world and didn't even have a horn. The system tells itself that it wants to turn falsehood into truth. Need to put the term chakra seed. After upgrading to gold level, It is then merged with the Tsutsuki false entry, which has also been upgraded to the gold level. Only then can you become a true Tsutsuki. Only those who possess their own chakra seeds and can perform alchemy on all things are true information life forms. The information given by the system allows Uchiha Yuma. I now have a clear idea of my next goal. That is, start accumulating combat value. Upgrade the Tsutsuki entry. After all, the system had already told him. Defeating a super shadow warrior will earn you 10,000 combat points. Defeating a strong person like Six Paths can gain 100,000 combat points. I want to upgrade to become a true Tsutsuki, Six Paths level strongman as determined by the system. I think the combat value spent is a considerable amount. What's more, on this planet of ninja world, all abilities, it all revolves around the Tsutsuki bloodline. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuma touched his forehead. He could feel. My pineal gland seemed to have undergone mysterious changes. Thinking of the third eye between Kagaya's eyebrows, Yuzhen had some guesses. For the entry Tsutsuki, does it only require upgrading to the gold level? Will he also have the eye between his eyebrows? By then, is it the Byakugan or the Samsara Eye? These are things that he can only know after he obtains combat value and upgrades. Now, he needs to cheer himself up and have a good rest. After dealing with the village leaders tomorrow, when I went to the training ground, I verified the changes in my whole body. In terms of bloodline, apart from the very intuitive changes like Sharingan, what is the increase in changes in various aspects of the body? The next day, Yuma arrived at the Hokage's office early, except for Shimura Danzo. The three Konoha high-ranking officials who were all present explained the matter of Uchiha Madara clearly. Anyway, Uchiha Madara does look very old. At this moment, Uchiha Yuma's expression was very serious, but his power cannot be underestimated. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu Utane, and Mito Kato-en looked at each other. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For those who grew up in Konoha, Uchiha Madara is not unfamiliar at all. After all, this Shura of the ninja world broke up with the first Hokage. But not far from Konoha, a large canyon was created, the Valley of the End. At that time, there was a giant Buddha over 1,000 meters tall and a suit of armor 9 tails that was several hundred meters high. You can't miss it. For Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it was a bloody battle that shook the earth and lasted for days. They are so fresh in my memory. They said it was impossible not to be afraid of the news that Madara was still alive. After all, if Madara really came to kill him, he only needed to maintain about 50% of his strength. They can determine. In the current Konoha village, there is no Uchiha Yuma. Basically, we can only fight with them and both sides will suffer losses, maybe? However, through Uchiha Yushin's oral narration, looking at the calm-looking young man in front of me, they understand that Konoha reappeared. A ninja who can rival him. Thank you for your hard work, Yuzhen. Just go back and recuperate for a while. We will notify you if anything happens. As for the reward for this mission at Konobe Bridge, I will pay you after Kakashi and the other two return. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone of sending him off, Uchiha Yuma also realized that it was time for him to leave. He immediately responded, "Okay, Hokage-sama, I will go first." Bang! As the office door was closed, Koharu turned her head. With a complicated look, he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I didn't expect that your taste is as good as always." Her mood was complicated. Her views on Uchiha are not as extreme as Danzo's. But it's not much better. After all, Uchiha's emotions are, indeed unstable. As a leader, she the most annoying. They are unstable subordinates. Uchiha just happens to occupy this point. A year ago, when the news that Uchiha Yuma had become Minato's apprentice spread. When Koharu heard this, she just thought it was Hiruzen's way of appeasing Uchiha. But, when this boy grew up at a speed that she couldn't understand, she began to become alert. However, this vigilance, after she heard that he was able to compete with Uchiha Madara, even the old Uchiha Madara, it disappeared instantly. The strong must be respected, especially since Konoha currently has no one who opposes them. Of course, she was also pleased that Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze surpassed hers. The monster Uchiha Yuma was included in the Hokage master-disciple system very early on. If it is allowed to grow wildly in the Uchiha tribe, she simply couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. In response to Kohara's sigh, Vitamin N beside her nodded in approval. Yes. Thanks to your excellent vision, Hiruzen, a monster like Uchiha Yuma won't become a time bomb for Konoha. Vitamin Yan really couldn't imagine what it would be like if there was really a monster like Uchiha Yuma. They were not included in the system. What a desperate situation that would be. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly happy about the recognition from his two partners. My vision is superior to theirs, that's for sure. After all, Mr. Tobirama has so many disciples. Only he became Hokage. However, the more important thing now is that Uchiha Madara is still alive. He recalled Yuma, who could compete with him, in order to prevent him from kicking him out of his nest. Now that this problem is gone, the next step is. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I want to reactivate Danzo, have him activate the root, and track down Uchiha Madara's whereabouts in the ninja world. Hearing this, Koharu Tenin and Mito Kato pondered for a moment. No problem, no matter how strong one is, they all need to eat. As long as there's eating, there's social interaction. Then we can trace the relevant tracks. Seeing that his friends did not oppose him, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Someone, go and call Danzo. Not to mention the decision of the Konoha high-level officials to activate Danzo. Uchiha Yuma came to Minamigagawa Shrine. After entering the torii, he came to the eaves of the temple and sat cross-legged. Now, he wants to test it. How big is the change in my body? After thinking about it, Yuzhen had an idea. Natural energy gathers quickly. Chapter 79. At this moment, something beyond Yuzhen's expectation occurred. The natural energy of 1 kilometer around Minagawa Shrine. In an instant, he was swallowed up into his body. His violent sage jutsu chakra emerged around him. This strong force began to coil around his clothes. When Uchiha Yuzhen came to his senses, he was wearing the traditional Uchiha black robe. It has been transformed into a white robe with a Megatama pattern. This is chakra mode. Uchiha Yuzhen was a little unbelievable at the changes in his body at this moment. He felt that in his body. What's going on with the increase in blood, flesh, and bones? After the three are combined, they form a powerful vitality. More than 3 times as much as before. Such strong vitality represents one's own chakra, which has tripled on the previous basis. Now, how much chakra he has, he doesn't know. However, I think it will not be weaker than Senju Hashirama at all, but will exceed it. And the chakra that has grown so much can naturally accommodate. There is 3 times more natural energy than before. And the excess sage jutsu chakra will overflow and form this chakra feather coat. However, Uchiha can really feel it. This is not the only change in me. Thinking of this. Call out. He pulled out a kunao. He stabbed his arm hard. Because it was under his will, the sage jutsu chakra formed the robe. There was no resistance to the kunao either. Plop. The kunao dug into the flesh. But, the blood has not yet flowed out. Yuzhen can sense that the wound is already healing. Sensing this situation, he immediately took out the kunao. The moment when the kunao is drawn out. Call out. The wound healed in an instant. What an exaggerated healing power. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yuzhen suddenly looked stern. This exaggerated physical healing power reminded him of Uchiha Madara transformed into Tsutsuki. At this moment, Uchiha Yu really understands his own healing power. It has reached the same level as Senju Hashirama, or even surpassed it. And his own blood, the power to heal others, and the strengthening of bones. Yuzhen looked at the white bones emerging from his palm, both have undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Uchiha Yuzhen has figured out the changes that have happened to him. In terms of strength, the Eye of Eternity appears. The output rate of pupil force has undergone earth-shaking changes. The increased power allowed him to sense that he wanted to take on the full form of Susanoo. It's very easy. Just relying on Sharingan's power, his own strength has reached the realm of Super Shadow. As soon as he thought about it, he wanted to see the system's judgment on his strength. Isn't that so? Host, Uchiha Yuma. Gender, male. Age, 13 years old. Strength, Super Shadow. Entry, Indra, Red, Luck, 1 share. Son of Time and Space, Gold, Genius, Gold, Fate of Illusion, Gold. Quick Ninjutsu Grandmaster, Gold, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Gold. Satsuki Sudo, Purple, Uchiha Flow, Purple, Natural Energy Affinity, Purple, Flying Thunder God Technique Style, Purple, Steel Training, Purple. Medical Genius, Blue, Seed of Chakra, Blue. Weapon Entries, Thunder Attachment, Blue, Vampire Immortality, Blue. Chakra Mimicry, Blue, Chakra Absorption and Integration, Blue. Combat Value 70. But when he found a new entry on the panel, he looked over first. Quick Ninjutsu Grandmaster, Gold. With this entry, you will have extremely keen learning ability of techniques. Effect. The learning ability of the chakra system increases beyond the domain. Is this the entry I just got from Sarutobi Hiruzen? The improvement of learning ability of the chakra system. At this moment Yuzhen thought of the name of Dr. Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninjutsu. Those pupil arts and divine arts also belong to the chakra system, right? I wonder if this entry will work? Give it a try later. He is also very interested in the effect of this entry. The golden level should not be weak. If it is what I think, the breadth of my abilities will increase. However, now that my combat system has matured, I don't need to think about this for the time being. The important thing is that in the system's judgment, my own strength is already super high. Sure enough, in terms of strength, it has reached Chaoying. What's more important is that now my power in the Super Shadow field is definitely not weaker than Uchiha Madara, who has the Reincarnation Eye. That's right, Uchiha Yuma at this moment. Such strong self-confidence. The field of Super Shadow. To be honest, the span is also exaggerated. He is just entering the realm of Super Shadow, just like Nagato. One person swept through the Konoha village with tens of thousands of ninjas. The high state is Uchiha Madara, who possesses the Eternal Eye. And wood-style sage arts Senju Hashirama. The peak state is Madara, who has opened the Rinnegan. Madara, who has opened the Rinnegan, is definitely stronger than Senju Hashirama. However, judging from his performance in the original world, his life level, it's just a Super Shadow. There is no realm that reaches the 6 paths. The characteristics of the 6 paths domain are obvious. Or you own the truth-seeking ball, not a borrowed one like Naruto's, but your own. Either you have Obito and Madara taking on the 10 tails, or you have the Tsutsuki-ized characterization. Because of this, the Rinnegan's class is only in the realm of Super Shadows. Why do I have the confidence to compare with it when I just opened the Eye of Eternity? It's so simple. The term Tsutsuki allowed his body functions to completely surpass Madara. What's more, Sage Mode has been enhanced. I will never let myself be weaker than Madara, who possesses the Rinnegan. Besides, Madara's cheating pupil technique Wheel Grave Prison can be sensed by Sage Mode. After sorting out one's true strength, it is at the level of Super Shadow. Uchiha Yuma walked towards the security department with a happy pace. While Uchiha Yuma is pleased with his harvest, Konoha's high-ranking officials are wary of the appearance of Madara. Black Zetsu felt a little troubled. Uchiha Madara did not find a successor, but in the battle with Uchiha Yuma, a certain amount of life is consumed. This is a major blow to Infinite Tsukuyomi's peace plan. Thinking of this, he looked at the old man sitting under the Gedo statue. That's right, in Heizetsu's eyes. At this moment, under the Gedo statue, Uchiha Madara, who was panting, had become a real old man. What will we do next, Madara-sama? I think it's impossible for Obito to be kidnapped. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara stopped his unstable breathing. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, stabilized his condition, and lowered his eyes. As a split body of my will, don't panic. After seeing my Susanoo, it is indeed impossible to kidnap Obito. Thinking of this, Madara was also helpless. After all, when he saw his Susanoo, which was over 100 meters long. As long as they are not mentally retarded, when they see me, they will think of the day when they wanted to kill them. That's him, Uchiha Madara. However, we have also thought about what to do after failure. As she spoke, Madara took out a crystal ball from her arms. He used the scarlet Sharingan he had just put on and said to Black Zetsu with an inexplicable look. Limited Tsukuyomi. This ability was discovered accidentally when we were researching Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's the savior. Hearing this, Heizetsu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a hurried voice came. Mrs. Madara, where are we going to find an heir? That's right. Uchiha Madara responded to Black Zetsu very calmly. Tsukuyomi only. As a byproduct of his research on Infinite Tsukuyomi, through the Gedo statue's original chakra, the crystal ball can produce megatama that can communicate with time and space. Let this crystal ball be like a mirror. It illuminates a parallel world that is opposite to this world. Madara had studied that world before. There is myself and Hashirama, whose personalities have completely changed. But Madara-sama, the people in that world and this world have opposite personalities. Do you have any candidates? Black Zetsu asked with some doubt. He also knew a little about the people in that world. Their abilities are similar, but their personalities are basically opposite. Just like Minato Namikaze. In this world, be brave and responsible. But that world. He is a guy who has strength but no courage or responsibility. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara chuckled, hee, it's just the opposite. It's okay for someone like Uchiha Yuma who doesn't know his personality well. Obito must have always been a dark person in that world, right? Hearing this, Black Zetsu also reacted. Yes. We originally wanted to lead Obito onto the road and immerse him in darkness. If it was that world, it would be a mature Obito, and we wouldn't have to do any follow-up operations, and we would have a perfect successor. That's right. Madara responded with a chuckle and waved behind him. As if responding to Madara. The Gedo statue behind him extended a tentacle and touched the crystal ball directly. Buzz. The moment when the chakra of Gedo statue is input. The crystal ball in Madara's hand. Suddenly a scarlet light burst out.